Chen found himself inexplicably transported to a parallel universe, where he inadvertently entered into matrimony. His bride was none other than his childhood friend, a prominent and celebrated star. Chen was acutely aware that this gentle and sweet national goddess, who appeared so charming before the camera, harbored a devilish and violent nature behind the scenes. She had deceived him into marriage, undoubtedly intending to subject him to further torment. Divorce. It was imperative to divorce. Ding. 1. Divorce from Bingbing. Reward. A lifetime of singlehood. 2. Kiss Bingbing. The check-in mode is activated. System. Check-in successful. Reward. A skyscraper. System. Check-in successful. Reward. 10 trillion soft sister coins. Chen embarked on a blissful life, simultaneously accruing rewards through check-ins while being playfully pursued by his starlet girlfriend in myriad ways. The whole internet was abuzz, berating Chen as a mere gigolo living off a woman. During a live broadcast, it was revealed that Chen had transferred 100 billion as pocket money to Bingbing. The world was left utterly astonished. Chapter 1. Deceived into marriage by the national goddess Bingbing. In the capital, at a prestigious university, in the boys' dormitory, a group of youthful male students huddled around a 32-inch computer screen, their eyes glued to it as if attempting to penetrate the very fabric of the display. Wow, Bingbing is stunning. Outside it's 40 degrees, yet at this moment, my heart is solely filled with Bingbing. The smile of my wife, Bingbing, truly melts my heart. On the screen was the illustrious celebrity, Rebirthnovel, who had skyrocketed to fame over the past 2 years. With her sweet smile, an innocent visage reminiscent of first love, and exceptional acting prowess, she had quickly ascended to stardom, earning the title of Best Actress and becoming a national treasure. Wow, my wife Bingbing looks radiant today. I adore her so much. Bingbing seems a bit worn out. I wonder if she's been resting well? Yet, she continues to smile so brightly. The boys, entranced by the pure and sweet face on the screen, were utterly captivated, lost in their admiration. The program they were watching was an educational show, featuring Rebirthnovel as a guest. Typically, such shows would go unnoticed, but the episode featuring Rebirthnovel had instantly surged in popularity. On another bed in the dormitory, a handsome young man rubbed his temples, feeling the lingering effects of intoxication. His stomach churned uncomfortably. He regretted attending that gathering. That domineering woman was either tormenting him or ensnaring him in her WES. He gradually sat up. He glanced down at the group of boys, listening to their fantasies. A look of disdain crossed Chen's striking features that I really don't understand. What's so good about Sister Bingbing? How can you all be so enamored with her? Apart from her looks, what virtues does she possess? His classmates answered candidly. We simply adore Bingbing's face. Chen shook his head, regarding them with an expression of hopelessness. You are all deceived by her sugary exterior. She is nothing but a fierce tigress, a violent maniac, and a pervert. Some classmates stared at Chen with incredulity. Can someone actually dislike Bingbing? One remarked, this fool Chen must still be groggy from his hangover. He's been lying around all day, probably hasn't woken up yet, spouting nonsense. Indeed, a person still in slumber speaks with such bravado. Another student who knew Chen chimed in, but it's to be expected, Chen is Bingbing's #1 hater. I've seen him post disparaging comments about her more than once. He's a staunch anti-fan. I wonder if this guy has a screw loose. How could he possibly dislike such a sweet and pure girl like Bingbing? Observing his classmates entranced to the point of delirium, Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Oh, foolish humanity. You have all been beguiled by that tigress's gentle and sweet facade. Just then, someone outside shouted, the counselor and dormitory supervisor are coming to inspect the dormitory. The counselor is here. Run. The boys, startled, instinctively prepare to flee. Wait. We're not researching action movies. Why should we run? Exactly. We are here to acquire new knowledge and enhance ourselves. What's with the panic? The boys quickly regained their composure, feigning diligence and a thirst for self-improvement. Hearing that the counselor was approaching, Chen, still suffering from a headache, remained seated on his bed. Before long, the youthful counselor and dormitory supervisor appeared in the dormitory. Noticing the cluster of boys, the counselor cleared his throat and inquired sternly, what are you all gathered around for? Brother Dong. We are studying, striving to improve ourselves. The counselor, known as Brother Dong, furrowed his brow. When did these guys become so conscientious? Let me take a look. He approached and glanced at the computer screen. After a few seconds of stunned silence, his gaze became fixated. Finally, he spoke with a serious expression. Good. It appears the students are quite enlightened. Bingbing truly is magnificent. The counselor suddenly found himself rooted to the spot. The students exchanged bewildered glances. Brother Dong, why aren't you leaving? Don't keep us from watching Bingbing. The counselor coughed lightly. Well, I'll join you in your studies. The students were left speechless. After a while, as Rebirthnovel exited the screen and another guest appeared, the expressions of both students and counselor were remarkably synchronized. It was as if, after something climactic, they had suddenly lost interest and entered a state of ennui. All right, I'll take my leave now. You all must continue your studies. As the counselor prepared to depart, he suddenly noticed a cluttered desk. Whose spot is this? Why is the personal hygiene so poor? Counselor, that belongs to Chen. Where is Chen? Right above you, he remarked. Chen, did we not agree that the student ID should be submitted to me for stamping? Why have you not yet handed it in? As he spoke, the counselor retrieved the red booklet. Upon hearing this, Chen appeared somewhat bewildered, a look of confusion gracing his features. Though he had spent the day inebriated, he distinctly remembered submitting his student ID the day prior. Counselor, I already submitted it. Chen replied, perplexed. At that moment, the counselor held the red booklet in his hand, and his expression morphed into one of utter astonishment that a marriage certificate. As these words escaped his lips, the entire dormitory erupted into chaos. Wow, Chen, you really did it. You're married? Aren't you single? Goodness. Chen, you betrayed the organization. The young counselor was equally taken aback. He had encountered numerous peculiar items while inspecting the male dormitories. However, this marriage certificate was a first for him. He couldn't resist opening it, and then his astonishment deepened. With exaggerated lips, the counselor read aloud, certificate holder male, Chen, female, Bingbing, registration date, July 9th, 2021. This little red booklet contained 2 photographs. The male was handsome and dashing, while the female exuded sweetness and purity, forming quite the perfect pair. Indeed, the male was Chen, and the female, it was none other than the illustrious star, Bingbing. The dormitory erupted into an even greater uproar. Wow, haha. Chen, you sly dog. Did you manage to win over Bingbing? Have you developed Stockholm Syndrome? Chen, you've got some audacity. You even possess the marriage certificate of a goddess. In this day and age, merely proclaiming one's love isn't enough. You've resorted to faking marriage certificates. Chen, this document looks surprisingly authentic. Did you get it from that old man who makes fake documents? I want one too. Chen, spill. Where did you acquire this stunning close-up of the goddess? It's so clear and beautiful. How come I've never seen it before? You little rascal, hoarding it all to yourself. Following the initial shock, the dormitory was soon filled with laughter and merriment. And no one believed this to be true, for it was simply impossible. After all, this was the goddess Bingbing, the most talked about rising star in the entertainment industry. Meanwhile, Chen was just an ordinary undergraduate. Aside from his striking looks and an impressive height of 1.87 meters, he possessed no particularly remarkable attributes. On the bed, Chen's expression of shock and disbelief gradually softened. He managed an awkward yet bitter smile. Yes, it's fake. I was drunk and not thinking clearly, so I had that old man who makes fake certificates crafted for me. After the counselor departed, the dormitory returned to tranquility, with the boys once again opening video platforms to admire the goddess's captivating beauty. As for Chen on the bed, his handsome visage was now marred by an expression of sheer despair. That scene had not been a mere dream. He had genuinely been tricked into obtaining a marriage certificate with the fierce Bingbing, the female demon, after being intoxicated. As for the fragmented memories of that fateful morning after his bender. Hello, we would like to register for marriage. Certainly wait. Aren't you that big star? I'm not a star, just an ordinary actress. Please keep your voice down. Understood? You am your boyfriend. Why is he drunk? Upon hearing he could marry me, he must have been too excited and accidentally overindulged. Indeed, if it were me, I'd probably faint from excitement too. Is this permissible for registration? Yes, it is. However, is your boyfriend consenting? Guess what? The girl flashed her signature sweet smile and glanced at the staff member. She was exceptionally adorable and playful. The staff member was left dumbfounded. Had he just asked a superfluous question? What man would not willingly marry such a sweet goddess? Do you have your ID and household registration book? Indeed, I do. And thus, in a daze from his inebriation, Chen unwittingly obtained a marriage certificate with the illustrious star, Bingbing. Chapter 2, Divorce. I demand a divorce. The following day, Chen clutched his marriage certificate as he traveled to the solitary villa where Bingbing resided. Standing before the grand entrance, he was engulfed by memories of the deceit that had led to their union. Fury coursed through him, causing his entire body to tremble. Under the sweltering sun, he was drenched in cold sweat, his hands and feet icy. The abyss felt desolate, and the demons roamed the earth. Could this society ever be salvaged? Chen was a reincarnated soul. Once an ordinary worker on earth, he had succumbed to an overbearing work culture, leading to his untimely demise, only to be reborn in a parallel world reminiscent of his own. Retaining his original consciousness, he found himself as a newborn infant. In this parallel realm, many aspects mirrored Earth, its historical backdrop and cultural environment, but notable differences existed. Popular films, music, and numerous cultural works that thrived on Earth were conspicuously absent here. After his rebirth, Chen harbored no ambitions to alter this world. He chose instead to embrace a life of leisure, content to be a mere slacker. Bingbing, the woman who had ensnared him into marriage, was a prominent star in this world. With her sweet smile and innocent visage, she was adored by fans as the fairy sister, often seen grinning charmingly at the camera. Yet, Chen was acutely aware that this was merely a facade. Beneath her gentle and sweet exterior lay a hidden, more sinister persona. Unlike her public image of warmth, Bingbing was nothing short of a demon and a tyrant in Chen's presence. 3 years her junior, Chen had grown up next door to Bingbing. From a young age, her domineering and assertive nature was evident, often bordering on violent tendencies. Despite her delicate appearance, she had once been a champion in martial arts. With their families closely intertwined and his parents frequently away on business, Chen often found himself at her home, subjected to her whims as if he were a mere plaything for her amusement. He vividly recalled an incident from his childhood when he was merely 3, and Bingbing was 6. His parents had left him in her care. At that time, the two of them were alone, and the young Bingbing, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, remarked, "Hey, little one, why are you unlike the other kids? They cry, but you never do." Chen, despite occupying a child's body, possessed the soul of an adult, rendering tears unnecessary. "Hey, little one, I command you to cry." The books say that children who don't cry are often slow-witted. Thus began her futile attempts to provoke tears from him, leading to her frustration as she grew increasingly agitated, her cherubic face turning a shade of crimson. Chen merely observed her antics, finding amusement in her vexation, as she resembled a feisty little kitten, playful yet fierce. However, this fleeting enjoyment soon dissipated. "You won't cry? Then I shall torment you," the young Bingbing declared, drawing from her limited understanding of how adults treated children. Chen, unable to resist, could only watch helplessly as the petite girl bullied him, an experience that morphed into an indelible nightmare. As the years passed, Chen became nothing more than Bingbing's personal toy, subjected to her whims until she left for university. Hence, when he discovered that he had been duped into marriage by this starlet, his initial reaction was not joy but a profound chill and inexplicable dread. This female demon had ensnared him in matrimony. Surely, she must have devised new tortures for him. It was a conspiracy. Resolute, Chen stood at the entrance of the villa, declaring to himself, "Divorce. I demand a divorce." To remain married would render him a mere dog. At that moment, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Startled yet exhilarated, Chen realized that the essential tool for reincarnated beings had finally arrived. Trigger conditions detected. The perfect life of leisure system is now activated. 1. Divorce Bingbing. Reward: a lifetime of being a single dog. 2. Kiss Bingbing. Reward: sign-in mode activated. Note: sign-in mode offers abundant rewards. Timely sign-ins yield random bonuses. Reward shop: 10 trillion currency. Ownership of a skyscraper. Charm enhancement potion. Blueprints for a transformer. And a battleship. Gazing at the dazzling array of bizarre rewards, Chen, who had just vowed to divorce, fell into a contemplative silence. Perhaps postponing the divorce was prudent. The choice was one that any rational person would comprehend. Furthermore, the cost of the first option seemed rather harsh. The community was serene. Nestled in an upscale villa district of the capital, where each residence was valued at no less than 200 million. Yet, this villa belonged to Bingbing, purchased outright a year prior. Indeed, she was a hidden wealthy woman. Bingbing appeared to possess a natural talent for business, seemingly having unlocked the secrets to wealth. Approximately 3 years ago, she won a lottery prize of 50 million. With that fortune, she acquired several properties, her luck seemingly boundless. The properties she purchased had appreciated exponentially, transforming into a thriving commercial center. She had also invested in Bitcoin and various stocks, yielding profits from every venture. Chen was uncertain of the extent of her wealth, but recognized her affluence. At times, he found himself pondering who truly was the reincarnated individual. Although he had opted not to divorce her for the time being, he was determined to uncover the reason behind her deception in marrying him. Moreover, to unlock the system's functionalities, he needed to fulfill the tasks presented. The thought of requiring a kiss from Bingbing sent shivers down his spine. Would he end up as a vegetable at her hands? During her school days, she had encountered unsavory individuals who attempted to assault her, yet she remained unscathed, while those thugs had been left incapacitated. Nevertheless, considering the potential rewards and penalties of the system, Chen steeled himself to proceed. Beep beep. Standing before the electronic door of the villa, Chen pressed the doorbell. Beep beep beep. He pressed several times, yet received no response, as if no one were home. Beep. With patience, he pressed once more. Before arriving, he had called Bingbing's parents to confirm her presence at home. He shouted at the door, "Bingbing, don't hide inside and remain silent. I know you're home. You have the audacity to deceive a man into marriage. Surely you can muster the courage to open the door? Open up. You have the nerve to trick a man. Now, open the door. Hurry, Bingbing, stop hiding inside. I know you're home." Inside the opulent villa, with a sweet visage and cascading black hair, Bingbing leaned against the door, her exquisite, innocent face marred by a tangle of emotions and distress. How could she have acted impulsively after a few drinks and tricked her foolish younger brother into marriage? reborn. Her intention had been to slowly simmer his affections, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Yet, one could hardly blame her for her impatience. After 3 years of pursuit, he remained as oblivious as ever. For 3 long years, he had cowered before her, seeking refuge from her presence, especially after entering university. Now that he had come, was he preparing to seek a divorce? Absolutely not. She could not allow such a thing. If this insufferable younger brother dared to mention divorce, she would unleash her wrath upon him. With such fervent thoughts, Li Ruobing opened the grand door of the villa. Casting a haughty glance at Su Chen, she feigned nonchalance and lightly inquired, "What business do you have with your sister, Bingbing?" Her delicate hands, clasped at her side, occasionally tightened into fists, betraying her anxiety. Su Chen, initially brimming with indignation and ready to confront her, found himself softened by Li Ruobing's frosty gaze. "Ahem, Bingbing, could you explain this marriage certificate?" he asked, his tone significantly less confrontational. He was not cowardly, merely exhibiting gentlemanly decorum, choosing not to stoop to petty disputes with a woman. As he produced the marriage certificate, Li Ruobing's seemingly calm, glistening eyes flitted with panic. What now? This insufferable younger brother was indeed about to propose divorce. In a moment of sheer desperation, she contemplated knocking him unconscious. If he were incapacitated, he could neither speak nor bring up the subject of divorce. With a simple yet brutal resolve, Li Ruobing leapt gracefully, her seemingly frail arm executing a swift chop against Su Chen's neck. Pain shot through him, and darkness enveloped his vision as he collapsed. Chapter 3. Successful First Card Punch. Extra Reward, Mysterious Gift Pack. Su Chen, towering at nearly 6 feet, toppled down. Fortunately, Li Ruobing was quick-witted, catching his unconscious form before he could meet the unforgiving floor. She was petite and delicate in appearance, evoking a man's instinct to protect her. Yet, at that moment, she effortlessly supported Su Chen's considerable weight, laying him gently upon the sofa. Li Ruobing perched atop the couch, her legs elegantly parted, straddling Su Chen. With her delicate fingers propping up her chin, she fell into contemplation. What was her next move? How could she prevent this insufferable younger brother from pursuing a divorce? In her previous life, she had waited in vain for him to confess his feelings, only to find herself aging into a single woman as he remained oblivious. After a car accident and her subsequent rebirth, she resolved not to wait idly any longer. This foolish younger brother had always been somewhat dim-witted. Thus, in this new life, Li Ruobing determined to take the initiative, refusing to let history repeat itself. After all, how could a story unfold if a girl did not make a move? They say a girl chasing a boy is like a thin veil. Li Ruobing had believed that by actively courting this foolish brother, she would swiftly win his heart. Initially confident due to her sweet and innocent charm, she soon realized that the more she pursued him, the further he retreated, increasingly fearful of her. Whenever he saw her, he wore an expression akin to someone fearing being devoured whole. Though she indeed harbored such desires, they were not of the carnivorous sort. Frustrated, Li Ruobing recently concluded that the reason for her lack of success with Su Chen was the scarcity of time they spent together. As the saying goes, time breeds affection. Thus, she pondered how they could cohabit, allowing for the gradual blossoming of feelings. The answer struck her: cohabitation. But how could a solitary man and woman naturally and reasonably live together? The answer was marriage. Li Ruobing couldn't help but feel a swell of pride in her own cleverness. How astute of her. Hence, she arranged a dinner with Su Chen, employing warm, inviting eyes to encourage him to drink excessively. Following that, she boldly visited the Civil Affairs Bureau to procure a marriage certificate. She had not coerced him. He had willingly succumbed to intoxication. The villa was enveloped in silence. Li Ruobing sat astride Su Chen, dressed casually in short denim shorts that showcased her slender, alabaster legs. She could feel the warmth radiating from Su Chen's body, heightening her own temperature, and sensed the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Gazing at Su Chen's handsome visage, her eyes gradually glazed over. The once little brother had blossomed into a striking young man. A delicate blush crept across her pale, frosty features. Alone together, the atmosphere grew palpably intimate. Since her enrollment in university, it had been ages since they had enjoyed such private moments together, let alone such close contact. Li Ruobing's eyes lingered on Su Chen's perfectly sculpted lips, and she felt an undeniable urge to kiss him. But could she? No. She was a goddess. How could she initiate such an act? A girl must maintain her decorum. Yet, this opportunity was fleeting. If missed, it would be lost forever. Moreover, this foolish brother was now her husband. Kissing her own husband was hardly a crime, was it? Once the thought crossed her mind, it became an insidious temptation, whispering seductively to her. Positioned atop Su Chen, her slender waist bent slowly downward. A delicate peck. Li Ruobing swiftly pressed her lips against his, intending merely to steal a fleeting kiss. However, upon contact, she found herself reluctant to part. Even considering her past life, this was her first genuine kiss. Of course, there had been playful pecks during childhood, but those hardly counted as they were mere childish pranks. Li Ruobing's beautiful eyes glistened, a hint of intoxication clouding her expression. Her innocent, sweet face now bore traces of nervousness, akin to a young girl sneaking a forbidden fruit. soft and slightly warm. The sensation felt akin to indulging in jelly. Was this what kissing felt like? It was acceptable. Seizing the rare opportunity, she decided to linger a moment longer, not because she was addicted to kissing. Just as Li Ruobing reveled in the kiss, the unconscious Su Chen began to stir. He mumbled groggily. Realizing Su Chen was awakening, Li Ruobing immediately withdrew, her cheeks flushing crimson as a cold veneer enveloped her countenance, exuding the aura of an aloof goddess. Still astride Su Chen, she assumed a regal demeanor, reminiscent of a queen with her favored consort. Bingbing. Su Chen groggily opened his eyes, a sharp pain radiating from his neck. Hiss. This female demon truly strikes with ferocity. Li Ruobing gazed down at Su Chen with an imposing demeanor. Sister Bingbing, I just want to inquire about this marriage certificate. What exactly is the situation? You need not resort to such harsh measures. From a legal standpoint, this could be construed as the murder of a spouse. A flicker of discomfort crossed Li Ruobing's eyes before she retorted. How was I to know your constitution was so frail? A mere touch, and you collapse. Su Chen thought to himself, is this what you call a gentle touch? Very well. This female demon possesses innate strength. Sister Bingbing, why did you get me drunk and deceive me into marrying you? Su Chen felt compelled to clarify this matter. Marriage is no trifling affair, and he could ascertain that this female demon was undoubtedly scheming something sinister. Of course it's because I like you. Upon this thought, a faint blush graced Li Ruobing's frosty visage, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Indeed, she was certainly plotting something. Witnessing her smile, he thought, this is the smile of a demon. It's simply because I like you. Silly younger brother, Li Ruobing sighed, her gaze filled with affection for Su Chen, and spoke in an exceedingly indulgent tone. As a young woman, she ought not to be overly reserved. She needed to take the initiative. This constituted Li Ruobing's formal confession. Having articulated her feelings so plainly, surely this foolish younger brother would comprehend her intentions? However, upon hearing Li Ruobing's confession, Su Chen displayed an expression of utter despair, as if he had seen a ghost. Sister Bingbing, I haven't provoked you in recent times. You needn't toy with me like this. Su Chen refused to believe her declaration. How could she possibly harbor feelings for him? She merely sought to torment him. Perhaps she intended to feign a confession, awaiting him to fall for her trap, only to ruthlessly cast him aside. Inflicting psychological distress upon him would undoubtedly grant this female demon a perverse pleasure. It must be so. He would not be foolish enough to fall for it. Seeing Su Chen's ghostly expression, Li Ruobing, who had initially been smiling in anticipation, immediately adopted a frosty demeanor. A chilling and perilous aura enveloped her, exuding an intense pressure. As expected, witnessing her icy countenance, Su Chen realized he had surmised her wicked intentions correctly, thus inciting her ire. Look, she is flustered. She is flustered. For reasons unbeknownst to him, observing Li Ruobing's flustered rage filled Su Chen's heart with an inexplicable exhilaration. Enough of this. Let us get serious. The reason I married you is that I am about to apply for a hosting position. This role stipulates that only married individuals are eligible, and it has long been my aspiration. But I do not have a boyfriend. I cannot simply grab a random passerby off the street to marry, can I? So after much contemplation, you, this foolish younger brother, were the only suitable choice. This was the rationale Li Ruobing had formulated long ago. This foolish younger brother was too intimidated by her, believing her every action to be tainted with ulterior motives. Thus, she could only resort to such an excuse. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Chen finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had known all along that her professed affection was merely a prank, a scheme to play tricks on him. He was aware of her aspiration, so he did not doubt the authenticity of her reasoning. Ahem, Sister Bingbing, could you please get off me? Su Chen observed her fair legs swaying before him, his gaze dimming slightly. It must be said, aside from her atrocious and violent temperament, she was indeed strikingly beautiful, her skin as white as mutton fat, and her figure voluptuous. Undeniably exquisite. Su Chen, what are you thinking? She is none other than the formidable Li Ruobing. Su Chen hastily retracted his thoughts, startled by his own musings. Oh. Initially, Li Ruobing had not deemed their position inappropriate, but at Su Chen's reminder, she belatedly realized that they were no longer children. She quickly leaped off Su Chen, her cheeks tinged with red. Su Chen curiously inquired, Sister Bingbing, why is your face a bit flushed? Li Ruobing, resembling a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, glared fiercely at Su Chen. It's so hot outside. Of course a girl would blush. Mind your own business, you silly brother. Ah, so that was it. Su Chen nodded. Having had little interaction with girls, he was unaware of such nuances. Naturally, with the exception of Li Ruobing. To Su Chen, she was not a girl, but a demon. Witnessing Su Chen genuinely believing her, Li Ruobing felt a tumult of emotions, unsure whether to be pleased or vexed. This dim-witted younger brother. I'm so thirsty. Su Chen licked his lips, noticing a peculiar sweetness. He stood up, intending to pour himself a glass of water. Just then, the system's voice echoed. Beep beep. Detection indicates the host has completed the second task option, liberating himself from a lifetime of singledom. Check-in mode is officially activated. Note, check-ins can only be performed on the same day. Late check-ins will yield no rewards. Su-Chen. When did he complete this devilish task? Prompt. Would the host like to check in now? Check in. Despite his confusion regarding the situation, Su-Chen instinctively chose to check in. Detection indicates the host has successfully checked in within the marriage chamber with Li Ruobing. To celebrate the host's first successful check-in, the system, in high spirits, has decided to bestow upon the host an additional mysterious gift package along with the check-in reward. Su-Chen. This system has become remarkably considerate in these times. Chapter 4, Goddess Bingbing. Su-Chen was utterly captivated, his legs going weak. He eagerly opened the system's page, curious about the rewards from his first check-in and the contents of that mysterious package. Although the reborn Su-Chen had intended to take life easy and enjoy his existence, if merely checking in could yield rewards from the system, why not indulge? Check-in success reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10% shares in a publicly listed company. Please take the share transfer document to the company for confirmation. Mysterious Package 1. Congratulations to the host for receiving a charm enhancement potion. Mysterious Package 2. Congratulations to the host for receiving a physique enhancement potion. Mysterious Package 3. Congratulations to the host for receiving an invulnerability potion. System note. The last gift package is a special reward from the system to celebrate the host's marital bliss. System explanation. All rewards provided by this system will be rationalized and formalized through the system's extensive capabilities, so there is no need to worry about unnecessary troubles. Su-Chen meticulously examined the system's rewards, internally praising the system for its generosity. This was indeed a rather benevolent system, unlike some in web novels that were stingy to a fault. Detection indicates the host's praise for this system, and affirmation of its superiority over others has put the system in a good mood, prompting it to grant an additional gift package. Su-Chen, the system is quite the charmer. This is the most formidable system in the universe. Other systems from online novels pale in comparison, resembling mere junior systems before you. Detected that the host is deliberately flattering. This system has revoked the additional rewards. Su-Chen examined the system's rewards, beginning with the sign-in bonus. He was granted a 10% stake in a publicly listed company, given the company's market value. This meant that Su-Chen was now a wealthy individual with assets exceeding 100 million. He had instantaneously become a billionaire. Having a system is truly exhilarating. Next came the mysterious gift package. The first item was a charm enhancement potion, which, as its name suggests, would enhance one's allure upon consumption. The second item was a physique enhancement potion, designed to bolster one's physical condition. The third item? A potion promising unwavering virility. One sip would ensure a man remained potent throughout the night. Su-Chen felt that the system was merely toying with his emotions. After all, he didn't even have a girlfriend. What use was this to him? Moreover, was this not a tad excessive? Even the most fertile of fields might be ravaged by an overly vigorous bull. The contemplation sent a shiver down his spine. Hey, Su-Chen, why are you dawdling? Aren't you thirsty? The voice of Li Ruobing snapped Su-Chen from his reverie, eliciting a reflexive jolt in his body. He chuckled. Ice, I'm just getting some water. He poured himself a glass of cool, boiled water and drank it in one go, savoring the taste. Today, for some reason, this ordinary water felt exceptionally sweet. Furthermore, why had the task completed mysteriously after he fainted? A terrifying and absurd thought blossomed in Su-Chen's mind. He glanced at Li Ruobing, who was seated on the sofa, his gaze laden with suspicion, secretly scrutinizing her lips. Her cherry-like mouth was exquisitely defined, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, appearing soft and inviting, akin to ripe cherries glistening with dew, tantalizingly beckoning him to taste. It must be said, Li Ruobing's beauty was unparalleled, devoid of flaws. She possessed an ethereal purity, yet was certainly not lacking in allure. At that moment, she sat upright, her eyes shimmering like water, betraying a hint of unease. Could this foolish younger brother have sensed that she had just kissed him? Beyond the lens, Li Ruobing always wore an imperious and aloof demeanor, an ice goddess who kept others at bay. Yet, under Su-Chen's gaze, her heart raced like a startled fawn. To mask her anxiety, she adopted an even colder demeanor, resembling a high-altitude flower that could only be admired from afar, never touched. She shot Su-Chen a fierce glare, her eyes concealing latent danger. You little brat. What are you trying to do with that look at your ice sister? Her voice, though sweet and soft, carried an oppressive weight when she assumed her high and mighty persona. Ice, you're simply too beautiful. It's hard not to be captivated, Su-Chen replied awkwardly, his response lacking sincerity. He quickly diverted his gaze, sensing the impending threat. Surely, he was overthinking it. Someone as fierce and frigid as Li Ruobing would only toy with him like a plaything. How could she possibly steal a kiss while he was unconscious? It had to be a glitch in the system. What Su-Chen failed to notice was that, opposite him, the seemingly aloof Li Ruobing had her delicate ears flushed with crimson. Her autumn-like eyes cast a lingering, wistful glance at him. Did this foolish younger brother not realize that he had just flirted with her? He had even complimented her beauty. Though she was well aware of her attractiveness, many had praised her beauty, and she had long since built an immunity to such flattery. Being complimented by this foolish brother brought her an inexplicable joy. Yet, he only flirted briefly before retreating. Was he doing it on purpose? Just to tease without deeper intent. What a cad. The more she pondered, the more vexed she became, her agitation mounting. Make yourself comfortable. It's a bit warm. I'm going to take a shower, she declared suddenly. She needed to cool off, otherwise. She feared she might succumb to the urge to devour this foolish brother. Oh, Chen cast a curious glance at Li Ruobing's retreating figure. Why did she seem so peculiar today? Was she concocting some new scheme to torment him? A chill ran down his spine. He retrieved the charm enhancement potion and the physique enhancement potion from the system rewards. The immediate priority was to strengthen his physique so that he could endure Li Ruobing's whims a bit longer. As for the third potion, it would not be needed for the time being. Downing the 2 small vials of potions yielded no distinctive taste. In fact, they were less flavorful than the water he had just consumed. Chen picked up his phone and, for the first time, opened the selfie function, using the device as a mirror. Upon catching his reflection, he was taken aback. Goodness, the man in the phone screen was strikingly handsome. Previously, while Chen had been good-looking, he had appeared youthful, his charm leaning towards that of a fresh-faced youth, lacking a certain gravitas. However, at this moment, his features appeared more refined and chiseled, and his aura had undergone a transformative shift. His current presence could rival the likes of Wu Yinzu or Guo Fuqing. In essence, he exuded an overwhelming magnetism that could leave women weak-kneed and screaming, while inciting a competitive spirit in men. Meanwhile, in the bright and spacious bathroom, Li Ruobing had finished her shower. Even in the heat, she preferred soaking in hot water due to a chronic condition that made her sensitive to cold. Rising from the bathtub, droplets cascaded down her graceful silhouette. Her curves were exquisite, her legs slender and straight. Wrapped in a white bath towel that concealed her most intimate areas while revealing a glimpse of her alabaster neck and her exquisitely beautiful oval face. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed, her complexion a perfect blend of porcelain and rose, enticingly dewy. A true embodiment of beauty. She lightly bit her lip while admiring her reflection in the mirror. So beautiful. As she prepared to change into a different outfit, an impish thought crossed her mind, and a mischievous smile graced her lips. Men were inherently lustful. What if she teased him with a wet towel? Would this foolish brother be able to withstand it? Would he be so overwhelmed that he might bleed from his nose? Li Ruobing felt a thrill of excitement at the thought. With that in mind, she wrapped her towel around herself, her long, dark hair still damp, and opened the bathroom door, calling out to the living room, Chen. I forgot to grab my clothes. Could you bring them to me? Hearing her voice, Chen became acutely alert, reluctantly responding, Ice, I'll get them right away. He remained composed, firmly believing that no enticing surprise awaited him. This demonic woman was undoubtedly plotting some trick to ensnare him. He had fallen for her antics before, and he was well acquainted with the layout of this villa's rooms. He casually retrieved a set of clothing from Li Ruobing's wardrobe. It must be said, the garments of a woman possess a certain fragrance. Chen approached the bathroom door, glancing at the partially ajar entrance with a watchful demeanor. Sister Bingbing, I brought your clothes. Should I leave them at the door? Xiao Chincheng, bring them inside. I'm not in a convenient position right now. What trickery is this witch up to again? A woman can invite him in, yet he, a full-grown man, hesitates to enter? With a heart full of valor, Chen bore a resolute expression akin to that of a warrior preparing for battle. Sister Bingbing, I'm coming in, he declared, as he stepped into the bedroom. Li Ruobing, having set her own scheme in motion, leaned against the wall in a captivating pose, casting a flirtatious glance his way. However, before she could utter another word, her enchanting expression froze in astonishment. She was utterly mesmerized by Chen's unexpected transformation. How had this foolish younger brother suddenly become so striking? He seemed to radiate light. So charming, so handsome. Li Ruobing's heart began to race uncontrollably, as if a startled deer were about to leap from her chest. Unintentionally, her legs came together. Feeling somewhat weak, why was she unable to stand? Her mind grew hazy. Leaning against the wall, she gradually slid down, her towel cascading away to reveal her exquisite figure. Chen stood momentarily stunned. What the hell? Sister Bingbing. He rushed over to support her as she slipped down the wall. Sister Bingbing, are you all right? He held her delicate form, the softness of her touch igniting his fingertips as if they were ablaze. So soft. This was Sister Bingbing, who in his heart resembled an elder sister. With fragrant beauty in his embrace, Chen felt utterly awkward, unsure where to direct his gaze, ultimately settling on the ceiling. I am fine. It's just that the bathroom lacks ventilation, and I was soaking in hot water, so I feel a bit lightheaded. Li Ruobing's sweet, innocent face had already flushed crimson, glistening like a ripe peach, exuding an enticing aroma. She felt mortified, unable to confess to her foolish younger brother that she had been dazzled by his newfound handsomeness. Chapter 5. The Art of Seduction by Sister Bingbing. Sister Bingbing, let me help you to the bed. Chen guided Li Ruobing into her room, where a plush bed awaited. Unlike the typical pastel rooms of other girls, her space boasted cooler tones and an air of aloof elegance, perfectly reflecting Li Ruobing's true nature, cold and commanding. Be careful, Sister Bingbing. He supported her soft body, afraid to apply too much pressure, lest she shatter like jelly. Suddenly, just as Su Chan was about to assist Li Ruobing onto the bed, she called out in surprise, losing her balance. In a flurry, she grasped his shirt for support. What? Su Chan had not anticipated that such a forceful tug would cause him to lose his footing as well, tumbling onto the bed with her. His body inadvertently pressed against her delicate form, and her towel loosened, reminiscent of a peeled egg, so tender and white. Xiao Qinsheng, I didn't mean to. I just lost my balance. Li Ruobing feigned innocence. Lying on the bed, her enchanting beauty resembled a blooming flower, irresistible and vulnerable. A stark contrast to her typical cold demeanor. Su Chun, witnessing this scene, felt his mind erupt in chaos. Sister Bingbing, ILL, just step outside. He hastily scrambled off her, turning to flee toward the door, his demeanor all too flustered. In the living room, anxiety churned within him, his mouth parched. He quickly poured himself a large glass of water, gulping it down in one breath. Sister Bingbing, that has been the tormenting demoness of your life for over 20 years. Do not be deceived by her delicate appearance. She must be scheming, intending to ensnare you and toy with you. Do not fall for it. Su Chun mentally chastised himself, striving to remain resolute. Such a woman, a rare gem of this world, could easily disarm him if she continued with these antics. After all, he was a normal man with typical inclinations. Meanwhile, within the room, Li Ruobing lay on her soft bed, her porcelain skin flushed like ripe fruit. Yet, a smirk played at the corners of her mouth, betraying her satisfaction at having captivated her naive younger brother. Surely, he was spellbound. His eyes had practically glazed over. Her body was indeed exquisite. Li Ruobing glanced down at her own alluring figure, realizing just how appealing she appeared. Humph, this foolish younger brother is quite the little lecher. Yet, she found his bashfulness endearingly charming. Her heart raced faster, and covering her chest with her hand, she buried her face in the pillow, muffling her thoughts. What was happening? She found herself falling increasingly for this silly younger brother. It was a quintessential youthful infatuation, far removed from her usual icy, aloof goddess persona. After a few minutes, she re-emerged into the living room, donned in a cool short-sleeve top and shorts that left little to the imagination, showcasing her long, slender legs. Upon seeing her, Su Chin's mind raced back to the recent vivid encounter, leaving him utterly embarrassed, unsure where to look. So what if he had glimpsed Sister Bingbing's body? It was hardly a monumental event. They had shared a bath together in their childhood. With this thought bolstering his confidence, he remarked, Sister Bingbing, don't you think those shorts are a tad too short? Her flawless legs were constantly in his line of sight, causing a dizzying effect. Xiao Qinsheng, since when do you dictate my attire? This is my home, and I shall wear whatever I please. Li Ruobing shot him a fierce glare, clearly irritated. Did this foolish brother dislike her beautiful legs? How vexing. All right, wear whatever you like. Su Chin relented, exasperated. Li Ruobing settled onto the sofa opposite him, reclining casually with her pristine legs draped over the coffee table, exuding an air of relaxed authority. She appeared utterly at ease, devoid of any pretense, even displaying a hint of cheekiness. This was her most authentic self. Whether she portrayed sweetness and gentleness in front of the camera or maintained a frigid demeanor in public, all were mere facades. In his presence, she was free-spirited, unconcerned with appearances. Su Chin couldn't help but ponder whether her admirers would be disillusioned to discover that their goddess behaved so casually and ungracefully at home. Sister Bingbing, why is your ankle so red and swollen? Su Chan noticed a prominent area of redness on Li Ruobing's ankle. Her fair skin made the swelling particularly conspicuous. It certainly wasn't due to his surreptitious glances. Li Ruobing casually glanced down and dismissively replied, It's nothing, just a little twist in the bathroom. Such minor injuries heal in a couple of days. She was nonchalant about the small injury, having grown accustomed to such scrapes in her childhood. Unlike other girls who might have been more delicate, the system is in a good mood and randomly grants the host a gift package. Su Chin was perplexed. He checked the gift. Random gift package. Congratulations, the host has acquired the skill of bone-setting massage. Chapter 6. The agreement to divorce in 3 months. Description. The bone-setting massage can effectively treat sprains and bruises. Su Chun claimed the skill package. Once again, he marveled at how user-friendly this system was. Sister Bingbing, your ankle is so swollen. How can you not treat it? He said with a tone of firm resolve. Let me take a look. He stood up and sat beside Li Ruobing, their proximity causing a flicker of unease in her otherwise calm eyes. So close. His scent is utterly enchanting. Hey, Xiaoqing, what are you doing? Li Ruobing's cheeks flushed as she noticed Su Chun suddenly grasping her foot, her eyes wide with surprise. Her feet were quite sensitive. At that moment, Su Chun was intently examining her delicate foot. Her petite, slender feet were as fair as snow, her toes resembling tender lotus buds, truly a vision of ethereal beauty. Coughing lightly, Su Chun realized he was focusing on the wrong aspect, and quickly cleared his throat. Sister Bingbing, I've learned some bone-setting techniques. Let me massage your ankle. If you leave it untreated, you might find walking difficult. Li Ruobing seemed unconcerned, waving her hand dismissively. It's merely a small twist, no need for such fuss. His tone grew more authoritative as he insisted, No, it must be treated. Li Ruobing was momentarily taken aback by his assertiveness. Wow, he looks so handsome when he's being forceful. But after uttering those words, Su Chen felt a wave of anxiety. Would she retaliate with a fierce reprimand? Just as Su Chen was filled with uncertainty, he heard Li Ruobing's voice. Oh, do as you wish. Surprised, he thought, Sister Bingbing is unusually agreeable today. She must need something from me. Otherwise, in the past, my sternness would have sent her into a fury. Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her usual composed demeanor. Yet Su Chen was too fixated on her foot to notice. He placed her injured foot on his knee and began to massage it with both hands, employing a technique that showcased his newfound skill. The first sensation from her delicate foot was its softness and smoothness. It felt as though he could squeeze water from it with the slightest pressure. Su Chen was wholly absorbed in the task, his expression serious, while Li Ruobing gradually calmed from her earlier fluster. However, her foot was indeed very sensitive, and a subtle blush crept across her exquisitely pale face. Is this silly brother doing it on purpose? When did he learn to massage? She knew him well, even down to the colors of his undergarments. Was he trying to get closer to her under the pretense of helping? This foolish brother was quite the little lecher. Yet, she found herself unbothered by his advances. Instead, it felt sweet, almost like candy. Li Ruobing's gaze was uncontrollably drawn to Su Chen's charming and handsome face. A serious man exudes a certain allure. No, it's my earnest little Chung that truly captivates. Sister Bingbing, does it still hurt? Should I be gentler? Are you comfortable? Su Chen, uncertain of his skill's effectiveness, inquired cautiously while continuing to massage. He dared not apply too much pressure, lest he provoke the wrath of this formidable woman. Sister Bingbing? After several unanswered questions, he instinctively looked up to check on her. However, as he did, he was met with Li Ruobing's irate voice. You little brat. No peeking. Dare to look over here, and I'll poke your eyes out. With a fierce stomp of her other foot on his back, she asserted her dominance. Okay. Su Chen replied, lowering his head to continue the massage. Indeed, the notion that Sister Bingbing had become shy and sweet was merely an illusion. Hand me a tissue. If one listened closely, they would detect a hint of unnaturalness in Li Ruobing's voice. After about 10 minutes of massage, Li Ruobing curiously rotated her ankle, discovering that the pain she had felt earlier had completely vanished, no matter how she twisted it. Even medication could not yield such rapid relief. Had Su Chen achieved this merely through massage? How extraordinary. Hey, Xiaoqing, where did you learn this massage technique? Li Ruobing inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Su Chen replied calmly, I picked it up from watching videos online. Thanks to the system's assurances, the rewards he received would manifest in a natural manner. Sure enough, Li Ruobing accepted this explanation without suspicion. The atmosphere then fell into a comfortable silence. Su Chen glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight, and he had almost forgotten the purpose of his visit. He picked up the marriage certificate from the table and addressed Li Ruobing, Sister Bingbing. When does your audition for the host position end? Li Ruobing's expression turned icy, her gaze sharp. Why do you ask? Of course, to discuss our divorce. Once your audition concludes, we can finalize it. Divorce had been Su Chen's intention all along. He and Sister Bingbing shared no romantic feelings. They were not even akin to a couple, so it was inevitable. Moreover, he had already activated the clocking in mode. Even if they divorced now, it shouldn't disrupt the process. Yet, he needed to wait until Li Ruobing's audition was complete to proceed. Though she appeared fierce, she was akin to his sister to him, and he would naturally offer his assistance. Li Ruobing glared at Su Chen, momentarily silent. Her gaze made him feel vulnerable, as if she might strike him down in an instant and erase all traces of him. Had he offended her in some way? Li Ruobing finally broke her silence, stating calmly, the audition will last another 3 months. Su Chen frowned. 3 months? After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, very well, then 3 months later. Regardless of whether you succeed in the audition, we shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and divorce. All right, Xiao Chen, in 3 months, we shall proceed with the divorce. Li Ruobing remarked playfully as she gazed at Su Chen, her eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. 3 months was ample time. She was determined to conquer this foolish younger brother of hers. He would not escape her grasp. Under her intense scrutiny, Su Chen felt an inexplicable chill. She resembled a fierce gray wolf, and he, her unsuspecting prey. The glint in her eyes was resolute and predatory. What sinister plots was Sister Bingbing concocting to torment him this time? A shiver ran down Su Chen's spine. He carefully tucked away their marriage certificate and cautioned, Sister Bingbing, this matter of our marriage must remain a secret between us. It cannot reach the ears of a third party. As a public figure and one of the most prominent stars, any news of her marriage would undoubtedly impact her career. Oh, Li Ruobing replied lazily, her demeanor nonchalant. Su Chen pondered for a moment before earnestly adding, moreover, it is imperative that my parents, as well as uncle and aunt, remain oblivious. If they discover that I have married Sister Bingbing, the situation will spiral out of control. My parents have instilled in me since childhood the notion of marrying Bingbing when I grow up. They dream of her as their daughter-in-law. As for Bingbing's parents, her mother is relatively easygoing, but her father is a different story. Li Bo, her father, is a devoted father who never allows any male suitors near his daughter. Despite Bingbing graduating 3 years ago, she has yet to have a boyfriend. I suspect her father is secretly obstructing her. In his eyes, I am no different than his son, an unsuitable match, incapable of wooing his daughter. But should Li Bo learn that I have obtained a marriage certificate with Bingbing, it would be akin to a cherished cabbage being snatched by a pig raised by the neighbor. Li Bo would surely crush me. He is a champion in both sanda and boxing, possessing formidable strength. Although I am the one coerced into this marriage, such an explanation would garner no belief. After all, who is Li Ruobing? She is the current goddess of the nation, adored by countless suitors. Would such a goddess deceive an undergraduate into marriage? It is utterly implausible. Li Ruobing flashed a sweet, sincere smile at Su Chen. Rest assured, Xiao Qinshan, I shall not mention our marriage to anyone. With that, Su Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, unaware of the sly smirk that had crept onto Li Ruobing's lips, reminiscent of a cunning little fox. She would not speak of it herself, but what if unforeseen circumstances arose? This foolish brother is so adorably naive. Chapter 7. What job? Sister will support you. After reaching an agreement with Sister Bingbing, Su Chen found himself surprisingly at peace with the notion of being a married man. After all, in 3 months, they would part ways, and he would emerge unscathed. Men remarrying is hardly scandalous. Yet, he worried. Would Sister Bingbing also become a second-time bride? Would she be looked down upon by the man she truly loves for having been married before? Quickly, Su Chen dismissed these thoughts. Rising from the sofa to address Li Ruobing. Sister Bingbing, I must take my leave. I need to return to school. Being in her presence left him perpetually on edge, fearing that she might devise some wicked scheme to torment him. Upon hearing Su Chen's intention to depart, Li Ruobing's brow furrowed slightly, her tone icy. What business do you have at school right now? Did this foolish brother truly wish to evade her company? Su Chen hastily concocted a flimsy excuse. Sister Bingbing, I need to attend class. I have a lecture this afternoon. Just as his words left his lips, Li Ruobing tossed a smartphone in his direction. Su Chen yelped as it struck him. He picked it up, glancing at the screen, and felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. The display revealed his class schedule. There was no mistaking it. Feeling awkward, he scratched his head. I might have misremembered. Yet, he remained resolute in his decision to leave. Fabricating another reason. Sister Bingbing, I am nearing graduation and must prepare my sum and practice for interviews, or else I shall become an unemployed drifter post-graduation. In truth, he simply did not wish to remain in Li Ruobing's company. Firstly, he feared her potential to torment him. Secondly, this enchanting woman exuded such allure that being near her threatened to destabilize his resolve. Should his thoughts be revealed to his fellow male compatriots, they would undoubtedly drown him in envy. While other boys would yearn for even a fleeting moment with Li Ruobing, Su Chen was preoccupied with thoughts of escape. Li Ruobing's gaze grew increasingly frosty, akin to a razor-sharp blade. Did this insufferable brother truly wish to leave? Did he perceive her as a fearsome tiger? Something to be avoided? As Li Ruobing's expression grew more menacing, Su Chen's desire to flee intensified. Stay here. I'm already injured. How can you leave? Is finding a job truly that paramount? Once you graduate, I shall support you. Su Chen, realizing the gravity of her words, felt a mix of resignation and intrigue. If only he hadn't grown up under her shadow, enduring her whims and witnessing her tempestuous nature. Faced with such a stunning beauty who professed to support him, he would have leaped at the opportunity. Rich sister, I'm hungry. Feed me. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of soft rice? And without any scouring pads, no less. Reluctantly, he sat back down, acutely aware of Li Ruobing's recent injury. It wouldn't be right to leave her in such a state. Seeing Su Chen's unwilling demeanor only fueled Li Ruobing's ire. This insufferable brother was utterly lacking in romantic sensibility. She had extended her hand, and he had the audacity to reject it. Cohabitation was a must. She needed to devise a plan to ensure he would reside with her, fostering feelings over time, thus securing him within her grasp in 3 months. As Li Ruobing simmered in frustration, her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. She glanced at the screen, her tone dismissive. What is it? On the other end, a young man's voice resonated. Miss Bingbing, I have secured a reservation at a Michelin restaurant. Are you free this evening? Li Ruobing's impatience was palpable. I am unavailable. I have work this evening. The young man persisted. Bingbing, I confirmed with your manager that you have no scheduled engagements tonight. This restaurant is notoriously difficult to book. I spent 2 weeks securing this reservation. Li Ruobing's exquisite features reflected her growing annoyance. I said I'm busy. Goodbye. Without waiting for further discussion, she abruptly ended the call, her actions decisive and unyielding. Frustrated, she tossed her phone onto the sofa, her already foul mood further exacerbated. Observing this, Su Chen, well acquainted with Li Ruobing's temperament, recognized the danger looming in the air. He instinctively shifted further away, noticing his small gesture. Li Ruobing's mood soured even more. Su Chen, if you move any farther, I swear I'll tie you up and give you a good thrashing. Su Chen, well aware of her temper, could only sigh. Su Chen finally returned to his original position. Li Ruobing raised an eyebrow, clearly dissatisfied, and emphatically patted the space beside her. Commanding, sit here. Su Chen complied. Currently, Li Ruobing exuded an aura of danger, and it was wise to avoid provoking her. Otherwise, one would personally experience the immense strength of a girl capable of shattering a sandbag with a single punch. By the way, who called you just now, Bingbing? Chen inquired nonchalantly. He had overheard the voice of a young man, seemingly inviting Li Ruobing to dinner, which stirred an inexplicable sense of vigilance within him. Li Ruobing was in a foul mood, and in Chen's presence, she always revealed her true self, venting her frustration. That idiot Wang. Relying on the fact that he's the son of the company boss, he flaunts himself in front of me every day. I've clearly rejected him. Yet he continues to buzz around like a fly. It's infuriating. Chen pondered how Li Ruobing's admirers would react if they saw their gentle and sweet goddess cursing like this. Listening to Li Ruobing's complaints, Chen recalled the rumors circulating online a few days ago, suggesting that Li Ruobing had a boyfriend. During her interview, a man had arrived in a sports car, presenting her with gifts, including roses, indicating a close relationship. Though not particularly invested in online gossip, Chen felt the need to delve into this matter. For Li Ruobing was akin to family to him, having watched her grow up. Naturally, he needed to stay informed. Even if she were to have a boyfriend in the future, he would still have to keep an eye on things. The idiot Li Ruobing spoke of was likely the son of her management company's owner. The company, Huang Media, was a publicly traded entity and ranked among the top 5 talent agencies in the country, boasting a plethora of signed artists and abundant resources. Suddenly, Chen had a revelation. He opened the system interface to review the stock authorization document he had received as a reward. To his surprise, it was from this very company, and he held a 10% stake, making him the largest shareholder. As he contemplated this, something unexpectedly pressed against his thigh. Chen was startled. Bingbing, what are you doing? At that moment, Li Ruobing had reclined, resting her head on his thigh, her slender legs extended across the sofa. She gazed up at him, her face tilted back. Their eyes met, and Chen could clearly see her entire face. Her skin was flawless, pale, and tender, almost as if it could glisten with dew. Her eyes sparkled, seemingly filled with the stars and the ocean. In this position, it felt as if he could easily lean down and kiss her with the slightest movement. Li Ruobing held his gaze, their eyes blurring together, reflecting each other's faces. With an air of authority, Li Ruobing declared, I'm tired, so I'm borrowing your leg to rest. Chen could only shake his head in exasperation. There are cushions on the sofa, why rest on my leg? Li Ruobing raised an eyebrow, exuding a regal demeanor. Everything in this house belongs to me, including you. If I want to lean, I will. Hey, Xiao Chen, she teased. Were you just staring at me because you wanted to kiss me? Her sultry voice was like soft feathers, playfully teasing his heart, making him feel restless and uneasy. Chen's throat felt constricted as he quickly denied it. I did not. He tried to maintain a serious demeanor, perplexed by the mischief this girl was up to. Xiao Chen, if you want to kiss me, it's not impossible. If you're that eager, I can allow it, she said, closing her eyes as if inviting him to indulge. Staring at her exquisite face and those delicate, pink lips, Chen swallowed hard. In Chapter 8, provoked, he leaned in and kissed her. Here lay a seemingly innocent and sweet girl, reclining on his thigh, displaying a flirtatious demeanor, and even closing her eyes to await his kiss. Truth be told, any normal man, unless grappling with issues of orientation, would find it impossible to resist such temptation and provocation. Chen's throat surged with anticipation. She was indeed challenging him. She must have thought he wouldn't dare. With a hint of defiance, he thought, kiss her. What kind of man would shy away? His eyes reddened, and his fair, handsome face was marred by the throbbing of his veins. He leaned down, and their lips met with a soft pop. This position, with her below and him above, was perfectly suited for a kiss. This was, in essence, his first kiss. Though they had shared innocent pecks in their childhood, the significance was entirely different now. Her lips felt exquisitely soft. The initial contact was cool, but quickly warmed to a tender, moist sensation. It was nothing like gelatin, far more pleasurable. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing, eyes closed, had assumed he wouldn't dare to kiss her, so she held no expectations, merely indulging in her mischievous play. The sight of her shy, blushing little brother was utterly delightful. Yet, just as she had anticipated nothing, her lips were suddenly claimed by his kiss. Her eyes snapped wide open. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Li Ruobing's mind raced, overwhelmed by the speed of her thoughts, yet it felt as if her brain had short-circuited. She had never expected her little brother to be so bold today. He truly kissed her. Oh my. With his charming face so close, her heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her chest, and breathing became difficult. Not only was Li Ruobing stunned, Chen was equally bewildered. Fueled by bravado, he had indeed kissed her. He froze, unsure of what to do next. Typically, a kiss would deepen, accompanied by a man's wandering hands. But he could not muster the courage. He feared that should he dare to touch, Li Ruobing would retaliate. In that moment, he felt as if his very life no longer belonged to him. Would Li Ruobing be furious? Would she harm him? He recalled the time a few thugs attempted to assault Li Ruobing, only to be left incapacitated, destined to a life in a wheelchair. Surely, his fate would be even more dire, given that he had crossed the line in a far worse manner. Realizing this, Chen quickly ended the kiss. As their lips parted, a delicate, glistening thread seemed to connect them. Bingbing, you provoked me. You should know that men cannot be challenged, Chen remarked, feeling quite guilty as he glanced at her face. Surely, Li Ruobing must be wearing a furious expression now. Surely, her expression must resemble that of a devil, instilling a sense of dread. Deep within, one might assume she harbors a desire to rend him to pieces. Merely contemplating this notion, Chen's heart raced with trepidation, overwhelmed by guilt. What kind of thief? A flower thief. His gaze slowly descended upon Li Ruobing's visage. In that moment, he found himself entranced. Li Ruobing's expression was devoid of menace, lacking the typical sinister aura or a fierce countenance. Instead, her lips parted ever so slightly, her cheeks radiating a delicate blush, and her alluring eyes exuded a hint of bashfulness and innocence. Such a demeanor was utterly unorthodox. His heart seemed to seize. Wake up. This must be a fade crafted by a demon. Do not be deceived. Consequently, Chen dared not move, maintaining his prior posture. He sensed that any erratic motion could result in being sent flying by Li Ruobing's kick. Wait, who am I? Where am I? Why can I not recall the events that just transpired? Suddenly, Li Ruobing blinked innocently, her long eyelashes fluttering like two butterflies in flight. She nonchalantly rose and meandered toward her room, as if experiencing a bout of intermittent amnesia. Chen thought to himself, do not regard me as a fool. Upon witnessing Li Ruobing step into her chamber and close the door, his heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally settled. To his astonishment, was everything truly fine? Had he emerged unscathed? No beating, no being kicked aside. Li Ruobing had simply let him be? Logically speaking, given Li Ruobing's temperament, she would surely have exploded with rage at being so audaciously kissed and would have retaliated fiercely. Yet, she did not. Could it be? Perhaps Sister Bingbing harbors feelings for me? Well, this thought was swiftly dismissed by Chen himself. This was one of life's grand illusions. How could Sister Bingbing possibly like him? To her, he was likely nothing more than a toy or a pet. It is often said that calm prevails before the storm. Li Ruobing was undoubtedly concocting a more severe retaliation in her room. Yes, that must be the case. One must remain vigilant, beware of her potential schemes. Chen felt as though his life had plunged into an abyss of despair. He wondered how many blows his newly enhanced physique could withstand from Li Ruobing. Meanwhile, within her room, Li Ruobing pressed a hand against her racing heart, while the other caressed her lips, her expression reflecting a mixture of ecstasy and infatuation. That clumsy brother's kiss was rather uncouth. However, she found herself delightfully enamored. It seemed this foolish brother was indeed quite the rogue. A sweet smile graced Li Ruobing's face, as if she had discovered the correct code to win over Chen. Chapter 9. Sister, let me be your girlfriend. As Li Ruobing recalled the kiss, she gently bit her lip, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, tinged with playful reproach. That silly brother truly was incorrigible. Those who knew Li Ruobing would be taken aback by her bashful demeanor. The sight of such a high and aloof celebrity exhibiting such girlish innocence was utterly astonishing. After a while, once her heart had calmed, she finally emerged from her room and settled at her vanity. Her makeup collection was minimal, for her naturally radiant skin required only sunscreen and moisturizer. Beside her cosmetics lay a row of bookshelves, adorned with various volumes, the titles of which could be discerned: The Actor's Self-Cultivation, An Introduction to Stock Investment, To Capture a Man's Heart, First Capture His Stomach, A Woman Chases a Man, Separated by a Veil, How to Make the Men Around You Fall in Love with You. Before long, a knock resounded at Li Ruobing's door, followed by Chen's voice from outside. Sister Bingbing, it's time to eat. I've ordered takeout. Li Ruobing closed the book in her hands and calmly responded, understood. She opened the door, and upon seeing Li Ruobing, Chen instinctively stepped back a pace, maintaining a safe distance. Noticing his retreat, Li Ruobing raised an eyebrow in displeasure. Are you serious about stepping back? Sister Bingbing, I ordered your favorites: sweet and sour ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and sweet and sour fish. Under Li Ruobing's gaze, Chen's thoughts wandered back to the kiss, his attention inadvertently fixating on her luscious, enticing lips. They appeared so soft. Moreover, Sister Bingbing was undeniably beautiful. Phrases such as like a fish sinking or a swan flying, pure as ice and flawless as jade, and a beauty to captivate nations, seemed crafted solely for her. No wonder she had skyrocketed to fame in just 2 years, becoming a leading figure in the entertainment industry. Of course, her talent was equally commendable. Her acting skills were exceptional, and her singing and dancing were equally impressive. Li Ruobing cast a sidelong glance at Chen, ignoring him as she proceeded into the living room. Realizing her apparent annoyance over the kiss, Chen understood that she was likely contemplating how to punish him. They sat at the dining table, where Chen unveiled the takeout. The dishes looked appetizing, vibrant, and aromatic, whetting their appetites. He opened the meal, rubbed the disposable chopsticks to remove any residual splinters, and then handed the chopsticks and rice to Li Ruobing. She accepted them with ease and began to eat. Chen did not rush to start. Instead, he meticulously removed the bones from the sweet and sour fish and placed the prepared fish meat into Li Ruobing's bowl. Li Ruobing adored fish, yet struggled with the bones, often getting them caught in her throat, leading Su Chen to develop the habit of deboning fish for her. After completing this task, he finally began to eat. Just as he had taken a couple of bites, Li Ruobing offered him a piece of scrambled egg with her chopsticks. Su Chen glanced at her but said nothing, continuing to eat normally. They both enjoyed scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Although Li Ruobing disliked eggs while Su Chen had an aversion to tomatoes. And so, they fell into a comfortable silence. Halfway through the meal, Li Ruobing suddenly paused, wiped her lips with a napkin, and turned to Su Chen, her voice straightforward. Xiao Chensheng, do you have a girlfriend? Su Chen, caught off guard mid-bite, replied, no. Li Ruobing stated directly, then let me be your girlfriend. Su Chen was taken aback, almost choking on his food. What was this? A confession? Was this a new prank? He felt a surge of caution. Was today April Fool's Day? He promptly rejected her. No, I am a man you cannot have. Surely, she had some ulterior motive. He would not be fooled. Chapter 10, Sister Bingbing is quite skilled. Thus, Li Ruobing's second confession was met with Su Chen's refusal, inciting her ire. This scoundrel, who had just kissed her, now had the audacity to turn her down. Having finished her meal, she seized a freshly washed cucumber and bit into it with a crunch. Upon hearing the sound of the cucumber being bitten in half, Su Chen felt an inexplicable chill run through him. How ferocious Sister Bingbing is. If that bite had landed elsewhere, would it not have resulted in a complete severance of lineage? Su Chen suspected she was merely trying to intimidate him. What on earth was she plotting? Never mind. No point in overthinking. He might as well continue to eat. A lack of enthusiasm for dining indicates a troubling mindset. Lowering his head, he resumed his meal. As a laid-back slacker, his favorite pastimes were eating, sleeping, and gaming. Li Ruobing sat on the sofa, legs crossed, glaring at Su Chen with disdain. This foolish brother of hers was taking his meal so seriously. Was the food truly that delectable? Could anything possibly compare to the allure of a fair-skinned, luscious beauty like herself? What a dimwit, utterly devoid of romantic sensibilities. Yet, there was something undeniably charming about his earnestness while eating. Why had her silly brother suddenly become so captivating? Over the past 2 years in the entertainment industry, she had encountered numerous handsome men, be they fresh-faced youths or mature, charismatic actors, yet none could rival her brother's appeal. Could it be that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder? While Su Chen immersed himself in his meal, he sensed an unsettling gaze fixated upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. He knew this was Li Ruobing's death stare. After finishing their meal, Su Chen remained in Li Ruobing's villa. During this time, she busied herself with scripts while he indulged in gaming in the computer room, which was quite comfortable. Su Chen was engaged in a game called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, colloquially known as Chicken Dinner. The villa boasted top-of-the-line computers, making the experience exceedingly enjoyable. Li Ruobing was in the living room sifting through scripts, growing increasingly frustrated as none met her approval. The scripts were all idle romance dramas, focusing heavily on the romantic entanglements of the leads. Li Ruobing had no fondness for such scripts. The intimate scenes were too frequent, often featuring the female lead being forcefully kissed. Since her debut, she had one steadfast rule: no kissing scenes. She disliked the idea of her silly brother feeling jealous. In her 2 major hit dramas, she played the second female lead in one and the leading lady in the other, both of which were mystery thrillers with little romantic content. These dramas were crafted by the enigmatic and renowned screenwriter known only as S, who produced scripts at a glacial pace, releasing only one each year. Due to her unique stipulation, many excellent scripts had been turned down by Li Ruobing. Had it not been for this requirement, she would have achieved even greater fame. After scanning through script after script, feeling increasingly vexed, Li Ruobing stood up. What was her silly brother doing at this moment? She walked towards the computer room. Before she could get close, she heard Su Chen's furious voice from within. Damn, LYB, if you have the guts, jump to the airport. Steal guns. Run. The boss is coming. Li Ruobing recognized the game. It was one of the most popular games at present. She recalled reading that when your boyfriend is engrossed in gaming, you shouldn't resent his lack of time for shopping or movies, but should instead engage with him and share in the joy. For girls, shopping is a hobby. But for boys, gaming is akin to life itself. While she didn't fully agree with this sentiment, she was willing to make an exception for her silly brother. Approaching Su Chen, she said, Su Chen, I want to play chicken. Su Chen, wearing headphones, had not heard her clearly. After dying in the game, he removed his headphones and asked, Sister Bingbing, what did you say? Li Ruobing replied, I want to play chicken with you. She pointed at the computer screen, eager to duo with her silly brother. Su Chen glanced at Li Ruobing's stunningly beautiful and icy visage. Could a superstar really enjoy such a violent shooting game? All right, Sister Bingbing, you can log in, and we'll play the next round together. He did not refuse. Who wouldn't relish gaming with a girl, especially one with such a melodious voice? Wasn't this preferable to hiring a gaming companion? Li Ruobing settled into the other top-tier computer desk beside Su Chen, and a delightful fragrance wafted into the air, causing Su Chen's heart to race slightly. The computer room in the villa was equipped with 2 high-end computers. Yet one thing puzzled Su Chen. Why had Li Ruobing installed 2 computers when she lived alone? Don't ask. Just chalk it up to her being a wealthy and willful woman. Sister Bingbing, when we jump, you handle looting supplies, and I'll take care of the enemies. If you get knocked down, Just crawl to safety, and I'll come to rescue you after taking care of them. As a man, there was an inherent desire to impress in front of a girl, and Su Chen was no exception. After all, he was an experienced player with over 3,000 hours under his belt. Li Ruobing responded coolly, logging into her account. In truth, she was familiar with the game, having practiced privately because she knew Su Chen enjoyed it. The game commenced. Jumping from the plane, they landed, only for the screen to go dark. Oh no, no gun. Su Chen exclaimed, Sister Bingbing. That guy has only a sliver of health left. I've punched him so many times, he's definitely badly injured. To his utter disbelief, their initial attempt had gone awry, and he was the first to fall. With a KD ratio of 10 over 3,000 hours. Was this secret about to be exposed? Sister Bingbing, don't panic, take your time. If all else fails, just run. Su Chen took on the role of commander. Li Ruobing remained remarkably calm. She picked up a powerful gun, albeit lacking any attachments or even a basic scope. From across the street in P City, she headshot the two opponents with precision. Su Chen, is this a hack? After eliminating the foes, Li Ruobing rushed over to help the downed Su Chen without even looting the bodies. The game continued. In the following rounds, Su Chen called out, Sister Bingbing, save me. Sister Bingbing, I'm down again. Sister Bingbing, quick, save me. I'm already a dancer. Sister Bingbing, do you want a 98K? Sister Bingbing, do you need a level 3 helmet? Sister Bingbing, do you want a medkit? Li Ruobing replied coolly, no? What do you want then? Su Chen queried. I want you, she declared. Su Chen was taken aback. Today's gaming experience had been delightful. The thrill of lying low felt invigorating. Truly, being a slacker suited him. His stomach was not well. It was best to indulge in soft meals. During their gaming session, Li Ruobing received a call from her best friend, Chen Xiuxiu. Ice, the stunning beauty. Let's go shopping. Hermes has released new styles that are simply exquisite, and there's a new dessert shop that is said to be incredibly delicious. Li Ruobing pursed her lips. Her demeanor frosty. I'm not going. Chen Xiuxiu was puzzled. Ice, why not? You have no schedule today, right? Li Ruobing replied coldly. Embodying the essence of an ice queen, I have no time. I'm playing games with my silly brother. Chen Xiuxiu was left speechless. No love left. Chen Xiuxiu and Li Ruobing were university classmates with an exceptionally close bond, and she was well aware of Li Ruobing's true nature. Despite the gentle and sweet image Li Ruobing projected on camera, adored by fans as the sweet goddess, in reality, she embodied the persona of an ice-cold goddess. Countless admirers, both seniors and juniors, had pursued her during their university years. Yet, Li Ruobing held no interest in any of them, not even offering a semblance of kindness, leading Chen Xiuxiu to ponder whether Li Ruobing had an aversion to men altogether. She resembled an iceberg, frigid and unyielding, destined never to thaw. Brother? Chen Xiuxiu paused, then inquired, is that the younger brother you mentioned, the one you want to pursue? Indeed, Li Ruobing replied with a nonchalant tone. Pray tell, what manner of extraordinary being is your younger brother? May we not have a glimpse of the man who captivates the heart of a goddess such as yourself? Chen Xiuxiu's curiosity was piqued. Not long ago, Li Ruobing had surprisingly asked her how one might pursue a boy. The very question had shattered Chen Xiuxiu's understanding of the world. This was Li Ruobing, the reigning superstar, the aloof goddess. The notion that she would take the initiative to chase a boy was unfathomable. After all, the number of men vying for Li Ruobing's affection could encircle the globe. With a mere beckon of her finger, elites from the business realm, titans of the entertainment industry, and scions of wealthy families would eagerly present themselves for her selection. Upon hearing Chen Xiuxiu's words, a glint of wariness appeared in Li Ruobing's icy eyes as she decisively proclaimed, don't even think about it. My brother is meant for my eyes alone. Chen Xiuxiu, caught off guard, exclaimed, what a domineering CEO attitude. Such possessiveness. Yet how enticing. She found herself utterly entranced by her friend's demeanor. Curiously, she inquired, what game are you playing, Ice Goddess? Li Ruobing glanced at her screen and replied, PUBG. On the other end of the line, Chen Xiuxiu immediately erupted in excitement, exclaiming, Ice Goddess, take me with you. I adore playing PUBG. In addition to being a singer, Chen Xiuxiu was also an avid gamer, the kind who loved playing despite her lack of skill. She possessed every in-game skin available. Oh, Ice Goddess, allow me, your humble novice, to accompany you. I can shield you from bullets, assist with your aim, and dye your skins. Chen Xiuxiu quickly sought to ingratiate herself. Ice Goddess, you are a master player with a KD ratio of 7. Li Ruobing's expression remained indifferent. No, I cannot take you along. Chen Xiuxiu was bewildered. Why not? Ice Goddess, please take me. I could be your devoted follower. Li Ruobing cast a glance at Su Chen's seat, now vacant as he had stepped away. I simply wish to enjoy a sweet duo with my brother, without any distractions. Chen Xiuxiu protested. Ice Goddess, we have been close friends for years. Surely our friendship outweighs the presence of a man. Li Ruobing's response was merciless. It does not. Chen Xiuxiu gasped. Was she really subjecting herself to such humiliation? At that moment, Su Chen returned. Li Ruobing stated, enough of our conversation. I am off to play. Hey, Ice Goddess, beautiful, take me with you. The line went dead, leaving Chen Xiuxiu fuming. That wretched younger brother had stolen her Ice Goddess away. She demanded the return of her aloof deity. Su Chen and Li Ruobing spent the entire afternoon gaming, an experience unlike any other for Su Chen. The girl had a melodious voice, was stunningly beautiful, and possessed remarkable skills. Suddenly, he thought it would be wonderful to always be with Li Ruobing, as it would mean a lifetime of gaming companionship, enjoying the company of a goddess while gaming for free. As he glanced at the clock, Su Chen realized it was nearly dinner time. Ice goddess, should we order takeout or cook ourselves? Li Ruobing removed her headset and looked out the window at the encroaching night. We shall go out to eat shortly. Su Chen was perplexed. Ice goddess, why go out? We can eat at home. It's less trouble. He was a lazybones, reluctant to step out for a meal. Li Ruobing raised an eyebrow, her demeanor frosty. We are going out. Do you have any objections? Su Chen shook his head. None. At around 7 o'clock, he called out. Ice goddess, are you ready? We should head out. Coming. Li Ruobing responded as she emerged. The moment Su Chen laid eyes on her attire, he was instantly captivated. She was stunning. Dressed in a delicate black gown with her hair elegantly styled, her exquisite face was accentuated by light makeup, making her features appear even more refined. She stood tall in high heels, exuding an aura of elegance akin to a queen preparing for a grand ball. Astounding. Su Chen found himself momentarily rendered speechless. This was the first time he had witnessed Li Ruobing so beautifully adorned, and the impact was far more striking than what he had seen on screen. Do I look beautiful, Xiao Qingqing? Li Ruobing asked, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction as she observed his mesmerized expression. Su Chen quickly regained his composure, averting his gaze and replying, mediocre, just slightly more attractive than the average person. He dared not lavish her with compliments, knowing it would only inflate her ego. As he turned away, the smile on Li Ruobing's lips grew ever more affectionate. Silly brother, are you shy? How adorable. What a lustful little brother. She found it amusing that merely a bit of makeup had so thoroughly enchanted him. Put this on, she said, handing Su Chen an outfit. Huh. He took the clothes and discovered they were a high-end black suit, accompanied by a pair of black leather shoes. Confused, he asked, Ice goddess, why must we dress so formally just to go out for dinner? Li Ruobing shot him a frosty glare. Are you going to wear it or not? Fine. Su Chen conceded. He retreated to change, quickly donning the suit, which fit him surprisingly well. Rarely did he wear formal attire, as it felt too constraining and did not suit his laid-back nature. After changing, he stood before the mirror, and his gaze froze. He stared at the dapper figure in the suit, radiating an air of elite charisma, unable to look away. How incredibly handsome. He was not exaggerating. He had never seen a man as dashing as himself in this lifetime or the last. Outside, Li Ruobing was equally eager, curious to see how her silly brother would look in a suit. Surely, he would appear strikingly handsome. As she anticipated his appearance, Su Chen emerged from his room, clad in his sharp attire. The moment Li Ruobing laid eyes on him, her usually cool and aloof gaze widened in astonishment. Silly brother, you look so handsome. Li Ruobing felt a twinge of regret for having dressed him so well. Taking him out like this would surely attract the attention of countless shameless girls. Sister Bingbing, how are you? Su Chen stood before Li Ruobing, deliberately showcasing his physique. This young lady must be captivated by his charm, no? Upon returning home, he should opt for his usual attire. This outfit does not suit you at all. Li Ruobing approached, unreasonably shoving Su Chen back into the room. Her tone was not its usual calmness. Instead, it bore a hint of irritation. Hey, Sister Bingbing, take it easy, be gentle. Half an hour later, Su Chen and Li Ruobing alighted from the car, arriving at an upscale restaurant. At this moment, Li Ruobing donned sunglasses and a black mask, even without revealing her face. Her tall figure and icy demeanor effortlessly attracted numerous gazes. Beside her, Su Chen, although modestly dressed, also garnered quite a bit of attention. He wore casual attire, lacking the striking impact of his previous suit, yet still exuding charm that caught the eyes of many young ladies. Su Chen observed the restaurant with curiosity. The patrons coming and going were predominantly couples, appearing to be romantic partners. He was aware that this establishment was renowned as a premier dating spot in the capital, not only due to its exorbitant prices, but also because it required reservations in advance. He turned to Li Ruobing beside him, inquiring, Sister Bingbing, doesn't this place seem rather unsuitable for the two of us? After all, they were not a couple. Li Ruobing, her visage obscured by sunglasses and a mask, emanated an air of aloof elegance that kept strangers at bay. She replied coolly, a friend gave me 2 discount coupons that expire today. I just remembered. And you happen to be at home. Chapter 12. Is sister not beautiful? Su Chen noted the key phrase. Thus, it seemed that Li Ruobing had brought him here merely as an afterthought. Clearly, she wished for him not to overthink it. The two entered the towering building before them and took the elevator to the 79th floor. The restaurant was dimly lit, adorned with numerous candles, while the background music featured live piano performances, creating a truly romantic atmosphere. It was indeed deserving of its reputation as the ultimate dating venue. Su Chen had never been on a date, nor had he ever had a girlfriend. Despite the numerous love letters he received throughout his life, he had never accepted any. Perhaps the torment inflicted by Li Ruobing in their youth had left him with a lingering shadow, rendering him indifferent to the affections of other girls. Moreover, having witnessed Li Ruobing's beauty since childhood, his standards had become exceedingly high. The girls who confessed their feelings for him, class beauties and campus queens, paled in comparison to Sister Bingbing's radiance. He could not possibly bring home a girl who would invite ridicule from Liruobing for his poor taste. That simply would not do. Thus, he set a personal goal. In the future, he must find a girlfriend who surpasses Liruobing in beauty. Alright, that was a daunting requirement. Perhaps he could lower the bar a little. At the very least, she should be on par with Liruobing. Their seats were positioned by the window. From this lofty vantage point, one could behold a significant portion of the city's skyline, a tapestry of lights shimmering like stars, a truly breathtaking sight. Yet, Su Chen's attention was not captured by the urban panorama outside. The woman before him, with her delicate oval face, subtle makeup, willow-like brows, and eyes that sparkled like the night sky, drew his gaze. Her hair elegantly styled, revealing a long, graceful neck, her features resembled the finest art in a gallery, exuding an exquisite sophistication. Her poise was regal. Her cool demeanor rendered her akin to a celestial being who had unwittingly descended to the mortal realm, ethereal and untouchable, evoking a sense of distance that compelled admiration from afar. She was undeniably stunning. Su Chen could not help but ponder how such a breathtaking woman could exist in this world. Xiao Chencheng, what are you staring at? Liruobing, engrossed in ordering, noticed Su Chen lost in thought, oblivious to her words. This caused her to frown slightly. Hearing her voice snapped Su Chen back to reality, and he hurriedly averted his gaze. Sitting up straight, he solemnly replied, Sister Bingbing, the moonlight outside is simply enchanting. I was momentarily entranced. Liruobing's eyes grew colder. She pursed her lips. Here, order whatever you like. Abruptly, she flung the menu in front of Su Chen with unexpected force. This insufferable younger brother. What could possibly be more beautiful than her? Look at her, look at her. She had taken the rare opportunity to apply makeup. And if he failed to appreciate it, what was the purpose of her efforts? The goddess was infuriated. Liruobing's frosty glare was particularly fierce, making Su Chen feel as though he had committed some unforgivable sin. What had he done wrong? While it is true that girls can experience heightened emotions during certain days, today was not one of those days for Liruobing. How peculiar. Su Chen chose to remain silent, opting for fewer words to avoid further mistakes. After placing his order, he picked up his phone and quietly immersed himself in a game. The overwhelming presence of Liruobing made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Upon noticing Su Chen had put down the menu only to pull out his phone to play games, Liruobing was incredulous. Was this truly their first formal date? Dining with a stunning beauty like her, who had gone to such lengths to look exquisite, and he was playing games instead. In the restaurant, other girls' boyfriends couldn't help but steal glances at her. But this foolish younger brother? Liruobing's eyes widened in disbelief. Her cheeks puffed in indignation, gritting her teeth. Her two small canine teeth were revealed. Typically, Liruobing, the aloof goddess, rarely smiled, so those small canines were usually hidden. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained oblivious, continuing to play his game. They still had to wait for the food, so Su Chen opened a fast-paced brawl mode in the game. A seasoned player of the game, he had logged thousands of hours and was now a distinguished star-level expert. Just as Su Chen entered the game and was about to maneuver his character, a melodious yet chilly voice pierced through the air above him, akin to a devil demanding a soul. Looking up, he was bewildered. Sister Bingbing, what's wrong? Could it be that his game playing had upset her, leaving her bored and angry? Having lived 2 lives, Su Chen possessed a fair amount of emotional intelligence. He quickly offered, Sister Bingbing, would you like to join me? However, I've already started, so I can't pull you in. If the food hasn't arrived yet, I'll invite you in later. Liruobing, who cares about your wretched game? You can spend your life with that game and let it bear your children. Liruobing was seething with rage. Su Chen, give me your phone. Her voice turned even colder, imbued with an undeniable pressure. What do you need my phone for? Although confused, Su Chen handed over his phone to Liruobing. Click. Liruobing took the phone and, without uttering a word, switched it off, plunging it into darkness. Su Chen, bewildered, could only watch. Liruobing placed her phone on the table and fixed a cold gaze upon Su Chen, commanding, look at me. Su Chen complied without hesitation. Liruobing questioned, am I not beautiful, Su Chen? Under Liruobing's benevolent stare, Su Chen answered candidly and with conviction, you are stunning. Sister Bingbing is the most beautiful person I have ever seen. Chapter 13. Complimenting Sister Bingbing to the point of shyness. Su Chen's declaration was not coerced. It was a sincere truth. Sister Bingbing indeed possessed a beauty that eclipsed even the renowned stars of the entertainment industry. At that moment, Su Chen scrutinized Liruobing earnestly, his dark, captivating eyes seeming to draw one in, exuding an undeniable charm. Truly handsome, Liruobing, initially frosty due to her anger, was suddenly adorned with a charming blush. Although her heart swelled with sweetness, she feigned nonchalance, asking, little Chen, do you truly think I am beautiful? She cast a very amiable glance towards Su Chen. Dear brother, do compliment me more. I adore hearing it. Feeling the palpable tension in the air, Su Chen immediately raised his voice. Sister Bingbing, your beauty can only be depicted through a few lines of poetry. Intrigued, Liruobing looked at him with sparkling eyes, Pray, share them with me. Without hesitation, Su Chen recited, her face like a silver plate, eyes resembling water apricots, lips red without paint, brows green without drawing. In the north, there dwells a maiden, unparalleled and solitary. With a single glance, she captivates a city, with a second, a nation. A visage that sinks fish and drops wild geese. A beauty that shames the moon and flowers. Such a woman should only exist in the heavens. How rare is it to hear of her on earth? Su Chen racked his brain to recall every poetic line he knew that praised beauty, regardless of its suitability, and released them all into the air. After all, he thought, better to act than to hesitate. Once he finished, Su Chen quietly observed Li Ruobing, hoping she would be pleased. The dimly lit environment, illuminated by candlelight, rendered it difficult for him to discern her expression, leaving him uncertain if she appreciated his poetic tribute. Across from him, although Li Ruobing maintained a calm facade, her heart raced. Her cheeks were flushed, fortunately concealed by the flickering candlelight. This silly brother is quite clever. These verses praising me are truly beautiful. I have never heard such lines before. Could they be his own creation? To extol my beauty so artfully, he must have pondered over these words for quite some time. All for this very moment to win my favor. How endearing. Just then, a round of applause erupted in the restaurant. What splendid poetry. What exquisite verses to extol a woman's beauty. How unique and heartfelt. These lines are suffused with deep affection. This young man must be quite enamored with the lady before him. Su Chen, did your ears detect the affection? This is clearly a display of survival instinct. Look at how this charming young man praises his girlfriend. You boys should take notes. This lad is not only more handsome, but also more eloquent than you. Do you not feel ashamed? This young man is utterly enchanting. I feel compelled to kick this insufferable man beside me to the curb. This young man is undoubtedly a contemporary literary genius. That lady is truly fortunate. It turned out that when Su Chen recited those verses, his voice had unconsciously risen, capturing the attention of everyone in the restaurant. All eyes were now fixed on their table, making them the center of attention. Hearing the murmurs around her, Li Ruobing's face turned crimson. She bit her lip, casting a mildly reproachful glare at Su Chen. Su Chen, why must you shout so loudly? Everyone is looking at us. Thankfully, the dim lighting and her angled position obscured her face from view, but even from the silhouette, it was clear that she was a stunning beauty, deserving of the poetic praise. Su Chen chuckled, unperturbed by the attention. Sister Bingbing, who could resist shouting when faced with such beauty? His gaze remained fervent and proud as he looked at Li Ruobing, thoroughly enjoying her flustered demeanor. This little sister must be feeling shy. He relished witnessing the usually domineering and icy beauty appear so vulnerable and playful in his presence. Su Chen began to understand why Li Ruobing, often perceived as a devil, enjoyed toying with him. It was genuinely entertaining, perhaps even a tad twisted. Under Su Chen's deep, enchanting gaze, Li Ruobing felt increasingly flustered. This silly brother is quite mischievous. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, her brows softening as she lowered her gaze, her long lashes fluttering gently. Su Chen was captivated, realizing he was experiencing a flutter of emotions. Excluding her fierce disposition, Sister Bingbing's beauty was simply unparalleled. Just eat. Feeling utterly embarrassed, Li Ruobing couldn't bear it any longer. She had always been the one to tease Su Chen. In a fit of frustration, she grabbed an unpeeled banana from the table and rudely shoved it into Su Chen's mouth. Su Chen emitted a muffled sound of discomfort as the banana nearly lodged in his throat. Coughing, he managed to extract the banana, feeling thoroughly miserable. Blinking as stars danced before his eyes. Sister Bingbing, you. Li Ruobing glared at him fiercely. What? Not satisfied. She provocatively parted her pink lips, challenging him. If you dare, shove that banana into my mouth. Su Chen knew full well that the woman before him was no delicate flower. She was a veritable she-demon. This was her true nature, fierce and unyielding. He had nearly been deceived by her coy exterior. 10 minutes later, the waiter arrived with their dishes. Li Ruobing, feeling a burning sensation in her cheeks, reached for the icy drink just delivered by the waiter. Just as she was about to take a sip, her wrist was seized by Su Chen, who admonished sternly, Sister Bingbing, have you forgotten? Your health is fragile. You cannot drink cold water. Li Ruobing shot a glare at Su Chen. Little Chen, I'm thirsty. Let me have just a sip. Su Chen remained resolute, his gaze stern. No, just one sip. Li Ruobing implored, adopting a pitiful expression. That one tea work. Your feigned helplessness, one tea sway me. Su Chen stood firm, unwilling to compromise when it came to Li Ruobing's health. Not even a single sip. Defeated, Li Ruobing, usually commanding, found herself obediently conceding. Fine. Su Chen called over a passing waiter. Excuse me, could you bring a glass of warm water? The female waiter, momentarily stunned by Su Chen's handsome visage, blushed as she responded, oh, yes, certainly. This young man is truly striking. Yet, her gaze dimmed almost instantly as she realized that this handsome man had scarcely glanced at her. His eyes were solely fixated on the beautiful girl across from him. That girl, she was stunning. Wasn't she the renowned star, Li Ruobing? What was their relationship? Were they siblings? The waitress hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. refraining from saying much. In this restaurant, it was common for celebrities to dine, and the first rule for the staff was to mind their own eyes and mouths. Before long, the waitress brought over warm water. Chen accepted the cup, taking a sip himself and finding it slightly too hot for comfort. He blew gently on it, waiting for the temperature to cool before handing it to Li Ruobing. She accepted the cup without a hint of disdain for his prior sip and began to drink eagerly. The water was truly sweet. Their movements were natural and harmonious. Chen had long developed the instinct to check the water temperature for Li Ruobing, a small detail that had occurred countless times over the years. Chapter 14. Sister Bingbing is drunk. Once Li Ruobing finished her water, Chen had already cut her steak into neat pieces. She glanced at the perfectly sliced meat before looking up at him. Chen, engrossed in cutting his own steak, seemed to sense her gaze and looked up to find her watching him with a soft, lingering look. A sense of wariness crept into his mind. Sister Bingbing, why are you staring at me? Li Ruobing rarely displayed a hint of a smile, but when she did, it rendered the world dim in comparison. With a playful glint in her eyes, she regarded the handsome man, Chen. As she picked up her fork to eat the steak, she thought, this silly brother is so considerate. How would she manage without him? She had grown accustomed to his presence, and she would never let him slip away from her grasp. The rest of their dining experience passed in a tranquil manner, accompanied by the melodious strains of a piano in the background. Chen relished this moment, feeling utterly relaxed, not just physically but also mentally, enveloped in a state of serenity. Sister Bingbing, you mustn't drink too much, just a little will suffice. It was inevitable to have a drink during the meal, but given Li Ruobing's fragile health, Chen was strict about managing her well-being. Don't worry, I'll only have a little, Li Ruobing replied with a gentle smile. His serious demeanor was quite charming, and she found it rather pleasant to be guided by him occasionally. I'll just step out to the restroom, Chen announced before rising and making his way towards the facilities. He brushed past a man in a suit with dyed blonde hair. Hey, watch where you're walking. The suited man grumbled, glowering at Chen's retreating figure. Suddenly, the man halted, casting a glance towards a window-side table, his expression darkening. Li Ruobing, what was she doing here? Hadn't she told him she was unavailable when he called her earlier? Was she here alone? Confusion filled his mind as he approached her with a smile of excitement. Upon returning to his family's company, he had been captivated by Li Ruobing's stunning beauty and flawless figure from the very first moment he laid eyes on her. He vowed to win her over. Initially, he believed it would be a simple task, having charmed other starlets before, as it was merely a matter of wealth. In the entertainment industry, he could hardly believe there were any truly innocent celebrities. However, he soon faced setbacks. No matter how ardently he pursued Li Ruobing, she had never given him a second glance. When he sent her flowers, she accepted them only to toss them into the trash right before him. The same happened with gifts, which only fueled his ire while simultaneously igniting his desire to conquer her. Standing beside Li Ruobing's table, he wore a sullen expression but managed a strained smile. Bingbing, what are you doing here? Who are you with? This is a popular spot for couples. He felt a sense of betrayal, believing Li Ruobing was his to claim, as she reminisced about the poetry Chen had penned for her. Li Ruobing's noble and ethereal visage took on a sweet and gentle quality. However, this sweet smile faded quickly upon hearing the man's voice. Her exquisite features turned frosty, radiating an unmistakable aura of rejection. What does it have to do with you? She replied, her eyes filled with an icy disdain. This haughty demeanor only incensed the man further. Now that Li Ruobing was famous, she looked down upon others, did she? He reminded himself that she owed her stardom to his family's agency. Bingbing, I don't care who you're with, you're coming with me now. Her expression grew even colder, as her patience was thin outside of her interactions with Chen. Why are you such a nuisance? The man's face stiffened, narrowing his eyes as he threatened. Bingbing, don't forget whose artist you are. My family's company can make someone a star, but it can also ruin them. This industry is chaotic. What are you so proud of? He smirked, reveling in the power he believed he held over her, awaiting her reaction. Previously, other starlets had adopted a similar high and mighty attitude towards him, only to end up as his playthings in the end. Li Ruobing's calm demeanor began to fray, and she was on the verge of striking him if he dared to utter another word. At that moment, Chen's voice broke through. Sister Bingbing, what's going on? Returning from the restroom, he noticed a young man in a suit standing beside Li Ruobing, seemingly engaged in conversation. Chen's brow furrowed, his expression turning cold as he approached, positioning himself protectively between Li Ruobing and the intruder. Who are you? Chen's towering height of over 6 feet put him a half-head taller than the blonde man, and his countenance radiated an intimidating chill. The man glared at Chen, his frown deepening. Who is this guy? He is incredibly handsome. Is he a celebrity? Standing before him, Chen invoked a sense of inferiority that quickly morphed into anger. I'm Wang Cheng, the son of Li Bing's agency owner. And you are? What is your relationship with her? He introduced himself, hoping to intimidate Chen with his family background. Chen immediately understood. This was the suitor Li Ruobing had referred to as an idiot. Wang Cheng assumed Chen was also part of the entertainment world and expected him to cower before his lineage. However, Chen remained unyielding, his expression serious and imposing. I don't care who you are. Sister Bingbing does not wish to speak with you. Now, please don't disturb our meal. Su Chen's demeanor only served to incite further rage in the yellow-haired youth, who glared at him and demanded, "So, Ice is with you. What is your relationship?" Feeling irked, Su Chen retorted, "What does it matter to you, an outsider? How brazen of you. Do you even know who I am?" This was the first time the yellow-haired youth had been so openly challenged. He reached out, intending to shove Su Chen. From her seat, Li Ruobing observed the impending confrontation. As the yellow-haired youth prepared to strike, her icy gaze seemed to chill the air around her, her grip on the fork tightening instinctively. Crack! Before the yellow-haired youth could lay a finger on Su Chen, he had already reacted with remarkable swiftness, seizing the youth's wrist with a firm grip. Having practiced taekwondo and sanda alongside Li Ruobing since childhood, although he lacked her prowess, he was still far superior to an average person, especially after having consumed a strength-enhancing potion. Ouch! The yellow-haired youth cried out in pain as a searing ache shot through his wrist, contorting his already pallid face into an expression of agony. This seemingly delicate boy, with his striking good looks, was unexpectedly formidable. Get lost. Su Chen forcefully flung the youth away, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. Fine, just you wait. The yellow-haired youth, now wary of Su Chen, understood he was no match for the handsome young man. He left with a parting threat, knowing that with Li Ruobing around, discovering Su Chen's identity and background would be a simple task, and he would have ample opportunities to deal with him later. Moreover, this young man appeared to be a wealthy heir. It was crucial to ascertain the strength of his background first, otherwise, he would be in grave danger. Once the yellow-haired youth departed, Su Chen disdainfully wiped his hands with a few tissues, tossing them into the trash before turning to Li Ruobing. Sister Bing, did that yellow-haired guy do anything to you? Just as he posed the question, his gaze was drawn to the iron fork on the table before Li Ruobing, which was now bent at an odd angle, as if someone had forcibly twisted it. So his concerns were unfounded. Sister Bing, noting the peculiar look in her eyes, he added, you have something at the corner of your mouth. No, it's a bit of the exquisite nectar seeping out. Caught up in her admiration of Su Chen's gallant display of protection, Li Ruobing was abruptly jolted back to reality by his words. She hastily grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth, her enchanting face flushing a deep crimson. Dizzy. I feel so dizzy. I think I'm drunk. Li Ruobing's consciousness began to fade as her delicate features fell onto the table. Oh no, I can't face anyone. Su Chen. Sister Bing. Can you hear me? He called out, but Li Ruobing remained unresponsive, the faint scent of alcohol lingering around her. Su Chen frowned. How much had she consumed? Chapter 15. The drunken Sister Bing is adorably affectionate. As he gazed at the now inebriated Li Ruobing, Su Chen found himself plagued by a headache. His intention had merely been to warm her up with a drink, yet she had become completely inebriated. Looking at her profile, which radiated beauty from every angle, like a fairy mistakenly wandering into the mortal realm, he noted her flushed cheeks, reminiscent of a freshly picked cherry, inviting and sweet. He couldn't resist the urge to gently poke her rosy, porcelain-like cheek, the softness yielding beneath his fingertip. Listen here, Li Ruobing. Should you dare to indulge in such reckless drinking again, just wait and see how I'll handle you. Li Ruobing, the starlet feigning intoxication to escape embarrassment, stirred slightly at his warning, prompting Su Chen to withdraw his hand and stand upright, cautiously observing her movements. To his dismay, she merely shifted before drifting back into unconsciousness. Well, you certainly have the audacity, Li Ruobing, to intimidate me even inebriated. After a sigh of relief, Su Chen's mischievous side emerged, and he playfully reached out to poke and pinch her soft, collagen-laden cheeks. He had long yearned to do this, feeling oppressed for too long. And now he craved to reclaim his position of dominance and thoroughly enjoy himself. Hey. After a few minutes of playful teasing, witnessing her face grow even redder, Su Chen reluctantly withdrew his hand and called for the waiter to settle the bill. The meal had cost an extravagant 50,500. While it was somewhat pricey, as an ordinary university student, Su Chen managed to pay without a hint of stress. After settling the bill, he called out once more, Sister Bing, wake up. It's time to go home. Li Ruobing remained unresponsive, heightening Su Chen's frustration. This girl had always struggled with her alcohol tolerance, and now she dared to get drunk. Didn't she remember how badly her head ached the last time she was hungover? As he contemplated whether to carry her home or wait for her to sober up, Li Ruobing suddenly lifted her head from the table, her voice soft and endearing. Su Chen, hug me. Little Chen, hug me. I want to go home. I want to go home. Hurry and hold me. Darling, hold me. Little Chen darling. Let me snuggle in your arms. Her tone, no longer the icy and aloof demeanor she typically exuded, transformed into a sweet, melodic lilt that could melt even the iciest of hearts. From the distant, unapproachable ice queen to an adorably clingy little girl, her charm was irresistible. For any man, it would be a privilege to offer his all, even his very life, to her. Yet, upon hearing this voice, Su Chen's body stiffened, and his handsome face betrayed a mixture of helplessness and anguish. Oh no, the drunken persona of this girl had emerged again, ready to torment him. Despite her usual high and mighty attitude, When intoxicated, she morphed into a soft, affectionate creature, craving his presence and affection. Wasn't it enviable to have the stunning superstar Li Ruobing nestled in one's embrace, seeking comfort and affection? While it might seem enviable, the underlying struggles were unknown to outsiders. Each time, Su Chen found himself tormented and entangled, feeling as if he had shed a layer of skin, utterly exhausted. This was yet another reason he sought to prevent her from drinking too much. After all, the one who bore the brunt of her drunken antics was himself. Her beauty was undeniable. No matter the moment, her visage would ignite a flutter in one's heart, leaving one awestruck. After a brief moment of shock, he adopted a tone meant to soothe the child, saying, "Sister Bing, I'll carry you. Let us head home." At this moment, he could not afford to be harsh. Li Ruobing was exceedingly fragile and delicate. A slight display of anger would send her into tears, the kind that could not be soothed no matter the effort. Su Chen was acutely aware of this. Remaining in the restaurant was not an option. One could only predict the kinds of disturbances she might cause. Li Ruobing cast a languid, alluring glance at Su Chen, then, seated comfortably, extended her arms towards him. "Xiao Chenchong, I don't want to be carried on your back. I desire a cuddle, the kind fit for a princess." Su Chen persisted, "Sister Bingbing, perhaps a piggyback would be better. Holding you isn't advisable." "Xiao Chenchong, if you refuse to hold me, I shall cry for you," she retorted. Upon his refusal, her enchanting eyes instantly glistened with tears, shimmering like dewdrops, as if she might weep at any moment. Su Chen found himself helpless against her pitiful demeanor. Who could bear to deny her? With a resigned tone, he acquiesced. "Very well, I shall hold you." Li Ruobing, look at you drooling. After she had indulged in a few drinks, Su Chen found himself thoroughly enamored. He retrieved several tissues, meticulously wiping her mouth with a mix of disdain and tenderness, cautious not to exert too much pressure, fearing it might cause her discomfort. In his deep, expressive eyes, the reflection of Li Ruobing's figure lingered. She, in turn, gazed back at him, her eyes filled with admiration. Su Chen adorned her with a mask and sunglasses, shedding his coat to drape over her, ensuring she felt no chill. "Li Ruobing, you are far too light. Have you not been eating properly these past 2 years?" He cradled her in his arms. Her soft body felt as weightless as a feather, eliciting a frown from him. This was unacceptable. He must devise a means to nurture her into a plump and radiant beauty. Chapter 16. Sister Bingbing is delightfully sweet. Cradled in Su Chen's embrace, Li Ruobing resembled a drowsy kitten, nestling into a comfortable position and remaining still. Su Chen peered down, utterly captivated by the obedient and adorable Sister Bingbing. How could a seemingly frosty goddess, a tempestuous tigress, transform into such a charming creature merely from inebriation? As Su Chen exited the restaurant, his strikingly handsome visage, enhanced by the charm of the elixir he had consumed, effortlessly drew the attention of onlookers, particularly with Li Ruobing nestled in his arms, though obscured by sunglasses and a mask. Her fair complexion and flawless figure hinted at a stunning beauty with alabaster skin and long legs. Su Chen, holding her, became even more of a spectacle. Unfazed by the multitude of gazes upon him, he maintained an unwavering demeanor, his sharp, deep-set eyes fixated ahead, fearless. "This young man is incredibly handsome, more so than my idol. Is he a celebrity or an actor? I would leap over a wall for him. Wow, this young man is so dashing. Is the lady in his arms intoxicated? How romantic. A princess carry. Indeed, not only is he handsome, but his physique exudes strength and security. He carries her effortlessly. His boyfriend power is off the charts. How utterly romantic. Is this a scene from a fairy tale or a drama? This is pure indulgence." The girl in the young man's arms appears blissfully happy, cradled by her boyfriend while intoxicated. What a dream. If only I could be cradled like that when I'm drunk. Observing his own girlfriend, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, one gentleman felt overwhelmed. This young man truly dotes on his girlfriend. He must adore her, sparing her from any discomfort. The women around, brimming with envy, gazed at Li Ruobing in Su Chen's embrace, wishing they could take her place. Yet, she was undeniably stunning. Her delicate, pale skin and petite face were those of a true beauty. Oh my, her voice is so soft. Her cute, spoiled demeanor is simply irresistible. Listening to the commotion, Su Chen frowned, wearing an expression of confusion. Were these people blind? How could they misconstrue their relationship as romantic? It was merely a bond of siblings. Oh, and an aspect of dominance and submission. This was not affection or adoration. It was a matter of necessity. Driven by her threats, he was fearful of her causing a scene, hence the need to carry her away. Moreover, Sister Bingbing was not always this adorable and soft. True, at this very moment, she was indeed charming and gentle, but that was not her usual self. She was, after all, a tempestuous tigress. Su Chen, with Li Ruobing in his arms, strolled leisurely to the corridor leading to the elevator, his demeanor calm and unflustered, despite the distance from the restaurant to the elevator's entrance. Although Li Ruobing stood at 1.7 meters and likely weighed around 120 pounds, he felt no strain whatsoever. This was the benefit of enhanced stamina. He felt invigorated, as if he could vanquish a bull with a single blow. Li Ruobing's body was extraordinarily soft, and the sensation of her warmth against him was undeniably delightful, enticing him to hold her forever. The faint scent of alcohol mixed with a subtle fragrance left him enraptured. Throughout this journey, every head turned in their direction. Many captivated by the scene, capturing videos to share on popular platforms. The keywords likely included encountering a stunning young man, boyfriend power at its peak, celestial beauty, celestial boyfriend, dream boyfriend series, and public display of affection. How heart-wrenching. The visual splendor and the enchanting ambience stirred the hearts of many young women, evoking envy and longing. These videos gained rapid popularity, amassing views in the hundreds of thousands, millions, and even tens of millions. Su Chen, the male lead, became an internet sensation, while the unseen female lead sparked curiosity among netizens. Yet, at that moment, Su Chen was simply waiting for the elevator, Li Ruobing nestled quietly in his arms, appearing as if she had drifted into slumber. He glanced down, a tender smile curling at the corners of his mouth, one he was unaware he wore. Sister Bingbing, so serene now, resembled a cuddly little kitten. How sweet. Chapter 17. This couple seems to be engaging in role play. Before long, the elevator arrived, the doors sliding open, and Su Chen stepped inside, still cradling Li Ruobing. This was the top floor, and only a young girl occupied the elevator. With both arms occupied, Su Chen found it challenging to reach for the floor buttons. He lifted his charming and captivating smile and politely addressed the young lady. Miss, could you assist me by pressing the button for the basement parking on level B1? The young girl, likely still a university student, was taken aback by Su Chen's smile, momentarily believing she had encountered a radiant deity. This young man is so handsome, she thought, her cheeks flushing with shyness as she replied, oh, sure. Su Chen returned a courteous smile, thank you. Despite the simplicity of his gesture, his undeniable allure rendered the young girl utterly speechless. Her face reddened further, and she lowered her gaze, barely managing to whisper, no, it's nothing. At that moment, Su Chen's gentle smile faltered, replaced by a grimace of discomfort. The girl, concerned, asked, are you okay? Su Chen shook his head, forcing a calm tone as he replied, I'm fine. After that, he fell silent, casting a glance at his arm, which bore a reddish mark. Ouch! Li Ruobing, that fiend, is truly merciless. Even in her drunken state, she continues to torment me. The elevator fell into silence. In the confined space, the young girl inexplicably felt a chill creep down her spine, as though death itself were watching her, instilling a sense of dread. Could it be a ghost? The more she pondered, the more terrified she became, prompting her to hastily press the button for the next floor. As the elevator doors opened, she bolted out. Su Chen, puzzled, wondered about the girl's ghostly expression. Was he truly that frightening? How strange. Soon after, more people filed into the elevator. Upon seeing Su Chen cradling a woman, they cast him curious glances. Su Chen maintained a composed demeanor, unbothered by their scrutiny. He felt confident. Am I not handsome enough for your gazes? Though he possessed a laid-back nature and preferred the comforts of home, he was not socially anxious. Young man, you're quite the catch, carrying your girlfriend like that. Aren't you tired? One remarked. Another chimed in, indeed. It's rare to see such a dashing young man who is also so strong. Nowadays, many boys seem more delicate than girls. That girl is fortunate to have met such a fine young man, remarked another. What a pity. If he weren't taken, I would have loved to introduce him to my daughter. The older ladies admired Su Chen, who politely greeted them. Hello, aunties. I'm not tired. He then clarified. We're not a couple. She is my sister, and I'm her brother. We're family. Oh, so she is your sister. Then, young man, I take it you're single? How about considering my daughter? She's still in college and is quite the campus beauty. The elderly ladies suddenly became intrigued, their eyes sparkling as if they had stumbled upon a treasure. At that moment, Li Ruobing stirred, her eyes fluttering open as she sleepily murmured, Honey, are we home yet? Su Chen. The old ladies were momentarily taken aback. Then, with a hint of embarrassment, they laughed. Ha! Young man, you said she wasn't your girlfriend, but rather your sister. Is she a sister in the affectionate sense? Oh, young people and their playful terms. I've heard that today as youth enjoy role-playing, right? Yes. That's it. This couple seems to be indulging in a bit of fun. Ha ha. Young man, cherish your wife. Laughter filled the elevator, creating a light-hearted atmosphere. Su Chen fell silent. Well, as long as I'm not awkward, it's everyone else who is. As the elevator descended to lower floors, it grew increasingly crowded, the air becoming stale and tinged with a pungent odor of smoke. Su Chen noticed Li Ruobing's discomfort. Her delicate nose twitched beneath her mask, indicating her unease. With her sensitive sense of smell, even a slight irritant could trigger an allergic reaction. Gazing at the floor indicator, they had just reached the 20th level. Seeing Li Ruobing's distress, Su Chen made a firm decision, addressing the crowd ahead. Excuse me, could you make some space? I need to exit on this floor. You're not headed to the basement parking? This is only the 20th level, someone questioned. No, I'm getting off here, Su Chen replied succinctly. He then maneuvered through the crowd, ensuring that his robust frame shielded Li Ruobing from any jostling. Once outside the elevator, the fresh air seemed to revive her. And seeing her comforted, a smile crept onto Su Chen's face. He then lamented, Li Ruobing, you little imp, Must you torment me so? Was I some kind of debtor in a past life? Though he complained, there was no trace of disdain or annoyance in his deep, expressive eyes. At this point, the elevator was nearly at capacity. What is the fuss about the 20th floor? Let us just get it done. Chen resolved, cradling Li Ruobing as he headed towards the stairwell. Chapter 18. Truly a frisky younger brother. As Chen approached the stairwell, he regarded the seemingly endless staircase without hesitation. Carrying Li Ruobing as he began his descent, he felt an inexhaustible surge of strength. Meanwhile, nestled in Chen's embrace, Li Ruobing, though a bit tipsy, remained lucid. Realizing he intended to carry her down 20 flights, she quickly regained her composure, internally chastising him for his foolishness. Why on earth would he choose the stairs when there's a perfectly functional elevator? Climbing 20 floors is exhausting for anyone, let alone my silly brother who is carrying me. He is going to wear himself out. Should I get down and walk myself? Pretend I'm sober? Yet, she hesitated, reluctant to leave the comforting warmth of his embrace. Somehow, his arms had grown strong, offering a sense of security she didn't want to forfeit. Feeling his powerful heartbeat against her, with his pleasant scent enveloping her, she simply could not bring herself to depart. Maybe I'll just keep pretending for a while longer. Once he tires out, I'll hop off. Li Ruobing made up her mind. As a renowned actress and former award winner, her performance skills were exceptional. Even though Chen was the most familiar person to her, he remained oblivious to her feigned inebriation. Chen began his descent down the staircase. The sound of his footsteps resonated in the stillness of the stairwell. The building's exterior was clad in glass, reflecting the dazzling lights outside. Casting a glow upon Chen, the light cascaded upon him, elongating his shadow and enveloping the scene in a romantic ambience. Within that shadow, nestled in his arms, was Li Ruobing, seamlessly merging with him. Chen continued his descent down the stairs, feeling no fatigue, merely a slight breathlessness. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing, cradled in his embrace, gazed up in astonishment, her delicate lips, concealed beneath a mask, slightly parted in innocent surprise. How could this foolish brother possess such extraordinary stamina? What was pressing against her back? It was so firm. His abdominal muscles. She could distinctly feel the formidable strength of his abs, akin to steel. Li Ruobing discreetly glanced at the floor indicator. They had reached the 10th level, yet this foolish brother appeared as vigorous as ever. When had he become so muscular? Originally, she had planned to consult traditional medicine practitioners for remedies to bolster his health once she had successfully won him over. However, it seemed that such tonics were no longer necessary. His strength and endurance surpassed her wildest expectations. Suddenly, a wave of concern washed over her. Her own constitution was so delicate. Could she withstand this robust brother? No. She must start exercising diligently, for the sake of a harmonious marital life. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot on the negative first level, Chen felt nothing more than a slight breathlessness. This physical enhancement was astonishing. He carried Li Ruobing to their designated parking spot, and as he stood beside the car, he recalled that he had left the keys in his jacket, which was currently draped over Li Ruobing. Gently, he placed her on a bench in the parking lot before squatting beside her, extending his hand toward her. At that moment, the feigning asleep Li Ruobing felt her heart race uncontrollably as Chen laid her down. What was this foolish brother planning? She stealthily surveyed her surroundings, an obscure corner of the dimly lit parking garage. Here she was, a stunning beauty, completely inebriated. Surely, this foolish brother wouldn't dare to take advantage of her in such a place. Would he? Would he be too brazen? Logically, Li Ruobing ought to prevent this foolish brother from acting impulsively. Yet, her heart raced with an inexplicable anticipation. How embarrassing. Li Ruobing's hand instinctively clutched the edge of her skirt, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. Unable to resist, she closed her eyes. Perhaps it was best to yield. It wasn't that she wished to surrender so easily, but how could a fragile woman like her possibly oppose his robust physique? Let him do as he wished. Truly, he was a lecherous brother. In the midst of her silent anticipation, Chen swiftly retrieved the car keys from his jacket pocket, but no further action followed. Li Ruobing waited and waited, yet no next move from Chen materialized. Then, a peculiar sound broke the silence. Strange. In the brief moment it took to grab the car keys, why does sister's face appear so flushed? Could it be a fever? Chen reached out, touching her forehead, only to discover it was indeed warm. Li Ruobing, what on earth were you anticipating? Chapter 19. Sister clings for a kiss. Chen opened the car door, bending down to lift Li Ruobing from the bench. As he gazed down at her serene and obedient form, his heart felt as if it were brimming with something profound. He carefully placed her in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Throughout the entire process, Li Ruobing remained compliant, a delicate porcelain doll at his mercy. Seated in the driver's seat, Chen gently removed her mask and sunglasses, unveiling her exquisitely beautiful face. He paused, captivated. This girl was truly stunning. No wonder she was his sister. As he gazed, he found himself lost in her beauty. Meanwhile, the seemingly intoxicated Li Ruobing, though her eyes were closed, could sense Chen's gaze fixed upon her. The thought of this foolish brother watching her made her heart flutter with anxiety. What was he planning? Alone together, Would he dare to kiss her? Su Chen was making a move. He was leaning closer. Oh dear. This foolish brother was indeed a lecher, taking advantage of her vulnerable state as a drunken woman. Very well, if he wished to kiss her, so be it. She could not muster the strength to resist. Li Ruobing even slightly parted her soft lips in anticipation. Just then, a sharp sting shot through her cheek. Following that, Su Chan's admonishing voice rang out. Li Ruobing, you mustn't get drunk again. What if you become inebriated outside without me around? He gently pinched her soft, moist cheek. At that moment, Li Ruobing appeared so enticingly delicate, embodying innocence and vulnerability, yet irresistibly alluring. Even he, who had been psychologically scarred by her since childhood, found his resolve wavering in her presence. How much more so would other men falter? However, after delivering his reprimand, Su Chen felt he had uttered a trivial remark. This mischievous girl, even inebriated, was not someone that ordinary men could easily approach. Li Ruobing only displayed her docile side around him, in the presence of other men. She could be ferociously untamed. There was an incident when she had been drunk, and when Uncle Li attempted to assist her, she retaliated, dislocating his shoulder. That scene was a true testament of a father's love and a daughter's defiance. There was also the time when she was a newcomer in the entertainment industry. At her first company gathering, she had indulged in a bit of drink. An executive, seizing the opportunity, attempted to make a move on her. But before he could lay a finger on her, she delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. The man ended up with multiple fractures. Spending a month in the hospital, Li Ruobing's career had nearly been thwarted before it even began. Fortunately, Su Chen had established a foothold in the industry, gaining enough influence to discreetly resolve the matter with the executive, allowing Li Ruobing to continue her career. From that point on, the tale spread throughout the industry, and no one dared to pressure Li Ruobing into attending drinking parties again. As for why she was fierce toward others yet clingy and coy with him while intoxicated, Su Chen surmised it was a form of contrast, a psychological quirk of I's sister. The more she clung and acted spoiled when drunk, the more it indicated her harshness and relentless self-torment when sober. Little Chen, let us go home, the sleepy Li Ruobing suddenly murmured, wrapping her arms around Su Chen like a little kitten seeking affection from its owner. Li Ruobing, release me. How can I drive with you holding me like this? And look at you. In this state, you hardly resemble the aloof superstar you are. Meow, meow, meow. She was indeed in a state of surrender. Little Chen, I want a kiss. Without a kiss, one becomes unruly and starts to cry. Li Ruobing pouted playfully, her voice sweet and enchanting, overflowing with sugary charm. It was impossible to resist any of her requests, as her mere presence could melt a heart. Su Chen, feeling helpless, replied in a tone tinged with reluctance, all right. I will kiss you. He understood her well. If he refrained, she would cling to him for the entire night, which would certainly be quite troublesome. With a soft peck, Su Chen pressed his lips against Li Ruobing's delicate, fair cheek, his expression fraught with tension as he keenly observed her reaction. Although she appeared adorably innocent in her current state, he was acutely aware of the latent fierceness within her, a potential awakening that could lead to an unexpected bout of violence. After the kiss, Su Chen, heart racing, gazed at Li Ruobing and asked, all right, can you sit still now? Li Ruobing pouted in disbelief, her eyes brimming with tears, resembling a heartbroken little wife. Her stunning gaze was laced with reproach, conveying an insatiable yearning. This expression wielded a lethal allure over men. Su Chen's heart thudded violently as he stammered, Li Ruobing, I've kissed you, what more do you desire? He lamented that the intoxicated Li Ruobing was indeed a handful, for she was excessively clingy. Li Ruobing, with her soft gaze fixed on Su Chen, playfully tapped her lips with her delicate finger, her eyes sparkling with seduction. No, I want a kiss here. Su Chen felt a surge of agitation rising within him. His throat tightened as he struggled to quench an inexplicable thirst. Li Ruobing, do you even realize what you're doing? With a blissful smile, she looked at him like a teasing little wife. Of course, I know what I'm doing. I want my dear husband to kiss me. Su Chen, exasperated, muttered. You drunken fool, what do you know? Li Ruobing retorted. Let me make it clear, it was you who insisted on kissing me. No matter how I tried to refuse. You wouldn't relent. If you can't find a wife in the future, don't blame me. Su Chen swallowed hard. This bewitching little sprite was undoubtedly sent by the heavens to torment him. Leaning in, he captured her sweet, soft, glistening lips. The sensation was intoxicating, making his heart skip a beat. In that moment, he felt his heart racing uncontrollably. If only Sister Bingbing were this clingy when sober. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. Wait, Su Chen, what on earth are you thinking? If Sister Bingbing, the fierce goddess, were to awaken, would you dare to defile her? You'd be left incapacitated, bedridden for life. To be more serious, the entire village would gather for your funeral. The conscious Bingbing would never permit such liberties. As chapter 20 unfolds, Su Chen finds himself at the mercy of Sister Bingbing's charm. As their kiss ended and they parted, his heart raced with exhilaration. The sensation of kissing was undeniably addictive. The experience was utterly captivating, leaving him ensnared in its embrace. Sister Bingbing was a formidable woman. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he cautiously regarded Li Ruobing. She leaned back against her seat, her exquisite face captivating his gaze. With her eyes hazy from intoxication, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, glad that she remained inebriated. He furtively glanced around, ensuring there were no cameras in the vehicle before he finally relaxed. Resembling a thief at ease. Sitting up straight, he focused ahead, trying his best not to gaze at Li Ruobing, for she was simply too beautiful. Sister Bingbing. I'm about to drive. At the tender age of 18, he had been compelled by Li Ruobing to practice driving under the sun, eventually obtaining his license and becoming her personal chauffeur. Her sultry glances, complemented by her innocent, sweet visage and perfect figure, were undeniably enchanting. Who would have thought that she was a high-profile, aloof star when sober? Sister Bingbing, it's chilly. You should cover yourself with my coat. Su Chen gritted his teeth and draped his coat over her shoulders, determined not to let himself be distracted. He could not afford to drive recklessly. I'm not cold. Dear husband, Li Ruobing protested, tossing aside the coat he had offered. Do you think I'm pretty? Do you like me? Though her words were slurred, her sparkling eyes were cunning like a fox, exuding confidence and pride. Hee, silly brother. Are you mesmerized by your sister's beauty? Can't take your eyes off me. Can you? Isn't your sister stunning? Are you longing for a kiss? You're so adorable when you're shy. Dear husband, do you have any ulterior motives? Little Chen, you're not very proper. Li Ruobing looked at Su Chen with an innocent expression, her face radiating purity, yet her words were tantalizingly bold and fiery. This contrast was utterly captivating. Su Chen felt the heat rise to his cheeks, and, feeling quite uncomfortable, averted his gaze, protesting earnestly, Sister Bingbing. I, Su Chen, am not that kind of person. I would never take advantage of you. I am a gentleman. He swallowed hard, parched, and overwhelmed. She was far too alluring. This was no mere intoxication. It felt more like a drug. Enough of this. Su Chen firmly put the coat back on Li Ruobing, his actions abrupt and assertive. Don't you dare take it off. If you do, I'll make you regret it. He warned fiercely. He could not allow her to continue wielding her captivating charm. He was no man of leisure. Hey, husband, you're so fierce. You're scaring me, Li Ruobing whimpered, unable to suppress her smile. He was losing control. However, the sight of her charming, naive demeanor was undeniably endearing. Su Chen's handsome visage was marred by the tension of his bulging veins. This little sprite was driving him to madness. It was no longer about mere clinginess. This was pure agony. Let us go home. With that, Su Chen officially began to drive. Fortunately, throughout the journey, Li Ruobing ceased her torment and fell silent, appearing to doze off once more. In her tranquil state, her lips were rosy, her teeth pearly white, and she resembled a celestial being. The fierce tigress before drinking had transformed into a docile kitten after. Su Chen couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch Li Ruobing's delicate nose, his tone affectionate and casual. Fierce tigress? Which silly brother are you referring to? She exclaimed. I'm not a fierce tigress. This is infuriating. I, Li Ruobing, am a gentle, kind, and sweet fairy, understand? How rude. Just then, while Su Chen was focused on driving, he felt an unsettling chill creep down his spine, as though a gaze of death were fixed upon him. Could it be that there are ghosts haunting this late at night? Su Chen pondered nervously. However, his gaze soon fell upon Li Ruobing beside him, and the trepidation that had gripped his heart instantly dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of tranquility and security. With Sister Bingbing, even the most malevolent spirits would tremble in fear. As they encountered a traffic jam ahead, Su Chen noticed the vehicles in front coming to a halt, prompting him to reduce his speed and follow suit. He rolled down the window, observing that a long line of cars had formed, indicating that the congestion would likely persist for some time. Not far off, he spotted a female journalist wielding a microphone, accompanied by a photographer, seemingly conducting an interview. Upon seeing this, Su Chen glanced at Li Ruobing, who was peacefully asleep in the passenger seat. He contemplated closing the window, for if he and Sister Bingbing were captured on camera, it might very well secure a spot on tomorrow's trending searches. The illustrious star Li Ruobing in a midnight rendezvous with a handsome young man, or the untold secrets between a superstar and a young heartthrob. Such headlines would be imminent. Yet it was too late. His striking looks had already captivated the attention of the beautiful reporter, who, upon catching sight of him, called out excitedly, Hey handsome, wait a moment. We are from Orange TV and would like to ask you a few questions. The journalist's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This young man was extraordinarily handsome, far more so than the A-list actors she had previously interviewed. Securing an interview with him would undoubtedly lead to explosive viewership for their program, which primarily catered to a female audience. The reporter was indeed swift. Just as Su Chen was about to roll up the window, she placed her hand against it, preventing him from doing so. Damn it! Su Chen cursed inwardly. He then leaned out slightly, presenting a charming and gentlemanly smile to the camera and the journalist. Hello, may I inquire as to what this is about? The journalist's eyes gleamed at his enchanting smile. Ah, you are so handsome and polite. After regaining her composure, she continued. Hello, young man, we are from Orange TV, and we would like to ask you a few questions. Do you have a moment? Su Chen promptly declined. No? The journalist was taken aback. How could someone refuse an opportunity from Orange TV, the most popular television channel in the nation? Come on, just a few questions, she pleaded, unwilling to miss out on such an extraordinary specimen of male beauty. Positioning his body to shield Li Ruobing from view, Chen realized that not accepting the interview might lead to persistent harassment from the reporter. He furrowed his brow, adopting a cold demeanor. Fine, but make it quick. I'm pressed for time. The journalist, now exhilarated, exclaimed, all right, great. Wow, a cool and handsome idol. She thought as she quickly inquired. Have you seen the recently popular mystery drama Night Escape? Chen nodded affirmatively. Her eyes lit up. Then, what are your thoughts on Li Ruobing's performance as the female lead? Li Ruobing had skyrocketed to fame through this drama, not only for her sweet appearance, but also for her exceptional acting skills, earning numerous prestigious awards. The acclaim from both audiences and media was ceaseless. Upon hearing this question, Chen, who had initially felt irked, suddenly became animated, his eyes sparkling with interest. This was a topic he was well versed in. He declared, the script is indeed commendable. The writer must be one of the most talented in the world. However, his brows soon furrowed again. While many aspects of the show are impeccable, there is one flaw. The female lead is lacking. She detracts from the drama. The reporter was taken aback. Chen continued. Li Ruobing is merely a pretty face. I fail to understand why the media lauds her acting skills. Is it truly acting? Her performance is exaggerated and overly forced. I suspect those awarding her accolades have been bribed. He went on, moreover. I have heard she throws tantrums on set. As an ordinary viewer, I find such behavior utterly distasteful. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became. Meanwhile, the journalist was left bewildered. This interview, intended to bolster Li Ruobing's popularity, had unexpectedly turned into a platform for a detractor. Chen was on a mission. A daunting task assigned by Uncle Li, to ensure Li Ruobing could no longer thrive in the entertainment industry, ultimately leading her to withdraw from it altogether. He had always been one of her staunch critics, often disparaging her on various platforms, and now, this television interview provided him the perfect opportunity to showcase his resolve. Rational viewers, do not let mainstream media cloud your judgment. Let us bravely stand against actors like Li Ruobing, who rely solely on their looks. Chen implored, calling upon fellow critics to unite and drive Li Ruobing from the entertainment sphere. Ahem. Well, I have finished speaking. Do you have any further questions? The reporter, now utterly flabbergasted, managed a strained smile. I don't have any more questions. She was too stunned to proceed. Chen reminded her, oh, and remember to edit my voice and appearance on the broadcast. I value my privacy. Yes, of course, the reporter stammered, feeling dazed. Would this interview even air? As the traffic jam finally cleared and Chen prepared to drive away, he felt a sudden chill envelop him. The sensation of being watched by death itself resurfaced. With Sister Bingbing around, not even the most malevolent spirits can harm me, he murmured to himself. Li Ruobing, feigning sleep, stirred slightly, meow meow meow. Chapter 21, Sister Bingbing, Xiao Chen, don't be like that. After starting the car, Chen glanced at the deeply slumbering Li Ruobing in the passenger seat and felt a wave of relief wash over him. If she were to overhear his earlier remarks about her, the repercussions could be dire. He might find himself skinned alive and bedridden for days. Li Ruobing, you sleep like a log. Are you a pig? Chen couldn't help but poke her soft nose, the sensation utterly addictive. Li Ruobing, still in her slumber, muttered, just bear with it. This impudent little brother was too audacious. Though Chen was reveling in his mischief, he couldn't help but notice the chill in the car. Under the unsettling gaze of an unseen presence, he finally drove back to Li Ruobing's villa. After parking the car, he tilted his head to observe her. She remained asleep. Sister Bingbing, we've arrived home. He leaned closer, gently shaking her awake with his magnetic voice. Li Ruobing appeared groggy, her eyes still clouded with sleep. Looking adorably cute and soft, stirring an irresistible flutter in his heart. Upon witnessing Li Ruobing awaken, Chen exited the driver's seat and circled around the front of the vehicle to the passenger side, where he opened the door. Bingbing Jia, please step out, he said, steadying the car door with his hand. Li Ruobing blinked her eyes open, her doe-like, glistening gaze fixed on Chen, exuding a pitiable charm as she extended her arms towards him, requesting an embrace. Chen, the girl was still under the influence of alcohol. Li Ruobing, every time you get drunk, you insist on my embracing you. Do you realize how exhausting that is for me? Chen retorted with a hint of disdain. Yet, despite his words, his tall frame instinctively bent down, and he effortlessly lifted the enchanting beauty from the car in a graceful princess carry. A movement he had clearly perfected through countless repetitions. The curvature of his arm and the positioning of her body were flawlessly adjusted, ensuring her comfort within his grasp. As he walked, he maintained a steady pace, striving to keep his upper body still to prevent any discomfort for Li Ruobing as he carried her. Traversing the tranquil garden path, Chen arrived at the villa's entrance, standing before the facial recognition system. A soft beep echoed as the villa door swung open. On the very day Li Ruobing moved in, Chen had registered his face for unlocking the door, an experience that stemmed from being summoned as a laborer. As for yesterday's knocking, that was merely due to Li Ruobing having locked the door from the inside. Upon entering the villa, he flicked on the lights. instantly illuminating the spacious interior. Bingbing Jia, we have arrived home, he said, glancing down at the beauty in his arms. His voice soft and tender in a manner he himself scarcely noticed. He added, Bingbing Jia, I shall place you on the sofa now. Li Ruobing let out a soft whimper, her tone turning playful as she pouted. Xiao Chencheng, I only wish to be held by you, not to sit on the sofa. The embrace of her foolish younger brother was both firm and warm, instilling a profound sense of security within her, making her reluctant to leave his arms. Su Chen, however, did not acquiesce to her request. Instead, he gazed down at her, soothingly saying, Bingbing Jia, you wore high heels today. After standing in them for so long, your feet must be aching. Allow me to fetch some warm water for you to soak your feet. Despite Li Ruobing's formidable strength and innate power, her physique was surprisingly delicate, akin to that of a porcelain doll, easily bruised by the slightest bump. High heels were not her usual choice. She reserved them for significant occasions, typically opting for flat shoes instead. Her skin was so tender, reminiscent of a newborn's, that even a light squeeze would leave marks. Upon hearing his words, Li Ruobing complied, allowing Su Chen to gently place her on the soft sofa. He then prepared a basin of warm water and returned to the living room. Kneeling down, he carefully removed her outer garment, his gaze momentarily darkening. She was truly exquisite, with delicate features and a slender, graceful figure, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. The fleeting thought that whoever were to win her heart would be the luckiest man in the world crossed his mind, only for him to momentarily forget something important. As he squatted before Li Ruobing, he cautioned, Bingbing Jia, I intend to remove your high heels, but this is not an act of impropriety. So please do not kick me. He spoke with utmost care. Although she was currently intoxicated, past experiences had taught him to be wary. A slight misstep might provoke her to retaliate. Do I truly possess such a violent temperament? She mused. Oh, indeed. There was that one time when he had attempted to remove her shoes, and due to her heightened sensitivity, she had inadvertently kicked him, leaving him bedridden for 3 days. Rest assured, I shall not kick you. I am merely a delicate woman, she said, her damp eyes gazing at Su Chen in a way that suggested he was unjustly maligning her character. Su Chen, however, could not help but redefine the notion of a delicate woman in his mind. He gently unfastened her sparkling high heels, cradling her alabaster, elongated feet in his hands. Testing the water temperature, he found it pleasantly warm, perfect for soaking, and added some salt to alleviate her fatigue. He then submerged her feet into the warm water, where the shimmering ripples revealed her toes, rosy and delicate, resembling fine porcelain. As soon as her feet met the water, Li Ruobing instinctively recoiled, startled by the heat. Bingbing Jia, just bear with it for a moment. Be a good girl and stay still, Su Chen urged, having anticipated her reaction. He swiftly pressed her soft foot down, preventing any further movement. After a brief moment, Li Ruobing adjusted to the temperature, ceasing her struggles and allowing Su Chen to tend to her sensitive feet, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment as her eyes sparkled with shyness. In that moment, Su Chen remained blissfully unaware of her blushing visage. As his own face was drenched, his clothes slightly damp, he hastily grabbed a few tissues to wipe away the water droplets from his face. Then, taking hold of her feet, he began to massage them. The sensation of his touch sent Li Ruobing's cheeks aflame, as if she were ripening under the sun. Xiao Chencheng, your touch tickles, she murmured softly. Chapter 22, a scene that makes one's heart race and face flush. Listening to Li Ruobing's gentle murmurs, the depths of Su Chen's eyes shimmered with a tumultuous tide of emotions. Not just you. I feel a certain itch as well. His heart was the source of this sensation. Her soft, alluring voice was like an electric current coursing through him, sending shivers down his spine. Shaking his head, he recited a calming mantra, striving to dispel the impure thoughts that dared to intrude upon his mind. After all, this was Bingbing Jia, the sister he had cherished as family since childhood, who placed her unwavering trust in him. He could not betray her expectations or bring her disappointment. Bingbing Jia, do you feel any better now? Su Chen inquired while expertly kneading her feet. Li Ruobing furrowed her brow, realizing that the massage had alleviated the ache from her previously sore feet. When did this foolish younger brother's massage skills improve so remarkably? She pondered, recalling how he had once fumbled during her previous massages. Had he been practicing on someone else? The thought sent a chill through her. Instantly, her once flushed cheeks turned icy as a wave of fury enveloped her. Su Chen sensed the shift, his body tensing in response. Is she going to kick him again? Su Chen remained unmoved, allowing her to kick as she pleased. Her happiness was all that mattered. Moreover, he was curious to see if the intensity of the beatings he could endure had increased after consuming the physical enhancement potion. Su Chen, have you ever given massages to other girls? Li Ruobing's voice turned frigid, transforming from its previously alluring tone to one imbued with an icy authority that sent shivers down his spine. The enchanting little fairy had instantly morphed into a regal ice queen. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook his head vehemently, resolutely asserting his innocence. Bingbing. Absolutely not. In this world, apart from the demoness Li Ruobing, who would dare to force me into such servitude? What girl would even consider such a thing? Upon witnessing Su Chen's fervent declaration, the coldness in Li Ruobing's gaze softened slightly. Yet, she followed up with a fierce warning. Su Chen, remember this. You belong to me. And for the rest of your life, you shall only massage me. You are to serve no one but me. If you dare to serve another, I shall sever your limbs and feed them to the dogs. Su Chen, an adept reader of the situation, interpreted her words as a stark admonition. Su Chen, remember, you are my servant, and you shall serve your master for eternity. A chill coursed through him as he envisioned a terrifying scene on a pitch-black night. Li Ruobing approached him with a knife in hand, a smile gracing her face as she bound him to her bed, methodically severing his limbs one by one. His blood staining her white gown like blooming flowers, exuding an eerie yet romantic beauty. Given his understanding of this female demon, he believed she was entirely capable of such an act. This was indeed a dance with darkness. Bingbing, rest assured, I will only massage you. Other girls do not even deserve my service. None can compare to you, not even a single toe of yours. Su Chen earnestly proclaimed, hoping to convey his unwavering resolve. This female demon was truly terrifying. Humph, that is more like it. At Su Chen's praises, Li Ruobing's beautiful face flushed slightly, and she averted her gaze, somewhat bashfully acknowledging his words. With an air of nonchalance, Li Ruobing extended her long, delicate leg, placing it before Su Chen as if commanding her obedient servant. Momentarily stunned by the sight of her fair, elongated legs, Su Chen absent-mindedly remarked, Bingbing, may I take a towel? Li Ruobing merely raised an eyebrow and casually replied, no need. With that, her soft foot rested upon him, using his clothing to dry the droplets from her skin. Su Chen, Li Ruobing challenged him with a provocative glance. What? Are you unwilling? He shook his head and replied, not at all. Being stepped on by such a stunning beauty is a privilege. The girl had indeed sobered up. Yet, as he spoke, Su Chen's gaze darkened, filled with an intense fervor. He found himself captivated by the most breathtaking sight, one potent enough to ignite the passions of a young man. Li Ruobing, perched upon the sofa, leaned back against the cushions, while Su Chen stood, creating a distinct height disparity between them. As she extended her leg onto his body, the angle of her beautiful leg combined with the soft fabric of her dress caused the hem to slide down due to gravity, revealing her thigh. Although she wore safety shorts, the sight of her long, straight legs exposed to his gaze was strikingly vivid, pure as jade, a visual impact that was undeniably overwhelming. At that moment, Su Chen felt as if struck by lightning, his mind blank and heart racing. Su Chen, what are you staring at? Li Ruobing, oblivious to the effect she had on him, called out several times without receiving a response, inciting her irritation. She pressed her foot down, intending to nudge him to regain his attention. However, the moment she moved, her body froze. She realized her long, pristine legs were fully exposed before her, and Su Chen's gaze remained fixed upon her, his eyes ablaze with a fiery intensity that seemed to ignite her very being. Li Ruobing's mind went blank as she too became entranced. Ah, how utterly embarrassing. Her once frosty demeanor was replaced by a deep blush, her face radiating warmth as if scorched. Calm down, Li Ruobing, maintain your composure. You are an actress, you can feign indifference, as long as you remain unfazed. The one who should feel awkward is that foolish little brother. She repeatedly reassured herself. With a facade of nonchalance, she withdrew her foot from Su Chen's body, pulling her dress down to cover her alluring legs. Standing as though nothing had occurred, she addressed him. Xiao Chencheng, I'm heading to my room. Please prepare the bathwater. I will be taking a shower shortly. Despite her seemingly calm demeanor, her voice trembled in the air. Su Chen, still dazed, responded, all right, okay. His mind lingering on the intoxicating scene that had just unfolded. Moments later, Su Chen felt a warmth in his nostrils. Upon touching his face, he discovered it was bright red blood. Bingbing, you are far too enchanting. How can your little brother withstand such temptation? Yet, one must admit, Li Ruobing's composure was truly admirable. In such an awkward situation, she maintained her poise, acting as though nothing had happened, an impressive feat that left him in awe. Had she perhaps viewed him merely as her servant, her little brother, devoid of any consideration of him as a man, allowing her to remain so unflustered? The realization of this possibility left Su Chen with a slight discomfort in his heart. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing, seemingly unfazed, walked toward her room. Initially calm, her demeanor shifted the moment she was out of Su Chen's sight, breaking into a sprint. Bang! She forcefully shut the door behind her, creating a loud commotion. Leaning against the door, her hands pressed against her wildly racing heart, her cheeks flushed as though stained with blood, she bit her lip, embodying a picture of shyness and allure. Ah, this is too embarrassing for this fairy. Li Ruobing's dreamy eyes reflected a blend of bashfulness and frustration, reminiscent of a lovesick maiden. Eventually, she collapsed onto the floor, her body feeling as fluid as water. Damn little brother, you lecherous wolf, you've utterly humiliated your elder sister. Though she scolded him, her expression bore no trace of disdain. Su Chen was startled by a loud crash emanating from Li Ruobing's bedroom, causing him to shiver involuntarily. As his mind was instantly rid of all bizarre thoughts, Sister Bingbing is angry. Could she possibly harm him? Would she gouge out his eyes? Or should he make a hasty retreat? He glanced at the villa's front door, a look of hesitation crossing his face. Never mind, it would be wiser to stay put. Fleeing could lead to an even worse fate. With a resolute expression akin to one who embraces death, Chen strode towards the bathroom to prepare a bath for Li Ruobing. Chapter 23. Sister Bingbing, come for a bath after filling the tub. Chen emerged from the bathroom and called out to Li Ruobing inside her room. Sister Bingbing, the water is ready. Please come take a bath. Inside the room, Li Ruobing responded calmly, I understand. She then opened the door and stepped out, stopping beside Chen, feeling a bit awkward as she said, Xiao Chen Cheng. Could you please fix the doorknob later? I accidentally broke it just now. At that moment, Li Ruobing dared not meet Chen's gaze, her eyes flitting elsewhere as her mind replayed the earlier scene. That insufferable little brother, the lecher. His eyes had been practically glued to her. Silly brother. Do you find my long legs so captivating? She had read somewhere that men possess peculiar preferences in this regard. She wondered if her foolish brother preferred black stockings or white ones. Perhaps she should purchase both? Ahem. Although she felt bashful, the thought of her naive brother being so enamored with her figure brought an inexplicable sweetness to her heart. She yearned for him to look, yet felt shy. A tumult of chaotic emotions flooded her mind, nearly overwhelming her. Silly brother, tease your sister Bingbing as much as you like, until you give her a heart attack. And you'll be delighted. Sister Bingbing, your face is so flushed. Are you unwell? Chen, noticing Li Ruobing's rosy cheeks, completely misinterpreted her thoughts and assumed she was feeling ill. And no, I'm fine, Li Ruobing stammered, her face aglow with embarrassment. As she quickly turned to head back to the bathroom. As she departed, Chan's expression grew more perplexed. Surely, Sister Bingbing was still upset about what had transpired earlier? Her peculiar gaze had made him feel as though she wanted to devour him whole, bones and all. Chen entered Li Ruobing's room and glanced at the doorknob she had inadvertently damaged. Good heavens, the entire knob had completely come off. What immense strength. He fetched a toolbox and began repairing the doorknob, his movements fluid and practiced, clearly accustomed to such tasks. After fixing it, he surveyed Li Ruobing's room, spacious and bright, yet untidy. Her clothes were strewn across the large bed, a clear indication of the chaos created while she was selecting outfits earlier. Truly, a beauty in a disordered room. He proceeded to fold the clothes on her bed, sorting them meticulously before placing them neatly in the wardrobe. While organizing her lingerie, he couldn't help but blush at the array of colors and styles, accidentally glancing at the sizes. It seemed Sister Bingbing had grown in that department over the past couple of years. Don't ask Chen why he knew this so well. It wasn't because he frequently spied on Li Ruobing. He didn't. Rather, it was due to the countless times he had been compelled to accompany her to lingerie stores, helping her choose styles. One can only imagine the embarrassment of a grown man being scrutinized like a spectacle in a women's lingerie shop. He was truly living in a world of torment. Once he had organized the clothes, Chen examined Li Ruobing's room further. There were 2 shelving units. One was filled with various medals and trophies. Despite her mischievous nature, Li Ruobing was exceptionally intelligent, a top student since childhood. In her second year of high school, she was directly admitted to Qingbei University. Subsequently, she continued her studies there until she obtained her master's degree. In fact, the prestigious Jinfui University abroad had even extended an invitation for her to pursue a PhD. However, this little girl, for reasons unknown, declined an opportunity that many would dream of. She chose to remain in the country and entered the entertainment industry, becoming an actress. This was precisely why her father wished for her to leave the industry. However, Li Ruobing was strong-willed. Once she made a decision, it was nearly impossible for anyone to change her mind. Thus, he and her father formed an alliance of secret detractors. Little did Li Ruobing know that her childhood companion, her own brother, was the ringleader of her detractors, while her father served as her second-in-command. The thought brought a sense of satisfaction to Chen. In reality, he was tormented by the devilish Li Ruobing, yet online, he struck back with fervor. This feeling was rather delightful. Beside the trophy cabinet was another shelf adorned with framed photographs. These were not selfies of Li Ruobing, but rather cherished snapshots of her and Chen together, each one a testament to their companionship. The photos chronicled their lives from his infancy to the present day, depicting moments from when she was a toddler to when she gazed at him as a newborn. He vividly recalled the first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was not his parents, but the little girl Li Ruobing, who looked at him with curiosity. He still remembered her cherubic voice exclaiming, "Wow, this little brother is so ugly, all wrinkled. Shouldn't we throw him in the trash?" Laughter had filled the delivery room that day. His gaze then fell upon another photo. In it, a pale little boy stood, a snake coiled around him. Standing beside him was a beautiful little girl, slightly taller, also holding a snake, her face lit with excitement rather than fear. At that time, Chen was about 4 years old, and Li Ruobing was 7, with a particular fondness for reptiles. She had insisted on dragging him to the zoo to see snakes. Though he possessed the soul of an adult, he too had a fear of snakes. Ultimately, the little girl had insisted on taking a photo with the snake. Not only with herself, but also with him. Holding a rather intimidating snake, her porcelain-like face beamed as she declared, I want to share what I love with my little brother. These photographs, chronicling his life from birth to the present, each year showcasing his various moments with Li Ruobing, were like a world of their own, one where only the two of them existed, growing up together. Was it moving? Su Chen dared not move. These photographs were irrefutable evidence of Li Ruobing, the devil, toying with him. Despite these thoughts swirling in his mind, as he gazed at the photos, a smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. Just then, a sound interrupted the moment. Beep beep. His phone vibrated, jolting Su Chen back to reality from his reverie. He glanced at the screen, the contact name reading, Father of the Demon. Stepping out of the room, he surreptitiously cast a glance towards the bathroom. Confirming that Li Ruobing was still in the shower, he proceeded to answer the call in the living room. Hello, Li Dad? He greeted with utmost respect. Due to the close relationship between their families and the fact that the Li family had only one daughter, Su Chen had recognized Li Ruobing's father as his godfather since childhood, effectively becoming a half-son to the Li household. Their bond transcended mere childhood companionship, establishing a deeper connection. Li Xiong's voice resonated. Xiao Chen, how is our grand endeavor progressing lately? Although Li Xiong was now retired, he maintained a vigorous exercise routine, his robust health evident in his strong, resonant voice. He and his wife had welcomed Li Ruobing at a young age. Li's mother had given birth to her at 20, while Li Xiong had just turned 23. In contrast, Su Chen's own father was slightly more impressive, having become a father at 21, with his mother being 24 at the time. Upon hearing Li Xiong's words, Su Chen immediately discerned the purpose of the call. Grand endeavor was their secret code, referring to persuading Li Ruobing to withdraw from the entertainment industry, essentially inquiring about his recent efforts against her detractors. With excitement, Su Chen responded, Li Dad, I have splendid news to share. Today, I made a revolutionary stride in our grand endeavor. He eagerly recounted his television interview, during which he had fervently criticized Li Ruobing. Li Xiong expressed his satisfaction with Su Chen's progress, saying, Very good, Xiao Chen. Your work is commendable. Keep striving to ensure our success. Then his tone shifted, laced with a subtle menace. Xiao Chen, I must warn you, do not be swayed by the enemy's deceptions and betray our organization. You know well the fate of traitors, don't you? This was a caution against yielding to Li Ruobing's charms and abandoning their cause. Su Chen promptly assured, Li Dad, rest assured. I shall never betray the organization. I will exert every effort to see our grand endeavor realized. Li Xiong's voice was hearty as he replied, Excellent. Your resolve is commendable. You truly are a good son. A chill ran down Su Chen's spine. He pondered the terrifying possibility of Li Xiong discovering that Li Ruobing's success in the entertainment industry was, in fact, due to his covert support. Would Li Xiong resort to unspeakable actions against him? The thought sent shivers down his spine. He had to maintain his disguise. After a brief pause, Li Xiong inquired, Xiao Chen, where are you now? At school or at Bingbing's place? Su Chen answered, Li Dad, I am at Sister Bingbing's this evening. Li Xiong continued, And where is Bingbing? Why don't I hear her voice? Casting a glance towards the bathroom, Su Chen replied honestly, Li Dad, Sister Bingbing is in the shower. In his daughter's villa, speaking of her bathing was something that would have enraged any other father. However, for Li Xiong, accustomed to Su Chen's presence, it was a matter of course. In his eyes, Su Chen was akin to a son, and his precious daughter was like a sister to him. Then, lowering his voice, Li Xiong queried, Xiao Chen, has there been any male company around Bingbing lately? Is she seeing anyone or involved with someone? After contemplating briefly, Su Chen firmly denied. Li Dad, there is none. Relieved, Li Xiong responded, That is good. Bingbing is our family treasure. We cannot allow those scoundrels to take her away. With gritted teeth, he continued, Xiao Chen, keep a close watch. If any suspicious individuals approach Bingbing, report to me immediately. Anyone daring to lay a finger on my precious daughter will face dire consequences. Su Chen lowered his head, quietly observing his own sturdy, healthy legs. The notion of marrying Sister Bingbing was a secret he must keep from Li Dad. Such an act would be tantamount to betrayal, incurring greater wrath. Logically, he would be the one abducted and thus the victim. However, Li Dad would never believe such an explanation. It could cost him dearly. Chapter 24. Su Chen, could it be that I harbor feelings for Sister Bingbing? Just as Su Chen hung up the call, he heard Li Ruobing's voice from the bathroom. Xiao Chen, I forgot my clothes. Could you please bring me my sleepwear? Li Ruobing's melodious voice echoed within the confines of the bathroom, yet to Su Chen, it sounded akin to a siren's call. This tigress was treating him like a servant. Sister Bingbing coming. He mentally grumbled but turned obediently, responding affirmatively. Instinctively, he made his way to the bedroom, as if on autopilot. In Li Ruobing's chamber, he retrieved a pale gray nightgown, simple and unadorned, perfectly reflecting her minimalist aesthetic. He only grabbed the nightgown, deliberately omitting the undergarments, for she preferred to sleep without them. How he knew this was a mystery best left unspoken. Approaching the bathroom, he noticed the door slightly ajar, not locked. He couldn't help but frown inwardly, thinking how careless Sister Bingbing was to bathe without locking the door. Was she not afraid of being seen? What he failed to realize was that Li Ruobing intentionally left it unlocked, hoping he might take a peek. Standing outside, He heard the sound of water splashing, likely indicating that she was rising from the bathtub. His mind involuntarily recalled a scene from earlier that day, a captivating beauty emerging from her bath, breathtakingly radiant. Su Chen's throat tightened, his gaze betraying a hint of discomfort. He called out, "Sister Bingbing, should I bring the clothes inside, or leave them at the door?" Li Ruobing's playful voice responded, "Just leave them at the door." After a brief hesitation, she thought, "Let us keep it this way for today." She was already feeling delightfully flustered. Any further stimulation might truly overwhelm her. "All right," Su Chen replied, relieved, as he feared a repeat of the earlier tantalizing encounter. If it happened again, he worried for his self-control. Yet, why did he feel a tinge of regret alongside his relief? Clearing his throat awkwardly, he glanced at the ceiling, assuring himself he didn't harbor any expectations. Su Chen wandered into the living room, inexplicably parched, and gulped down a large glass of water. At that moment, Li Ruobing, having heard Su Chen's departure, wrapped her white towel around her body and approached the door to retrieve her nightgown. Biting her lower lip in a feigned pout, she thought, honestly, why is this silly brother so obedient? Just because I said no, doesn't he come in? Moreover, she intentionally left the door unlocked. Does her foolish brother truly fail to notice? Why does he not come to steal a glance at her, the radiant beauty, as she bathes? Is her allure insufficient? What a simpleton. Her dim-witted brother is far too oblivious in such matters. Once she wins his heart, it becomes her duty as an elder sister to enlighten him in the ways of romance, to instill within him a sense of charm. This vexes this fairy to no end. Li Ruobing stood at the bathroom door, her delicate, lily-white feet, blushing with modesty, tapping impatiently on the floor. She was quite indignant, reminiscent of a youthful maiden of 18 or 19. Before long, Li Ruobing donned her sleepwear and emerged from the bathroom into the living room. Her lustrous black hair, though towel-dried, cascaded over her shoulders in a damp, yet beautifully disheveled manner. Her heart-shaped face was exquisitely refined, giving her an ethereal, dewy appearance. That breathtaking visage exuded an air of purity and innocence, embodying the quintessence of a national first love. Su Chen cast a glance her way, his heart racing. It was indeed a stunning blow to the senses. Sister Bing's innocent features would fit perfectly for the role of a pure school beauty of her age. However, despite her angelic face, she possessed an aura of chilly aloofness. Additionally, her tall stature contributed to her commanding presence. When she wore a stern expression, her beautiful eyes glinted with an icy light, rendering her exceptionally regal. The term delicate yet commanding aptly describes someone like Sister Bing. Li Ruobing approached Su Chen and sat beside him, turning her back to him. As she drew near, an intoxicatingly delightful fragrance wafted into Su Chen's nostrils, subtle yet tantalizing. Their scent was the most alluring of all. Su Chen found himself momentarily dazed, quickly shaking his head to dispel the errant thoughts invading his mind. He picked up the hairdryer, plugged it in, and pressed the switch. With a soft hum, a wave of warm air surged forth from the device. Holding the hairdryer in one hand, Su Chen used his fingers to gently separate the strands of Li Ruobing's glossy black hair. He skillfully directed the warm air towards her hair, ensuring that the strands would dry quickly by allowing them to fully embrace the heat. His movements were remarkably adept and professional. Why was this young man so proficient at drying a girl's hair? The answer was simple: practice. Since Li Ruobing had started growing her hair long at the age of 14, she had always enlisted his help after washing it. And living across the hall left him no escape from this task. As for her reason for soliciting his assistance, the mischievous Li Ruobing had a straightforward justification. She claimed that her delicate, feminine arms would tire easily from holding the hairdryer for too long. Su Chen found this to be blatant coercion and exploitation. As he dried Li Ruobing's hair, the only sound in the living room was the gentle hum of the hairdryer. This sound possessed a certain magic, as if it could soothe the very soul. Li Ruobing closed her eyes, her entire being relaxed, clearly reveling in the moment. There was an unspoken understanding between them, warm and tender. Su Chen was meticulous and attentive, although he internally lamented this forced labor. His hands moved with a gentle care akin to an artist nurturing their most exquisite creation. Li Ruobing's nightgown was crafted from luxurious silk, light and smooth, enveloping her enchanting figure while perfectly accentuating her alluring curves. The garment was somewhat loose, creating a deep valley that caught Su Chen's attention. Initially, he managed to maintain his focus, but as time passed, his resolve began to waver, and his gaze grew increasingly unfocused. A parched sensation overtook him. The former Su Chen had never been so lustful. He had once harbored a psychological barrier against Li Ruobing, too afraid of her to entertain any inappropriate thoughts, having always regarded her as family. However, since that kiss earlier today, he found his mindset shifting in ways he had not anticipated. Now, in Li Ruobing's presence, though still somewhat timid, he began to perceive her through a distinctly male lens. That kiss had shattered the protective barrier around his heart. Could it be that he harbored feelings for Sister Bing? This notion, long buried deep within him, had gone unnoticed until now. Yet, after that fervent kiss, thoughts that should not have arisen regarding Li Ruobing began to take root in his mind, growing swiftly and wildly. These inappropriate, wicked thoughts began to invade his consciousness, altering his perceptions. Su Chen was no fool. He understood the reason behind his changing feelings. It seemed he had indeed developed a genuine affection for Sister Bing, one that transcended mere familial bonds. Realizing this made his body stiffen, a chill coursing through him, filling him with a sense of unease. Good heavens! He had fallen for this devil in disguise. Was he truly unwell? Stockholm Syndrome, perhaps? Chapter 25. Sister Bing is too adept. Little Chen, what are you doing? During Su Chen's days, the hairdryer continued to blow incessantly in one direction, prompting a displeased hum from Li Ruobing. Although her tone was laced with complaint, it lacked any trace of anger, instead carrying a hint of playful coaxing, sweet enough to melt bones. Upon hearing her voice, Su Chen felt as if an electric jolt coursed through his body, leaving him momentarily stunned. This was it. He was truly unwell, beginning to hallucinate. Just then, he found himself believing that Sister Bing was playfully coaxing him. Sister Bing, it's done, Su Chen declared as he turned off the hairdryer. And the ensuing silence only heightened his inner turmoil. Did he truly harbor feelings for Sister Bing, or was he genuinely ill? Only time would tell. After all, he had promised her they would separate in 3 months. 3 months was ample time for him to discern whether this was mere infatuation or something deeper. Su Chen leaned toward believing he was simply unwell. He did not consider himself a masochist, so perhaps he should let things unfold naturally. Such was Su Chen's laid-back disposition. He had no intention of forcing change. Furthermore, Sister Bing was quite delightful. Wait a moment. He truly was afflicted with that grave illness. Otherwise, he wouldn't entertain such disquieting thoughts. Sister Bing, pass me the hair tie, Su Chen said, refocusing his thoughts as he extended his hand toward Li Ruobing. She removed a black hair tie from her wrist and handed it to him. Su Chen accepted the hair tie, his fingers weaving through her silky hair, gathering her long, straight strands before securing them with the tie. The familiarity of his actions was almost heart-wrenching. He had been forced into this role since childhood. He was indeed unwell. Once her hair was neatly tied, Su Chen stood up and faced Li Ruobing, saying, Sister Bing, all done. As he spoke, Su Chen settled onto the adjacent sofa, deliberately maintaining a distance from Li Ruobing. Damn it. Once the beast within him awakened, it was impossible to rein it back in. His gaze frequently strayed towards Li Ruobing, a clear sign of his inner turmoil. Xiao Chen, why are you sitting so far away? Seeing Su Chen's reluctance to come closer, Li Ruobing felt a surge of dissatisfaction and promptly joined him on the sofa. As she settled beside him, a fragrant aroma enveloped him, leaving him momentarily dazed. Sister Bingbing, I'm just going to get some water. His heart racing, Su Chen felt increasingly uneasy with Li Ruobing's proximity. He sought an excuse to rise and relocate. However, just as he moved, Li Ruobing's icy voice pierced the air. Su Chen, dare to move again, and I'll break your legs. She spat the words through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with reproach. This insufferable younger brother. Did he truly dislike her closeness? How could he resist the presence of such a stunning beauty? Su Chen froze, realizing he could not make a move. With him immobile, Li Ruobing took the initiative, pouring a glass of water and presenting it to him. Why are you giving me water? He asked, perplexed, for he was not thirsty. He had already consumed several times his usual intake that day. Li Ruobing, exasperated, retorted, Didn't you just say you wanted water? Su Chen, feeling the heat of embarrassment, averted his gaze from Li Ruobing and stammered, Sister Bingbing, I'm no longer thirsty. Her shimmering, doe-like eyes narrowed dangerously as she scrutinized him. How dare her younger brother attempt to distance himself? Did he think she was a ferocious beast ready to devour him? This insufferable sibling. If she were to be angered to death, he would have a hard time finding a wife as beautiful and considerate as her. With a swift motion, Li Ruobing set the glass down, kicking her slippers far away, and reclined on the sofa, resting her head on Su Chen's lap. His body went rigid, and he struggled to swallow as he inquired, Sister Bingbing, what are you doing? Did she not realize that her closeness would exacerbate his condition? Li Ruobing, in a huff, replied, using your legs as a pillow. What is wrong with that? The more he tried to evade her, the closer she drew. For every step he took back, she advanced 10. She intended to claim him as her own. As she lay there, her face directly aligned with his, the angle allowed Su Chen an unobstructed view of her ethereal beauty. The sight was overwhelming, sending his youthful heart racing. His computer nearly froze from the shock. Quickly averting his gaze, he stared at the ceiling. Yet, Li Ruobing had caught onto his wandering eyes. Following his gaze, she noticed her own enchanting figure and felt a flush creep across her porcelain cheeks. Despite her embarrassment, she remained nestled against him, thinking, let him look, it's his eyes that belong to him. What can a delicate girl like me do? Moreover, her figure was meant solely for his eyes. However, the intensity of his earlier gaze had been fierce, akin to a beast starved for freedom, almost ready to pounce. Even if he did leap upon her, how could she resist? After all, she was merely a delicate beauty, incapable of fighting back. Yet, oh how shy she felt. Li Ruobing's cheeks grew increasingly flushed, her eyes glazed over, as if intoxicated. Ultimately, overwhelmed by modesty, she shut her eyes and feigned sleep. This way, I won't feel shy, she thought, a case of self-deception. Su Chen stared at the ceiling for what seemed an eternity. He cautiously lowered his gaze. It was certainly not his intention to sneak a look. Is she asleep? Observing Li Ruobing's serene slumber, he felt a pang of curiosity. Sister Bingbing? He called out a few times, but she remained unresponsive, lost in deep sleep. Seeing this, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, muttering, Li Ruobing, you really are a pig. Sleeping so long. Li Ruobing, in her dreams, murmured, meow meow meow. This sister truly trusted him, falling asleep in his embrace. Did she not realize how enticing she was? Or did she genuinely not see him as a man, leaving herself defenseless? This realization stirred an uncomfortable sensation within him. Gingerly, he lifted Li Ruobing in his arms and carried her to her bedroom, laying her gently on the soft bed and covering her with a blanket. Good night, piggy. Standing by the bedside, Su Chen's deep, dark eyes fixated on Li Ruobing's exquisite sleeping face. A struggle waged within him. Ultimately, instinct triumphed over reason, and he slowly leaned down, unable to resist the urge to plant a tender kiss on her cheek. A goodnight kiss between siblings wasn't inappropriate, was it? However, just as he made his move, a hand shot out, gripping his shirt and yanking him down onto the bed. Sister Bingbing? Su Chen gasped, startled, fearing his attempt to steal a kiss had been discovered and that she was about to unleash her wrath upon him. Sister Bingbing, let me explain. He urged himself to remain calm. To his surprise, instead of a reprimand, he found himself enveloped in her embrace, her sleeping form still nestled against him, her lips forming a pout, as if she were conversing in her dreams. What a comfortable pillow, let me hold you, don't run away. Realizing it was merely a false alarm, Su Chen's heart settled. Li Ruobing had not awakened nor discovered his intentions. This little minx had turned him into her personal human pillow. He made a token effort to wriggle free, though not forcefully. Sister Bingbing, I'm Su Chen. Not a pillow. Please let me go. In response, Li Ruobing mumbled, No, I want to let go of my pillow. My pillow is forever mine. I'll never release it. Good heavens. Su Chen thought. Even in her sleep, she remained as domineering as ever. With Li Ruobing's strength, he found himself unable to escape. It seemed he would have to share the bed tonight. With a resigned sigh, he surrendered. He too felt fatigued, and with the soft, fragrant beauty cradled in his arms, his eyelids grew heavy, lulling him into a drowsy state. It had been quite some time since he had shared a bed with this little sister. In the days of their youth, the two would share a bed nearly every night. It was a rather tragic experience of being a human pillow. She was indeed so soft, and holding her close brought a profound sense of satisfaction. Good night, Bingbing. As sleep gradually enveloped him, weary from a long day, Su Chen drifted into slumber. However, once Su Chen's breathing became steady, Li Ruobing, who lay beside him, quietly opened her beautiful, glistening eyes. A hint of shyness flickered as she glanced at Su Chen, her eyes sparkling with a sense of triumph. Sharing the same bed, her first small goal had been achieved. Silly little brother, you will never escape my grasp. As Li Ruobing gazed at Su Chen, her eyes shimmered with determination. Yet, in the next moment, Su Chen's hand, still clutching her body, inadvertently brushed against her chest. Lost in dreams, he seemed to have found something delightfully comforting. Enchanted, he caressed it once more, mumbling in his sleep. This meat bun is so delicious. Li Ruobing's lovely face flushed a deep crimson in that instant. How embarrassing. Did this silly little brother do it on purpose? Such a lecher. Fortunately, Su Chen did not pursue the matter further. After a brief touch, he merely turned over and resumed his deep slumber. Blushing furiously, Li Ruobing cast her gaze down at the spot recently touched by Su Chen. The fairy was no longer pure. Oh well. The following day, when Li Ruobing awoke, Su Chen was already gone. The other side of the bed was distinctly indented, clearly indicating that someone had slept there the night before. Stinky little brother, such a coward. He sleeps with me and then runs away. Reflecting on the scene from the previous night, Li Ruobing glanced down at her figure, her fair, exquisite face once again suffused with a rosy hue. She had read in a book that if this area were to be developed, it might undergo secondary growth. Silly little brother, he seems to really like it. Would it continue to grow? Oh no, she didn't want it to grow any further. Her current state was already perfect. Any more would be undesirable. Li Ruobing, what are you thinking about so early in the morning? Her face burned with embarrassment. Weakly, she collapsed back onto the bed, pulling the quilt over her face, hiding beneath the covers as she kicked and flailed in sheer shyness. In that moment, Li Ruobing's actions bore no trace of the aloof goddess demeanor. Her adorably bashful appearance resembled that of a love-struck young woman, utterly charming. But then, a sudden rip echoed through the room as a piece of fabric tore. It appeared that a high-quality quilt had been accidentally shredded in two by Li Ruobing. Her flailing came to an abrupt halt, leaving her face momentarily blank, looking both foolish and endearing. The air was thick with embarrassment. This quilt worth thousands really is of poor quality. I must file a complaint, Li Ruobing muttered to herself. In an instant, her playful demeanor vanished, replaced by an icy coldness as she seamlessly transitioned from the naive girl to the cool, sophisticated woman. Once she had finished her morning routine, Li Ruobing stepped into the living room to find her favorite breakfast laid out on the dining table. At the same time, she glanced at her phone and noticed a new message. Silly little brother. Bingbing, I have an early class today, so I'm heading back to school. Make sure to eat breakfast. It won't tea taste good if it gets cold. Reading this message, a delicate smile graced Li Ruobing's stunning face. She sat down and took a sip of the warm soy milk. It was still warm, warming her heart and sweetening her spirit. As she savored her breakfast, she typed a reply to Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen was already seated on the bus heading back to school when his phone vibrated. He glanced down. Big bad wolf. Touch touch. Having been on edge, Su Chen finally exhaled in relief. It seemed that Bingbing was unaware of their shared night, for she would not have sent such a cheerful message otherwise. However, reflecting on last night, he had expected to be kept awake by anxiety, thinking that lying next to the demon would lead to a sleepless night. To his surprise, the opposite was true. Cradling Bingbing's soft, fragrant form brought him an unparalleled tranquility. He felt a profound sense of safety and fulfillment, leading him to drift off to sleep. Did he truly have such affection for Bingbing? Or was his condition more severe than he realized? No, he needed to consult a psychologist. This was undoubtedly a psychological disorder. He typed a message to Li Ruobing. Silly little brother. Bingbing, I recall that your second major in college was psychology. Do you know any good psychologists? A friend of mine is seeking advice. In the villa. While enjoying her breakfast, Li Ruobing paused upon reading the text. Big bad wolf. Little Chen, I have a former classmate who is now a renowned psychologist. What kind of issues does your friend wish to consult about? Silly little brother. Bingbing, that's hard to say, as it's my friend's privacy. Can you pass me your friend's WeChat ID, so I can forward it? Big bad wolf. Sure. Li Ruobing was efficient. It wasn't long before Su Chen received a message with an account card. He opened it to find the name, Shenyu. The profile picture featured a beautiful female doctor. Curious, Su Chen searched her online and confirmed that Shenyu was indeed a prominent psychologist. Her credentials indicated that she graduated from Qingbei University and was a leading expert in the field of psychological counseling, having assisted law enforcement in solving significant cases multiple times. Feeling reassured, he messaged Li Ruobing again. Silly little brother. Bingbing, thank you. I'll have my friend add this sister on WeChat. Big bad wolf. Sure. Su Chen thought to himself, truly the high cold goddess. He copied Shenyu's WeChat ID into his input method, then switched to a slightly more ordinary account among several he had. He added the psychologist's WeChat. Third-rate composer. Hello, Dr. Chen. My friend is Su Chen. He referred me to you. Dr. Chen. Hello, what issues would you like to consult about? Third-rate composer. It's about a relationship issue. I think I might have Stockholm Syndrome. Dr. Chen, please describe your situation in detail. Third-rate composer. Well, it seems I've developed feelings for a woman who has oppressed and tormented me since childhood. Someone I was once terrified of. Third-rate composer. Yet recently, I find my heart racing when I am with her. Third-rate composer. The gaze upon her is often perceived from a masculine perspective, imbued with the desire a man harbors for a woman. Third-rate composer. I find myself pondering whether what I feel is genuine affection or merely a manifestation of psychological distress. I lean towards the latter and seek to understand how to remedy it. Su Chen typed a lengthy message and awaited a response. This time, Dr. Shenyu did not reply immediately. Su Chen furrowed his brow. Could she be preoccupied? After enduring a 2-minute suspense, the response finally arrived. Dr. Shenyu. Good day, sir. Upon my preliminary assessment, it appears you may be experiencing Stockholm Syndrome, though this is not definitive. Dr. Shenyu. I must apologize, sir. I am not an expert in matters of the heart. Dr. Shenyu. However, within my team, there are specialists in this field. If you wish to pursue such consultation, I can provide you with their contact details. Third-rate composer. Certainly, please send me the expert's contact information. Su Chen had faith in this esteemed team. Shortly thereafter, he received the WeChat account of an individual. Username, emotional expert Shui Shui. The profile picture depicted a girl in a white coat, her face obscured, revealing only a blurred silhouette, a perfect outline. Su Chen gazed at the image, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and promptly added her. Meanwhile, within a villa, Li Ruobing switched to her WeChat account, a knowing smile gracing her lips. She accepted the addition and swiftly typed a message. Emotional expert Shui Shui. Hello there, young man. I am your primary therapist for this psychological treatment. Let us first discuss our consultation fees. Emotional expert Shui Shui. Our pricing model is set at 50,000 for a single cycle, spanning 3 months. Throughout this period, you may contact me at any time with your queries. Emotional expert Shui Shui. We require a 50% deposit up front, but rest assured, should you conclude your consultations early, we will refund a portion of the deposit based on circumstances. Emotional expert Shui Shui. Young man, do you wish to proceed with the consultation? Third-rate composer. Yes. Initially, Su Chen hesitated. However, upon noticing the immediate focus on financial matters, he felt a wave of reassurance. Discussing money was a good sign. Su Chen bore no concerns about the authenticity of the individual, as the leader of this team was a college acquaintance of Bingbing, providing a sense of familiarity. Moreover, they belonged to a renowned professional institution, unlikely to deceive him for a mere sum. At that moment, Su Chen was en route and had just arrived at the school gate. He typed, Third-rate composer. Hello, Dr. Shui Shui. I'm currently occupied, but I will reach out to discuss my situation when time permits. Emotional expert Shui Shui. Sounds good. Truly, as an emotional expert, her tone radiated a charming innocence. Surely, this girl must be an endearing, cute little sister? Su Chen merely mused, harboring no further thoughts. Cute girls were not his preference. He favored those with a more aloof demeanor. Don't ask why. Su Chen switched to his regular account, disembarked, and strode towards the dormitory. Upon entering, he was greeted by a hefty fellow who exclaimed, Su Chen, you've gone viral on our school forum. Su Chen inquired, what do you mean? The pudgy student pointed at his computer screen, a gleeful expression on his face. It's about you and Goddess Bingbing getting a marriage certificate. Who knows how that got leaked to the forum? Everyone is mocking you, claiming you're seriously unwell, suggesting you have delusions for even going so far as to forge a marriage certificate. You've become the source of amusement on the forum. Su Chen. Chapter 27, The Online Controversy. Let me take a look. Su Chen returned to his seat, opened his computer, logged into the forum, and discovered that what was usually a quiet space was now bustling with activity. One particular thread had gained immense traction, with over 3,000 replies, predominantly mocking Su Chen for his alleged act of obtaining a fake marriage certificate. In university, due to his striking looks, Su Chen was regarded as one of the campus heartthrobs, garnering a certain level of fame. It seemed even heartthrobs indulge in fantasies like the rest of us. Bingbing's husband is ours. Su heartthrob. I heard you're Bingbing's husband? What a coincidence, so am I. Su God, if you fancy marriage certificates, just say the word. And I'll break up with my boyfriend to get the real deal with you. My family has a car and a house. So, Su God is also fond of robbing. It's no surprise. Who wouldn't he be attracted to such stunning beauty? I too am enamored. The senior upstairs. The lilies of my hometown have blossomed again. Senior, though lilies are lovely, women cannot bear children together. How deeply does Su heartthrob adore robbing? To concoct a scheme like this, he must be quite the character. I'm an insider. Su Chen doesn't he actually like robbing? He is her hater, frequently disparaging her online. Insider 10,086. I suspect Su Chen's motive for obtaining that marriage certificate was to slander robbing. Insider agrees. Insider has been utterly silenced. Initially, Su Chen was a fan of robbing. However, the narrative twisted, revealing him as a hater. Su Chen skimmed through a few posts and then logged into his secondary account. I support Su heartthrob. Robbing is merely a pretty face, unworthy of stardom. Su heartthrob could never be interested in someone like robbing, merely a decorative figure. Su heartthrob is so heroic. Oh, isn't that the notorious hater of Bingbing in the forum? Wow, the leader of the haters has arrived. Fellow students, robbing, a mere flower vase, has no place in the entertainment industry. Let us unite to expel her and cleanse the industry. Hee, everyone, allow me to make a little advertisement. The haters family welcomes all. Our secret code is 857904974. The hater leader speaks with conviction. Hilarious, there is hardly anyone in that group. How could anyone bear to criticize such a lovely, sweet girl like Bingbing? Indeed, my heart belongs to Bingbing. Oh, do you think the leader of the haters could be Su heartthrob's alternate account? Insiders assert. The insider's eyes have been blinded, unable to see Su Chen's screen. The atmosphere in the forum was lively, yet no one genuinely believed in the authenticity of the claims, for it was utterly implausible. Su Chen shut his computer and stood up. The hefty fellow beside him inquired, Su Chen, where are you off to? Su Chen replied, to class. The hefty one, puzzled, asked what class? We don't have any today according to the schedule. Su Chen gritted his teeth, English class. The hefty one suddenly remembered. Oh, I forgot. You flunked college English 12 in your freshman year. Su Chen. Although Su Chen was a time traveler, his academic performance left much to be desired. He is not the kind of genius with an extraordinarily high IQ like robbing. Coupled with his lethargic, carefree demeanor, he exhibits no diligence or tenacity in his studies. His admission to an ordinary undergraduate program is solely attributable to his status as an art student, where the cultural score requirements are less stringent. Otherwise, given his severe subject imbalances, the prospect of attending university would be utterly unattainable for him. Su Chen's scores in the college entrance examination were as follows. He achieved a mere 140 in Chinese, 270 in the liberal arts, and a combined total of only around 60 in both mathematics and English. This serves as a testament that having been an academic underachiever in his past life, he is destined to remain one in the next, for his IQ is rather mediocre. Regardless of whether in his previous or current existence, his English proficiency remains abysmally low, failing to even meet the standard of an average elementary school student. He has already retaken the English course twice, yet has not passed, falling short by just a few points each time. Now, as a senior in his first semester, should he fail this English course again, he will not accrue sufficient credits, jeopardizing his graduation. Although the possession of a diploma bears little impact on Su Chen's quality of life moving forward, he still yearns to graduate, at the very least. When others inquire about his educational background, he wishes to respond with confidence, akin to a certain streamer, undergraduate, with his books in hand. Su Chen made his way toward the classroom. He glanced at his phone to confirm the location of his classroom. This marks his inaugural attendance in this English class since the semester commenced. Due to the nature of the course being a retake, he is obliged to attend alongside first-year students, a source of profound embarrassment that few could comprehend. The instructor he selected is known for her laid-back approach. She never takes attendance and shows little concern for students' presence. Equally, she is devoid of leniency when it comes to grades. What you earn in an exam is what you receive, and even a single point difference will not afford you any favors. This teacher is renowned within the university for her beauty and is the youngest professor in the foreign language department. During his previous attempts at retaking the course, Chen only attended class twice throughout the semester, once for the midterm speaking exam and once for the final speaking exam, thereafter merely awaiting the final examination. Today is the day for the midterm speaking assessment. Upon arriving at the classroom, he found it sparsely populated, as class time had yet to commence. He settled into a seat at the back near the window. Gradually, students began to trickle in. The freshman English course is compulsory, and the class he chose is predominantly composed of dance majors, with the majority being female and only a handful of male students. As the girls entered the classroom and spotted the strikingly handsome boy seated there, they were utterly mesmerized. Wow, he is so handsome. Who is he? How come I've never seen him before? Did he walk into the wrong classroom? Yet, he is truly captivating. I wish I could be his girlfriend. He seems to be Chen, the campus heartthrob. Oh, it must be true. Wow, he is far more handsome than in the pictures. Truly a case of photographic deception. Isn't Chen a senior? Why is he still attending class with us? I heard Chen is an academic underachiever, having failed English numerous times. Really? You can actually fail English? Well, let him be an underachiever. Being that handsome, if he were also an academic star, would there be any fairness left in this world? He is just so incredibly handsome. The girls were entirely smitten by Chen's charm. Listening to their praises, Chen felt no emotional stirrings. Their voices lacked the melodious quality of Bingbing's, and their appearances paled in comparison to hers. He held no interest. Chen is so aloof. I adore aloof male deities. Does Chen have a girlfriend? The boys remarked with a tinge of envy. Haha, Chen doesn't he have a girlfriend? But he has a wife. Don't you all remember? He got married to a big star. Chen found the situation amusing. How dare he fabricate a marriage certificate? Isn't he afraid of receiving a warning from a lawyer? Unfazed by their discussions, Chen's sole desire was to swiftly conclude the speaking examination and return to his dormitory. There, he would indulge in a sip of his beloved sugary drink before firing up his computer for a round of battle royale. Yet, the thought of the impending speaking exam filled him with dread. His English was woefully inadequate, to the point where he struggled with even the most basic conversational phrases. The speaking assessment loomed before him as a veritable public humiliation. He slumped over his desk, contemplating a brief nap, having surrendered to despair. The upcoming speaking exam would merely culminate in embarrassment. Just then, a notification chimed. System, has the host checked in? Special reminder, a new day has commenced. It has been detected that the host has not summoned this system to check in. Considering the host is a novice, this system is offering a one-time reminder, after which it shall not be repeated. Chen. System. Chen. System. Surely, the host has not forgotten of this system's existence? Coughing awkwardly, he replied, no, of course not. While I check in. Detected successful check-in at an ordinary undergraduate university. Check-in successful reward. Congratulations, the host has obtained a language skill package. Language skill package. With this skill package, the host will achieve complete mastery of all languages in this world. Chen, is this cheat code not a tad too conspicuous? Nevertheless, he relished it. Chapter 28. Bingbing's penchant for showing off is excessive. Before long, class commenced formally. A stunning young woman clad in a black professional outfit and donning black-rimmed glasses, her feet elegantly adorned with high heels, entered the classroom. She is Chen's English teacher, Zhang, with a delicate face that retains a hint of baby fat. She appears almost juvenile, yet her physique is strikingly alluring, particularly her impressive curves. Truly a mesmerizing sight. Zhang's demeanor is quite serious. Standing at the podium, she scanned the classroom, her gaze lingering on Chen with mild surprise, yet she offered no comment. The speaking examination commenced. Although Zhang spoke in a decidedly serious tone, her voice was soft, lacking the authoritative impact one might expect. Instead, it bore a certain adorably naive quality that made one want to tease her. Class, who would like to give this question a try? Zhang activated the projector, revealing the content for the speaking assessment. Upon seeing the question, a wave of dismay rippled through the classroom. Why is this speaking exam so difficult? Indeed, I heard from upperclassmen that speaking exams in college are quite simple. Exactly. This question seems impossible without at least a level 6 English proficiency. As the students clamored, Zhang rapped her knuckles on the desk, exclaiming in frustration, quiet down, everyone. This question was devised by me. It is not from a formal exam. However, if any of you can successfully complete this question, you will be exempt from attending class and the final exam for the semester. I will pass you directly. What? Is it really that good? But this question looks exceedingly difficult. Zhang Ye clarified. This question is actually one I faced during my level 8 speaking exam. Students gasped. You expect us, who haven't even attempted the level 4 exam, to tackle a level 8 English major's question? Teacher, are you a devil? At that moment, sitting in the corner, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Teacher, I'm here. Zhang Ye frowned. You? Despite having only seen this student a few times throughout the semester, Zhang Ye recognized him, as he had left a profound impression on her. Firstly, due to his strikingly handsome features, and secondly, because his command of English was lamentably poor, barely surpassing that of an elementary school student. It was hard to forget. Zhang Ye fixed her gaze on Su Chen. Are you certain, Su Chen? Su Chen, brimming with confidence, replied, absolutely. Observing his reckless demeanor, she felt compelled to say, Su Chen, please don't give up the struggle. This ordinary question is quite simple. Give it another try. Zhang Ye sensed that Su Chen was on the verge of surrendering. However, Su Chen firmly rejected her encouragement, asserting, no need. This is the question I'll take. As long as I pass, I won't have to sit for the final exam. For someone as lethargic as him. This was pure bliss. Very well, then, go ahead. Zhang Ye conceded without further insistence. Su Chen stood up and walked to the podium, positioning himself beside Zhang Ye. Standing at about 165 meters, she appeared diminutive next to him. Zhang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Why did it feel like this student was significantly more handsome than before? As Su Chen gazed at the intricate article before him, the English words felt remarkably familiar, as though he had an innate mastery of the language. He began to read aloud. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. Su Chen's voice was rich and magnetic, akin to the most enchanting broadcast in the dead of night. His accent was impeccably standard, devoid of any regional inflection, and his grammar was entirely correct. 5 minutes later, upon finishing the lengthy passage, an uncanny stillness enveloped the classroom. The expressions on the faces of both male and female students reflected sheer rapture. Wow. Su Chen's voice is absolutely mesmerizing. It's like music to my ears. Didn't they say Su Chen's English was poor? How does his spoken English sound so delightful? Completely accent-free? Is Su Chen reading correctly? I have no idea. This is a level 8 exam question, and how would we know? All I know is, his voice is simply divine. Even Zhang Ye, standing as the teacher, found herself entranced. Teacher, did I pass? Su Chen called out a few times, only to realize that his English teacher was momentarily unresponsive. Oh, Su Chen, your grammar and vocabulary are impeccable. If this were an 8th level exam, you would undoubtedly score full marks, Zhang Ye finally replied, regaining her composure. Being from the foreign language department, she relished listening to others recite English, particularly drawn to deep, sultry voices that linger in the ear. Su Chen's recitation surpassed any she had previously encountered, exuding a magnetic charm that captivated her entirely. Listening to him was a true delight. That's it, Su Chen, you have passed, Zhang Ye said, her gaze lingering on his handsome visage. Feeling an inexplicable warmth flood her cheeks as he stood so close. Thank you, teacher, Su Chen replied, his heart swelling with excitement. Damn English. I have finally conquered you. With the help of the system, he felt elated. As he descended from the podium, he left the classroom amidst a flurry of astonished and awestruck gazes. The moment Su Chen exited, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Wow, Su Chen is incredible. He passed a level 8 exam question. Indeed, his English is astonishing. Like a native speaker. Unbelievable. No wonder he is my idol. Who spread the rumor that Su Chen's English was poor. Clearly, he is a linguistic genius. While the classroom buzzed with exuberant chatter, Zhang Ye, as the teacher, remained silent, staring vacantly at the doorway through which Su Chen had departed. It was true that Su Chen had previously struggled with English, performing even below elementary school standards. Yet, the proficiency he displayed moments ago was nothing short of extraordinary. Even she felt a twinge of envy. Could it be that Su Chen had diligently devoted himself to mastering English over the past 2 years? Just as she contemplated this, she dismissed the thought. Achieving such a level of proficiency would take at least a decade of hard work. Clearly, Su Chen's English skills had always been exceptional. But if that were the case, why had he consistently performed poorly on his exams? What was his purpose in deliberately failing? This question puzzled not only Zhang Ye, but every student in the class. Why did Su Chen, with such a high level of English, choose to fail for 3 years? Could it be intentional? But who would deliberately fail? What would be the point? English class is so dull, who would willingly attend? True, if not for our beautiful teacher. I would definitely skip. Suddenly, Huasheng struck upon a revelation. Wait, could it be that Su Chen has been intentionally failing to attend more of Teacher Ye's classes? Wow, when you put it that way, it does seem plausible. How romantic to continuously fail for 3 years just to be in the same class as a teacher. Su Chen must have feelings for Teacher Ye. Wow, a teacher-student romance. How thrilling. Yet, who wouldn't be drawn to a youthful, alluring teacher like Zhang Ye? Even I, as a girl, would want to cuddle her. Listening to her students' discussions, Zhang Ye felt her heart race, overwhelmed by a flurry of emotions. Biting her lip, she felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Was Su Chen really failing for her? Over the past 3 years, he had exclusively chosen her courses, overlooking others he could have taken. The more she contemplated, the more confused she became. Su Chen was her student. How could he harbor such feelings for her? Cough, cough. Everyone, please continue with the exam. Zhang Yi urged herself to regain her composure. Once the torturous examination concluded, she stepped outside the classroom and immediately opened her phone to send a message in her group chat with her close friends. Yaya is so adorable. Sisters. What should I do? One of my students seems to have developed feelings for me. Chio, the gaming genius. If I were your student, I would definitely fall for you too. Who wouldn't love a cute and youthful teacher? Yaya is so adorable. Pervert Chio. Rainy day. Based on my analysis, Yaya, you seem a bit off. You've never mentioned liking your students before. Chio. Oh ho. Yaya, you're definitely not acting like yourself. Yaya is so adorable. I am not. I'm his teacher. How could I have feelings for my own student? That is completely unethical. Favorite younger brother. Don't you think the terms teacher and student sound rather thrilling together? Yaya is so adorable. Get lost. Not everyone is like you. Shamelessly preferring younger prey. Even your own brother. My dearest younger brother. Little brother is simply the best. Salivating, blissful. Chio plays games exceptionally well. To the one above. Mind your drool, don't wet your clothes. Disdain. Chio plays games exceptionally well. A wicked woman forgetting her friends in the face of beauty. Last time she played games with her own brother, she didn't even include me, a seasoned player. Yaya is adorably cute. Ice, beautiful goddess. What stage have you reached with your brother? Rainy day is also wonderful. Same question. Chio plays games exceptionally well. Same question. My dearest younger brother, it's nothing much. We just slept together last night. Oh, proud, boasting. Rainy day is also wonderful. Yaya is adorably cute. Chio plays games exceptionally well. Chapter 29. The wealthy sister is too overbearing. Li Ruobing's words detonated like a bomb in the group of close friends. Chio plays games exceptionally well. OMG. Goddess Ice. You can't do this. You're a goddess. You mustn't allow mere mortals to touch your noble and pure body. Chio plays games exceptionally well. Which despicable scoundrel dared to lay a hand on my goddess? I will kill him. Anger knife. Yaya is adorably cute. Wicked woman. How could you do this? Shameless. Mama said such things should only be done after marriage. Blushing, shy. Rainy day is also wonderful. Ahem. My friend asked me to inquire, does it really hurt? And after sleeping together, how do you feel? Is there any change in your heart? Rational, curious. Chio plays games exceptionally well. Goddess Ice. Quickly tell me the address of that little brat. I must go and kill him. Woo, my goddess is no longer pure. Chio plays games exceptionally well. Goddess Ice. Did that little brat force you against your will? Don't be afraid, speak bravely, and I will seek justice for you. Yaya is adorably cute. Yes. Mama said, men are all wolves, creatures governed by their lower halves. If you were forced, you must speak out. We will ensure that the criminal is brought to justice. Rainy day is also wonderful. Eating melon. My dearest younger brother, huh? Silly brother didn't force me at all. In fact, I wanted him to, but he didn't have the courage. I'm clearly such a delicate and helpless beauty. Why doesn't he dare? Doubt. Chio plays games exceptionally well. Yaya is adorably cute. Rainy day is also wonderful. Eating melon. My dearest younger brother. Moreover, it was I who actively pulled him onto my bed last night, inviting him to sleep with me. If we speak of coercion, it was I who forced him. Shy. Chio plays games exceptionally well. Yaya is adorably cute. Rainy day is also wonderful. The facade has cracked. Bring back that aloof and ascetic goddess Ice. My dearest younger brother. Yaya is adorably cute. Sweetheart, your mama spoke truly. Such matters should indeed only occur after marriage. Caressing. Yaya is adorably cute. Chio plays games exceptionally well. Goddess Ice. What do you mean? Rainy day is also wonderful. Goddess Ice. You won't be showing us your marriage certificate next, will you? Alert, shocked. My dearest younger brother. I'm no longer a young girl. I'm a married woman now. Joyful. My dearest younger brother. You all haven't given me a red envelope yet. Li Ruobing sent a picture to the group, revealing a small red booklet. The marriage certificate she had previously acquired with Su Chen. The group fell into complete silence. After a few seconds, Chio plays games exceptionally well. Knife. Hand me a butcher's knife. I will kill that scoundrel. My goddess. Yaya is adorably cute. Is this what it means to be a married woman? No wonder her words have turned so wicked. Marriage is terrifying, transforming my aloof goddess into a bad woman. Woo. I shall never marry in this lifetime. I'm too cute to become a bad woman. Crying. Rainy day is also wonderful, and here I am, eating a worthless melon. Quickly send me that scoundrel's address. I want to lock him in a small dark room and make him suffer the most tormenting psychological torture. My dearest younger brother. Sisters, you still haven't wished me a happy marriage. Smiling, benevolent smile. Chio plays games exceptionally well. When we meet in the future, I will definitely break that human trafficker's legs. Yaya is adorably cute. When we meet in the future, I will definitely break that human trafficker's legs. Rainy day is also wonderful. When we meet in the future, I will definitely break that human trafficker's legs. My dearest younger brother. Don't think you can escape giving me a red envelope just like that. Hurry up. Flirtatious, expectant, benevolent smile. A moment of silence enveloped the group. Xiao plays games exceptionally well. Reluctantly sent a red envelope of 66,666. Yeah is adorably cute. Reluctantly sent a red envelope of 66,666. Rainy day is also wonderful. Reluctantly sent a red envelope of 66,666. My dearest younger brother, I have received all your heartfelt blessings. I shall ensure that my younger brother and I have children soon and recognize you as godmothers. Silence. Xiao plays games exceptionally well. Why are the photo and name of that human trafficker on the marriage certificate obscured? Yeah is adorably cute. Same question. Rainy day is also wonderful. Same question. My dearest younger brother, my brother belongs to me alone. I dislike other women coveting him. Intensely dislike. Knife. Another silence descends upon the group. Meanwhile, Chen returned to his dormitory after class and retrieved a chilled can of soda from the small refrigerator. Opening the can. The sound of bubbles fizzing within brought an immediate sense of joy. Taking a sip. Refreshing. Chen let out a long sigh, sinking into an ergonomic chair. Sipping his soda while lounging comfortably. This is the life of a slacker. Pure bliss. Yet, suddenly, his body trembled, an inexplicable chill creeping down his back. As if someone were cursing him. He thought he hadn't done anything heinous. Just then, his phone vibrated. The Demon King, little Chen. Would you like a red envelope from your sister? Smiling, benevolent smile. Chen, who had been enjoying himself, straightened his back the moment he saw the message. He seemed to understand why he had felt that chill earlier. It was the demon seeking him. Silly goose. Ice, why are you sending me a red envelope? The Demon King, sister is happy. The Demon King, very domineeringly sent 3 red envelopes of 66,666. Silly goose. Ice, why are you sending me so many red envelopes? Chen was not pleased. On the contrary, he felt a sense of wariness. He sensed ulterior motives. The Demon King, are you going to accept it or not? Silly goose. Ice, I don't need the money. I haven't even used the 100,000 you transferred to me last month. The Demon King, I don't care what you think. I want what I think. Accept it now? Silly goose. Oh, silly goose. Reluctantly accepted the 3 red envelopes of 66,666 from her. The wealthy sister is too overbearing. He felt tormented. Who can truly understand his pain? After accepting the red envelopes, Chen intended to boot up his computer for a round of gaming. Yet, his phone vibrated again. This time, an unfamiliar number was calling. Chen answered the call. Hello? A moment of silence ensued. Confused, he remarked, if you're a salesperson, you've got the wrong person. Just as he was about to hang up, a middle-aged man's voice, calm yet tinged with urgency, came through the line. Is this Mr. Su? Hello. I am the chairman of Huai Media. Chen chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Oh, how sophisticated the scammers have become, presenting themselves as chairman right off the bat? With that, he promptly hung up. The name Huai Media stirred a vague recollection in him. After ending the call, Chen sensed that something was amiss. On the top floor of a grand building, in a magnificent office, a middle-aged man in a suit stared blankly at his phone, which had just been disconnected. As the CEO of a public company, he had never before been accused of being a scammer or a salesperson. Chapter 30. Sister Bingbing is at it again. Around 6 in the evening, Chen changed into a slightly more formal outfit in his dormitory, exuding the aura of a business elite. His roommate, Xiaopeng, noticed his formal attire and curiously asked, Chen, are you actually preparing for a job interview? Typically, students with ambition in their 3rd year begin to plan their future careers and submit resumes to accumulate experience. For instance, Wu Jinkai, from their dormitory, had already started job hunting in the 1st semester of his junior year and had become quite the interview expert by senior year, having interviewed with numerous companies. The other 2 roommates had also begun to submit resumes and attend interviews to varying degrees. Yet, Chen, like a lazy fish, spent his days sleeping and playing video games, showing no signs of ambition. Thus, Xiaopeng found it particularly intriguing to see Chen dressed so formally. Despite being renowned as the campus heartthrob, this fellow had a remarkably laid-back demeanor, often preferring the confines of his dormitory unless absolutely necessary. Chen admired his reflection in the mirror. Clad in a suit and tie, he appeared much more mature and composed. Turning to Xiaopeng, he declared, I'm not going for an interview. I'm about to negotiate a small business deal worth nearly 10 billion. Xiaopeng scoffed, you're just full of hot air. Naturally, he found it hard to believe. Over time, the roommates had come to realize that Chen was not lacking in financial resources. His family was quite well off, likely placing him among the wealthy elite. But even if one were a rich 2nd generation, who would allow a mere senior in college to negotiate a deal of such magnitude? What's wrong with the world when speaking the truth garners no belief? Chen shook his head, adopting an air of world weariness. Just get lost. Fail your interview and come back to game with me. Xiaopeng offered his most sincere wish for Chen's failure. Once outside the campus, Chen hailed a taxi. Where to, handsome? The driver inquired. To Jinghe Garden. Chen replied. Jinghe Garden, One of the most famous gardens in Kyoto, boasts a history spanning several centuries and is a renowned 5A scenic area. After approximately an hour's drive, the taxi arrived at Jingha Garden. The driver, puzzled, remarked, "Young man, are you sure you want to go to the back mountain of Jingha Garden? That area isn't part of the scenic zone and is not open to the public." "Yes, I'm certain," Chen confirmed. After stepping out of the taxi, he found himself at the foot of the back mountain of Jingha Garden. Nestled there was a private restaurant called Xiangu, which was not open to the public and catered exclusively to state guests. Membership to Xiangu was exclusive. Only those with a net worth of at least 10 billion could dine there. Established by the wealthiest man in Kyoto, Mr. Chen, Xiangu was initially intended for important business negotiations. Chen took out his phone. "Mr. Wang, I've arrived." On the other end of the line, the middle-aged man replied, "Mr. Su, please hold on. I'll come to greet you shortly." Chen acknowledged with a brief before hanging up. His purpose for being there was the invitation from the chairman of Huai Media to dine and sign a stock transaction contract. Shortly thereafter, at the top of the steps, a middle-aged man approached, walking briskly. He scanned the area and spotted only Chen standing alone. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Su?" he inquired politely. Facing a figure prominent on the billionaire list, Chen remained unperturbed, responding steadily, "Mr. Wang, I am Chen." Wang Xuan felt a twinge of surprise upon hearing Chen's confirmation. During the call, he had perceived the voice as youthful, but he hadn't expected someone so young. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, significantly younger than his own disappointing son. However, despite his youth, Chen exuded a mature and composed demeanor, engaging in conversation with a balance of respect and confidence, embodying an old soul. After all, who but an extraordinary individual could summon nearly 10 billion in funds to purchase 10% of Huai Media? While Wang Xuan was the chairman of Huai Media, it was not his primary venture. His main focus lay in real estate. Recently, however, his core business had encountered some issues, necessitating a substantial cash flow, compelling him to consider selling his shares in Huai Media. Initially, he believed acquiring such a significant amount of cash would take time to find a buyer. While many billionaires possessed assets worth hundreds of billions, few held nearly 10 billion in liquid cash. Gazing at Chen, respect glimmered in Wang Xuan's eyes. "Mr. Su, please follow me." He led Chen up the steps towards Xiangu within the garden. Amidst the forested landscape stood an exquisite villa, a small-scale Suzhou-style garden that seemed out of place in the northern region. Wang Xuan had reserved Xiangu for the evening solely to host Chen, indicating his high regard for him. As Chen and Wang Xuan entered Xiangu, two tall figures emerged from another entrance. Both young women possessed breathtaking beauty. Yet, their auras diverged. One radiated warmth, akin to a refined lady, while the other exuded a frosty demeanor, her enchanting eyes perpetually conveying an air of aloofness, as if to ward off any intruders. Her indifference resembled the eternal ice of the polar regions, destined never to thaw. "Sorry, Bingbing. I just found out that Xiangu has been booked by Uncle Wang. Shall we go somewhere else?" Shen Xiuxiu said, playfully attempting to cling to Li Ruobing's arm. "I'm now a married woman. You can't touch me, or my husband will get jealous." Without so much as allowing Shen Xiuxiu to make contact, Li Ruobing deftly evaded her. The coolness of her voice was enough to infuriate anyone. Beneath Shen Xiuxiu's gentle exterior, her sparkling eyes conveyed a lively and mischievous spirit. Her voice trembled. "The frosty goddess, what does your brother have that makes him so special? Just divorce him, and I shall support you. What do I lack compared to him?" Li Ruobing arched a delicate smile. "My brother can make me pregnant. Can you?" Shen Xiuxiu's lovely face flushed crimson in an instant. "Is this what it means to be a young matron?" Li Ruobing suddenly gazed into the distance, her brow furrowing at the sight of two silhouettes approaching the Xian pavilion. "What's wrong, ice goddess?" Shen Xiuxiu inquired curiously. Following her gaze, she too spotted the two men. Instantly recognizing the bald figure, she mused, "That must be Uncle Wang. But who is that tall man beside him? Could he be the guest of honor at today's gathering, specifically invited by Uncle Wang?" Upon hearing Shen Xiuxiu's words, Li Ruobing retracted her gaze. "It's nothing. I must have misseen. Just a moment ago." She thought the tall man's silhouette resembled her dear little Chen. However, upon reconsideration, she dismissed the notion, deeming it utterly impossible. Wang Xuan was once the wealthiest man, and even now, he was among the top on the rich list. A guest worthy of a private banquet at Xian Pavilion must possess a tremendously high status, perhaps a business tycoon with billions to their name. Her foolish brother, a mere flounder in life, perhaps she had grown too fond of him, so much so that at the mere sight of a similar build, her thoughts involuntarily drifted to him. Reflecting on her silly brother, she instinctively recalled the way he had touched her body while sleeping last night. That sensation had sent electric shivers coursing through her, leaving her feeling strangely exhilarated. Yet, she did not resent it. On the contrary, she found it rather pleasant. "Li Fairy, you are truly lewd." Li Ruobing felt her cheeks warming. Beside her, Shen Xiuxiu, noticing this, asked with curiosity, "Ice goddess, why are you blushing?" Li Ruobing replied, "Xiuxiu, it's only been a day since I last saw my silly brother, and I already miss him terribly. It's a longing of a profound nature." Shin Qiuxiu exclaimed. He just threw you a handful of dog food. Within the Shin pavilion, Su Chen was about to take his seat when he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back. From experience, he surmised that this was likely the result of Ice Sister's curse upon him. In the opulent emperor's private room, Su Chen signed the share transfer authorization with Wang Xuan, applying his fingerprint and signature. From this moment forth, he became the largest shareholder of Huai Media, effectively the shadowy patron of Li Ruobing. Wang Xuan had previously held a 15% stake in Huai Media. However, after transferring 10% to Su Chen, he retained only 5%, still making him the second largest shareholder. Wang Xuan regarded Su Chen, momentarily perplexed by his intentions. Mr. Su, do you have any opinions regarding the personnel at Huai Media? If Su Chen desired, he could convene a shareholders' meeting to appoint him as chairman. Su Chen shook his head, aware of Wang Xuan's concerns. Chairman Wang, I have no opinions. I am merely an ordinary shareholder, content to receive dividends periodically. I will not interfere with the company's affairs. Though a reborn individual, Su Chen was not omnipotent. He could only write scripts, compose songs, and engage in some investments. Managing a company was beyond his capabilities, and it contradicted his values as a laid-back individual. Why not simply relax and reap the rewards? Moreover, he had faith in Wang Xuan's abilities. Having risen from nothing and remained in the top 10 of the wealthy list, he undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities. That is good to hear. Upon hearing Su Chen's assurance of non-interference, Wang Xuan felt a significant burden lift. At the same time, admiration for Su Chen grew in his gaze. A young man with such a nonchalant attitude towards fame and fortune, utterly disinterested in corporate power. This was indeed an extraordinary individual. Wang Xuan curiously inquired, Mr. Su, may I ask what your profession is? Despite his investigations, he had found no trace of Su Chen, suggesting that a formidable force protected his privacy. Su Chen did not conceal the truth. Chairman Wang, I am currently a student. Wang Xuan mused to himself. Just as he suspected, Su Chen was indeed a scion of a super-rich conglomerate. What super-rich conglomerate could possess such resources? Mr. Su, Xian Pavilion has several signature dishes. You must try them later. Wang Xuan deftly shifted the topic, refraining from further inquiries about Su Chen's background. Everyone harbors secrets, especially in business. Pursuing someone relentlessly only breeds resentment. In the world of commerce, interactions require a certain finesse. One must ensure that conversations do not cause discomfort. Very well. Then I extend my gratitude to Chairman Wang for tonight's hospitality. Su Chen's demeanor was poised and unrestrained, exhibiting none of the impatience typical of his age. Much to Wang Xuan's increasing admiration, this brought to mind his own wayward son. If only that prodigal had half of Su Chen's maturity and composure, he would consider himself fortunate. He had warned his son to refrain from causing any trouble recently. If he dared to create chaos, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Suddenly, Wang Xuan proposed, Mr. Su, if you don't mind, shall we address each other as brothers? You may call me Brother Wang, and I shall refer to you as Little Su. Su Chen understood that Wang Xuan sought to foster a closer relationship through this form of address, extending a gesture of goodwill. Then I shall rely on Brother Wang to look after me, your younger brother. To forge a connection with a business magnate like Wang Xuan was undoubtedly advantageous for Su Chen. It was a valuable accumulation of connections. Su Chen's forthrightness garnered Wang Xuan's appreciation. As the dinner progressed, Su Chen's phone on the table vibrated. Glancing at it, he saw a message from the Demon King. Little Chen, are you coming back tonight? Without a moment's thought, he replied, Little silly. Ice sister. I won't be coming back tonight. I will be sleeping in my dormitory. I have classes tomorrow. He would be insane to go back. Even if he had to jump from the building, he would not return. He needed to maintain his composure. The more time he spent with Ice sister, the more his affliction seemed to worsen. She was just too alluring, yet she seemed blissfully unaware of it. Demon King, Little Chen, I don't know why, but my stomach hurts so much tonight. I'm all alone at home, and I'm so scared. Demon King, Little Chen, I feel like I'm going to die from the pain. Never mind. You don't have to come. I don't want to trouble you. Let me just suffer alone. Little silly. Ice sister, I'm coming right now. Su Chen set down his phone and immediately stood up from his chair, his sudden movement startling Wang Xuan beside him. Little Su, what's the matter? Are you dissatisfied with the dishes here? Wang Gu, I sincerely apologize, but I must take my leave due to some urgent matters. I will host you again another day. I truly regret this. Su Chen was acutely aware that, most likely, Bingbing Jia, that demon, was weaving a tale, merely attempting to lure him over to serve her whims. But what if it were true? Wang Xuan noticed the usually composed Su Chen displaying hints of urgency on his face and chose not to insist on his stay. Very well. Let us dine together on another occasion, my brother. Also, I noticed you haven't driven here. Allow my chauffeur to take you home. That would be much appreciated, Wang Gu. Su Chen did not decline, recognizing that hailing a cab here would indeed be challenging. Wang Xuan waved his hand dismissively with a hearty laugh. No trouble at all. We are brothers. If it weren't for your assistance, I would have been quite distressed. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they exited the private room and entered the courtyard of Xiange. Just as they approached the steps, a group of individuals approached from outside, led by an elderly man clad in a tang suit, his white hair a testament to his years, wielding a dragon-headed cane that exuded an air of authority. Upon seeing the elder, Wang Xuan immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Old Chen, what brings you here?" The elderly gentleman was none other than Shun Jingfu, the wealthiest individual in the capital, a figure of immense influence. "Ah, Wang, I heard you had reserved this venue for a distinguished guest, and since I was nearby, I thought I would come and take a look." Shin Jingfu replied with a warm smile that radiated kindness. At first glance, he appeared to be a humble elder, but this was merely an illusion. At over 70 years of age, he firmly held his position as the wealthiest man, far from being an ordinary elder. Wang Xuan understood that Shun's words were merely a pretext. He had surely come specifically to meet Su Chun. After all, someone like Su Chun, capable of producing 100 billion in cash flow, was certainly someone even Shun Jingfu would wish to be acquainted with. "Young Su, may I borrow a moment of your time to introduce you to an esteemed elder?" Wang Xuan was more than willing to facilitate this introduction. Su Chun took note of the elder as well. Even Wang Xuan treated him with utmost respect. "Elder Shun, this is Su Chun, my recently made brother." Su Chun politely greeted, "Hello, Elder Shun." Even without an introduction, he was well aware of the elder's identity. In the capital, the only person who could command such respect from Wang Xuan was none other than Shin Jingfu. Shin Jingfu's aged eyes sparkled as he scrutinized Su Chun, recognizing Wang Xuan's introduction as an endorsement of the young man. Indeed, this young man possesses striking features, and more impressively, he exudes a composed demeanor, unfazed by flattery or insult. He rarely encountered someone so young, yet so remarkable. "Young man, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have no gifts to present, but please accept this supreme membership card from Xiangu as a token of our first meeting." Shin Jingfu extended a dark golden card adorned with a vividly depicted five-clawed dragon. As the card emerged, the surrounding business magnates were utterly astonished, gazing at Su Chun in wonder. Who was this young man who could elicit such a prestigious gift from Elder Shin? It was known that the supreme membership card for Xiangu was possessed by no more than 10 individuals throughout the entirety of China, a definitive symbol of status. Even someone with a fortune in the hundreds of billions might not qualify for such a card. To obtain it, one must earn Shin's recognition. Yet, here was Shun Jingfu presenting such a card to a young man he had just met, leaving everyone in disbelief. Although Su Chun was not particularly knowledgeable about the card, the expressions of those around him indicated its significance. He graciously accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Elder Shun." To refuse at this moment would be to demonstrate a lack of discernment. Seeing Su Chun accept the card, Shun Jingfu nodded in satisfaction, a look of admiration adorning his face. "Well done. Such poise at a young age. Truly, our country is blessed with talent." "Old Wang, young Su, have you finished your meal? Why not stay and share a drink with this old man?" Shin Jingfu suggested, eager to learn more about the young man. This invitation only served to deepen the envy of the nearby business elites. After all, it was Shin himself hosting this young man, a testament to his impressive standing. "Elder Shun, I apologize, but I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot join you for a drink." Su Chen hesitated but ultimately chose to decline. He was still uncertain about Bingbing Jie's situation. Shin Jingfu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Su Chen to refuse him. He then chuckled, "Very well, young brother. We shall drink another day." Su Chen replied, "Indeed, I will toast 3 cups in apology to you and Wang Gu at that time." Although Su Chen possessed a somewhat indifferent demeanor, it did not imply he was incapable of navigating social situations. He was merely laid back. He followed Wang Xuan's chauffeur as they descended the steps towards the parking area. Behind them, the business magnates accompanying Shun Jingfu stood in stunned silence. Someone had actually turned down Elder Shun's invitation. This young man was indeed remarkable. Su Chen's debut had left an indelible impression on the assembly of business elites. On the way back to the villa, Su Chen sat in the Rolls Royce and immediately dialed Li Ruobing. However, after several attempts, she did not answer. He wondered if she was in too much pain to pick up the phone, deepening his concern. "Driver, could you please speed up a bit?" Su Chen's expression was graver than ever. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Li Ruobing lounged comfortably with her feet propped on the sofa, her knees bent, and her back resting against the cushions, flipping through a thick photo album with great interest. She had intentionally silenced her phone. As she browsed through the pictures, she occasionally glanced out the window, her eyes betraying a sense of impatience. "Why hasn't my silly brother returned yet? He wouldn't dare not come back, would he? If he does, I swear I'll never speak to him again. No, if he dares to stay away, I'll just drag him back, chaining him in a room, forbidding him from ever leaving." She couldn't comprehend why, with such a gentle and considerate wife at home, her foolish brother still hesitated to return. "I miss him so much. What should I do?" In the vast emptiness of the villa, she felt utterly lonely and desolate. Moments later, Li Ruobing heard some commotion outside the villa. Her face lit up with joy, and she tossed the photo album aside, leaping barefoot from the sofa. She dashed into the washroom, turned on the hot water, and poured it over her forehead and neck, feigning perspiration. Simultaneously, she extended her palm and gently rubbed her delicate little face. In an instant, her fair and beautiful visage was flushed red, presenting a pitiful sight. She swiftly returned to the sofa and lay down, clutching her abdomen, her entire demeanor transforming into one of fragile suffering. The pain was excruciating. She emitted soft whimpers, resembling a wounded little creature, huddled in the corner of the sofa, trembling with despair. It was an overwhelming solitude, as though she had been forsaken by the entire world. Evoking deep sympathy, just a glance at her was enough to shatter one's heart into a million pieces. When Chen opened the grand door of the villa and beheld this scene, his heart felt as though it had been pierced by some unseen force. Chapter 32. Li Ruobing's Strange Thoughts. Li Ruobing, in her everyday demeanor, always exuded an air of aloofness, her presence commanding and formidable. Even when her expression was devoid of emotion, her gaze held a certain fierceness that imparted an inexplicable sense of pressure. She appeared devoid of vulnerabilities, embodying both a powerful woman and a demon. A mere glance from her could send his heart racing. Yet in this moment, curled up and clutching her abdomen, she bore a striking resemblance to a wounded animal, utterly bereft of security. The icy defense she usually maintained had crumbled, leaving her fragile. Akin to a porcelain doll, one gentle touch and she might shatter. Chen approached, consciously disregarding the pangs of discomfort swelling within him. He squatted beside her and urgently inquired, "Sister Bingbing, how are you? Why is the pain so severe?" Upon hearing Chen's voice, Li Ruobing, seemingly too weak to respond, only acknowledged his presence when he drew near. She turned to him, her usually frosty tone now feeble. "Xiao Chen, you've finally come. I thought you had abandoned me." The words dripped with a sense of grievance. This statement stirred a wave of guilt within Chen, akin to sulfuric acid seeping into his heart, rendering him acutely aware of his wrongdoing. He suddenly felt as though he had committed a grievous sin. The weight of remorse enveloped him, especially given that he had just doubted Sister Bingbing's sincerity, suspecting her of feigning her condition to lure him back. How could he have harbored such negative thoughts towards her? "Sister Bingbing, I never said I wouldn't return. If you're in pain, you must tell me." "It's my stomach that hurts," she confessed. Li Ruobing turned to face Chen, her beautiful eyes glistening with moisture, as if on the verge of tears. She appeared particularly vulnerable and wretched. "Sister Bingbing, your face is so flushed. Let me check if you have a fever." Chen placed his palm against her forehead, discovering it was quite warm, indicative of a possible fever. Moreover, the strands of hair on her forehead were damp with perspiration, given how much she had sweated. Her stomach must be in great pain. "Sister Bingbing, is it here that you hurt?" Chen gently pressed on her flat abdomen. Even through the thin fabric of her shirt, he could sense its warmth and softness. "Yes, it's my stomach that hurts," Li Ruobing admitted. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke in a barely audible whisper, her eyes flickering away from his gaze, her ears reddening. The innocent younger brother was touching her belly. Her body was being violated by a man, rendering it impure. Was this intentional? Did he deliberately seek to take advantage of her vulnerability? If he intended to bully her, why not take it a step further? She would never voice her objections. At that moment, Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating how to navigate the current situation, thus remaining oblivious to the subtle shifts in Li Ruobing's emotions. Seeing her flushed face, he assumed it was due to the unbearable pain. "Sister Bingbing, allow me to help you sit up. I'll massage your stomach. Perhaps it will alleviate the pain," he said, settling onto the sofa, gently lifting her to sit upright against him. Her body felt incredibly soft, as if devoid of bones. The instant her back made contact with him, Chen's heart skipped a beat. The fragrant scent emanating from her enveloped his senses, a delightful yet mysterious aroma that captivated his soul. Holding this delicate beauty, Chen found no ill intentions in his thoughts. Given that Sister Bingbing was in such pain, if he harbored any inappropriate thoughts, he would be no different from a beast. Li Ruobing leaned against Chen, hearing him propose to massage her belly, and an inexplicable wave of anxiety washed over her, rendering her exceedingly bashful. Was this considered intimate contact? "Xiao Chen, will this truly help my stomach?" Though feeling shy, Li Ruobing secretly harbored a flicker of anticipation. What if this innocent younger brother was merely seeking an excuse to draw closer to her? If she rejected him, would it hurt his feelings? Chen, uncertain, replied, "It should be fine. Let us give it a try." He recalled a time in his youth when he experienced severe stomach pain, and his mother had soothed him by massaging his belly, which miraculously alleviated the discomfort. "All right, then Xiao Chen, you can place your hand here," she said, her face aflame with embarrassment, her lips lightly biting down, exuding a seductive aura. Moments ago, she nearly faltered. Thankfully, she was turned away from Chen, preventing him from witnessing the transformation of her expression. Chen swallowed hard, acutely aware of his heart racing. He tentatively asked, "Sister Bingbing, is it all right if I touch?" Li Ruobing's voice was barely above a whisper. "Yes, Xiao Chen, go ahead. I want to hold it against you." Chen, sensing something amiss, nonetheless accepted Li Ruobing's consent and placed his palm on her small abdomen, gently massaging through the thin fabric of her shirt. Her abdomen was flawlessly flat and soft. As he massaged, it inevitably caused her shirt to shift, revealing a glimpse of her slender waist and the alluring contours of her figure, captivating to the eye. Li Ruobing's physique was not merely the result of natural slimness, but rather the product of rigorous training, her toned muscles presenting a striking visual impact. Sister Bingbing, do you feel any better now? Chen sought to divert his attention with conversation. It seems to be a bit better, Li Ruobing replied. Her voice still faint and delicate, resembling that of a fragile beauty, particularly weak, as if a single step would leave her breathless. Chen continued to massage her abdomen. Acutely aware that her pain must have been severe, she was exceedingly fragile. Under normal circumstances, if he were to treat her so, she would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. However, he emphasized if, Sister Bingbing normally exhibited such delicate fragility, he could confidently assert that no man in the world could resist her allure. Yet, even though Sister Bingbing was an icy beauty, few could withstand her charm. Of course, Chen, was an exception. Sister Bingbing, are you feeling much better now? After a few minutes of kneading, Chen inquired, is it feeling any better? Yes, somewhat, but it still hurts. Please continue, Li Ruobing replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. The embrace of her foolish younger brother provided an overwhelming sense of security. The virility emanating from him was intoxicating. His body felt so firm, so warm. She sensed that she was on the verge of melting away. Chen continued to knead for a while longer. Observing the tranquility of Li Ruobing in his arms, he noticed that her pain had lessened compared to before. Sister Bingbing, does it no longer hurt? If so, I shall stop, he said, preparing to withdraw his hands. However, Li Ruobing suddenly reached out and pressed his hand down. Just one more time. Chen felt her soft, warm palm pressing against his own. The sensation of skin against skin was exceedingly pleasurable. Li Ruobing had no ulterior motives. She simply wished to remain nestled in his embrace a little longer, relishing the moment. Her silly brother had truly grown up. His chest was now robust enough for her to lean against. Curled up in his arms, she could faintly feel the hard contours, the small protrusions pressing against her sensitive back. So, her brother had abs after all. How many did he possess? She yearned to see, to touch. Chapter 33. His physique is truly impressive. Surely, her silly brother's abs must appear quite appealing, even seductive. A wave of excitement washed over her. Her thoughts drifted back to the time in the bathroom when he had seen her completely unclothed. If she did not reciprocate, would she not be at a disadvantage? She simply did not wish to miss out. After all, she, Li Ruobing, was a fairy, not overly lewd. Moreover, her foolish brother had also touched his own body the previous night. Although he appeared asleep, it could have been unintentional. Yet, what if it was deliberate? If she refrained from reciprocating, would she not suffer a tremendous loss? No way. She refused to make a poor bargain. She had to see, to touch. This notion slithered through her mind like an insidious serpent, enticing her to indulge in forbidden pleasures. Unable to resist, Li Ruobing stretched out her hand, slowly moving towards Chen's abdomen. She slipped beneath his shirt, and she felt his abs. They were indeed solid. At that moment, as her soft and warm hand made contact with his abdominal muscles, a jolt of electricity coursed through Chen's body, rendering him utterly stunned. Chen's entire being froze. He gazed incredulously at Li Ruobing in his arms, his voice faltering as he attempted to maintain composure. Sister Bingbing, what are you doing? Her small hand was now nestled within his shirt, caressing his abs. In stark contrast, Li Ruobing had lost all semblance of her usual cool demeanor. Her exquisite face was flushed with a rosy hue. The once icy glimmer in her beautiful eyes now radiated a mix of infatuation and shyness, akin to someone tasting forbidden fruit for the first time, thrilling yet exhilarating. Wow, my silly brother's abs are truly hard, like iron, and their warmth is intoxicating, evoking an irresistible sensation. The heat radiating from him felt as if it might sear her palm. Her heart raced, a mix of exhilaration and anticipation coursing through her veins. Unable to restrain herself, Li Ruobing touched him again. After all, she had already begun. She could not be the one at a loss. Chen was completely immobilized. His gaze darkened. His voice grew hoarse as he grasped her mischievous little hand beneath his shirt. Sister Bingbing, what are you doing? Caught in the act. Li Ruobing snapped back to reality, her face growing even redder, as if it might bleed. Oh my goodness. What have you done, Li Ruobing? How could you actually touch him? The typically composed and rational Li Ruobing found herself utterly flustered under such circumstances, her heart pounding as if it might leap from her throat. Calm down. Remember, you are an actress. Life is but a performance. And you are the leading lady in your own story. Stay composed. Recalling a book she had once read, titled The Actor's Self-Cultivation, her turbulent thoughts gradually settled. Although her beautiful face remained flushed, the panic in her eyes began to dissipate. Little Chen, do you not know what I am doing? Li Ruobing suddenly turned, straddling Chen's lap, gazing down at him, her eyes filled with mischief. Her voice was calm, reminiscent of an imperious queen toying with her subject. Li Ruobing's gaze was irresistibly alluring. At that moment, she felt a thrill of anticipation. She was a flawless actress and a reborn soul, her mental fortitude unmatched. She eagerly anticipated witnessing the shy expression on her foolish brother's face as she teased him. He was undeniably handsome, and if he blushed, He would be utterly charming. Such a sight she longed to behold. Little lecher. Prepare to be bashful before your sister Bingbing. Under Li Ruobing's unwavering gaze, Su Chen felt his thoughts spiral into disarray. He found himself hesitant to meet her eyes, murmuring, Sister Bingbing, I do not know what you intend to do. At this close proximity, with Li Ruobing seated upon his lap, every cell in his body was acutely aware of her presence. Her exquisitely enchanting face was mere inches away, delivering an overwhelming visual impact. Her beautiful cheeks resembled a perfectly peeled boiled egg, smooth, white, and radiating a tempting fragrance that left him yearning to take a bite. As Su Chen stared, his deep gaze darkened further. Damn it, his condition seemed to worsen. If this continued, he feared it might reach a critical stage. What was Li Ruobing doing? Was she seducing him? Teasing him? Playing a prank on him? Yes, it had to be that. This was not the first time. Her devilish nature had always been twisted, deriving pleasure from his discomfort. She must be intent on teasing him, relishing in his flustered demeanor. If he turned bashful, she would undoubtedly mock him for allowing a mere girl to fluster him. It was all a prank, not a reflection of genuine affection. Su Chen, stay composed. With this thought, fueled by the desire to avoid becoming a victim of her teasing, he gradually regained his composure. Summoning his courage, he met Li Ruobing's gaze directly. Their eyes collided in a spark of electricity. In that instant, it felt as if fireworks had ignited in the air. Su Chen's eyes were resolute. This is not the spark of love. It is the spark of battle, a conflict that concerns the dignity of man. Su Chen locked eyes with Li Ruobing, his gaze profound, brimming with an intense and fervent fighting spirit. Li Ruobing, who had managed to maintain her composure and a sense of superiority, found her heart in disarray under Su Chen's penetrating stare. Oh no, the gaze of her foolish younger brother was so fiery, those deep, dark eyes akin to a cosmic black hole, threatening to draw her entire being into its depths. At this moment, his look resembled that of a wolf, as if he yearned to devour her. Was he contemplating pouncing on her? She was hardly prepared for such an eventuality. His gaze was overpowering. Li Ruobing slowly lowered her head, unable to hold Su Chen's stare any longer. She felt flustered. Little Chen, I merely wish to check on your health, to see if you've been slacking off or if you've been exercising diligently. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Li Ruobing stood up from beside Su Chen, her eyes darting away. What should she do? If her foolish brother were to unleash his primal instincts and pounce on her, should she resist? No. If he were to forcefully take her down, there would be no recourse. She would have to endure it. She was far too delicate to offer any resistance. Chapter 34, Nosebleed. Li Ruobing settled onto the nearby sofa, presenting herself as if awaiting torment, exuding an air of vulnerability. Meanwhile, as Li Ruobing distanced herself from him, Su Chen's tense body and mind finally began to relax. This torment had finally come to an end. Fortunately, he had maintained his composure, avoiding any embarrassment and thwarting the schemes of this female demon, Sister Bingbing. Just moments ago, it had been a close call. Had Li Ruobing lingered a few seconds longer, he would have lost control, transforming into a beast and committing unspeakable acts against Sister Bingbing. Thank goodness. Su Chen truly was remarkable. In this battle, he emerged victorious. A sense of joy filled Su Chen's heart. At this moment, Li Ruobing, reclining on another sofa, feigned a delicate and helpless demeanor. However, as she waited, she noticed that Su Chen remained seated, showing no signs of intending to come and bully her. Witnessing Su Chen's indifference, the once bashful Li Ruobing felt a surge of irritation. Why wouldn't he, her foolish brother, come to torment her? Or was it that her allure was insufficient? Realizing this, Li Ruobing's mood soured drastically. In an instant, she turned cold. After a while, Su Chen, waiting for his heartbeat to steady, finally inquired, Sister Bingbing, does your stomach still hurt? Li Ruobing shot him a glare, her irritation evident as she snapped. What is it to you, you smelly brother? Su Chen replied, all right. It seems it doesn't hurt anymore. The female demon has returned. Li Ruobing approached Su Chen, her aura commanding as she looked at him. Su Chen, stand up. Su Chen, puzzled, responded, huh? Li Ruobing raised an impatient brow, her expression icy and fierce. Stand up, lift your shirt, so I can examine your body and see if you have been exercising properly lately. She was determined to see. She was not merely driven by lust. She simply did not want to be at a disadvantage. All right, she was indeed driven by desire, but desiring her own husband was hardly a problem. Su Chen was taken aback by Li Ruobing's words. What was she planning? Did she want him to lift his shirt? What did she intend to do with him? Noticing Su Chen's bewildered gaze, Li Ruobing, despite being a girl, felt somewhat awkward under his scrutiny, as if flames were igniting upon her face. She explained, Little Chen, what are you thinking? I simply want to check your body, to see if you've been exercising well. Then, her eyes turned cold, her fierce aura masking her embarrassment. Little Chen, you haven't forgotten what I told you before, have you? Her gaze was filled with lethal intent. Su Chen's body froze, his mind racing as he recalled her previous admonition. Indeed, Li Ruobing had insisted he exercise properly, claiming his physique was too weak. She had even provided him with a training regimen, stating she would check on his progress periodically. She wanted him to build his strength. undoubtedly to ensure she could better torment and play with him. After all, she could hardly afford to break him with just a little play. This wicked woman. Previously, Su Chen had been lethargic, a complete slacker who found even getting out of bed exhausting, making the prospect of exercising utterly implausible. He had been worried about how to deceive her when she would conduct her check. However, now, having consumed the vitality-enhancing potion, he was no longer burdened by such concerns. Just yesterday, while changing clothes, he had caught sight of his new physique, a model-like build, slim in clothes, but muscular when undressed. Reflecting on this, Su Chen felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Just moments ago, he had thought Sister Bingbing wanted him to undress for some ulterior motive. What had he been thinking? Sister Bingbing was a superstar, a goddess in the hearts of countless individuals, with a demeanor so cold. How could she possibly wish to take advantage of him? She could never be a lewd woman. Su Chen realized his thoughts had been rather sordid. Although Sister Bingbing often tormented him, he shouldn't view her in such a negative light. Little Chen, didn't you hear what I said? I want you to lift your shirt so I can thoroughly check if you've been slacking. Seeing Su Chen remain unmoving, Li Ruobing grew increasingly frustrated. Her expression serious as she spoke, resembling a strict teacher checking homework. Noticing her anger, Su Chen assumed she was upset because he hadn't adhered to her exercise regimen. He hurriedly stood up, exuding confidence. Sister Bingbing, I have been exercising diligently lately, so please don't be angry. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, a hint of discomfort crossed Li Ruobing's beautiful face. She was well aware that he had indeed been exercising. She had felt his firm abs just moments ago. Let me see. Li Ruobing approached Su Chen, striving to maintain her calm demeanor, and with a swift motion, she lifted his shirt. Her actions were somewhat hasty, revealing her impatience, though Su Chen remained oblivious. As she pulled up his shirt, his powerful abdominal muscles were laid bare before Li Ruobing's eyes. In that instant, Li Ruobing's facade of calm shattered as she gazed in awe at Su Chen's exposed abdomen. His fair skin glistened subtly, broad shoulders tapering into a narrow waist, showcasing a set of 8 defined abs, an epitome of masculine allure. His physique was not the exaggerated result of protein supplements. It was evident that such a body had been sculpted through relentless effort and perspiration, lean yet powerful. As he breathed, those 8 sculpted abdominal muscles rippled slowly, forming robust lines of sinew that exuded a primal beauty. Li Ruobing's gaze ascended, landing upon Su Chen's striking visage, his sharp brows and starry eyes. His chiseled features as exquisitely crafted as a sculpture, and his deep, captivating gaze that radiated charm and allure. How could a man be so handsome? He was truly mesmerizing. What to do? His physique was undeniably enticing. Li Ruobing felt her mind go blank, as though oxygen had been siphoned from her brain, leaving her slightly dazed. Observing Li Ruobing rendered speechless by his own allure, Su Chen brimmed with pride. He grinned and remarked, Sister, I've diligently accomplished the tasks you entrusted to me. What do you think of my physique? Are you satisfied? Look at that, Li Ruobing. This little girl has been utterly spellbound by her own commendable figure. This feeling is exhilarating. Li Ruobing averted her gaze, letting out a haughty huff. It's merely average. With that, she hastened away, sensing an uncontainable urge welling within her. This was no place to linger. Where are you going, sister? Su Chen inquired, his tone brimming with self-satisfaction. To the restroom. Li Ruobing's voice was sharp, tinged with exasperation. Su Chen's heart swelled with delight. Was she truly astonished by his physique? Did she appreciate his form? The thought of Li Ruobing being fond of his body filled Su Chen with a profound sense of accomplishment. Li Ruobing dashed into the restroom, locking the door behind her. She leaned against it, feeling as if all her strength had been sapped away, her body soft and weak, as if she might dissolve into water. A wave of warmth coursed through her nostrils. When she reached up to touch it, her delicate fingers came away, stained with crimson. She had a nosebleed. She had encouraged her foolish younger brother to engage in physical training, having previously found him too frail, with seemingly lacking stamina and endurance. Thus, in anticipation of their future marital life, she nudged him to build his strength. Yet she had not anticipated that he would take her words to heart so earnestly, sculpting his physique to such perfection. Did her silly brother truly heed her counsel? Did he harbor feelings for her? The thought of his robust form left her anxious. How would her delicate body withstand such strength in the future? A vivid image flashed through her mind, causing her beautiful face to flush crimson. Foolish brother, train hard. With such strength, you might just wear me out, and who would feel sorry for you then? At that moment, Li Ruobing's doe-like eyes sparkled with a mix of allure and bashfulness, her cheeks a rosy hue. The scene was utterly enchanting. Chapter 35. Sister shatters the sandbag with a single punch. After lingering in the restroom for a while, Li Ruobing managed to staunch her nosebleed and gazed at her alluring reflection in the mirror, unable to restrain her self-talk. Ice fairy, with such beauty. Your foolish brother is bound to be enamored. A glimmer of confidence sparkled in her eyes. Upon exiting the restroom, she felt an insatiable heat coursing through her, as though a potent force was pent up within her, yearning for release. Xiao Chen, accompany me for some boxing practice. Li Ruobing felt compelled to engage in an activity to dissipate the energy building within her. Otherwise, She feared she might succumb to the urge to act on her desires towards her foolish brother. Upon hearing her request, Su Chen instinctively frowned, panic-stricken. Huh, ice sister. You want to practice boxing? Accompanying Li Ruobing in such an endeavor would surely be a laborious task. Li Ruobing shot him a reproachful glare. Hurry up. This foolish brother of hers simply did not grasp her desire to be near him. Resigned, Su Chen steeled himself and followed her to the gym within the villa. Inside the gym, an array of advanced fitness equipment was meticulously arranged. At the center, a small boxing ring stood, with a black sandbag suspended overhead. You can just watch from the side. I'll practice on the sandbag alone. Li Ruobing sensed a bit of volatility within herself today and feared that if her foolish brother were to spar with her, she might inadvertently unleash her strength upon him. Hearing that she did not require him as a sparring partner, Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Boxing gloves. Su Chen retrieved a pair of gloves from the side, and Li Ruobing extended her hands before him. Her hands appeared delicate, and when she clenched her fists, they seemed like soft, pale clouds devoid of any strength. However, Su Chen was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion. Without needing Li Ruobing to say a word, his years of experience as her sparring partner kicked in, and he instinctively removed the hair tie from her wrist and helped her don the gloves. The gloves were a soft, rosy hue, seemingly devoid of any lethal intent. Su Chen meticulously secured the gloves, ensuring they fit snugly to prevent any injury to Li Ruobing. There, your hair is up. Li Ruobing turned around, asking Su Chen to tie her hair up, as it cascaded over her shoulders and would be inconvenient during boxing. Typically, she would tie her smooth, raven locks into a ponytail when practicing. Su Chen gathered her hair, using the black hair tie to secure it into a high ponytail that showcased her glistening ears, enhancing her beauty. Her exquisite face appeared even more refined. She looked utterly stunning. With her hair tied up, her demeanor exuded a crisp and vigorous charm. Su Chen caught a glimpse and couldn't help but murmur, so beautiful. Li Ruobing, busy tying her shoelaces, did not quite hear what he said, only catching a vague sense of it. Her voice turned icy. Xiao Chen, what were you just muttering? Had she heard him suggest that she was frightening? That infuriated this fairy. Su Chen feared that Li Ruobing might have misconstrued his words. Thinking he harbored ill intentions, his gaze became evasive. My sister, I didn't say anything. Witnessing Su Chen's averted gaze, which betrayed his guilt, further convinced Li Ruobing that he had indeed scorned her. How could you, foolish brother? I treat you so well, giving you advantages and indulging you. Yet you dare to insult me. How infuriating. The pent-up anger within Li Ruobing threatened to overflow. She bent down and stepped into the ring. The sandbag hanging above weighed around 80 pounds, akin to those used by professional boxers, of notably superior quality. The stark contrast between the heavy, dark sandbag and her petite figure accentuated her delicateness, making her appear even more fragile. One punch from her slender form seemed as though it would send her flying back from the force of the impact. Meanwhile, Su Chen instinctively stepped back, perplexed. Why did I's sister bring him along if she didn't want him to spar with her? As doubts clouded his mind, Li Ruobing sprang into action, delivering a powerful punch towards the sandbag. Despite her delicate and enchanting appearance, her striking movements exuded a fierce and commanding aura, akin to a whirlwind of ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. Her fists fell upon the sandbag like torrential rain, sending ripples through the air. Each strike resonated with formidable strength. Su Chen, observing from the side, felt a chill run down his spine at the sound of the impacts. If such a punch were to land on a person, would it not shatter their bones? The terror was palpable. In a sudden epiphany, Su Chen grasped the reason why Sister Bing insisted he accompany her. It was a form of intimidation, a warning that if he dared to disobey, his fate would mirror that of the sandbag. What a ruthless woman. Yet, he reassured himself that such tactics would not daunt him. After all, he was now a man enhanced by vitality-boosting potions, his physique robust enough to rival that of a wild bull. Confidence radiated from Su Chen's eyes as he continued to relish the sight before him. Indeed, witnessing such a voluptuous beauty boxing was an exquisite indulgence. With each punch she threw, her lithe form swayed enticingly, captivating the eyes of any onlooker. Beads of sweat glistened on her brow, dampening her hair and clinging to her white t-shirt, accentuating her alabaster shoulders, where thin black straps clung tightly to her supple skin, creating a striking visual contrast. Her t-shirt and ultra-short denim shorts highlighted her sizzling figure. However, she only donned such revealing attire at home. In public, she favored modest and elegant outfits that concealed her curves. Even at industry galas, her gowns were conservatively designed, leaving her shoulders covered, embodying grace and sophistication. In stark contrast to the ostentatious displays of skin by other starlets, Li Ruobing emerged as a refreshing anomaly. Yet, despite her modesty, her allure and elegance were unparalleled. Even in her aloof demeanor at events, her presence commanded attention, making her a perennial feature on the covers of major publications. In the entertainment industry, where beauty and physique reigned supreme, Sister Bing was undeniably stunning. Whoever is fortunate enough to wed her in the future will undoubtedly be the happiest of men. Su Chen could not help but acknowledge that Li Ruobing epitomized his aesthetic ideals. her figure and visage perfectly aligned with his fantasies of femininity. In truth, his taste had been sculpted by the very image of Li Ruobing herself. Alas, his infatuation was spiraling out of control. Just as Su Chen's thoughts wandered, Li Ruobing unleashed a fierce punch within the ring. With a resounding thud, the sandbag, crafted from exceptionally durable composite fibers and weighing a staggering 80 pounds, exploded. This sandbag, renowned for its resilience that could withstand the force of a bull's charge, had been obliterated by the seemingly delicate beauty before him. Witnessing such an extraordinary display, Su Chen felt a jolt of realization wash over him. Any lingering fantasies about Sister Bing were swiftly extinguished. Did he dare entertain such thoughts? Was he courting death? Though he had consumed vitality-enhancing potions and possessed strength akin to that of a bull, the implications of her power were sobering. Sister Bing could likely fell a bull with a single blow. The consequences of her fist striking him were too dreadful to contemplate. Chapter 36, Sister Bing. A hug. Su Chen had to concede that Li Ruobing's intimidating tactics were remarkably effective. He turned to flee but was halted by her sultry, melodic voice. Su Chen, where are you going? Her voice, though sweet, echoed menacingly in his ears. Stiffening, he knew escape was futile and could only turn back. Offering her a smile. Sister Bing, I thought I'd fetch you some water. I was concerned you might be parched. Li Ruobing, clad in her boxing gloves, gestured towards the side, puzzled. But, Xiao Chen, isn't there water right here? Ah well. Su Chen stammered, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Li Ruobing chose not to press further. Her gaze lingered on the shattered sandbag, a frown marring her features as she remarked, the quality of this sandbag is abysmal. I barely exerted myself, and it burst apart. Su Chen's heart sank. Barely exerted yourself? The fear intensified. He had selected this sandbag alongside Li's father, believing it to be the finest available. Its advertisements boasted of durability that could withstand 1,000 bull charges. This girl truly possessed a divine strength, all while maintaining an innocent and delicate appearance that would lead one to believe a mere punch would send her into tears. In reality, her single strike could very well send one to their demise. As Li Ruobing stepped down from the ring, Su Chen hurried to her side. Sister Bing, I'm thirsty, she said, taking a seat on a nearby bench, her skin glistening with sweat but her breath steady. Indeed, having intimidated him, she was now poised to assert her authority. Please wait, I'll fetch you some water, he complied, retrieving a thermos from the side and unscrewing the cap. He presented it to her. Here, Sister Bing. Li Ruobing fixed him with a damp, reproachful gaze. Can't you see I'm wearing boxing gloves? How am I supposed to drink? Her tone was playful, tinged with a hint of affection. Yet, Su Chen remained on edge, still reeling from her earlier display of strength. All he could perceive was an overwhelming sense of threat. Ah, feed me. Li Ruobing suddenly leaned closer, tilting her head at a 45-degree angle, slowly parting her lips to reveal pearly white teeth and a delicate pink tongue that wavered adorably. Su Chen's heart raced. The sight of her expression, a blend of innocence and seduction, was almost too much to bear. Feed me. Noticing Su Chen's hesitation, Li Ruobing's impatience grew. Oh yes, right away. He quickly knelt beside her, carefully bringing the cup to her lips, feeding her water with utmost caution. Li Ruobing glanced at him, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Had this foolish boy been gazing at her with such a look? Was he harboring inappropriate thoughts? Such a little rascal. Yet, she found herself delighting in the notion. In her heart, she even wished he would become bolder, perhaps even sweep her off her feet and, through their union, conceive a child. She had already envisioned names for the baby. Oh dear. Sister Bing, what are you thinking? Li Ruobing blushed even deeper. Su Chen gazed at the rosy hue gracing Li Ruobing's cheeks, and with a hint of curiosity, he inquired, Sister Bingbing, why are you blushing once more? Li Ruobing swallowed the water in her throat and shot him a glare, retorting, Xiao Chen, this is all your fault. Su Chen, feeling wronged, pondered silently. He had done nothing to warrant such blame. Although innocent, he refrained from arguing with Li Ruobing, for experience had taught him that engaging in disputes with Sister Bingbing rarely yielded favorable outcomes. After ensuring that Li Ruobing had quenched her thirst, Su Chen noticed a few droplets lingering at the corner of her mouth. Without a second thought, he reached out and gently wiped them away with his finger. The unexpected contact sent a shiver through Li Ruobing, as if she had been jolted by electricity. Her already flushed complexion deepened, radiating an alluring glow. Xiao Chen. What are you doing? Her eyes were filled with confusion and shyness. Could it be that her foolish younger brother could no longer contain himself? Was he about to take advantage of her right here? This was hardly a private space. Was it not too provocative? She wasn't prepared for such an encounter. It was all too overwhelming. Should she close her eyes and await his next move? Lost in such thoughts, Li Ruobing gradually closed her eyes. Her heart a whirlwind of shyness intertwined with a flicker of anticipation, a complex emotional tapestry. Meanwhile, after wiping away the droplets, Su Chen capped the water cup and, noticing Li Ruobing's closed eyes, inquired, Sister Bingbing, why have you shut your eyes? Are you tired? Li Ruobing's heart, once brimming with bashfulness and expectation, now boiled over with indignation. Her cheeks flushed with anger as she shot him a frosty glare, her expression laden with deep resentment. She had offered herself so openly. Why did he not seize the opportunity? Upon meeting her fierce gaze, Su Chen felt utterly bewildered. Why did it seem that Sister Bingbing was dissatisfied with him? After all, he had done nothing amiss. How perplexing. Setting the water cup aside, he resisted the urge to flee under her penetrating stare and, with a steely resolve, began to remove her boxing gloves. Once freed from their confines, Li Ruobing remained seated, calling out his name. Su Chen, reacting instinctively, he replied, Sister Bingbing, I'm here. Typically, when she addressed him so directly, it signified that she was on the brink of unleashing her wrath. Did she finally intend to unleash her fury upon him? As he pondered anxiously, Li Ruobing, instead, opened her arms wide and candidly declared, Hug me. Su Chen's eyebrows shot up in surprise. What was her intention? Noticing the peculiar look on his face, Li Ruobing flushed deeper and clarified, I'm tired and don't wish to move. Understanding dawned upon him. So that was it. He had nearly misinterpreted her intentions. Sister Bingbing simply sought a moment of rest, wishing to exert her authority over him, devoid of any ulterior motives. Yet, as Su Chen stood dumbfounded, Li Ruobing, her teeth gritted with frustration, warned, If you don't hug me, I'll chop off your hand. This stunning beauty was offering her embrace, and he dared to hesitate? With a jolt, Su Chen realized her intentions were purely to have him serve her whims. Sister Bingbing, I will hug you, he declared loudly. He squatted down and swept her into a classic princess carry, marveling at how soft and light she felt in his arms. Where shall I take you, Sister Bingbing? He inquired, breathing in her delightful fragrance. Li Ruobing nestled comfortably against him, her heart at ease as she reveled in the rhythmic cadence of his heartbeat. Having worked up a sweat, she yearned for the soothing solace of a bath. Later, after her shower, she insisted that Su Chen dry her hair and even gave him the task of providing a full-body massage to alleviate her fatigue, relishing the subsequent comfort before finally drifting off to sleep. As Su Chen escorted her to her room, she contemplated how to keep her foolish brother by her side a little longer, for her nights were often plagued by restless dreams of her past life as tragic demise. However, last night had been different. Sharing a bed with her silly brother had granted her an unprecedented sense of safety. Just as she formulated her plan, Su Chen laid her gently on the bed before hastily departing. Good night, Sister Bingbing, he called out, fleeing as though demons lurked within the room. Why are you running? You silly brother? I want to bite you. Li Ruobing pouted, her face blooming like a peach flower as she glared at his retreating figure. Frustrated, she raised her small fist, ready to pound the bed in a fit of exasperation, but mid-motion, she hesitated, her thoughts shifting. Ah, you silly brother, she fumed. Rolling around on the bed, her playful antics rendering her adorably endearing, entirely shedding her icy goddess persona. Meanwhile, as Su Chen escaped from Li Ruobing's room, a triumphant smirk graced his handsome face. He had indeed outsmarted her. Had he lingered, there was no telling how she would have ensnared him, subjecting him to her whims. Soon, Su Chen prepared for bed himself, entering the spacious bathroom, still warm from Li Ruobing's recent indulgent soak, filled with an enticing fragrance. The centerpiece was a grand bathtub, spacious enough for 2 adults. Gazing at the lavish tub, Su Chen couldn't help but scoff. Sister Bingbing is truly extravagant. What does a girl need with such a large bathtub? Shaking his head, he found himself bewildered by the workings of a woman's mind. Stripping off his clothes, he quickly rinsed off under the cool water. Wow, my physique is quite remarkable, he mused, admiring his sculpted abs and biceps, akin to a masterpiece of Renaissance art. Each muscle perfectly defined. He was momentarily entranced by his own reflection. His gaze traveled lower, and he noted, it seems my eagle has grown even stronger. Su Chen's shower was a swift affair, completed in under 3 minutes. Afterward, clad only in his shorts, he toweled off his hair and made his way to the living room, intent on fetching a bottle of mineral water. In the villa, it was just him and Sister Bingbing, who had already retreated to her room for the night. He felt no apprehension, believing there was little to fret about. What he remained unaware of was that, in her room, Li Ruobing had not yet succumbed to slumber. Instead, she perched at the edge of her bed, knees drawn up, cradling a plush panda toy. Her cheeks were flushed, and her exquisite, innocent visage gleamed with a radiant allure. Her gaze imbued with both shyness and excitement as she focused ahead. Before her hung a massive projection screen, displaying a live feed of the villa's living room. Li Ruobing had unknowingly installed a surveillance camera in the living room. At that moment, the large screen displayed a man clad only in black boxer shorts, leisurely seated on the sofa, casually sipping from a bottle of mineral water. This man was strikingly handsome, his physique a testament to the golden ratio. As he drank, his alluring Adam's apple bobbed enticingly, and his well-defined abs rippled with a primal vigor, exuding an overwhelming aura of masculinity. The camera was of exceptionally high definition, and coupled with the expansive screen, every detail was rendered with remarkable clarity. Even the hair on his body was distinctly visible. How scandalous! Was this foolish younger brother deliberately trying to entice her by appearing in such a state of undress? Li Ruobing felt a rush of crimson heat flood her cheeks. She instinctively covered her eyes with her hand, as if her shyness rendered her unable to look. However, The gaps between her fingers were far too wide, merely serving to shield her from solitude, as her beautiful eyes remained wide open in astonishment. This was utterly mortifying. Oh no, the fairy's eyes have become impure. Li Ruobing was overwhelmed with embarrassment. In her bashfulness, she quietly picked up the remote control and took a few screenshots. Su Chen lingered in the living room for just over a minute before he stood to leave. Just as he intended to retreat to his room, he abruptly halted, lifting his gaze to the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Did he just glimpse a small red dot? Meanwhile, in her bedroom, Li Ruobing gazed at Su Chen's handsome visage, captivated by his deep, enchanting eyes, and her heart raced with anxiety. Had the foolish younger brother discovered the camera? What should she do? If he uncovered its existence, would he think her a pervert? She was certainly not a pervert. The installation of this camera was merely a precaution against potential theft. It was absolutely not for peeping. She was a pure-hearted fairy, for goodness sake. Li Ruobing pressed her hand to her chest, feeling as though her heart might leap from her chest. Fortunately, Su Chen merely glanced around before averting his gaze. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. She collapsed onto her bed, burying her delicate face in the soft pillow. What to do? She truly liked him. At that moment, Su Chen had returned to his room. He had just been caught in a moment of infatuation, fleetingly believing that the red dot was indeed a camera. But as quickly as that thought entered his mind, he dismissed it. What on earth was Ice doing installing a camera in the living room? He considered that not only was he unwell, but he seemed to be succumbing to paranoia as well. Once back in his room, after drying his hair, Su Chen shed the last of his constraints and flopped backward onto the soft bed. The sensation of simply lying there was indescribably comforting. A true sanctuary for a soul like his. Just as he settled down, preparing to drift into slumber, a sudden realization struck him. He quickly scrambled out of bed and locked his bedroom door. Li Ruobing had a tendency to sleepwalk. He needed to be cautious. Otherwise, he might find himself in peril while dreaming. Once the door was secured and he felt assured of his safety, Su Chen returned to his bed. Alone in the plush sanctuary, he felt a twinge of emptiness, his thoughts drifting back to the sensation of holding Li Ruobing in his arms the previous night. The warmth of her soft form against him, so fulfilling, was a memory he couldn't help but cherish. Why did he feel inexplicably lonely? This was indeed a malady. Though it felt somewhat unusual, when drowsiness enveloped him, he closed his eyes and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. In the dead of night, a shadow appeared at Su Chen's door, a figure with hair cascading down to her waist. In the dim light, she resembled a ghostly apparition from a horror film. The shadow lingered at the threshold, reaching for the doorknob, pulling firmly, only to discover that the door was locked from the inside. This revelation brought her considerable displeasure. She stamped her foot, biting her lip in frustration. Why did this foolish younger brother lock the door at night? Was he guarding against thieves? This was a high-end villa community, with security personnel comprised of well-paid veterans, and the defenses were formidable. Not even a mosquito could penetrate. She herself never locked her door at night. Why was he locking his? Suddenly, the shadow turned and returned to her room, rummaging through a drawer. She produced a key, returning to Su Chen's door and inserting it into the lock. The lock and key were well matched, and upon insertion, the door swung open effortlessly. Li Ruobing's face lit up with a smug smile. Humph, brothers will always be brothers. She pushed the door open and tiptoed inside, moving with utmost caution as if she were a thief in her own home. The room was dimly lit, rendering visibility quite poor. Yet Li Ruobing was intimately familiar with every corner of this space. She stealthily approached and climbed onto Su Chen's bed, lifting the edge of the covers. Like a mischievous kitten, she burrowed beneath the sheets, filled with excitement and exhilaration. At that moment, Su Chen was in a deep, blissful slumber, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, as if lost in a delightful dream. Indeed, he was dreaming. In his dream, he was engaged in a thrilling game of battle royale, excelling remarkably as he challenged a solo squad. The game commenced with him leaping into a luxurious mansion. For reasons unknown, he felt extraordinarily skilled in this match, as if he had unlocked some hidden prowess. His reflexes were unparalleled, akin to a seasoned player with a century of experience. Emerging alive from the mansion, he had already claimed 20 kills. The match had only just begun, yet his kill count was nearing that of his usual 30 matches. Confidence surged through him. He patrolled the map in a vehicle, eliminating foes with ease, as if descended from the heavens. As the final circle approached, the upper right corner of the screen indicated that only 2 players remained. Besides himself, there was but one other player left. With unwavering confidence, Su Chen felt certain that the victory was his. He had already amassed 50 kills. 90% of the players on the map had fallen to his might. Had he truly unleashed his full potential? He had not. Su Chen's keen eyes scanned the computer screen, searching for the last opponent. His gaze settled upon a bush, where a skinless character lay oblivious to his approach. Su Chen smirked, dismissing this opponent as a mere novice, utterly unprepared. Victory was assured. Yet, such an easy win held no excitement. Tonight, he intended to teach this newcomer a lesson. He stealthily withdrew his frying pan. Do not inquire as to how Su Chen possesses such clarity. With a silent determination, Su Chen advanced towards the newcomer nestled within the thicket. This novice concealed among the grass, appeared remarkably foolish, oblivious to his proximity as he ambled past, seemingly without the aid of headphones. A sinister glint flickered in Su Chan's gaze as he brandished a frying pan, ready to strike. Just then, the game character hidden in the underbrush abruptly turned to face him. In that fleeting moment, Su Chen beheld the visage of this character, a female figure, and was struck by an otherworldly beauty that seemed to transcend the confines of the game. Yet, rather than being captivated, terror gripped him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. This was no mere illusion. That face was unmistakably Li Ruobing's. Little Chen, may I kiss your lips? The character, bearing Li Ruobing's likeness, suddenly flashed an exaggerated grin, one so grotesque that it could not possibly belong to a mere digital avatar. The smile was eerily unsettling, sending chills down Su Chen's spine. Was this a haunting? His hand trembled upon the mouse, a paralyzing coldness enveloping his entire being. Ah, Li Ruobing, you apparition. Step away from me. Su Chen, ensnared in a nightmare, screamed in terror. Meanwhile, in reality, Li Ruobing, having burrowed beneath her blankets, was preparing to drift into slumber when an unexpected thought compelled her to rise. Leaning closer, she scrutinized Su Chen's face, her gaze fixated on his lips. Her eyes glimmered with an unspoken longing as she swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the desire to kiss him. After all, her foolish little brother was fast asleep, and she felt emboldened to act upon her whims. Emboldened by such thoughts, Li Ruobing approached Su Chen shyly, her heart racing with excitement and trepidation. As their lips drew near, the previously slumbering Su Chen suddenly awoke in a state of sheer panic, gasping loudly, "Ah, Li Ruobing, you specter! Stay away from me!" His cries shattered the stillness as he opened his eyes, jolted awake. The moonlight illuminated the familiar surroundings of his room, revealing that he had merely been ensnared in a nightmare. A wave of relief washed over him. He exhaled sharply, drenched in cold sweat, and turned to switch on the light, intending to splash some water on his face. However, as he pivoted, a shadowy figure with disheveled hair loomed closer from the darkness, resembling a female ghost intent on draining his vitality. Ghost! Su Chen's heart raced as he was once again gripped by terror, his body instinctively springing from the bed, tossing aside the covers in a frantic bid to escape. The sheer horror of the situation caused him to misstep, and he fell onto the floor, stark naked. He gazed in horror at the shadow on the bed. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing, with her beautiful face frozen in shock, felt an overwhelming sense of distress. Does little Chen truly fear me so? Does he despise me so? She had never felt such a sense of injustice before. Others' opinions mattered little to her. But Su Chen's perception weighed heavily on her heart. All she desired was to kiss him, yet he was terrified, labeling her a ghost and begging her to keep her distance. Overcome with emotion, Li Ruobing could no longer contain her sorrow. The thought that Su Chen might despise her pierced her heart, rendering her breathless. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and she sobbed uncontrollably. Woo-woo, little Chen, you wretched brother. How could you bully me? On the floor, Su Chen was momentarily paralyzed, bewildered by the ghostly cries that bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Ruobing's. He flicked on the light, and to his astonishment, the figure was none other than Li Ruobing herself. Had he truly made his beloved Bingbing cry? The realization struck him like a thunderclap, and he felt as if the sky were collapsing around him, his heart pierced by a myriad of arrows, each one a stab of anguish. As he witnessed Li Ruobing weep, Su Chen was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. Although he was 3 years her junior, his emotional maturity far surpassed hers. He had watched her blossom from a delicate girl into a stunning beauty, a neighbor's daughter reaching maturity. Li Ruobing had always exhibited a strong and resilient spirit, often more robust than the boys. In her childhood, she was mischievous and frequently injured. Yet she seldom cried or shed tears, leading Su Chen to believe she lacked the capacity for such displays of emotion. Thus, witnessing her tears now deeply moved him. It dawned on him that Li Ruobing was, after all, just a girl. No matter how formidable she appeared, she too could feel sorrow and injustice. Rising from the floor, he hastily donned a pair of pants, leaving his upper body bare as he approached her on the bed. Bingbing, please do not cry. It is my fault for frightening you. Li Ruobing sat on the bed, her delicate frame trembling like a solitary boat adrift on tumultuous waves, exuding an air of vulnerability and solitude. Su Chen's heart ached at the sight, the pang of sorrow intensifying within him. Without a second thought, driven by instinct, he knelt beside her and wrapped his arms around her fragile form, hoping to provide solace. Woo-woo, Su Chen, do not touch me. I despise you, she wailed. Why did you bully me? I loathe you, little Chen. You are a villain who delights in tormenting your Bingbing. Though enveloped in his embrace, feeling the warmth of his familiar presence, Li Ruobing was reminded of how much she cherished him. Yet, the thought that he might not reciprocate her feelings, that this embrace might someday belong to another girl, deepened her sense of despair. Little Chen had been a constant in her life. He was the first person she saw upon his birth, the one with whom she shared her first bath, her first kiss, and countless other firsts. He occupied a significant portion of her life, and the mere idea of him rejecting her one day shattered the facade of her strength, leaving her defenseless. Her sobs intensified as she struggled against him, feeling as though she were throwing a tantrum. If you truly despise me, why do you hold me? Su-Chen, let go of me. Do not embrace me. As she writhed in his arms, her emotions spiraled out of control. At this moment, Su-Chen was utterly earnest, his arms tightly embracing Li Ruobing with unwavering determination. Sister Bingbing, as long as you cease your tears, I shall release you. At this juncture, Su-Chen exuded an undeniable strength. He had mentally prepared himself for any punishment, resolute in his decision not to let her go. If he were to release her, she would be left there weeping alone, and how profoundly lonely that would be. Li Ruobing continued to struggle. Su-Chen held her tightly, his resolve unyielding. Go ahead, just bully me, she whimpered. After a brief struggle, she seemed to lack the strength to resist any longer and buried her head in Su-Chen's embrace, continuing to sob in a state of distress. Her tears fell onto her skin, scalding and intense, as if they could see her through to his very heart. Gazing down at Li Ruobing, who was softly weeping in his arms, Su-Chen felt that if it could bring her solace, he would willingly sacrifice his life without hesitation. Embracing her, his emotions were a tangled web. He yearned to comfort her, but was at a loss for words. In both his past life and this one, he had never consoled a girl, leaving him devoid of experience. After a prolonged silence, Su-Chen managed to speak, his voice instinctively lowering to a soothing timbre. Sister Bingbing, I truly did not mean to frighten you. I was merely having a nightmare, hence my reaction. Lacking experience in comforting women, he opted to take the blame, reasoning that if she wished to scold or strike him, so be it. As long as she ceased to cry, he would be content. He simply could not bear to witness her tears. He would rather endure her domineering and mischievous antics, with a fierce smile on her face, than see her cry. Tears were incongruous with her regal, commanding persona. The gentler his voice became, the more pronounced Li Ruobing's sense of grievance grew. Would he ever comfort other girls with such tenderness in the future? You despise me, she sobbed, accusingly. Su-Chen, bewildered, replied, Sister Bingbing, I do not despise you. How could I ever harbor such feelings towards you? He was genuinely terrified. Little Chen, please do not leave me. Do not abandon me to face this solitude. I am so afraid. Feeling the tremors of the little one in his arms, Su-Chen's heart ached in tandem. He hastily reassured her, Sister Bingbing, we are family. Childhood friends. I would never forsake you, rest assured. Yet you still despise me. Little Chen, I adore you so much, yet you still choose to disdain me. You are truly cruel. Listening to the girl's lament, Su-Chen felt as if his heart had ceased to beat. The world around him fell silent. Time stood still. Did Sister Bingbing truly confess her affection for him? Had he misheard? His throat tightened painfully, each word feeling like a Herculean effort as he incredulously asked, Sister Bingbing, what did you just say? Burying her head deeper into his embrace, she mumbled, I said I like you. Are you deaf? Her sobs grew more agitated. Su-Chen was rendered dumbstruck. He had not misheard. Sister Bingbing had indeed professed her feelings for him. But what kind of affection did this entail? Was it the fondness of a sister for her brother, the love of family, or something more romantic? Was this merely a jest? His mind was a tumult of emotions, unable to find calm. Could Sister Bingbing's feelings for him be of the romantic variety? Anticipation mingled with a hint of fear within him. What if it were not? The mere thought plunged his spirits to a chilling low. Sister Bingbing, what kind of affection do you hold for me? Is it love or familial affection? Su-Chen could not suppress his inquiry. It held monumental significance for him. If Sister Bingbing truly harbored romantic feelings for him, he would embrace this affliction wholeheartedly, no matter the consequences. However, Li Ruobing offered no definitive answer. Instead, she succumbed to a gentle rhythm of breathing. Su-Chen lowered his gaze, carefully turning her small face nestled against his chest to find she had fallen asleep. Her exquisitely beautiful visage bore traces of tears, evoking a profound sense of pity. Sister Bingbing? He called softly, but she remained unresponsive, lost in deep slumber. How could she choose to sleep at such a pivotal moment? This little imp seemed to have come into his life to torment him. Her earlier words had stirred his heart, yet she slept soundly, seemingly unperturbed. Truly heartless. Su-Chen muttered under his breath. Despite his words, his gaze was filled with tenderness. He refrained from waking her, recognizing that she had finally found rest. And waking her might provoke another bout of tears, something he was ill-equipped to handle. Perhaps I shall inquire tomorrow. After gently laying Li Ruobing on the bed, Su-Chen rose to switch off the lamp. He then lay beside her, unable to resist the urge to pull the fragrant, soft beauty into his embrace. The satisfaction of this closeness was unparalleled, an addiction more fulfilling than any wealth. Good night, Su-Chen whispered, planting a tender kiss upon her forehead before closing his eyes and surrendering to sleep. It is said that 100 years of cultivation leads to sharing a boat, and 1,000 years leads to sleeping side by side. Happiness, in its essence, is rather simple. It is the presence of someone to hold and keep warm, ensuring that one does not feel lonely in the long, dark night. Chapter 40. Sister Bingbing is going to take wedding photos. In Su-Chen's sunlit room, a floor-to-ceiling window allowed the warm morning sunlight to pour in, illuminating the intertwined forms of the couple on the bed. The two lay nestled together, their closeness indicative of an intimate relationship. With their striking good looks, they resembled a pair of celestial beings, perfectly matched. The girl, possessing a pure and breathtaking beauty, stirred slightly, her brow furrowing in discomfort as she slowly opened her dazed eyes. In an instant, her once bewildered gaze transformed into one of icy aloofness, as though she were naturally predisposed to coldness. Yet, the moment her eyes landed on the handsome figure nearby, that frosty demeanor melted away completely. A smile crept across her lips as her gaze lingered on his striking features, her eyes filled with a mixture of adoration and shyness, her heart swelling with sweetness. However, recalling her behavior from the previous night, her exquisite cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How mortifying to have cried. This was so incongruent with her persona. She had never imagined herself like an ordinary girl, shedding tears so readily. How utterly shy she felt. However, last night, her foolish younger brother held her tightly, refusing to let go, exuding a strong masculine allure that enveloped her in an unparalleled sense of security. Surely, he must harbor feelings for her, right? If he did not, why would he embrace a girl so tightly? And why would he declare that he would never abandon her? She had confessed her feelings last night. Surely, her foolish younger brother must have understood her sentiments by now. Yet, after her confession, fatigue washed over her, despite her desire to remain awake. The intoxicating scent emanating from him seemed to possess a hypnotic quality, lulling her into slumber far too swiftly. She wondered what thoughts occupied his mind upon hearing her confession. Nevertheless, it was perhaps for the best that she fell asleep. If she had remained conscious, she would have been at a loss as to how to face him after such an intimate encounter. The memory of her face pressed against his firm, warm chest, the closeness of their bodies, and the heat radiating from him nearly melted her away. Rebirthnovel had initially intended to seize the opportunity of her foolish brother still being asleep to quietly vacate his room, to avoid any potential awkwardness when he awakened. However, her gaze fell upon Chen's face, and she found herself unable to look away. He was undeniably handsome. His features, his chiseled contours, even the mole at the corner of his eye, were all nothing short of perfection, each detail aligning exquisitely with her aesthetic sensibilities. She had watched him grow from a small child into the robust young man he was today. Vivid memories flickered in her mind of his quiet demeanor as a child, the kind that led her to believe he might be somewhat simple-minded. To elicit a cry from him, she had once playfully flicked him, a long-cherished memory, indeed, but one she could still recall vividly due to her remarkable memory, especially since the incident was rather absurd. Rebirthnovel's gaze inadvertently traveled downwards, from his exquisite features to his jawline, and then further down to his well-defined abdomen, before continuing downward. He wore black trousers, obscuring her view of anything else. Her eyes lingered, and she could not help but wonder what thoughts occupied her mind, her cheeks growing warmer by the second. Although she had merely stolen a glance last night, the impression it left was indelible. Her foolish brother had truly grown up, entirely transformed from the child she once knew. The change was almost startling. Rebirthnovel, you little fairy, what are you thinking? She felt as though she were losing her mind. Was she truly so impatient? After all those years of being single, she had never been interested in matters of love. How was it that upon returning to life, she found herself consumed by such fantasies? Oh, how her innocent thoughts had become tainted. As Rebirthnovel's mind wandered, her cheeks flushed and her gaze dreamy. Chen slowly opened his eyes. Upon noticing that Chen was waking, she quickly reacted, lying down and closing her eyes, pretending to still be asleep. She could only feign ignorance, otherwise, the embarrassment would be unbearable. As Chen opened his eyes, still clouded by sleep, he sensed something shimmering in his field of vision. Was it a trick of the light? He pondered briefly before his attention was drawn entirely to the enchanting beauty beside him. Rebirthnovel, in her slumber, was so serene, akin to the gentle mist of Jiangnan. Gazing at her could calm even the most restless heart. Her delicate features and skin, as smooth as silk, rendered her incredibly beautiful. As he continued to gaze, he instinctively reached out, wishing to pinch her collagen-rich cheeks. However, just as he prepared to act, Rebirthnovel stirred. She stretched languidly, her movements graceful and captivating, and her voice, still soft from sleep, resembled that of a regal little kitten. She murmured, a sound of utter satisfaction. For she had slept so comfortably. Chen immediately halted his movements. His previous thoughts had been dangerously impulsive. He mustered a perfect smile and greeted her. Good morning, Bingbing. Rebirthnovel rubbed her eyes, appearing adorably disoriented as she glanced around her surroundings, her expression one of utter confusion. She stared at Chen, seemingly bewildered, and asked, Chen, how did I end up in your room? On your bed? Chen's heart sank as he beheld her perplexed expression. Just as he suspected, her sleepwalking had struck again, leading her into his room. This was not the first occurrence. Each time she sleepwalked to a different place. She awoke with no memory of her nocturnal escapades. Bingbing, you came to my room last night on your own, he explained. Oh, Rebirthnovel replied nonchalantly. It must have been my sleepwalking again. Her gaze shifted uncomfortably, avoiding Chen's eyes, yet he remained oblivious to this small detail. Hey, can you be this calm? You just woke up in the bed of an adult man. Li Ruobing tossed back the covers as though nothing were amiss, preparing to turn and leave. Her demeanor appeared composed, but upon closer inspection, her hurried steps betrayed her anxiety. Su Chen was left astounded. Was that it? Had she truly forgotten what she had said the previous night? Bingbing, do you remember what you did last night? Her confession. Li Ruobing paused. Was he about to mention her tears from the night before? Could he not spare a fairy some dignity? Maintaining her calm facade, she responded, Xiao Chencheng. You know how it is. When I sleepwalk, I have no recollection of my actions. Su Chen could not help but think, what a teasing little minx. She flirts and then pretends it never happened. Her playful demeanor only intensified his feelings for her, which were growing at an alarming rate. He found himself increasingly inclined to believe that he harbored genuine affection for this little girl. Could it be love? He pondered. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, Bingbing, how do you perceive me in your heart? He desperately sought clarity on the troubling thoughts that had plagued him. He was not foolish. He sensed that Li Ruobing certainly had feelings for him. Yet, he was uncertain whether those feelings were romantic or familial. In the past, although he had harbored a psychological barrier regarding Li Ruobing, he undeniably cared for her. However, that affection felt akin to familial love. He had watched her grow and felt a paternal instinct towards her. Thus, when he sensed any inappropriate feelings surfacing, he was overwhelmed with dread, convinced that he was somehow unwell. In his heart, she had always been like a little daughter to him. This transformation of their bond was a perilous shift. Li Ruobing gazed at Su Chen with a puzzled expression before slowly responding, Xiao Chenchun, in my heart, you are undoubtedly my closest family. They had both registered their marriage, thus establishing an intimate bond as husband and wife, naturally making them the closest of kin. However, Su Chen pondered, am I truly just a younger brother? Had he indeed overthought the matter? It seemed like one of life's great illusions. His heart sank a bit. Without waiting for Su Chen to say anything, Li Ruobing turned and exited the room, her delicate face flushed. Was this foolish younger brother attempting to seduce her by calling her name and engaging in conversation? He was shirtless, revealing a robust upper body, brimming with masculine allure. What a mischievous younger brother he was. After Li Ruobing finished her morning routine and emerged from her room, Su Chen had already prepared breakfast. As they shared their meal, Li Ruobing remarked, Xiao Chenchen. By the way, today is Friday. We need to return home to accompany Dad and Mom. Su Chen, while eating, appeared somewhat distracted, despite the food being his favorites. He felt a lack of appetite. He was not surprised by Li Ruobing's address, as she had always referred to his parents in such a manner since childhood. Meanwhile, his parents had consistently showered her with affection, treating her like their own daughter, leaving him feeling like an unwanted stray. Nodding, Su Chen replied, Bingbing Jia. Then I'll continue waiting for you at our usual spot. Every weekend, they would return together to be with their parents, a journey that required a 2-hour flight. Li Ruobing glanced at her phone, seemingly checking her schedule, then informed Su Chen, I have to shoot an advertisement today. You must come to pick me up after your class. Surprised by her insistence, Su Chen replied, Bingbing Jia. Haven't we always met at the airport before? Sensing his reluctance, Li Ruobing's expression hardened. I don't care. You must be there today. You have class in the morning. But I must see your figure at the shooting site before 2 o'clock. Her command was exceedingly domineering, reminiscent of a cold and assertive CEO. Su Chen, still feeling low-spirited and seemingly burdened by thoughts, murmured, all right, I will definitely arrive before 2. Li Ruobing scrutinized Su Chen, her beautiful eyes shimmering with cunning anticipation. The truth was, she wanted her foolish younger brother to come to the scene because she was shooting a promotional advertisement for a wedding dress brand today. Hee. After finishing breakfast, Su Chen bid farewell to Li Ruobing and left the villa. In the living room, Li Ruobing observed his retreating figure with a strange expression. Why did her foolish younger brother seem so listless today? Logically, after she had openly confessed her feelings the previous night, he should have felt elated. Yet, upon waking, he appeared dejected, his face resembling that of a heartbroken individual. Did her confession trouble him? Did he not harbor feelings for her? The thought ignited a fury within Li Ruobing. This was her third confession, and this stubborn younger brother remained unmoved. What more could she do? Would she really have to bind him to the bed and take matters into her own hands? She had her pride too. Meanwhile, Su Chen boarded a bus. Taking a seat at the back by the window, his gaze vacantly fixed on the bustling street outside. The bus grew increasingly crowded. Young man, could you please give this elderly lady your seat? Someone asked him, pulling him from his reverie. Oh, sure, he replied, noticing the bus was packed. And an elderly woman stood beside him. Please, Grandma, take a seat. He immediately rose to offer his place. No, dear, I'm quite healthy. The elderly woman shook her head. Though stooped, she was still able to stand. Grandma, please sit. How could I let someone like you stand while I sit? Su Chen insisted, grasping the handrail. You look a bit downcast. Have you experienced a heartbreak? The elderly woman inquired. Is it that obvious? Su Chen responded. Just then, a burly man pushed his way through, shoving the elderly woman aside as he claimed the seat. If you're not sitting, then I will. Careful, Grandma, Su Chen exclaimed, swiftly catching the elderly woman before she could fall. Had she been knocked over by this brutish man, she would have surely tumbled. After steadying her, Su Chen turned to glare at the muscular man, whose demeanor had become brazen. That seat was reserved for the elderly lady. The man, clad in a tank top that showcased his muscles and tattoos, appeared quite intimidating. I got this seat first. What is it to you? He sneered at Su Chen, noticing his youthful and seemingly frail appearance, which only emboldened him further. Seeing the man's aggressive posture, the elderly woman reassured Su Chen, "It's all right, dear. I'm fine and can stand for a bit longer." Su Chen chose silence, extending a hand toward the muscular man. "Oh, you think you can be a good Samaritan?" The burly man laughed mockingly as he reached out as well. Their hands clasped. The man's smug expression quickly transformed into one of agony. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." His hand felt as if it were caught in a vice, the bones threatening to shatter. Fearful, he looked at Su Chen, who was unexpectedly strong despite his appearance. I give up, the burly man cried, hastily vacating his seat as Su Chen released his grip. "You've got some guts." He spat before departing at the next stop. What rotten luck. Because of that brat, he wouldn't be able to work today. As the burly man stood at the bus stop, contemplating his reddened hand, two uniformed men approached him. Click. They snapped handcuffs on him. "Zhang Tianba, you are suspected of multiple thefts. Please come with us." The burly man was stunned. It was all that brat's fault. Otherwise, he wouldn't be caught in this predicament. Su Chen arrived at school, heading directly to his classroom. Along the way, he noticed numerous people gazing at him with astonished expressions, as if he were a celebrity. However, feeling despondent, he paid little heed and proceeded to his class. During the lesson, he found it impossible to focus on the teacher's lecture. His mind was consumed with turmoil. Conflicted over her feelings for him, Li Ruobing wonders whether her affection is familial or romantic. She also grapples with her own feelings for Li Ruobing, questioning whether this is merely an obsession. Perhaps he should consult a psychologist. Su Chen switches to WeChat. Third-rate composer. "Greetings, Dr. Shui. Do you have a moment? I would like to discuss my condition with you." In the villa, Li Ruobing is engrossed in her artwork, meticulously sketching the outline of a strikingly handsome young man. One of the two phones on her desk suddenly emits a distinctive notification. Li Ruobing sets down her brush, a sly smile playing on her lips as she picks up her phone to type. Emotional expert Dr. Shui. "Good morning, Mr. Su. I am available now and would be delighted to hear your thoughts." Third-rate composer. "Dr. Shui, there is a young woman in my life with whom I have grown up. She has tormented me since childhood, leaving me with psychological scars. Yet, I have recently come to realize that I might have feelings for her. I am unsure whether this is genuine affection or merely a form of illness, as I had always considered her family." Emotional expert Dr. Shui. Third-rate composer. Emotional expert Dr. Shui. "Mr. Su, I am simply taken aback by your experiences. I mean no offense." Third-rate composer Dr. Shui. "Another matter troubles me. It seems that this girl has developed feelings for me. She confessed her love last night, although it was somewhat ambiguous." Emotional expert Dr. Shui. Third-rate composer. "As I mentioned, our relationship has always been akin to that of family. Thus, when she confessed, I was left uncertain whether her feelings were familial or romantic. This distinction is crucial." Third-rate composer. "This morning, I asked her how she perceives my role in her life, and she responded that I am her closest family member." Third-rate composer Dr. Shui. "It appears that I may be deluding myself. She regards me merely as family. Is this not indicative of delusional disorder or Stockholm syndrome?" Emotional expert Dr. Shui. In the villa, Li Ruobing glares at her phone, her teeth clenched in frustration. How dare this insufferable younger brother disregard her confession? He has completely misconstrued her intentions. When she referred to family, she clearly meant a spousal relationship. How shocking it is to realize this misunderstanding. Calm down, stay composed, and continue to draw him in. Chapter 42 Su Chen. I am fond of Li Ruobing. The psychological consultation continues. Emotional expert Dr. Shui. "Mr. Su, let us first address the primary question. Do you truly like this young woman?" Third-rate composer. "All right." Emotional expert Dr. Shui. "Mr. Su, might I inquire if this young woman is beautiful?" Third-rate composer. "Objectively speaking, she is extraordinarily beautiful. She is the most stunning girl I have ever encountered. Undoubtedly the most beautiful in the world." Inside the villa, Li Ruobing gazes at the text on her phone, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Silly younger brother is praising her. Countless have lauded her beauty, yet she has long grown indifferent to such compliments. However, upon reading that he considers her the most beautiful girl, her heart flutters uncontrollably. Humph. Continue to charm your elder sister. Ice Bing. Ah, how delightful. Calm down. Remain composed. Emotional expert Dr. Shui. "Mr. Su, kindly use some adjectives to describe the young woman's beauty." Third-rate composer Dr. Shui. "Does this pertain to my feelings for her?" Emotional expert Dr. Shui. "Please do not question my expertise." Su Chen awkwardly scratches his nose, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of Li Ruobing, her breathtakingly pure visage, her devilishly alluring figure, all vividly etched in his memory. Third-rate composer. The fish sink, the wild geese fall, the moon hides, and the flowers close. Emotional expert Dr. Shui. Third-rate composer. Essentially, her beauty is such that fish shy away and sink beneath the surface, wild geese fall from the sky, and even the moon, upon witnessing her loveliness, feels ashamed and hides away, blooming flowers, too, close in her presence. Inside the villa, Li Ruobing's cheeks flush a deep hue as she gazes at her phone screen. Lost in a reverie. The fish sink, the wild geese fall. Such beautiful phrases. Silly younger brother is quite the charmer. Does he truly harbor such fondness for her? Is he so captivated by her beauty that he has crafted these phrases in secret? She holds such significance in his heart. Ah, silly younger brother, you are truly talented. These two phrases are exquisite, rich in meaning. He must have pondered them for quite some time. When contemplating these expressions, surely her image occupied his thoughts. It is impossible to conjure such elegant, evocative phrases without deep affection for someone. It turns out he cherishes her so dearly. What more, this younger brother, seemingly unassuming, is actually a hidden literary genius with remarkable literary prowess. The poetry and phrases he has crafted could be deemed timeless classics. Emotional expert Dr. Shui, Mr. Su. These two phrases are extraordinarily beautiful. Third-rate composer. The natives of a parallel world are truly unworldly. Third-rate composer. Dr. Shui, is this truly an illness? Emotional expert Dr. Shui, Mr. Su, I must ask you a few more questions. Third-rate composer, proceed. Curious expert Dr. Shui, when you are with her, do you find your gaze drawn to her involuntarily? Third-rate composer, indeed, when I am with her, I am irresistibly captivated by her every move. Perhaps it is simply due to her unparalleled beauty. Emotional expert Dr. Shui, during intimate moments, do you experience an accelerated heartbeat? Third-rate composer, yes, my heart races uncontrollably, though I feel it is more a response to fear. Emotional expert Dr. Shui. Emotional expert Dr. Shui, before you sleep at night, do thoughts of her cross your mind? Does she appear in your dreams? Third-rate composer, yes, I think of her before I sleep, as I must prepare for her potential ambush, and she does appear in my dreams, though they are often nightmares. Emotional expert Dr. Shui. Li Ruobing glares furiously at her phone screen, convinced that her troublesome younger brother is purposely provoking her. What does he have to fear? She has always been so gentle and considerate towards him, catering to his whims and desires. How could he possibly be afraid of her? This infuriates the fairy. Li Ruobing can no longer contain her frustration and slams her fist onto the table. Bang! The expensive wooden table, valued at thousands, suddenly cracks, fissures spreading rapidly across its surface, culminating in a resounding collapse. Li Ruobing. She seriously suspects the merchant sold her a counterfeit product. Emotional expert Dr. Shui, Mr. Su. Based on my assessment, it is evident that you are indeed unwell. Third-rate composer, really? Am I truly unwell? How delightful. Emotional expert Shui. What are you so excited about, you silly brother? Emotional expert Shui. Mr. Su, you are indeed afflicted, and the diagnosis is love. Third-rate composer. Emotional expert Shui. To put it succinctly, you are undeniably enamored with that lovely, gentle, and caring young lady. Third-rate composer, is that true? Emotional expert Shui. Please do not question my professional expertise, thank you. Emotional expert Shui. Mr. Su. Try to envision this. If your girlfriend were to dine and sleep with another man, what would your immediate reaction be? Third-rate composer, I would find a way to eliminate that man. Emotional expert Shui. This is the most direct evidence of your affection. You're jealous because you like her. Third-rate composer, I feel like a protective father. I have always viewed her as my daughter. Emotional expert Shui. Meow. Emotional expert Shui. Mr. Su. You definitely have feelings for that girl. Now, repeat in your mind 100 times, I like so-and-so. Su Chen began to chant inwardly. I like Li Ruobing. 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 After reciting it 100 times, emotional expert Shui. Mr. Su. What is the first thought that comes to your mind now? Su Chen typed instinctively, without needing to think, and sent the message unconsciously. Third-rate composer. I like Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing's delicate, fair hands trembled slightly at that moment. Is this a confession? How sweet. This foolish brother likes her so much. Ah. She was so elated she felt like setting off fireworks. Chapter 43. She is his salvation. Su Chen stared at the message he had sent, and after a few seconds, he realized, hurriedly trying to retract it. Then he typed cautiously. Third-rate composer. Dr. Shui. You didn't see anything, did you? Emotional expert Shui. Mr. Su. I'm afraid I've already seen it. Emotional expert Shui. See, I told you I was right. You do like her. When I posed that question, your first thought was precisely this. Third-rate composer, isn't this brainwashing? If you repeat something 100 times, your initial response will inevitably be the same phrase. Su Chen worried that the name Ruobing might have been exposed. Surely, the other party wouldn't think much of it? Would she and Ruobing know each other? Noticing Su Chen's silence, the emotional expert seemed to sense his unease. Emotional expert Shui. Mr. Su. We are a professional team, and the privacy of our patients is our utmost priority. You need not worry. Our conversation will remain confidential between us. Third-rate composer. True. If you dare to divulge my secret, I will take legal action against you. Emotional expert Shui. Woo-woo. Third-rate composer. Don't act cute with me. I have no interest in adorable girls. Inside the villa, Li Ruobing gazed at her phone screen. a faint smile gracing her lips as the murderous intent in her eyes gradually dissipated. Well, at least this silly brother has some awareness. If he dares to flirt with other girls behind her back, she would have to sever his hands and feet. Far away at school, Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine, as if death itself were watching him. Could it be that Ruobing was cursing him again? Su Chen continued to type. Third-rate composer, Dr. Shui, are you certain this is truly love? Emotional expert Shui, absolutely. Moreover, you like her to the point of being hopelessly infatuated. Emotional expert Shui, Mr. Su, as a man, you ought to confront your own feelings rather than using illness as an excuse. You must bravely embrace love. Third-rate composer, upon reading this statement, Su Chen fell into silence. The other party was indeed a professional psychologist. They had hit the nail on the head. He was indeed avoiding his feelings for Li Ruobing. Although Su Chen appeared to be a sunny and handsome young man, deep within, he was somewhat closed off. This was a manifestation of his deep-seated insecurities. In his previous life, Su Chen was an orphan. His parents had passed away when he was young, leaving him to fend for himself by studying and collecting scrap for sustenance. In that life, Su Chen struggled academically, barely managing to secure a spot at a university. While his classmates were discussing romantic relationships, Su Chen worked multiple part-time jobs under the scorching sun. Did he have expectations for love at that time? Certainly. Yet, he lacked the means to pursue a relationship, as he had to rely on student loans just to pay for his education. In his past life, Su Chen was as handsome as he was now, receiving love letters from numerous female classmates since high school. However, due to his family's circumstances, he ignored their confessions. Though he had feelings for one or two girls, he understood that he lacked the standing to pursue them. As a penniless orphan, what could he possibly offer? Even if the girls did not mind his status, their parents would never allow their daughters to be with a destitute man without a safety net. Despite his insecurities, he harbored a fierce pride. In his third year of college, a girl ardently pursued him, and Su Chen, having developed feelings for her, found himself becoming more confident after repaying his student loans through part-time work. He believed that, through hard work, he could bring happiness to the girl he liked. Thus, when she pursued him fervently, he gradually opened his heart to her. While they never solidified their relationship, they shared a period of ambiguous closeness. Su Chen thought that his life would slowly improve from that moment on. However, he was mistaken. In the latter half of his third year, while he returned to his hometown for errands, that girl secretly traveled a long distance to surprise him. Due to his pride, Su Chen had not clarified his situation to her. He intended to confess to her at the start of their senior year, explaining his family background and expressing his determination to strive for a better future. He believed she would understand. Under such circumstances, the girl appeared at Su Chen's doorstep. A dilapidated wooden shack, the interior of which was exceedingly humble. The appliances were salvaged from the junkyard and barely functional after his repairs. It was a true depiction of poverty. To this day, Su Chen vividly remembers the look in that girl's eyes: shock, complexity, and pity. The girl did not say much. She merely smiled and conversed with Su Chen. He felt disheartened, for in her gaze, he saw himself, pathetic and laughable. That evening, Su Chen accompanied the young woman to the inn in town, and the following day, she returned to the city. From that moment onward, their communication dwindled, and as time passed, they became strangers to one another. After graduating from university, Su Chen grew increasingly reclusive. He secured a position at a prestigious company, and his life revolved solely around work. He toiled relentlessly, driven by a desire to alter his circumstances. A year later, the toll of his excessive labor led to his untimely demise. Subsequently, he transcended into a rebirth, finding himself in a parallel world as an infant, experiencing a distinctly renewed existence. In this realm, he felt the warmth of parental love and encountered myriad sentiments that had eluded him in his previous life. Under the influence of the little girl Li Ruobing, he gradually began to open his once closed heart. His ingrained inferiority complex slowly transformed, and he endeavored to integrate himself into society, demonstrating that change is indeed beneficial. At the very least, he appeared as a bright and cheerful young man. Yet, deep within, a flicker of self-doubt persisted, perhaps even a fear of love. The conclusion of his relationship with that girl in his past was rather mundane, devoid of any melodrama. Yet it still pierced his sensitive heart, an ache he could not overlook. Thus, when he realized his affection for Li Ruobing, his subconscious instinctively sought to evade it. Fabricating various excuses, deep down, he felt unworthy of a girl like Li Ruobing. She was his salvation. She embodied perfection, so flawless that she seemed almost ethereal, instilling a sense of trepidation in him. She possessed stunning beauty, exceptional intelligence, and the aura of a superstar. Her brilliance was undeniable, forever illuminating any space she graced. If life were a novel, she would undoubtedly be the heroine. And what of himself? Perhaps merely an inconspicuous passerby. He remained a silent guardian in the shadows, hesitant to take a step further. His deep affection rendered him cautious, for he feared losing her more than anything. As he regained his composure, Su Chen's profound gaze hardened with resolve. It was as if he had made a significant decision. Third-rate composer, Water Doctor, you were not mistaken. I indeed have feelings for that girl. In our daily interactions, her every smile and frown has filled my heart. I like her, I love her, and I never wish to part from her. In the villa, Li Ruobing read this passage, her heart racing with excitement. She bit her soft pink lip, her sparkling eyes reflecting a mix of exhilaration and joy. My silly younger brother has confessed again. He is so charming. Who could resist that? Overwhelmed with happiness, she yearned to set off fireworks at that very moment. Ah, such joy! Li Ruobing clutched her phone, unable to contain her elation, and then, snap. Tragedy struck as her iPhone 11 was inadvertently crushed in her grip. Li Ruobing meow meow meow, as a gentle and adorable fairy. Isn't it perfectly normal to crush a phone with one's bare hands? Chapter 44. Su Chen, I've made up my mind. I will pursue Sister Bingbing. Li Ruobing discarded the broken phone into the trash and picked up her other device, switching to her WeChat alias. Third-rate composer, Water Doctor. I believe I've come to understand my feelings, yet I feel unworthy of her. Do you think I should pursue her? Third-rate composer, Water Doctor. She truly is an exceptional girl. Even as a man, I feel the pressure. She resembles a goddess from my dreams, distant and unapproachable. Third-rate composer, Water Doctor. Should I muster the courage to love? I constantly feel inadequate, as if I cannot provide her with the life she deserves. Third-rate composer, Water Doctor. Why have you stopped responding? Third-rate composer, do you think I should let go? Third-rate composer, Water Doctor. Your silence conveys your thoughts. Are you advising me to relinquish my feelings? Upon switching to this account, Li Ruobing nearly suffered a brain hemorrhage at Su Chen's string of messages. What did he say? Let go? He had already married her in spirit, having seen her in her entirety, kissed her, and touched her. How could he even contemplate letting go? This scoundrel. To think he wanted to withdraw, there was no way. Li Ruobing began typing, plotting to ensnare the handsome young lamb into her elaborate trap. Emotional expert Water, Mr. Su, I apologize. My phone fell into water moments ago. Emotional expert Water. You must not think that way. You must gather your courage and boldly pursue the goddess of your heart. Emotional expert Water. Consider this. If you abandon your feelings, and your goddess becomes someone else's wife, how would that make you feel? Emotional expert Water. Furthermore, if you don't even dare to try, what kind of man are you? Stand firm. Pursue your goddess with your most fervent love. Third-rate composer. Why does it feel as though this psychologist is more anxious than I am? Nevertheless, her words indeed bestowed upon Su Chen the strength and courage he needed. To be honest, the thought of seeing Li Ruobing with another man would drive him to madness. He was no longer the person he had been in his past life. In this life, he hailed from a well-off family and had accumulated wealth through screenwriting and investments. Moreover, he had recently awakened a system, establishing himself as the protagonist of this world. After his rebirth, under Li Ruobing's influence, Su Chen's character underwent significant transformation. It was she who taught him to embrace confidence. He would pursue Li Ruobing, regardless of the outcome. Even if he were to emerge battered and bruised, so be it. This little girl, Li Ruobing, was worth every attempt. Every risk. He was aflame with determination. Third-rate composer, Water Doctor. Thank you for helping me see myself clearly. I have resolved to take the plunge. I will devote all my strength to pursuing my goddess. Emotional expert Water. Meow meow meow. She doesn't even need to chase you. She has already completely given herself to you. So what are you pursuing? Emotional expert Water. Mr. Su. Didn't you previously say that your goddess had already confessed to you? Third-rate composer. It's different. In her heart, she likely still views me as family, as a little brother. However, even if she doesn't love me now, I will use my own efforts to instigate a change in her feelings, transforming her familial affection into love. In any case, I will pursue her with all my might. Emotional expert Water. How delightful. So, my silly younger brother truly likes me. My heart is so sweet. Li Fairy, you are amazing. You've completely enchanted your silly younger brother. Just as Li Ruobing prepared to type, intending to reassure this silly younger brother that she needed no pursuit, she realized her level of openness had reached a point where if he appeared in her room, she would readily shed her clothing. Ahem. Just as she was about to type, Li Ruobing suddenly halted. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, and her exquisite, ethereal face bore a subtle, enigmatic smile, reminiscent of a cunning little fox. Her lips curved gracefully, suggesting that her foolish younger brother had finally awakened to the truth. Well, as long as he dares to pursue her, she would be willing to yield to him without reservation. Emotional expert Shui exclaimed, Wow, Mr. Su. Your newfound awareness is truly remarkable. I wholeheartedly support you. At this moment, you exude irresistible charm. A man who actively pursues a woman is simply captivating. The second-rate composer interjected. Wait a moment. Dr. Shui, could it be that you have developed feelings for me? If that is the case, I regret to inform you that your heart is now broken, for my affections lie solely with my goddess. At this moment, Li Ruobing had exited the villa, her manager arriving to escort her to the filming location. As she settled into the car, a message from her foolish younger brother caught her eye, prompting an involuntary smile. He was surprisingly self-aware. How amusing. Li Ruobing covered her mouth with a hand, revealing two delicate dimples on her cheeks, akin to blooming flowers, fresh and enchanting. Sweet to the utmost degree. This was a stark contrast to her typically aloof persona, embodying an endearing juxtaposition. Her manager and assistant stared in awe. The Ice Queen herself was smiling. Her laughter was delightful. This was beyond the camera's gaze. As Li Ruobing's manager and assistant, they were acutely aware of her private demeanor, an icily beautiful woman, cold as frost, who kept people at bay. Li Ruobing, noticing the astonished expressions of her entourage, swiftly retracted her smile, transforming instantly from a sweet, innocent maiden into a frosty goddess. Her expression hardened, the temperature plunging. Ice Princess, what prompted you to accept this advertisement shoot today? Inquired a woman in her 30s, well-maintained and still exuding grace, known as Sister Man, Li Ruobing's manager. Sister Man regarded Li Ruobing with curiosity. This young prodigy had been inundated with offers from countless advertisers eager for her endorsement following her meteoric rise to fame, presenting her with an abundance of resources. In the entertainment industry, who wouldn't relish an increase in exposure? Yet, here was this little prodigy at the pinnacle of her career, refusing to accept a single advertisement, an enigma indeed. Now, she had suddenly chosen to accept a wedding dress advertisement, passing up more lucrative endorsements for cosmetics and luxury fashion. As her manager, Sister Man felt helpless. For any other artist, she could counsel them, but this particular starlet was beyond her control. She had to be accommodated. Li Ruobing flipped through the album filled with various wedding gown styles, sent by the bridal company for her selection, to be used for the advertisement shoot. I wonder which style would capture my foolish younger brother's fancy. Never mind, I shall decide later. With a hint of irritation, she tossed the album aside. Ice Princess, the director just called to say that you personally selected the male lead for this advertisement. Who is this big star that you have chosen to feature alongside you? Sister Man inquired, intrigued. Li Ruobing smiled mysteriously. Sister Man, you will soon find out. The male lead I recommended is undoubtedly the best. Sister Man's curiosity deepened. In her 2 years in the industry, she had never witnessed Li Ruobing express such high regard for any male star. She had always maintained a distance from them. Even in her chosen scripts, there were no intimate scenes with male actors. Li Ruobing felt a wave of anticipation. She was genuinely thrilled at the prospect of shooting wedding photos with her foolish younger brother. Would he be captivated by her appearance in a wedding gown? Surely he would. After all, Li Ruobing is the most beautiful fairy in the world. Furthermore, she was eager to see how this foolish younger brother would pursue her. Would he make a grand, romantic declaration in front of everyone? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her frosty demeanor melted once more into a sweet, blissful smile, which did not go unnoticed by Sister Man. Something was decidedly amiss. Meanwhile, Chen had just concluded his morning classes and appeared to be in remarkably high spirits. A stark contrast to his earlier lethargy upon arriving at school. Upon exiting the classroom, he noticed a throng of students congregated in the corridor, predominantly comprised of excited young women. Perplexed by the scene, Chen wondered if a big star had come to the school. Why were these girls exhibiting such infatuated expressions? Although a few of them were quite attractive, they paled in comparison to Li Ruobing. Seeing the corridor blocked, Chen, disinterested in the commotion, turned to leave through another staircase. However, just as he made his move, the enthusiastic onlookers approached him. School hunk, don't run away. School hunk is so handsome, just like in those Douyin videos. Absolutely charming. Truly the ideal boyfriend. Wow, I am utterly smitten with that Douyin video. It's as if he's in an idol drama, but his looks surpass those of the stars in those dramas. School hunk, can I take a picture with you? Where's your girlfriend? What about the female lead in that video? The excited girls surrounded him, their admiration palpable. Chen was momentarily bewildered. Was he truly the star? He had indeed garnered some recognition at school due to his good looks, but this level of adoration was unprecedented. As the crowd closed in, his instinct was to flee. Everyone please hold on. I have something to say. Chen called out, and the throng momentarily paused, eyes fixated on him, eagerly awaiting his words. With a sigh of relief, he revealed a sly smile. Ladies and gentlemen, farewell. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted away. The crowd, astonished, watched him bolt. What just happened? School hunk, wait. Can I get your autograph? As the students regained their senses, they immediately chased after Chen. Wow. Isn't that the guy from the viral Douyin video? What is he doing here? Is he from our school? Wow, he is truly handsome. I stumbled upon him while scrolling through Douyin, and I was utterly captivated. Chen had just dashed up a flight of stairs when a throng of excited individuals approached him. At this moment, he had already ascended to the second floor. Yet both staircases were blocked. Standing in the corridor, Chen gazed down at the ground below, estimating it to be around 6 meters high. Without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly braced himself against the corridor wall, leaped with all his might, and executed a stunning jump. His audacious act left the pursuers utterly dumbfounded. Don't jump. We are your fans, not debt collectors. Has jumped off the building. That height is dangerous. Surely, he won't break his legs. That's at least 5 or 6 meters. Is he really going to be alright? Goodness, he really jumped? If something were to happen to him, would we be considered murderers? The young girls were utterly terrified. What had begun as a star-chasing event was on the brink of transforming into a tragic scene. Oh my, look, Sue is completely unharmed. He landed gracefully, not a scratch on him, and took off running. Wow, that is so cool. Is Sue into parkour? Or does he practice martial arts? How can he leap from such a height without a care? He must be a superhero. Did you see that? His jump was so stylish, like something out of a martial arts drama. And he didn't even use wires. How incredibly cool. Did anyone record it? What a pity. I missed it. I did. Remember to upload it to Douyin. It's bound to go viral. Let us rally together to make Sue the most popular male idol on the internet. Though the distance from the teaching building to the dormitory wasn't too vast, it involved climbing 2 long flights of stairs, which typically left Chen utterly exhausted after classes. Yet, at this moment, he sprinted back to the dormitory in one go, appearing completely composed and unbriefless, showcasing an extraordinary level of stamina. Chen even mused that with his seemingly superhuman physical capabilities, he could compete with national athletes and Olympians. Upon entering the dormitory, his 3 roommates glanced at him and, with a teasing tone, remarked, "Oh, look who it is. Our internet sensation, Chen, the campus heartthrob. You've become a big star. Just now, so many girls heard I was your roommate, and they all added me on WeChat, asking me to connect them with you." Chen, bewildered, retrieved a bottle of soda from the fridge and gulped it down in one go, feeling a sense of relief. He then turned to his roommates and asked, "What on earth is going on?" His roommates were astonished. "Chen, you don't know? You've gone viral online." "Viral? But I haven't done anything noteworthy. You must check Douyin. The video of you princess carrying your girlfriend has amassed tens of millions of views. Those girls are dubbing you the ideal boyfriend. You're now an internet celebrity." Chen was utterly perplexed. "I don't even have Douyin on my phone." His roommates, particularly the chubby one, looked at him as if he were an alien. In this day and age, there are still young people who don't use Douyin? Chen, did you just emerge from a cave? Chen retorted, "What is so entertaining about Douyin? The content is repetitive, and those beautiful girls? Just because they look good doesn't mean they aren't just a bunch of ordinary people once the filters are off." Indeed, Chen had no need for Douyin, as the platform primarily attracted boys with its plethora of attractive young women. However, for Chen, having grown up admiring Li Ruobing, those girls paled in comparison and failed to pique his interest. His 3 roommates exchanged glances, their expressions a whirlwind of complexity. Here was a strikingly handsome young man, inundated with love letters from girls, speaking with such confidence. Despite his disinterest in Douyin, Chen decided to download the app to unravel the mystery. As soon as he opened it, he stumbled upon the viral video, which had already garnered 50 million views and 10 million likes. Clearly, Douyin recognized the video's potential and was actively promoting it, hinting at a possibility of it becoming the most viewed video. As Chen clicked on the video, the background music, a popular song from a South Korean drama, began to play, perfectly complementing the scene and igniting the hearts of countless viewers. Initially, Chen watched in silence. But halfway through the video, he couldn't help but slap his thigh in excitement. "Goodness!" he exclaimed, his enthusiasm startling his roommates. "Sue, what has gotten into you?" Chen was transfixed by the young man in the video, who appeared to have stepped right out of a drama. "Wow, this guy is ridiculously handsome. I've never seen anyone so striking." His roommates, filled with envy, chimed in, "Chen, you're now a major internet celebrity. In this era of social media, those who become popular on Douyin can rival top-tier stars. Once you're famous, it signifies a remarkable change in your life. In this age, being an internet sensation equated to having influence, and influence often translated to wealth. Yet, Chen remained surprisingly calm about it all. Internet celebrity? It's not that impressive." Just minutes after logging into Douyin, Chen's account was already contacted by a representative from the platform, seemingly eager for his presence. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen?" the staff member inquired. Given that Douyin accounts are registered under real names, Chen was not taken aback. "Yes, Mr. Chen, we would like to invite you to participate in an onboarding event. We will help promote your account, and you can casually post videos on our platform." With his current online popularity, Chen was undoubtedly one of Douyin's hottest personalities, sparking considerable discussions among users. "All right, Mr. Su, have you considered becoming one of our featured talents? We will create a tailored promotional plan for you, ensuring you become a top influencer." "Not interested." Is there really anyone in this day and age who isn't interested in becoming a trending internet star? Becoming an influencer means substantial earnings. Really? I'm not considering it. After a brief exchange with the staff member, Chen couldn't resist returning to the video. He was undeniably striking. And he absolutely adored that video. Holding Bingbing in his arms, she appeared so delicate and endearing, invoking a profound sense of protectiveness within him, leaving him immensely satisfied. They made such a perfect pair, a match made in heaven. As Chen browsed the comments section, he was met with sentiments that resonated deeply. "This is the love I've always dreamed of. The best boyfriend on the internet. A match made in heaven. So sweet. What a fairy tale romance. Everyone upvote me." The male protagonist is the most charming boy in our school, known as Chen, and he is our senior. The female lead is so fortunate to have such a handsome and gentle boyfriend. Indeed, what sheer bliss. However, the young lady being cradled in a princess carry, though her face remains unseen, possesses exceptionally fine skin and an alluring figure. She must undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. I'm going crazy. I need to uncover the identity of this female lead. I am utterly enamored with this divine couple. I too wish to revel in this romance. It's simply delightful. Don't you all think that this girl's physique bears a striking resemblance to that currently popular actress, Li Ruobing, the one who just won the Best Actress award and is absolutely on fire? I have been a devoted fan of Bingbing for 10 years, and I see the resemblance too. Could this female lead possibly be the renowned star Li Ruobing? There is certainly a likeness. What are you all thinking? How could such a prominent star engage in a romantic relationship with a university student? I also find it rather implausible, despite Su Chen's undeniable handsomeness. Moreover, Li Ruobing is older than Su Chen. If this were true, wouldn't it be akin to an old bull courting a tender calf? Perhaps she is just supporting a campus heartthrob. The comments began to veer off in a different direction here. In the dormitory, Su Chen, look. Your mysterious girlfriend is trending online. Su Chen, these netizens are even speculating that your girlfriend is the big star Li Ruobing. It's utterly hilarious. What would they think if they knew you were her die-hard anti-fan? By the way, Su Chen, you're doing quite well for yourself. When did you get a girlfriend? To be showing off a princess carry in public. You're really making us envious. Su Chen gazed at the trending topic, falling into silence. These netizens have truly sharp eyes. With this video gaining such popularity, what if they discover the identity of the girl? What would Sister Bingbing do? Should I ask Douyin to remove the video? Yet, part of him was reluctant. This video encapsulated a beautiful memory shared with Sister Bingbing, marking their first date. The high viewership could be seen as a blessing from the online community, a sign of good fortune. But then again, it didn't matter. Since Sister Bingbing didn't show her face in the video, even if the netizens speculated, there would be no concrete evidence. Moreover, such discussions could only boost Sister Bingbing's visibility. Su Chen decided to let it be for now. Su Chen, when will you bring your girlfriend out for us to meet? Indeed, now that you have a girlfriend, by tradition, you must treat us to a meal. Yes, we want to see which little cabbage you've been nurturing. His roommates teased. Su Chen awkwardly replied, treating you to a meal is no problem. But meeting my girlfriend will have to wait for another time. I've just won her affection, and our relationship isn't yet stable. All right. His roommates ceased their inquiries. Even Su Chen's closest friends wouldn't dare to entertain the notion that his girlfriend was the famous star Li Ruobing, as it felt too surreal. On the other side, Li Ruobing was seated in a van, having arrived at the filming location. The shoot had yet to commence. As the crew was busy preparing props and the set, Li Ruobing, meanwhile, continued to review the script inside the van. Ever since her rise to fame, offers from various production companies had come pouring in, but she showed little interest, finding most scripts overly focused on romantic drama. Bingbing darling, you're trending. Sister Man had just opened Weibo, intending to check the trending topics, only to be startled to see Li Ruobing's name. Is the female lead in that popular Douyin video truly the big star Li Ruobing? Li Ruobing's romantic involvement revealed. Publicly flirting with a young heartthrob and being cradled in a princess carry. Given how incredibly popular Li Ruobing had become recently, coupled with her low profile, she seldom appeared before the camera except for promotional activities and events. This gossip shot straight to the top of the trending list, creating quite a stir. What trending topics? Li Ruobing was puzzled. She had been busy pursuing her naive younger brother and hadn't had much time to browse the internet. Upon opening her phone, she quickly grasped what had transpired. Sister Man commented, today's internet users are too adept at piecing things together. I watched that super popular Douyin video. There's no way the female lead could be our Bingbing. It's merely a resemblance. Who doesn't know that our Bingbing is a high and aloof goddess? She hardly interacts with boys. Li Ruobing opened the Douyin app and immediately spotted the trending video. Upon her first glance, her icy demeanor transformed. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. That silly younger brother looks so handsome. Just at first sight, she was utterly captivated. They matched so well. Unable to contain her enthusiasm, Li Ruobing switched to her alternate account and began to fervently comment on the video. These two are such a perfect couple. So sweet. A divine couple. Dear netizens, please bless this pair with everlasting love and happiness, and may they never part. Sister Man, noticing Li Ruobing's intense focus on her phone, curiously asked, Bingbing darling, what are you up to? Writing a telegram? Li Ruobing lifted her head, quickly concealing her delight, her stunning visage turning cold and indifferent as she calmly replied, nothing much. Then, recalling something, she inquired of her manager, Sister Man, can we purchase traffic for this Douyin video? I want to promote it. She aimed to elevate this video to the pinnacle of popularity, ensuring everyone could witness it, and to push her comments to the forefront. Sister Man's eyes brightened at this, feeling deeply moved. Bingbing darling, are you finally considering joining Douyin? The official Douyin team has invited you numerous times, yet you never signed up. Sister Man continued, now that you're so popular, you wouldn't even need to buy traffic to promote yourself. Li Ruobing disregarded her manager's words and instructed her assistant, Xiao Su, please provide me with the contact details for handling this matter. The assistant girl nodded eagerly. I'll get it to you right away, Bingbing. Bingbing is so cold. The assistant girl felt as though she might faint from fright. After a short while, preparations for the shoot were about to commence. Bingbing darling, the director asked me to check if the male lead has arrived yet. Li Ruobing glanced at her phone, typing as if sending a message. Great Demon King, have you arrived? Silly brother, Bingbing Jia, I'm at the entrance of the filming location. Are you done yet? Or should I wait for you outside? Great Demon King, come inside. Silly brother, Bingbing Jia, you're filming an advertisement. Why should I come in? One tea that disrupt your shoot? Great Demon King, quit the nonsense. Silly brother, oh. Shortly after, a young and handsome man approached the filming site, drawing countless gazes. Upon seeing Su Chen, Li Ruobing's exquisitely cold face inadvertently broke into a faint smile, her piercing gaze harboring happiness and affection. She gently parted her lips. Her voice clear and melodious, my male lead has arrived. Sister Man looked over in curiosity, as a strikingly handsome young man walked toward them. He was truly exceptionally handsome, especially with his captivating aura. After years in the entertainment industry, she had seen countless charming young men. However, the boy's demeanor and appearance still left her utterly astonished. Simultaneously, she was taken aback. Wasn't this young man the very same prominent figure from the viral Douyin videos? The one who had just been embroiled in a scandal with Bingbing on Weibo's trending topics. As an agent, Sister Man gradually recognized that something was amiss. Surely, the online romance couldn't be genuine, could it? Chapter 46. Bingbing is flirting with him. As Su Chen approached, he immediately spotted Li Ruobing standing beside the van. Her exquisite and beautiful face maintaining its characteristic aloofness, making her seem quite unapproachable. Her beauty was so dazzling that it effortlessly captivated all gazes. Truly, she was his Bingbing. Undeniably stunning. Su Chen mused inwardly. Excuse me, sir, but this is a private location for our advertisement shoot, and unauthorized individuals cannot enter, a staff member said, momentarily stunned before stepping forward to block Su Chen's way. At that moment, a cool yet melodious voice rang out. He is with me. Let him in. Li Ruobing approached. Her tall and slender figure exuding an aura of authority, her icy demeanor reminiscent of a queen descending upon her subjects. Her words left no room for dissent. I'm sorry. Miss Bingbing, I didn't realize he was with you, the staff member stammered, hurriedly stepping aside, clearly intimidated by Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing replied indifferently, it's fine. Su Chen stood there, dumbfounded. This was his first time witnessing the work persona of Li Ruobing on set. She radiated an overwhelming presence akin to a domineering CEO of a major corporation. At this juncture, everyone's gaze flitted between Su Chen and Li Ruobing. They had all seen the trending news, and especially with Li Ruobing's recent remark, it only fueled speculation. Could the gossip be true? Among them, Sister Man's eyes were fixed intently on Su Chen. Could it be? Could it be what she feared? Sister Man diverted her gaze from Su Chen, her expression cautious. Bingbing, who is this? Li Ruobing smirked, hiding a smile. Sister Man, this is me. Perhaps it was just a figment of his imagination. But Su Chen could have sworn Li Ruobing's lips formed the word husband. His heart raced in disbelief, and he quickly interjected, hello, everyone. I am Bingbing's younger brother. My name is Su Chen. Younger brother? Sister Man paused, finally releasing a sigh of relief. You scared me just now. I thought he was Bingbing's boyfriend. Unbeknownst to her, Li Ruobing's expression grew colder. She unhappily remarked, no, he is not my boyfriend. He is my husband. Sister Man scrutinized Su Chen closely, realizing that the more she looked, the more handsome he became, especially his deep, captivating eyes, more alluring than those of many top stars. Truly, the sibling pair was exceptionally good-looking. Sister Man continued, Bingbing, is the male lead in the advertisement you mentioned your brother? Li Ruobing nodded. Yes, it's him. Su Chen, however, was bewildered. Bingbing, what advertisement are we shooting? Li Ruobing shot him an exasperated glance. Come here, I need to tell you. Su Chen followed her to a secluded spot. Li Ruobing halted and, with a straight face, explained, Xiao Chencheng, here's the situation. I have a commercial shoot today, but the male lead is unavailable. Therefore, I would like you to take his place and shoot the advertisement with me. Su Chen was even more perplexed. Bingbing, if the male lead can't make it, we can reschedule the shoot. Li Ruobing shot him a mournful glare, pressing her lips together in silence as she fixated her beautiful eyes on him. Su Chen felt a chill creep down his back. He chuckled awkwardly, Bingbing. I can help with this. It's just shooting an advertisement, after all. Helping the person he admired with her work felt entirely reasonable. He wasn't timid. Xiao Chencheng, you are so kind. Li Ruobing's cold visage suddenly broke into a faint, enchanting smile. In that instant, Su Chen felt as if the world around him darkened, overwhelmed by a familiar, intoxicating fragrance. Before he could comprehend, Li Ruobing swiftly leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his cheek, then pulled away just as rapidly. Su Chen touched his cheek, his heart seemingly halted. He stared at her, bewildered. Bingbing, what are you doing? Feeling his heart racing, he questioned whether this was merely an illusion. Li Ruobing gazed at him, revealing an even more captivating smile. playfully mischievous, reminiscent of a youthful maiden. Stinky brother. That's just a reward for you. If you perform well in the future, there will be even more delightful rewards waiting for you. Her teasing smile was utterly enchanting, like a bewitching fox. Then, she turned and walked away, leaving him in a whirlwind of thoughts. Chen could feel his heart racing, blood surging through his veins. What did this mean? Did she truly harbor feelings for him? Or perhaps, she held a fondness for him as her brother. It must be. Even if this fondness stemmed solely from sibling affection, he would strive to transform that affection into something deeper. Upon returning to the shooting site, Sister Man observed Li Ruobing curiously. Bingbing, why do you look a bit flushed? Are you feeling unwell? Upon hearing this, the previously joyful smile on Li Ruobing's lips vanished, replaced by a frigid countenance that shifted back to her usual aloof goddess demeanor. It's nothing, just a bit warm. Before long, Chen returned as well. He couldn't help but steal glances at Li Ruobing, still dazed by that fleeting kiss. Although it was merely a brush of lips, the cool, soft sensation was unforgettable, as if it had imprinted upon his very heart. Yet, her current icy demeanor made him question whether that brief encounter had been nothing more than a figment of his imagination. After a moment's pause, Chen finally gathered his thoughts and asked, Bingbing, what advertisement are we filming later? Li Ruobing stared intently at him, her lustrous eyes seeming to convey unspoken words. Stinky brother, it's a wedding dress shoot. Chen's heart skipped a beat. Was Bingbing truly flirting with him? Was this merely a misinterpretation? Chapter 47 Mom. She is flirting with me. Chen never anticipated that this advertisement would involve shooting wedding photos. Wasn't this a bit too coincidental? They had just obtained their marriage certificate, albeit under deceptive circumstances. Now, they were to partake in a wedding photo shoot like a normal couple, though it was just for an advertisement and not a genuine wedding shoot. Chen couldn't deny the thrill bubbling within him. He felt a tinge of excitement. Li Ruobing presented a photo album to Chen. Her tone imbued with a chilly aloofness tinged with a hint of pride. Here, choose a wedding gown that suits your fancy. We shall commence the shoot shortly. Chen, taken aback, countered, Sister Bingbing. This is your advertisement. Why wouldn't you select your preferred attire? With a frosty expression, Li Ruobing replied, Xiao Chen. I cannot be bothered to choose. Furthermore, should the gown you select not align with my tastes, you shall face the consequences. Chen realized he had overthought the matter. Her indifference stemmed merely from laziness. She was, in fact, ensnaring herself in a predicament, for if he were to choose a gown she disapproved of, the repercussions would be dire. As Chen thumbed through the album, feigning earnestness in his selection of wedding gowns, Li Ruobing sat beside him, silent yet observant, her gaze occasionally drifting towards him. Meanwhile, from a distance, Sister Man scrutinized this pair of siblings with a skeptical eye. It was peculiar. Their dynamic felt oddly strange. She had entertained suspicions regarding their relationship, yet observing their interaction revealed a typical sibling rivalry. Chen appeared intimidated by Ruobing, while she was noticeably fierce towards him. Yet, the sight of them together evoked an undeniable sense of harmony, as if they were fated to be a pair. Perhaps their exceptional looks contributed to this impression. The visual of such striking beauty together was undeniably captivating, even stirring a yearning in Sister Man, a woman in her 30s, to ship them as a couple. After a few moments, Chen announced, Sister Bingbing, I have made my selections. He handed her the album filled with his chosen gowns. The exquisite designs compelled him to indulge in selecting a few more than intended, just a handful, really, totaling around 10. Li Ruobing, momentarily setting aside her phone, accepted the album, her demeanor shifting as she began to peruse the gowns he had chosen. The chill in her eyes began to warm. These were indeed styles she favored, demonstrating that this foolish younger brother had an inkling of her preferences. Was he perhaps harboring fantasies of her donning a wedding gown and sharing a ceremony with him? Was this a long-held dream of his? What an amusing little brother he was. Her delicate lips curved into a subtle smile, betraying her delight. Chen, witnessing this change, felt an inexplicable joy welling up within him. Sister Bingbing, do you like them? He inquired, a smile gracing his face. Rising to her feet, she replied with an air of indifference, it's acceptable. Yet, her eyes sparkled with genuine fondness. Relieved, Chen silently exhaled. He had managed to guess correctly after all. Though he had feigned seriousness, his selections were rather arbitrary. As to his male perspective, the gowns bore little distinction. Regardless, with her enviable figure and striking beauty, any gown she wore would render her the most stunning. Sister Bingbing, have you finalized your selection? The director is ready, Sister Man interjected. I'm ready now. Li Ruobing replied, standing up. At that moment, a staff member approached Chen, instructing him, Mr. Su, please follow us to the fitting room. Li Ruobing then handed the prepared album to the staff member, stating, I've marked the selections. These are the suits he should try on. Understood, Sister Bingbing. The staff member stammered, carefully accepting the album, wary to meet her gaze. It was evident that Li Ruobing's frosty demeanor and formidable work ethic left an indelible impression on those around her. Chen, perplexed, mused on the extent of her intimidating reputation. Though she could be fierce, he didn't perceive her as being frightful to such a degree. Moreover, she had moments of undeniable charm. As this thought crossed his mind, He realized just how deeply he had succumbed to this infatuation. How could he find the formidable female tiger so endearing at times? What a predicament, he lamented silently, as they proceeded to separate changing rooms. Li Ruobing flashed him a teasing smile. Xiao Chuncheng, see you soon. Su Chun's heart raced uncontrollably. Oh dear, she is flirting with me. Although their interactions had previously been laced with familiarity, it had felt entirely normal then. Yet, with his newfound awareness of his feelings, everything seemed altered, as though he now viewed their relationship through tinted lenses. Her affectionate demeanor now struck him as flirtation. Was he losing his grip on reality? Upon entering the male changing room, he was greeted with, Mr. Su, here are the suits chosen by Sister Bingbing. Acknowledging with a curt Su Chan's demeanor remained cool. As he stepped into the fitting room, a group of young women in the adjacent makeup room couldn't help but exclaim, wow, Sister Bingbing's brother is incredibly handsome. His aloofness gives him a charming, cool vibe. So attractive. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Maybe we should ask Sister Bingbing later? Ask her. She is so intimidating. I can hardly muster the courage to speak to her. Another chimed in. True, I wouldn't dare. Maybe I'll just ask the charming young man directly. Moments later, Su Chun emerged from the changing room, and the girls were instantaneously captivated. Ah, he looks too handsome. Clad in a tailored black tailcoat that accentuated his tall, lean form, he resembled a figure sculpted by an artistic master, his chiseled features strikingly handsome. The girls' hearts raced in unison, enchanted by his appearance, which seemed to have stepped straight out of a comic book. Is makeup necessary? He queried, admiring his reflection with satisfaction. No, your natural look is already stunning. We'll just style your hair, the makeup artist replied excitedly. Pleased, Su Chun, averse to makeup as a self-proclaimed straight man, found the idea of male cosmetics peculiar. After styling his hair, he followed the makeup artists out of the room, arriving at the door of the female makeup area. Having merely changed into a suit and adjusted his hairstyle, he had completed the process rather swiftly. However, the girl was a tad slower. So he patiently awaited Li Ruobing at the entrance. What would it be like to see Bingbing in a wedding dress? They say the most beautiful moment for a girl is when she dons her bridal gown. Ruobing is already stunning. How breathtaking would she be in a wedding dress? As he waited for Li Ruobing to emerge, Su Chun felt an inexplicable nervousness wash over him, rendering him restless and parched. It was merely a commercial shoot. So why was he so agitated? In that moment, he felt as if he were a groom waiting outside the dressing room for his beloved bride, both anxious and filled with anticipation. Chapter 48. Bingbing must take the initiative. Approximately 10 minutes later, amidst Su Chin's anxious waiting, he heard a chorus of astonished exclamations from outside the dressing room. Wow, Bingbing is stunning. Ruobing in a wedding dress is absolutely mesmerizing. It's utterly captivating. Even I, a girl, feel weak in the knees. What an ethereal beauty. Outside the dressing room, aside from Su Chun, all were girls. Yet, even so, when Li Ruobing stepped out, the girls could not help but gasp in awe. Hearing the commotion, Su Chun stood up, turning to look. At the doorway of the dressing room, Li Ruobing's exquisite beauty struck him like a bolt, causing his heart to momentarily halt. The surrounding sounds faded away, time seemed to freeze. In his eyes, there was only her. She was the sole occupant of his world. Her lustrous, dark hair was elegantly styled, a sheer veil cascading over her silken tresses, while her strapless gown was adorned with countless shimmering diamonds. Radiating allure, she simultaneously exuded a sense of serene dignity. Her long, graceful legs were accentuated by dazzling crystal-high heels, her figure a perfect embodiment of elegance. She resembled a resplendent queen, her skin as flawless as jade, a vision of beauty that seemed untouched by the mundane world. At that moment, Su Chun found himself entranced. She was truly breathtaking. Despite having gazed upon her face for many years, he was still struck by awe. He could hardly tear his gaze away from her, feeling a desperate longing. In that instant, he made a resolute decision. He must win her heart, ensuring that one day she would wear a wedding dress for him and walk hand in hand into a chapel filled with blessings. Bingbing, you are stunning. Sister man. Supporting Li Ruobing, could not help but shower her with compliments. This is simply exquisite. Even I, an older sister, feel my heart flutter. At that moment, Li Ruobing appeared composed, seemingly indifferent and cold as ice. Yet her gaze lingered on Su Chun, subtly observing his every move. My silly brother is clearly smitten, she mused, knowing well that the naive boy could hardly resist her charm. His throat moved, an anxious demeanor evident. Was he struggling to swallow? Perhaps he was entertaining some rather inappropriate thoughts about her. Did he wish to pull her into a room and tear her wedding dress to shreds? Surely, that was what he was imagining. Li Ruobing's smile gradually transformed, becoming irresistibly enchanting, captivating the very essence of time. Silly brother, what are you staring at? She approached Su Chun, casually patting his shoulder, her gesture intimate and natural. Those nearby were left in disbelief. What a perfect pair. Oh my goodness. This is a brother and sister. Su Chun, suddenly aware of his lapse in composure, quickly pulled his gaze away, awkwardly smiling before earnestly stating, Bingbing, you look truly beautiful today. Li Ruobing shot him a piercing look, her gaze commanding. When have I not been beautiful? Su Chun felt the weight of her gaze. As if she had seen through his thoughts, he hastily concocted an excuse. Bingbing, you are always the most beautiful. I'll wait for you outside. He turned to leave, his escape marked by a hint of embarrassment. Sister Man observed Su Chen's retreating figure, unable to suppress her delight as she teased. Bingbing, your brother Su Chen is simply adorable. He can't even hide his shyness around you. Upon hearing this, Li Ruobing's smile vanished instantly, her expression turning serious as she fixed her gaze on Sister Man, exuding an aura of authority. He is my brother. Do not harbor any improper thoughts about him. Her eyes swept the room, akin to a lion surveying its territory, as she fixed her icy stare on the girls who had just been awestruck by Su Chen. Sister Man, catching the warning in Li Ruobing's eyes, felt a chill run down her spine and awkwardly chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. Bingbing, ahem, of course. We wouldn't think of anything improper regarding your brother. Li Ruobing remained silent, reclaiming her gaze and striding towards the exit in her towering heels, her aura radiating confidence. As soon as Li Ruobing departed, the makeup artists inside the room collectively exhaled in relief, their expressions reflecting the aftermath of a harrowing encounter. Bingbing is truly intimidating. The few girls who had intended to ask Su Chen for his WeChat now abandoned the thought, nearly terrified. Sister Man, watching Li Ruobing's retreating figure, found the situation increasingly peculiar. Who would have thought that such a poised and aloof person could be so protective of her brother? Yet, she mused, if she had a brother as handsome as Li Ruobing's, perhaps she too would become a doting sister. Bingbing's brother is incredibly handsome. As an aunt who had little interest in romance, she suddenly felt the urge to pamper a charming younger brother. Who will indulge me? I have a car, a house, and I'm quite attractive with a good figure. Surely, my age of 32 won't deter any young suitors? Snapping back to reality, Sister Man noticed Li Ruobing had already walked far ahead, prompting her to hurriedly chase after her. Bingbing, wait for me. Today's South shoot would take place entirely outdoors. Director, this is my brother, the male lead I recommended. Li Ruobing introduced Su Chen to the director of the advertisement shoot. The director assessed Su Chen, his eyes sparkling. Bingbing, your brother is incredibly handsome. Quite impressive. He is perfect for a commercial. Having received Li Ruobing's request to replace the male lead, the director had harbored some concerns, fearing her choice might lack charisma. However, upon meeting Su Chen, those doubts swiftly dissipated. Having spent years in the entertainment industry, witnessing countless handsome faces, this young man left a unique impression on him, a charm that was simply unparalleled. It was reminiscent of the first time he beheld Li Ruobing's beauty, an exquisite allure that was incomparable. Shall we commence? The director noted the time was ripe and beckoned the crew to prepare for the official shoot. Bingbing, take a look at this. In a moment, you all will pose in similar manners as depicted here. The director presented a photo album filled with wedding portraits of couples, showcasing a myriad of poses. There were images of hand-holding, embracing, and kissing, essentially, a collection of intimate stances. The common thread binding these poses was their palpable closeness. Upon seeing this, Su Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. Was he truly going to engage in such intimate actions with Sister Bingbing? Was this not a tad too exhilarating? Would she even consent to this? Li Ruobing cast a casual glance at the album, maintaining an air of composure and professionalism. Director, it's fine. You are the director. Your word is final. The director was momentarily taken aback by her swift agreement. Was Li Ruobing unusually agreeable today? He recalled an earlier collaboration, where he had requested a spontaneous scene requiring the female lead to embrace the male lead. At that time, she had adamantly refused, leaving a lasting impression with her inflexibility. It became well known in the industry that Li Ruobing had a singular demand. She would not engage in intimate scenes with male actors. This reputation had spread throughout the circle. Logically, an actress with such stipulations, regardless of her beauty, would find it nearly impossible to land leading roles in the entertainment industry, a realm notorious for its moral compromises. In the current cinematic landscape, a narrative devoid of romantic tension between the leads would hardly attract an audience. Yet, remarkably, Li Ruobing had defied these odds. Her success stemmed from her association with the esteemed screenwriter, S. This prolific writer produced only one script per year, but each piece was a guaranteed masterpiece, resulting in universally acclaimed productions, earning him the moniker god of scripts within the industry. It had become an unspoken truth that whoever secured a project from this luminary would catapult to stardom. Snapping back to the present, the director excitedly announced, "All right, let us commence filming." This marked Li Ruobing's first advertisement following her meteoric rise, and notably, it involved intimate interactions. Given the attractiveness of both parties, once this advertisement aired, it was bound to set the internet ablaze. For our initial pose, let us begin with something simple. Young man, wrap your arms around Sister Bingbing's waist. Use both hands to encircle her, then lean down and gaze into her eyes with deep affection. Bingbing, you too should place your hand on your brother's shoulder, and then raise your gaze to meet his, allowing for a tender exchange. The director began to guide them through the first pose. At this moment, Su Chen found himself momentarily paralyzed, struggling to process the situation. Was the first pose truly meant to be this provocative? Noticing Su Chen's hesitation, The director recognized this as a common affliction among newcomers, an inability to relax. Young man, don't be shy. She is your sister, not a stranger, he encouraged. Yet, Su Chen mused, if only she were a mere unfamiliar woman, he could dismiss the situation entirely. But alas, it was Li Ruobing. His feelings of kinship had transformed into something far more complex. Director, allow me a moment to gather my emotions, Su Chen replied, feeling both anxious and restless. What if he dared to touch this enchanting lady's waist? Would she retaliate with a dramatic throw? Just as he pondered this, Li Ruobing made her move. Standing before him, extending her delicate, alabaster arm to rest alluringly upon his shoulder. The moment her skin made contact, Su Chen's body stiffened, and he felt his heart rate slow slightly. She was so close, her breath infused with a captivating fragrance that enveloped him, as if it were an exquisite perfume designed to ensnare his very soul, leaving him slightly dazed. Su Chen felt as though his very essence might be whisked away by her proximity. He dared not meet her gaze, instead averting his eyes skyward. Lowering his head would reveal her clad in a strapless wedding gown, the sight of her alluring curves partially concealed, yet undeniably enticing. Witnessing Su Chen's rigid demeanor and his averted gaze, Li Ruobing's hidden smile became all the more enchanting. With her hands resting on his shoulders, she exerted a gentle pressure that compelled him to bend slightly, while she stood on tiptoe, barely reaching his ear. Xiao Chencheng, I am your sister, why the shyness? She teased, her voice laced with mischief. The warm breath she exhaled brushed against his sensitive earlobe, sending a thrilling jolt through his body, causing his heart to skip yet another beat. Sister Bingbing was exceptionally adept at tantalizing, and surely, her playful banter was merely for amusement, right? She still considered him her brother, yet his feelings had evolved into something far from innocent. What do I have to be shy about? You are my sister, after all. And it's not as if we've never been close before, Su Chen asserted, attempting to sound resolute. Xiao Chencheng, if you're not shy, then lower your gaze to meet mine, Li Ruobing commanded, her tone shifting suddenly to one of authority. Grasping the tie at his chest, she yanked it with force, compelling him to lean down and look at her. This Navi brother of hers was so innocent and bashful, it was clear she would have to take the lead. He was merely a timid soul with bold thoughts. How exasperating. Sister Bingbing, be gentle, he exclaimed, reflexively fearing she would strike him. Yet, his gaze was now irreversibly drawn into her enchanting beauty. His heart raced with unprecedented fervor, the pristine white of her gown draped over her slender form, capturing a fleeting moment of beauty that seemed to transcend time. Her raven-black hair framed her wedding dress. The flush upon her cheeks and the gentle smile gracing her lips rendered her utterly breathtaking. Su Chen swore this image, this smile, would forever be etched in his memory. Their eyes locked, reflecting each other's forms, an intimacy so profound. Su Chen swallowed hard. Her stunningly beguiling face was mere inches away, fueling his wild imagination. Her gaze pierced through him, as if she had discerned his secret admiration. Their faces were nearly touching, creating an intimate atmosphere. Li Ruobing's eyes flickered with an uncontainable urge. She could not resist inching closer, her thoughts consumed by the notion that this pose was perfectly suited for a kiss. Just as this thought crystallized, the director's voice rang out, "Cut! Bingbing, that moment was spectacular. You two resembled a genuine couple. It was simply delightful," the director exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had never witnessed such strong chemistry between a pair before, as though they were a married couple in reality. At the director's command, Li Ruobing froze momentarily, suddenly jolting back to reality. Upon realizing what she had almost done, a delicate blush tinged her exquisite visage. Understanding the situation, she released Su Chen and strode towards the director, her demeanor reverting to its usual icy elegance, embodying the lofty queen she was. Su Chen stood rooted in place, his mind a blank canvas. Had Sister Bing been about to kiss him just moments ago? Director, let me see. Li Ruobing approached the director, her voice as frigid as ice, sending a shiver down his spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that Bingbing seemed to harbor a certain hostility towards him. Chapter 49. This pair truly complements each other. Li Ruobing's indifferent gaze shifted away from the director, who then discreetly exhaled in relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a perilous fate. In the industry, everyone privately referred to Li Ruobing as the aloof enchantress. Despite possessing an innocent and sweet visage, her aura was remarkably imposing, capable of scaring one's soul with a mere glance. Li Ruobing observed the picture of herself and Su Chen, a picture-perfect pair, striving to conceal the joy bubbling within her, presenting an exterior of calmness. She merely nodded slightly. Not bad. Bingbing, shall we prepare for the next pose? Li Ruobing affirmed, moving towards the still-dazed Su Chen. The subsequent pose remained intimate in nature. This particular stance required the male to stand and embrace the female, who would lean back against his chest. While the embrace itself posed no issue, the most tender aspect demanded the female to place her palms behind her, allowing the male to clasp her hands, their fingers entwined, palms pressed together. Upon hearing about this pose, Su Chen's mind swirled with confusion. If this continued, his heart might very well stop beating. Was this an invitation to his demise? He found it peculiar, It was merely a bridal advertisement shoot. Why must they adopt such intimate poses? Thankfully, he was the one shooting with her. Had it been Sister Bing with another man, he felt he would have been compelled to eliminate that man. Previously, when writing the 2 scripts for Li Ruobing, Su Chen had intentionally omitted all scenes involving romantic interactions or close contact with male characters. Li Ruobing approached Su Chen, playfully tapping his cheek with her delicate hand, resembling a mischievous bandit. Xiao Chen still dazed. Su Chen, you little minx, do you even realize how captivating you are? Your casual teasing may seem harmless and amusing, but it stirs his thoughts. Su Chen realized he needed to change his approach. He could no longer remain passive. He had to assert himself. After all, having consumed the body-enhancing potion, even if he provoked her into anger and faced her wrath, he should be able to endure a bit longer. With this thought, Su Chen calmed himself. He reached out, firmly grasping Li Ruobing's wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Sister Bing, shall we commence this pose? Xiao Chen, be gentle. Li Ruobing found herself drawn into Su Chen's embrace. Due to his somewhat forceful grip, her soft, delicate form collided against his robust chest, akin to steel. Hearing her playful admonition, Su Chen felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. It was intoxicating. Maintaining his composure, Su Chen addressed Li Ruobing, Sister Bing, let us expedite this. With that, he interlaced their fingers, allowing her palm to meet his. What a warm and tender sensation. It felt as if he could effortlessly crush her delicate hand with a mere squeeze. Meanwhile, nestled within Su Chen's embrace, Li Ruobing felt her heart race uncontrollably. Her younger brother was so bold, she found herself relishing it. Initially, she had maintained a hunter's mindset, but after Su Chen's assertiveness, she felt a twinge of panic. As if she had become the prey. While teasing her naive brother earlier had felt inconsequential, being reciprocally teased now rendered her shy beyond measure. Fortunately, Li Ruobing possessed exceptional acting skills, quickly masking her fluster and regaining composure. Handsome young man, splendid. You two should get even closer. The director, observing the stunningly matched pair on the monitor, felt his blood surge with excitement. They were truly breathtaking. Such a divine sibling duo. This advertisement might even win an award. Subsequently, they continued to capture several poses. Su Chen, who had begun shyly, gradually adjusted his mindset, becoming more proactive and thoroughly enjoying the intimate exchanges with Sister Bing. He suddenly perceived this advertising shoot as a delightful privilege. Come on, Sister Bing, for this pose in the album, you need to press closely against me. Sister Bing, I'm wrapping my arms around your waist. Your waist is so slender and soft. As he realized he wasn't being rebuffed, Su Chen found himself increasingly addicted to the embrace, his movements becoming bolder and more assertive. He even harbored mischievous thoughts. Very good, Xiao Chen. Your poses are becoming increasingly professional, the director praised. Little did he know, Su Chen's growing expertise stemmed from his burgeoning mischievous intentions. At this point, the dynamics had entirely shifted. Su Chen became more exhilarated with each shot, completely oblivious to the concept of shyness, while Li Ruobing's beautiful face flushed increasingly red. Her heart raced wildly. So, this is the kind of brother you are. How lecherous. He had just held her delicate waist, and even pinched her playfully, leaving her nearly unable to suppress a gasp. How wicked of him. Using the guise of the advertisement to take liberties with her. It was rather embarrassing with so many onlookers present. Yet, she didn't detest it. Rather, it felt thrilling. Being teased by her naive brother, though shy. Her heart brimmed with sweetness. Finally, her foolish brother had come to his senses, recognizing the allure of his stunning sister, and he had learned to take advantage of it. This realization filled her with delight. The filming continued. Meanwhile, Sister Man observed the two from a distance, narrowing her eyes as she increasingly sensed something amiss. Were these poses perhaps too intimate? Moreover, certain stances that seemed less intimate in the album conveyed an overwhelming closeness when executed by these two. Imitating is one thing, but surpassing is another. She pondered. Did it seem to her that Su Chen, the charming brother, was somewhat taking advantage of Bingbing? Surely, that couldn't be right. Between siblings, such intimate gestures should be fairly normal, shouldn't they? Perhaps. Moreover, with Bingbing's character, if she truly felt taken advantage of, she would undoubtedly retaliate with a swift throw, breaking a bone or two in the process. Now, that would be generous. She vividly recalled the time she had first signed with Bingbing, taking her to a banquet. At a lavish banquet, the head of a company, seeking to take advantage of Bingbing, found himself unexpectedly overpowered by the seemingly delicate Bingbing, who, with a swift kick, sent the hefty executive sprawling to the ground, fracturing several bones in the process. The incident left her utterly astounded. Cut. Excellent. Splendid. Bingbing, take a moment to rest, hydrate, and we'll resume shortly. The director exclaimed with palpable excitement. This was, without a doubt, the most gratifying experience he had encountered throughout his advertising career. Witnessing these two individuals share the same frame was a visual delight, evoking an almost euphoric sensation. As a man, he began to comprehend why young women online were so enamored with the concept of shipping couples. It was undeniably sweet, sweeter than being in a relationship himself. Su Chen and Li Ruobing retreated to a shaded area, settling into chairs. At that moment, The beauty of Li Ruobing's exquisitely crafted visage flushed a deep crimson, presumably due to the sweltering heat. Darling Bingbing, would you like some water? Is it too hot for you? Sister Man attentively fanned Li Ruobing, her concern evident. Sweetheart, here's a cool towel to wipe your face. It's wonderfully refreshing. Sister Man took a towel soaked in icy water from an assistant, eager to help Li Ruobing cool down. However, instead of using it for herself, Li Ruobing beckoned Su Chen over. Xiao Chen, come here. As Su Chen approached, puzzled, she chided him with a hint of disdain. Look at you, sweating so profusely. Aren't you hot? With an air of naturalness, Li Ruobing took the cold towel and gently wiped the perspiration from Su Chen's brow. Sister Bingbing, it's not too bad, really. Su Chen remained remarkably calm. As if such affection from a superstar was entirely commonplace, a bashful smile gracing his lips. Their interaction was effortlessly harmonious and imbued with warmth, leaving onlookers utterly captivated. The icy demeanor of Li Ruobing appeared to melt away, revealing a tender side that was utterly endearing, especially towards her brother. The spectators were left in awe. Was it possible that this aloof enchantress could be so gentle? The chemistry between them was undeniable. They truly seemed like a perfect couple. How delightful it would be to ship them. Chapter 50. Su Chen, you are not worthy of my sister Bingbing. Li Ruobing continued to dab Su Chen's face with the towel, only realizing moments later that they were being watched by many. You do it yourself, she said, shoving the towel back into his hands, her usually frosty voice tinged with a hint of shyness. Su Chen accepted the towel, unable to suppress his smile. Had this little sister become bashful? How beautiful she was. After a brief respite, filming resumed. Excellent, splendid. Bingbing, handsome young man, if possible. You two could draw a little closer. Yes, just like that. Embrace Bingbing a bit tighter. Very good. Young man, your gaze is filled with emotion. No wonder you are Bingbing's brother. The love in your eyes is palpable. The subsequent shots unfolded seamlessly, and Su Chen was in high spirits, reveling in the joy of taking wedding photos with his sister Bingbing. After approximately 2 hours of shooting, they finally concluded. Thank you, director. Everyone's efforts are much appreciated. As the filming wrapped up, the crew exchanged pleasantries. Bingbing, handsome young man, come and see how the footage turned out. The director beckoned Su Chen and Li Ruobing to view the results. As they approached the monitor, images of their recent poses filled the screen, some embracing, others holding hands, all exuding an enchanting sweetness. How splendid. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Ruobing clenched her delicate hands, appearing indifferent despite the exhilaration she felt inside. It's acceptable, she remarked coolly. The director then turned to Su Chen. What do you think, young man? His gaze remained glued to the screen, and instinctively he responded. Sister Bingbing is so beautiful. Upon hearing this, Li Ruobing glanced at Su Chen, her eyes shimmering with brilliance, her translucent earlobes flushing a delicate pink. This silly brother of mine. The director momentarily paused, then chuckled awkwardly. Young man, your flattery is charming. If you keep praising your sister like this, she'll surely reward you with sweets when you return home. Su Chen, feeling slightly embarrassed, laughed. Director, you jest. I'm too old for sweets. The notion that Sister Bingbing would treat him with candy seemed far-fetched, especially since he had taken so many liberties with her today. She would surely remember and find a way to reprimand him. Sweets? As long as I don't get beaten. The director waved his hand. All right, Bingbing. You two can change outfits now. Reluctantly, Su Chen made his way toward the dressing room. Inside the dressing room, Su Chen changed out of his filming attire and back into his casual clothes. The image of Li Ruobing in her wedding gown lingered vividly in his mind, an indelible mark that refused to fade. So beautiful. Exiting the room, he encountered Li Ruobing, now dressed in her casual attire. Their eyes met, and Su Chen's gaze was fervent and bright, causing Li Ruobing's heart to skip a beat. Why is this silly brother looking at her with such a ravenous gaze? Is he truly that desperate? Irritated, Li Ruobing shot him a fierce glare. Su Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. He glanced at his watch and said, Sister Bingbing, we should head to the airport shortly. Li Ruobing replied, her cheeks flushed as she turned away. In the car, Sister Man praised, Darling Bingbing, you were absolutely stunning today. This advertisement is bound to be a tremendous success. This isn't an advertisement. Li Ruobing seemed lost in thought, her demeanor somewhat detached. Upon hearing Sister Man's comment, she appeared listless. Sister Man was momentarily taken aback. If this isn't an advertisement, then what is it? Li Ruobing shook her head. Nothing. Sister Man, accustomed to Li Ruobing's aloofness, suddenly had a spark of curiosity in her eyes. By the way, Bingbing, do you know if your brother Su Chen has a girlfriend? I know several young ladies from affluent families. Would you like me to introduce him? Li Ruobing, who had been lost in thought, instantly turned icy at Sister Man's words. He has a girlfriend. Sister Man was startled by the intensity of Li Ruobing's gaze. The atmosphere turned tense. What a pity that such a handsome brother has a girlfriend, Sister Man lamented. With a hint of curiosity, she continued, Bingbing, is his girlfriend beautiful? Li Ruobing replied coolly, very beautiful. She is likely the most beautiful girl in the world. Sister Man was astounded, her eyes wide with disbelief. Having known Li Ruobing for 2 years, She had never seen her praise another girl so fervently. Sister Man turned with a smile and remarked, Bingbing darling, you dote on your brother far too much. This is a case of love for the house extending to the crow. No matter how beautiful his girlfriend may be, she could never rival your beauty. Sister Man spoke the truth. Bingbing was indeed the most exquisite girl she had ever encountered, akin to a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. After a brief respite at the filming location, Chen also approached the van, ready to embark for the airport. Just then, a man's voice resonated, Bingbing, I heard you were here shooting an advertisement today, so I came to see you. The man's tone was deliberately intimate, as if he shared a close relationship with Bingbing. Turning around, Chen was met with the sight of the young man he had encountered that fateful night at the restaurant, who was now holding a bouquet of striking blue roses. Wang Cheng, too, spotted Chen. Unlike that evening's aggressiveness, he now bore a friendly smile. Hello, Chen. I'm Wang Cheng, a friend of your sister Bingbing. I apologize for the misunderstanding that night. Wang Cheng had already investigated Chen's background, discovering he was merely Bingbing's neighbor, not a romantic partner as he had initially believed. His intent to confront Chen evaporated in an instant. In response to Wang Cheng's greeting, Chen maintained an aloof demeanor, choosing to ignore him entirely, much to Wang Cheng's discomfort. Concealing his irritation, Wang Cheng turned to Bingbing. I misjudged you that night. I shouldn't have been so harsh. This bouquet is flown in from abroad just for you. Do tell me if you like it. Upon seeing Wang Cheng, Bingbing's cold gaze momentarily flickered with impatience. She gestured towards Chen, handing him the flowers. Wang Cheng's heart leaped in delight. This marked the first time Bingbing had accepted his gift, affirming the effectiveness of his earlier threats. Wang Cheng presents the flowers to Chen. Here, take these for your sister, he instructed. As Chen accepted the bouquet, his expression grew increasingly frigid. Sister Bingbing, what shall we do with these flowers? Bingbing casually replied. That is up to you. Stinky brother, can you tolerate someone pursuing your sister? I am curious to see how you will respond. At that moment, Chen approached Wang Cheng, looking down at him with an imposing stature. You wish to court my sister Bingbing? Chen towered over Wang Cheng, his robust physique starkly contrasting with Wang Cheng's feeble appearance. The clash of their auras rendered Chen a veritable giant next to Wang Cheng. Under Chen's intense gaze, Wang Cheng felt an unexplainable trepidation. This young man emanated an intimidating presence, especially with eyes that glimmered like those of a beast, instilling a primal fear even greater than that of his own father. Yes, Wang Cheng conceded without hesitation. Chen's laughter was audacious as he declared, Then I'm afraid you must relinquish your pursuit. You are simply unworthy of my sister Bingbing. The declaration silenced the crowd, all eyes widening in disbelief at Chen's boldness. Wang Cheng's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. Glancing at the bouquet in his hands, Chen noted its beauty. Wang Cheng's demeanor changed as he smugly replied, Of course, I had it specially airlifted. Could it be anything less than stunning? It was evident that this impoverished fellow had never experienced the world. Chen's countenance suddenly turned icy as he retorted, This bouquet is more suited to a trash bin. With that, he strode towards the refuse container and, in full view of everyone, unceremoniously discarded the flowers. Witnessing this scene, Wang Cheng's face turned a ghastly shade, his pallor transforming to a deep crimson hue. What did this brat mean by that? Was he attempting to provoke him? The onlookers were equally dumbfounded. Chen's audacity was astounding. How striking. Though he was ostensibly defending his sister from unwanted suitors, the ambience suggested a possessive declaration of, She is my girlfriend. Do not harbor any illusions. Chen, you better not overstep your bounds. Just because you are Bingbing's brother doesn't mean I won't dare to confront you. Wang Cheng seethed with anger. When had he ever endured such humiliation, especially at the hands of a mere university student? Faced with Wang Cheng's fury, Chen remained unfazed, locking eyes with him. What, do you intend to fight? Wang Cheng, initially poised to retaliate, suddenly recalled the events of that night. This young man possessed an alarming strength. Engaging in a direct confrontation could lead to his own public disgrace. Retreating to a safer distance, he pointed at Chen. Fine, given that you are Bingbing's brother, I won't stoop to your level. With that, Wang Cheng turned away, feigning magnanimity, though his insides simmered with rage. This young man was truly courting disaster. He had initially planned to let Chen off easy, yet here he was, bravely inviting trouble. Just wait, he would see how to deal with him. A penniless brat dared to oppose him. As Wang Cheng stormed off, Sister Man expressed her concern. Chen, that individual is the son of our company's owner. Provoking him could lead to significant trouble. While Chen appeared charismatic, his impulsiveness lacked foresight. Sister Man turned to Bingbing, you should have advised your brother. His actions were reckless. Wang Cheng, after all, is the son of our boss. If he decides to leverage his connections against your resources, it could spell trouble. Typically aloof, Bingbing now wore a subtle smile. I believe he handled it quite well. Sister Man, seated in the van, beckoned to Chen, her mood evidently buoyant. Xiao Chen, get in the car. It's time for us to head home. Chen complied, and the van departed the filming location, en route to the airport. Inside the vehicle, Sister Man inquired of Li Ruobing. Darling, have you found a script you like from those I sent you? Li Ruobing shook her head. No? Sister Man grimaced. But darling, those scripts are from top-tier screenwriters in the country. Surely, one must appeal to you? Li Ruobing, seemingly bored, remarked. There are some. But the leading roles have far too much screen time with the male leads. Suddenly, Li Ruobing queried. By the way, have you been able to contact that screenwriter S? When will he release a new work? Sister Man sighed. Not yet. This genius is as elusive as a shadow. Continuing with a sigh, Sister Man lamented. If only you could star in a play by the great S, your career would surely ascend to new heights. Securing a script from S would alleviate concerns about being overshadowed. However, Sister Man added, the scripts from this genius are highly coveted. Should he release a new work, it will be a fierce competition to secure one. Li Ruobing, now wearing a hint of frustration, sighed softly. Indeed, S's scripts attract far too much envy. It was quite a surprise to have been cast as the lead last time. I doubt such an opportunity will arise again. With a touch of melancholy, Li Ruobing mused. But I can't quite fathom why someone so talented as this genius does not produce more scripts. Sister Man shook her head. No one knows. I've seen many online claim he has run out of inspiration, hence his delay in releasing new works this year. Sister Man spoke with admiration, nonetheless. Even if this esteemed figure has indeed exhausted his creativity, he remains a master of his craft, having penned scripts for a decade. Each of his 10 works is a classic. His prowess is truly remarkable. Sister Man excitedly exclaimed. Moreover, I have heard that this esteemed screenwriter is only in his 20s. An absolute prodigy. Li Ruobing and Sister Man were engrossed in a discussion about work, while Chen sat quietly beside Li Ruobing, engrossed in his mobile phone. A glance from Li Ruobing revealed that her younger brother was once again lost in a game, prompting a weary sigh from her. In a world where others at the same age have achieved great success, her foolish brother seemed rather lackluster in comparison. This silly brother truly resembled a dreamless little fish, spending his days engrossed in gaming without any ambition. However, it mattered little. He could remain as he was. After all, she earned enough to support him comfortably. Though Chen was absorbed in his game, he could still sense Li Ruobing's gaze flickering towards him occasionally, which made him inexplicably anxious. What if my little secret is exposed? He pondered. It shouldn't be. He realized it was high time to draft a new script. Otherwise, this young lady might face a bout of worry if she couldn't secure a new role. Yet, writing scripts was an arduous task. Although he was adept at adapting classic masterpieces from a past life, it still required significant effort. While he recalled the general plot of these timeless works, he needed to fill in the intricate details himself. Moreover, the act of typing was exhausting. If only there were a tool that enabled him to generate text simply by envisioning the storyline in his mind. How delightful that would be. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. System, 8 hours remain until today's check-in ends. Chen, confused. System, this is the final reminder for the host to check in. Chen, feeling awkward, he coughed lightly. I will check in now. He couldn't shake the feeling of being subjected to a daily homework check by a teacher. Furthermore, he wished to voice his dissatisfaction regarding the system's lack of presence. It was all too easy to forget he had an attachment. System, congratulations, host, for successfully checking in within Li Ruobing's chauffeur-driven vehicle. System, congratulations, host, for receiving an automatic writing machine. Chen, bewildered. Chapter 51. This dog food is quite filling. As Chen examined the rewards from this check-in, he discovered it was precisely as its name suggested, an automatic writing tool, more specifically, a software application. Upon claiming this reward, he noticed an unfamiliar document editing software had appeared on his phone. This automatic writing software was now bound to his mind. Whenever he conceived a plot, the software would effortlessly generate text. Furthermore, a significant advantage of this software was that Chen only needed to outline the general storyline. The software would seamlessly supplement the finer details. This was indeed a boon for the idol. However, the software had its limitations. It could only produce 100 works per year, irrespective of their length. Yet, 100 works was quite a substantial amount. For a typical screenwriter, producing 2 to 3 works in a year was already considered prolific. While Li Ruobing and Sister Man continued their discussion, Chen interjected unexpectedly. I believe this esteemed individual is likely preparing to release a new work. The two women paused momentarily. Sister Man curiously inquired, how do you know this, handsome Chen? He replied calmly, I am a fan of this screenwriting maestro. I merely speculated. Let us hope so, Sister Man responded, dismissing it as a mere aside. Half an hour later, the vehicle halted at the airport in the capital. Chen and Li Ruobing prepared to disembark. Sister Man, reluctant to part, said, Ice darling. Remember to choose a script you like when you return. Li Ruobing replied coolly, it depends on my mood. If I can't find a suitable one, there's nothing I can do. Sister Man. Li Ruobing was the most laid-back celebrity Sister Man had ever encountered in the entertainment industry. While others fought fiercely for resources, she seemed indifferent, selecting only what she desired, as if she had no ambition for fame. Yet, it was precisely her fate to shine. Not to mention her talent and beauty, she was among the elite in the industry. Her debut leading role had already garnered her the Best Actress award, a rarity in the entertainment realm. Sister Man then admonished Su Chen. Remember to take good care of our Ice, darling. Don't let other men whisk her away. With a smile, Su Chen assured her, rest easy. As long as I'm here, Ice won't be taken by anyone else. Sister Man beamed. You truly are a wonderful little brother. As Su Chen and Li Ruobing exited the vehicle and entered the airport, despite both wearing black masks, their perfectly matched figures drew numerous admiring glances. Wow, this couple looks fantastic together. Indeed, the guy is tall, and the girl is equally statuesque, plus they both have stunning physiques. That girl's skin is flawless. What is her skincare routine? The onlookers marveled at the high-quality couple before them. Ice, let us head inside, Su Chen suggested. Feeling buoyed by the praise from the young women, they entered through the VIP channel, where there were fewer travelers, and although they still attracted attention, it didn't create a frenzy. After passing through security, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since Li Ruobing's rise to fame, navigating airport security with her required utmost caution to avoid recognition, which could lead to complications. It seemed time to invest in a private jet. He had heard they had dedicated security lanes, eliminating the worry of being discovered in the future. Su Chen and Li Ruobing timed their arrival perfectly, heading straight to the boarding gate shortly after clearing security. Li Ruobing had purchased 2 first-class tickets, and their seats were adjacent. Once on the plane, Li Ruobing sank into the plush, comfortable seat, and soon fatigue overtook her. Xiao Chen, I'm feeling sleepy. I'm going to rest now. All right, Ice, sleep well. He replied, understanding that after 2 hours of posing for wedding photos, it was only natural for her to feel exhausted. Li Ruobing indeed grew weary. She closed her eyes and soon drifted into slumber. Su Chen, seated beside her, found his gaze lingering on her. This girl is truly beautiful. Her features were exquisite. Her skin smooth and fair, exuding a sophisticated allure as if she had stepped out of a comic book as the leading lady. The air conditioning on the plane was a touch chilly. Having barely fallen asleep, Li Ruobing began to shiver. Su Chen promptly retrieved a blanket from beside him and draped it over her. After ensuring she was snug, he attempted to retract his arm, only to find her grasping it tightly as if it were a pillow, unwilling to let go. Su Chen was accustomed to such behavior. He allowed her to cling to him, adjusting his body to maintain an awkward position. Time passed slowly. To avoid disturbing Li Ruobing, Su Chen remained motionless in his posture. Ordinarily, after an hour of such discomfort, his arm would have gone numb. However, today was different. He felt no discomfort from maintaining this awkward position for over an hour, a testament to the enhancements provided by the vitality-boosting elixir. He always felt that, with his current extraordinary physique, he could effortlessly perform an hour of sit-ups. While Li Ruobing was asleep, Su Chen was not idle. He was concocting scripts in his mind. In less than 2 hours, he had already conceived over a dozen scripts. With his other hand, he retrieved his phone, opened the app, and was astonished to find that the document indeed contained several completed scripts. Titles such as A Little Talk About Journey to the West, The Shawshank Redemption, Escape from Prison, and Breaking Bad emerged before his eyes. Although these scripts were completed in a mere 2 hours, their quality was remarkably high, featuring classics from Su Chen's past life on Earth. These works were renowned as masterpieces on Earth, nearly impossible to surpass, especially in this parallel world, where entertainment was still in its infancy. These creations were nothing short of a dimensional strike. This parallel realm was not lacking in talented directors or skilled actors. It was simply starved for exceptional scripts. Thus, the scripts Su Chen had penned previously were all transformed into classics upon adaptation, making it nearly impossible for them not to become hits. Furthermore, Su Chen felt that the quality of productions in this world, both in terms of craftsmanship and the actors' performances, often exceeded that of the original works from Earth. Previously, his initial scripts had sold for exorbitant prices ranging from 20 to 30 million, with some even fetching 50 million, making them the target of fervent bidding wars. However, in recent years, Su Chen ceased selling scripts outright and instead engaged in partnerships with production companies, demanding a 30% share of the profits for any film or television show produced from his scripts. Initially, the industry moguls considered him audacious, deeming his 30% cut excessively greedy for merely writing a script. Yet, as new scripts emerged, these industry giants continued to clamor for his work. As the allure of his scripts was undeniable, Su Chen's scripts were synonymous with quality, serving as veritable gold mines at the box office. One of his scripts, adapted into a film, had already claimed the title of box office champion in this world, amassing a staggering $5 billion globally, a true box office black hole. In the past, Su Chen found even a minute spent with Li Ruobing to be interminable, akin to an entire century. However, upon realizing the transformation of their familial bond, he felt that these 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, shorter than mere seconds. He hadn't even had the chance to fully appreciate her beauty or the adorable sight of her sleeping before the plane had reached its destination. As the aircraft landed and came to a halt, passengers began to rise and disembark. Once most had exited, Su Chen gently shook the arm that Li Ruobing had wrapped around him, attempting to rouse her. Sister Bingbing, the plane has landed. We should be on our way. His gentle motion elicited a frown from Li Ruobing, her lovely face displaying her displeasure. Don't disturb my sleep. Who dares to interrupt my slumber? I'll teach them a lesson. Li Ruobing rubbed her soft, delicate nose. Though her words were fierce, her voice was irresistibly sweet, exuding an endearing charm that starkly contrasted with her usual aloof and regal demeanor. Truly, she was utterly adorable. Watching this scene, Su Chen felt his heart melting. Sweetness incarnate. At that moment, with passengers continuing to disembark, 2 flight attendants approached, politely reminding him, "Sir, our flight has landed." Su Chen adjusted Li Ruobing's mask and nodded. "Yes, I know, we'll be leaving shortly." He then raised his voice slightly. "Sister Bingbing, we really must go." Still groggy, Li Ruobing squirmed impatiently, resembling a child throwing a tantrum. "Xiao Chencheng, I'm so sleepy. Don't bother me. I want to sleep a little longer." Her soft voice had the power to melt even the most steadfast heart. "Sir, your girlfriend is quite adorable," one flight attendant remarked. Yes, her pouting expression is reminiscent of a little kitten. The 2 flight attendants, despite being women themselves, found themselves enchanted by Li Ruobing's display of cuteness. Though she wore a mask, her beauty was undeniable. Su Chen smiled at the attendants and said, "She is not my girlfriend." The attendants paused momentarily, about to apologize for their misunderstanding, only to hear the masked young man with captivating, deep-set eyes assert gently yet firmly, "She is my wife, not my girlfriend." The attendants were left speechless. He is so charming. How blissful it must be to be his girlfriend. "Xiao Chencheng, hug me." Li Ruobing murmured sleepily, extending her arms towards Su Chen. What a lazy little cat she was. With a resigned smile, he leaned down and effortlessly cradled her soft form in his arms, executing the gesture with natural grace, a perfect princess carry. Su Chen carried Li Ruobing off the plane. His tall figure contrasted against her petite, delicate frame, which nestled dependently against him like a kitten seeking comfort. She found a cozy position in his embrace and drifted back to sleep. This scene was a harmonious blend of warmth and compatibility, evoking the notion that perhaps the most beautiful love in the world was nothing short of this. The 2 flight attendants, having barely eaten throughout the day in their pursuit of maintaining their figures, felt inexplicably full at that moment. This dog food was truly overwhelming. So sweet. Chapter 52. Is this Sister Bingbing's punishment? As they watched Su Chen descend from the plane, the 2 flight attendants exchanged curious glances. "Don't you think that girl looks strangely familiar?" one asked. The other, equally perplexed, replied, "Yes, even with her mask on, her face shape feels so recognizable. As if I've seen her somewhere before. I think she resembles that currently popular actress." "Who? Li Ruobing?" "Surely not. Didn't the trending topics on Weibo just reveal that she was spotted on a date with a college heartthrob?" "Yes, that's right. That video went viral on Douyin. Now that you mention it, I remember. I've watched that Douyin video 100 times. The silhouette of that guy just now was strikingly similar to the male lead in that video, practically identical. Wow, could it be that the superstar Li Ruobing is actually dating a younger man? How scandalous." Though the truth of the matter was irrelevant to them, they had undoubtedly indulged in a high-quality serving of dog food. Their hearts stirred with a desire for romance, yearning for a gentle and considerate partner of their own. Did anyone fancy tall flight attendants clad in black stockings? They too wished to find a boyfriend. As women, they longed for a strong, warm embrace to rely upon during strenuous workdays, offering them shelter from life's storms. Their expectations were modest. A boyfriend who was tall, handsome, financially secure, and well-established would suffice. Su Chen, still cradling Li Ruobing, made his way from the runway to the airport terminal, a distance that typically called for the internal shuttle bus. He confidently stepped onto the airport bus, Li Ruobing nestled securely in his arms, grateful for the available seats where he could settle comfortably. Within the confines of the bus, a considerable number of passengers had already gathered. Upon the arrival of Su Chen, he instantly captivated the attention of all present. The men and women could not restrain their discussions. "Wow, this is simply too impressive. This couple is excessively generous with their affection. That young man is exceptionally handsome. This is the epitome of a princess carry. Oh, how sweet. Have they begun to mimic those popular videos on Douyin? Is public displays of affection truly becoming a trend? Although slightly embarrassing, I too yearn for a boyfriend like that. Brothers, I am envious. At 24, I have yet to even hold a girl's hand. I am truly envious. Sob sob. Look at this couple. They bear a striking resemblance to that video on Douyin, don't they? Indeed, they do. Goodness. It truly is remarkable. This young man is utterly devoted to his girlfriend, unwilling to let her take even a few extra steps. Boys, take note. The best boyfriend. A title well-deserved. Amidst this chatter, Su Chen remained unfazed. After all, he wore a mask, rendering him unrecognizable. Even without the mask, he felt no shame. As long as no one could identify Bingbing, the mere fact that he could embrace her filled him with joy, leaving no room for embarrassment. Furthermore, publicly displaying affection was a delight. Just observe those single souls. Their gazes brimmed with envy. How amusing. Today's youth are indeed unrestrained, openly embracing and cuddling in public. Indeed, they seem oblivious to their surroundings. A few older, more conservative women could not help but voice their disapproval. Chen chose to ignore them. At that moment, amidst the clamor, Li Ruobing stirred from her slumber, having heard the commotion. Typically indifferent to the scrutiny of others, she now felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. Thus, she discreetly opened her eyes to steal a glance at Chen, only to hastily close them again, feigning sleep, thinking, as long as I pretend to be unaware, the awkwardness does not fall upon me. 5 minutes later, the bus came to a halt, and the group made their way towards the exit. Chen, still cradling Li Ruobing, headed toward the less crowded VIP passage. The security personnel stationed at the VIP entrance looked on, slightly bewildered, as a young man carried a young woman toward them. "Excuse me, my sister is asleep, and I do not wish to disturb her. Is it permissible for us to pass this way?" Chen inquired of the security personnel. "Are you Mr. Su?" The security personnel asked. "Yes, that would be me." Chen replied. "My identification is in my pocket. Could you assist in retrieving it?" The security personnel approached and extracted the necessary documents from Chen's coat pocket. Glancing over them, "Mr. Su, everything seems in order. You may continue to carry your sister. We will conduct a quick scan with the detector. And as long as there are no contraband items, you may proceed." Chen and Li Ruobing were frequent travelers through this passage. Thus the security personnel were well acquainted with them. They were aware that the woman in Chen's arms was the renowned star Li Ruobing and understood the sibling relationship between the two. So they did not create any undue obstacles for him. After confirming that neither of them carried prohibited items, they allowed Chen to exit. As the security personnel returned the documents, they playfully teased, "Mr. Su, you are truly devoted to your sister. I wish I had a brother like you, handsome and caring. Unlike my own brother, who only engages in constant bickering and commandeering the remote." Chen chuckled awkwardly, feeling a hint of guilt. Upon exiting the airport, he noticed that night had fallen. In his previous life, he had harbored a profound fear of flying and taking trains. Alone, whether on a plane or a train, he often felt a wave of loneliness wash over him as he observed the bustling crowd, witnessing the frenetic pace of life around him, particularly at night. Even amidst the throngs of people, he felt an acute sense of isolation, as if he were the only soul in existence. A solitary orphan adrift in a world that seemed indifferent to his presence. However, in this moment, Chen was blissfully unaware of that familiar sense of solitude. Cradling a delicate figure in his arms, she filled his heart, dispelling the notion that he was alone in this vast world. He gazed down at Li Ruobing, who remained in slumber, and couldn't help but grumble playfully, "Li Ruobing, you are truly a sleepyhead. How can you possibly sleep so soundly?" "Meow, meow, meow." Just then, Li Ruobing stirred, slowly opening her glistening eyes, her voice soft and laced with sleepiness. "Xiao Chen, has the plane landed?" Noticing Li Ruobing had awakened, Chen quickly masked his previous annoyance with a nonchalant expression. "Bingbing, you're awake?" "Yes," she replied, attempting to disentangle herself from his grasp. "When did you wake up?" Chen asked, carefully setting her down, observing her expression, hoping she hadn't overheard his earlier remarks. "Just now." Li Ruobing reverted to her aloof demeanor, her fair ears tinged with a hint of pink, though the darkness concealed them. "Bingbing, shall we head home?" Chen sighed in relief. He hailed a taxi, and they both climbed inside. After a quarter of an hour, as the taxi approached their destination, Chen couldn't help but remind Li Ruobing, "Bingbing, once we get home, please do not mention our marriage to Mom and Dad. You mustn't let it slip." Although he no longer wished to pursue a divorce, it was imperative that neither set of parents became aware. For if Li's father discovered that he had taken advantage of his daughter, he would surely be met with dire consequences. Even if he had consumed some fortifying elixir, it would hardly suffice against Li's father's wrath. Li Ruobing regarded Chen's request with a mischievous smile, exuding a playful charm. "Xiao Chen, I could remain silent. But after how you treated me today, you must accept a small punishment." Chen stiffened at her words. As anticipated, he had known that taking advantage of her would lead to retribution. Was she about to enact her revenge now? Memories of the torment he had previously endured at her hands flooded his mind. "Bingbing, what does your punishment entail?" Li Ruobing merely smiled sweetly at him, her expression radiant, reminiscent of an angel. "Close your eyes," she instructed softly. The more she smiled, the more anxious Chen became. "Ahem, Bingbing, very well. If you wish to punish me, so be it. However, I implore you, in your magnanimity, spare my handsome face. Otherwise, I shall find it difficult to explain to Mom and Dad later." Li Ruobing merely smiled, as Chen resignedly closed his eyes. Bracing for what he presumed would be a playful yet affectionate punishment from Li Ruobing, he looked as if he were walking willingly to the gallows. Her curiosity piqued. Li Ruobing couldn't help but wonder. Was she truly that fearsome? While she had indeed been somewhat stern with him in the past, it was solely out of love, intended to fortify his resolve. This foolish younger brother has appeared mentally impaired since childhood, and has always been reticent and profoundly introverted. In her pursuit to transform him into the cheerful and sunny personality he embodies today, she inadvertently became an expert in psychology. Were she to be reborn in her childhood, Her matured mindset would have prevented her from employing such rudimentary and forceful methods to guide him, sparing him from the fear he harbors towards her. Regrettably, her rebirth occurred 4 years ago, by which time the foolish brother had already developed a fear of her, making it challenging to alter his perceptions in a short span. However, there is still time for change. Sister Bingbing, go ahead and hit me. I promise I won't make a sound. Chen tightly shut his eyes, adopting a mindset akin to facing death. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Witnessing Chen in such a state, Li Ruobing couldn't help but laugh. Her charm dazzling and captivating the moment. Her face inched closer to Chen's, her heart racing as she instinctively held her breath, feeling an inexplicable tension. Closer, ever closer. Her delicate lips were about to meet his. Her heart threatened to leap from her chest. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. They touched. With a soft pop. Li Ruobing's warm, supple lips trembled gently against Chen's, creating a sensation akin to the soft sweetness of jelly, while the air was filled with her uniquely enchanting fragrance. Boom. Chen's mind exploded, plunging into a blank void. Was this the punishment from Sister Bingbing? Chapter 53, Mother Sue, don't let my daughter-in-law escape. That warm, soft sensation, sweet and delightful, was utterly addictive, reminiscent of indulging in jelly. Yet, the beauty of the world is often fleeting. It was but a fleeting kiss. Perfectly timed as the taxi driver brought the vehicle to a halt. Handsome guy, we've arrived. As the car stopped, Li Ruobing flung open the door and dashed out like a frenzied kitten. Still lingering on the kiss, Chen only regained his senses when the enchanting fragrance vanished, leaving him yearning for more. Hey, Sister Bingbing, wait. What did this mean? Since when do sisters punish their brothers like this? She clearly harbored ulterior motives. When she confessed her affection for him that night, did it imply a kind of affection that involved kissing? Had her familial love for him begun to morph? Just how profound was this transformation? Chen's heart raced wildly. Sister Bingbing, wait for me. He too dashed after her, determined to clarify this ambiguous kiss. At that moment, the taxi driver suddenly shouted, "Hey, handsome, even if your girlfriend runs away, you still have to pay. Or is this a new way of freeloading?" Chen halted, awkwardly responding, "Apologies, sir, you've misunderstood. I'm not one to take advantage of others. I usually support creators with likes and 5-star ratings, and I even send gifts." After all, he was an ordinary billionaire. How could he engage in such freeloading? "Here you go," Chen said, retrieving a beloved red banknote from his wallet to hand to the taxi driver. "Hold on, let me get you some change. That will be 30 in total." The taxi driver bent down to fetch the change, but when he looked up again, the young man had vanished. He must have had a quarrel with his girlfriend. He mused, "Young man, you can't afford to offend women. You must treat them well." The driver glanced at his own reddened face in the rearview mirror, feeling a sorrow that no one could comprehend. After paying, Chen sprinted toward the residential area. However, the girl was too swift. He couldn't catch a glimpse of her. At that moment, Chen's heart raced chaotically, frantically fluttering. That wicked woman, Sister Bingbing, teasing and then fleeing. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing, after exiting the vehicle, dashed away as if she had just committed a theft. Her exquisitely beautiful face was flushed, reaching her ears. "Fairy Li, why are you running? This isn't fitting for your persona. You're not that kind of girl." Yet, she was simply too shy. What could she do? Li Ruobing raced to her upscale community, where 2 identical villas stood within a grand courtyard. She headed to the villa on her left, successfully unlocking the door with her fingerprint before hurriedly entering. Slamming the door shut behind her, she leaned against it, her stunning face flushed and breathless. Truly a sight to behold. In the villa's living room, a robust middle-aged man, muscular and imposing, stared at the flustered Li Ruobing. He abruptly stood, grabbing a 40-kilogram dumbbell. His expression terrifying. "Darling daughter, why did you run so fast? Is someone bullying you? Did a rogue harass you?" This middle-aged man was Li Ruobing's father, Li Xiong, aptly named for his formidable presence. Sporting a crew cut with some gray hairs, his tall and strong physique still exuded power, instilling a sense of caution in those who beheld him. Li Ruobing ignored her father, lost in the memory of that thrilling kiss, her hand pressed against her chest, feeling as if her heart might leap from her chest. She had truly been bold just now. "Li Daxiong, what on earth are you doing with that dumbbell? Are you not aware of your daughter's capabilities? She wouldn't bully anyone." At that moment, a melodious female voice filled the room, rich with charm. A petite, graceful woman, elegant and beautiful, approached with a cool demeanor, chastising Li Xiong. This was Li Ruobing's mother, Shen Xiaowan. Despite having such a grown daughter, her skin was impeccably maintained, showing little sign of age, and standing beside Li Ruobing, they resembled sisters. Clearly, Li Ruobing's extraordinary beauty was inherited from her mother. "Darling, I'm simply concerned our daughter might be wronged," Li Xiong replied, towering beside Shen Xiaowan, creating a striking contrast akin to Beauty and the Beast. Yet, as soon as Shen Xiaowan raised an eyebrow, Li Xiong cowered, hastily placing the dumbbell down and donning a flattering smile, indicative of his familial standing. Shen Xiaowan approached, worry etched on her face. "Sweetheart, are you unwell? Why are you dripping with sweat?" At last, Li Ruobing regained her composure, offering a sweet smile. "Mom and Dad, I'm fine. It's just a bit hot outside. I'll wash my face in the bathroom. With that, she headed toward the restroom. Meanwhile, Su-chan had also arrived at the entrance of the villa, pausing between the two houses, contemplating Li Ruobing's residence. Foolish son, why are you lingering outside? Come in. At that moment, a middle-aged couple approached, carrying large bags, evidently returning from grocery shopping. This couple was none other than Su-chen's parents. Su-chen's father, named Su-won, despite having reached middle age, still possesses an undeniable charm, radiating a refined and amiable aura. He is currently a professor at a prestigious university. Su-chen's mother, Su-yen, is a remarkably beautiful woman who has maintained her elegance over the years. She was once a formidable force in the military. Her personality is rather bold and assertive. However, in the presence of Su-won, Su-yen is notably docile and obedient, often yielding to his wishes and playfully flirting with him. Their son, Su-chun, is frequently subjected to their affectionate displays. Mom and Dad, I've been deliberately waiting for you, he chuckles, approaching to assist them with the groceries. Su-yen hands her plastic bags to Su-chun and glances around, curiously inquiring, where's Bingbing? Why didn't Tishi come with you? Typically, Su-chun and Li Ruobing would return home together. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Su-chen's smile brightens even further. Mom, Sister Bingbing has already gone home. Su-yen immediately furrows her brow and scrutinizes Su-chun with an intense gaze. Did you upset Bingbing? Su-chun, feeling awkward, replies, Mom, how could I dare? If anyone is being bullied, it's me by Sister Bingbing. Su-yen raises an eyebrow. Oh, you're not happy about being bullied by Bingbing? Su-chun maintains his smile. No, I'm quite happy about it. Su-yen, shaking her head in frustration, warns, you need to pay attention. Take care of Sister Bingbing. If she runs off with someone else one day, you'll be the one crying. Su-chun, feigning ignorance to her insinuation, retorts, Mom, her legs are her own. She can go with whomever she wants. I can't possibly control that. Seeing her son's foolish grin, reminiscent of his father's naivety in matters of the heart, Su-yen feels a pang of anxiety. Just like your father, you're so clueless about love. Back then, he pursued me relentlessly. Can you truly be so fortunate? She worries that if he isn't more vigilant, such a wonderful daughter-in-law could easily slip away. Upon entering their lavish villa, Su-yen immediately busies herself in the kitchen. Su-won offers his assistance. Dear, allow me to help you. But Su-yen gently pushes him away. You're an intellectual. Your hands are meant for writing. And besides, what man should be in the kitchen? Su-yen is particularly tender with Su-won, unable to bear the thought of him laboring in the kitchen. Su-chin, what are you doing playing on your phone? Can't you see how busy your mother is? Hurry over and lend a hand. Su-chun, reluctant to move, replies, Mom, didn't you just say that men shouldn't be in the kitchen? Su-yen retorts, that was directed at your father. You're my son. How can you compare yourself to him? Su-chun groans inwardly. What a glaring double standard. Reluctantly, he rises to assist in the kitchen. Passing by his father, he receives a sympathetic glance from Su-won. Thanks, I feel so supported. Su-yen chides, you silly boy, if you don't learn how to cook now, how will you support Sister Bingbing in the future? Having grown accustomed to such remarks, Su-chun knows that in his mother's eyes, Bingbing is already considered her daughter-in-law, merely waiting to be formally welcomed into the family. Once dinner is prepared, Su-yen instructs Su-chun, all right, go and fetch Sister Bingbing, as well as Li Mama and Li Papa, for dinner. Understood. Su-chun opens the door to the neighboring house, where Li Ruobing resides. Although he has access through a fingerprint lock, he still presses the doorbell. Little Chen, you're here. Shin Xiaowan greets him warmly as she opens the door. Su-chun politely responds, good evening, Li Mama. Upon seeing Su-chun, Li Xiong immediately salutes. Comrade Su-chun, long time no see. Su-chun returns the gesture, adopting a serious tone. Good evening, Comrade Li Papa. Shin Xiaowan observes the two boys with a bemused expression. Where's Bingbing? Su-chun asks. Feeling a touch of unease, particularly in the presence of Li Papa's imposing figure and the array of medals adorning the wall. Bingbing is in her room. You can call her. We'll head over first, Shin Xiaowan says, pulling Li Xiong out the door. Now, the living room is left with only Su-chun. He gazes at the upstairs room, which belongs to Bingbing. Chapter 54. Su-chun prepares to confess his feelings to Bingbing. Stepping up the stairs stealthily, Su-chun lowers his footsteps, akin to a thief. He isn't quite sure why he feels the need to be so quiet. Arriving at Li Ruobing's door, he curiously hesitates, not immediately knocking, but instead presses his ear to the door, straining to hear the sounds emanating from within. What could Bingbing be doing in her room? He is filled with curiosity. Inside, there is a cacophony of sounds, reminiscent of someone bouncing on a trampoline, causing the bed to creak and groan. One might easily mistake it for two people engaged in some vigorous activity. Inside the room, Li Ruobing is indeed bouncing on her bed, exhilarated and filled with joy. She feels like a little bug, still buzzing from the thrill of the kiss they shared just a couple of hours ago. Ah, Li Fairy, you're too enchanting. How can my silly brother withstand this? She exclaims, rallying herself with fervor. Meanwhile, outside, Su-chun listens intently, a mix of intrigue and embarrassment washing over him. What is Bingbing saying? Fairy? Amazing? His mind begins to wander into strange territories, and he feels an overwhelming awkwardness. Should he knock? Would he frighten Bingbing? Perhaps he should just slip away quietly? Lost in thought, he turns to leave, but suddenly pivots back, a mischievous grin gracing his face as he knocks loudly on the door. Bingbing, I'm here to call you for dinner. With a loud creak, the door swings open, unlatched by his knock, and Chen tumbles forward, unable to halt his momentum. This isn't good, he silently curses, anticipating a rather intimate encounter with the cold floor. Just as he is about to crash, a figure darts past him, catching him firmly. Chen lands against her, inhaling a familiar, enchanting fragrance, his face pressed against a soft surface. In that moment, he completely forgets the brand of facial cleanser he used that morning. Chen, still dazed by the delightful sensation, he hears Bingbing's voice, laced with irritation. In an instant, he feels himself being propelled away, landing squarely on the bed. She appeared so delicate that with a mere gentle push of her hand, he, standing at an impressive height of 1.87 meters, was sent sprawling onto the bed. At that moment, Bingbing's face flushed a deep crimson, her body rising and falling with each breath, exuding an intoxicating allure. Yet, she possessed a visage of pure innocence, truly embodying both purity and desire. After being unceremoniously pushed onto the bed, Chen glanced around, relieved to find nothing peculiar in sight. He rose awkwardly, stammering, Sister Bingbing. What were you doing in the room just now? Bingbing, flustered and irate, retorted, Of course I was sleeping. What else could I possibly be doing? Her gaze towards Chen was filled with an air of melancholic reproach, reminiscent of a woman unfulfilled. This foolish younger brother had been so crude as to jostle her. Observing Bingbing's innocent and pure expression, Chen felt a wave of guilt for his earlier thoughts, which now seemed indecent. Sister Bingbing, dinner is ready. Mom asked me to come and get you, he said, standing up from the bed, his eyes flickering with a hint of unease. The bed where Sister Bingbing had slept was imbued with her fragrance. All right, I understand, Bingbing replied, striving to compose herself. Her impeccable acting skills were coming into play at that moment. Now, bring the items from the table over here. Following her gaze, Chen noticed several exquisite little bags resting on the table. Curiously, he inquired, Sister Bingbing, what are these? Bingbing answered, These are gifts from Mom and Dad. Chen, puzzled, replied, Gifts? Sister Bingbing, it's not a holiday, so why are we giving gifts to Mom and Dad? In Chen's straightforward mindset, gifts were only considered during festive occasions. With a fierce glare from her glistening eyes, Bingbing snapped, Mind your own business. As she exited the room, Chen hurriedly followed, clutching the small bags. Walking alongside Bingbing, his gaze frequently drifted to her exquisitely beautiful face, causing him to ponder deeply. What did Sister Bingbing mean by the punishment in the taxi? He felt a strong urge to ask, but her icy demeanor made him inexplicably timid. No. Could he really be so cowardly? Drawing upon his courage, he turned to the stunning Bingbing and boldly asked, Sister Bingbing, what did you mean by that punishment in the taxi? Bingbing halted, her previously calm heart suddenly racing, the rhythm echoing loudly in her ears. She was incredibly nervous. Steadying her breath to maintain a semblance of calm, she replied, Xiao Chen, whatever you think it means is what it means. Sister Bingbing, are you implying gazing at the sweet smile that played upon the girl's lips? Chen felt his heart race like never before. It was as if the entire world had fallen silent, leaving him only to hear the thrum of his own heartbeat. Instinctively, he parted his lips, Sister Bingbing. Since you said it, does that mean you have feelings for me that transcend mere sibling affection? Upon uttering this, Chen held his breath, gripped by an unprecedented sense of tension, as if he were a criminal awaiting the judge's verdict. The stakes felt as high as life and death. Bingbing was in a whirlwind of emotions, her heart racing under Chen's intense gaze. She could scarcely hear her own voice. Foolish brother, I already said. Think what you will. Bingbing's breathtakingly beautiful face was now flushed with shyness, as if it were about to bleed from embarrassment. Crack. The verdict was in. And in that moment, Chen felt as if his heart had been struck by Cupid's arrow, hitting the bullseye. It was not a mere illusion. Sister Bingbing truly felt that her affection for him had transformed. Elation, joy, the exhilaration was nearly enough to lift him skyward. At that moment, he felt an ardent vitality coursing through him, a feeling he had never experienced before. Sister Bingbing, can I pursue you? Chen asked, his voice quavering with anxiety. He hesitated to confess outright, fearing it might be too bold. What if Sister Bingbing's feelings were still in their infancy? Confessing now would be akin to pouring boiling water over tender shoots. At that moment, Bingbing could not bear to meet Chen's gaze. Despite her typically assertive demeanor, she was still a girl, one who had never truly been in a relationship, feeling both bashful and bewildered. She averted her eyes and quickly moved toward the door, leaving behind a soft, airy response, do as you wish. This foolish brother, did he really not realize? She had been pursuing him all along. If he confessed now, she would happily return to her room with him, envisioning a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, names already chosen. Chen stood frozen in place, gazing at the now empty doorway. His heart soared. Sister Bingbing had not rejected him. This meant he could pursue her. Although he had lived 2 lives, this was his first earnest desire to actively court a girl. He was filled with exhilaration. How to pursue her? He had no prior experience. No. After dinner, he would consult that emotional expert online. She must possess a wealth of experience in matters of the heart, and being a girl, she would surely understand how to woo a woman. He resolved to seek her advice shortly. As he stepped out of the room, holding the small bags, he noticed Li Ruobing was still waiting at the door. Was she waiting for him to join her? This sensation was oddly reminiscent of 2 newcomers in love, nervously visiting each other's parents for the first time. Despite knowing their parents well, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Upon seeing Su Chen emerge, Li Ruobing glanced at him, her demeanor calm as if nothing had transpired. Shall we go in? Yes, Su Chen nodded, walking alongside Li Ruobing into their family villa. In the living room, both sets of parents were seated at the dining table. As they observed the pair approaching side by side, both families paused for a moment. This pair of handsome youth and beautiful maiden, whom they had watched grow up, seemed to radiate an unexpected compatibility as they stood together. Especially with Su Chen holding several exquisite gift bags, the image resembled a newlywed couple visiting each other's parents, an uncanny fit. Noticing the surprise on their parents' faces, Li Ruobing felt a touch out of her depth, while Su Chen was overtaken by a sense of guilt. Su Yan's eyes sparkled as she suddenly smiled, teasingly remarking, "Xiao Wan, the moment these 2 walked in, I thought we had a young couple at our door. It truly delighted me." Shen Xiaowan chuckled in agreement. Indeed, they do resemble a couple. If they were seen together outside, they would undoubtedly be mistaken for lovers. No wonder there's been buzz about them trending on social media today. Laughter erupted in Su Chen's family living room, filling the air with joyous mirth. Su Chen's parents were filled with joy, and so was Li Ruobing's mother. However, Li Ruobing's father wore a stern expression, his sharp gaze fixed on Su Chen as if he were scrutinizing a suspect. This made Su Chen feel increasingly uneasy. Ha, what kind of joke is this? Sister Bingbing and I have grown up together like siblings. How could we possibly be a couple? Haha, that's too amusing. Su Chen chuckled awkwardly, feigning innocence. It was only by maintaining this facade that he could escape the oppressive gaze of Mr. Li, which finally shifted away from him. Su Chen silently sighed in relief. Chapter 55. The Best Gift from Sister Bingbing. For Su Chen as a renowned actress. Li Ruobing quickly composed herself and took the small bags from Su Chen's hands. Mom, Dad, these are little gifts I bought for you. This bracelet is for Mom. And this tea set is for Dad. And Mom, this is a bracelet for you. Li Ruobing presented each gift with a charming demeanor, reminiscent of a dutiful daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Bingbing, why are you giving us gifts for no reason? Li Ruobing blinked playfully, her usual aloofness melting away in front of her family. Mom, I accomplished something really joyous, and I wanted to share this happiness with everyone, she replied. Her words a delightful blend of truth and lightheartedness. Such a thoughtful child, so beautiful and academically gifted since childhood, and now a superstar. Truly endearing, Su Yan remarked, admiring the jade bracelet gifted by Li Ruobing. She then glanced at Su Chen, casually stating, Qiu Wan, our Bingbing is extraordinary. I wonder which lucky fellow will have the fortune to marry such a beauty. If I were a man, I would undoubtedly cling to Bingbing and make her my wife. Su Chen interjected, I pretend not to understand your insinuation. Shen Xiaowan also appreciated the gift from her daughter, laughing happily. Well, our Bingbing is indeed beautiful. But her temper is quite fierce. Aside from our little Chen, who else could possibly tolerate her? Shen Xiaowan covertly glanced at Su Chen. The living room was filled with a jubilant atmosphere, except for Li Xiong, who appeared discontent. He gazed longingly at Li Ruobing. Darling daughter, where's my gift? With only 3 small bags, none were meant for him. Li Ruobing paused momentarily before responding. Dad, I forgot. Crack. This was the sound of his heart shattering into pieces. Then, Li Ruobing produced a bank card, handing it to Li Xiong. Dad, buy whatever you like. Seeing Li Xiong in a daze, not accepting the card, Li Ruobing immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Dad, do you dislike that I only gave you money? Witnessing his daughter's distressed demeanor, the burly man's heart melted. He quickly reassured her. No, precious daughter, I love it. How could I not appreciate money from my daughter? He hastily accepted the card, then smugly declared. While you all received mere gifts, I received a bank card, which means my darling daughter loves me more than any of you. A couple of small tokens cannot possibly reflect her affection. Everyone else reacted with bemusement. Shen Xiaowan shot her husband an incredulous look, then poked the beer duck they had just prepared with her chopsticks, noting that despite simmering for so long, it remained stubbornly tough. Li Xiong felt that he no longer had a place in this family. He was utterly pitiful. His gaze scanned the room until it landed on Su Chen, and his eyes lit up. The hurt feelings evaporated instantly. Look at Su Chen, he laughed. At least I have a bank card. Unlike some people who are utterly disregarded by my precious daughter, he truly is the most pitiful one here. Su Chen, I suspect you are subtly mocking me. And I have ample evidence. Yet he dared not retort, knowing he couldn't win the argument. This remark drew the attention of others to Su Chen. Shen Xiaowan curiously asked, Daughter, why didn't you bring a gift for Xiao Chen this time? Li Ruobing had always ensured everyone received a gift in the past. Li Ruobing smiled mysteriously. Mom, I did give him something. Chen Xiaowan was even more puzzled. What did you give him? Li Ruobing beamed sweetly, the best gift. Li Xiong, consumed by jealousy, implored, darling daughter, what is this gift? Hee, you will find out soon. It's a surprise. Li Ruobing's smile was enigmatic. While Su Chun was left baffled. When had Sister Bingbing given him a gift? The best gift? Was it the several red envelopes she had sent him earlier? Could it be that? Dinner officially commenced. The family settled down, with the parents of both families seated beside each other, while Su Chun sat next to Li Ruobing, creating an amusing semblance of three couples. Su Yan served dishes to Li Ruobing, saying, Bingbing, try this dish. It's made by Su Chen himself. He knows you love it, so he rushed over to cook when he saw me preparing. Thank you, Su Mama, Li Ruobing chuckled softly. At home. She was a sweet and pure girl, utterly charming. As she savored the food, she casually glanced at Su Chun, finding the meal delectably sweet. Despite his foolishness, this brother was rather thoughtful. As Su Chun focused on his meal, he heard his mother's words and looked up, puzzled. Mom, it was clearly your insistence. Before he could finish, Su Yan clattered her chopsticks against his bowl, firmly instructing, eat your food. Su Chun had no choice but to continue devouring his meal. Muttering to himself, eating with enthusiasm is essential, otherwise, one must be mentally challenged. Yet, as he continued, a chicken leg unexpectedly appeared in his bowl. He looked up in confusion to see Li Ruobing beaming at him, resembling a caretaker offering food. Su Chun was stunned. His heart skipped a beat. Sister Bingbing was being too flirtatious. As he gazed at her in bewilderment, Li Ruobing couldn't help but smile, finding his dazed expression amusing. With a charming grin, she asked, don't you like eating your sister's chicken leg? I do. Su Chun bit into the chicken leg with fervor. It tasted divine. At that moment, Li Xiong chimed in, precious daughter, I want a chicken leg too. Li Ruobing shot him a disdainful look. Dad, don't you have a wife? Have her serve you food. Li Xiong, undeterred, turned to his gentle wife beside him. Honey, I want a chicken leg. Shen Xiaowan rolled her eyes at him. Li Daxiong, don't you have hands? Meanwhile, Su Yan sweetly placed a chicken leg in Su Wen's bowl, lovingly saying, darling, eat more chicken. You need to replenish your strength. Look at how thin you've become lately. It breaks my heart. Li Xiong, feeling utterly marginalized, thought, is there no place for me in this family? Should I just leave? Chapter 56, Inviting Sister Bingbing on a Date. Su Chun quietly savored the chicken leg that Li Ruobing had served him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that this particular piece of meat was more delectable than usual. He gnawed it clean, leaving only the pristine bones behind. Just as he was relishing his meal, an unsettling sensation pricked at him. It was evident that someone was casting a deathly gaze in his direction. Su Chun discreetly lifted his head, and indeed, he found Li's father. With eyes as sharp as a predator's, fixated on him without a blink. To be precise, his intense stare was directed at the immaculate chicken bones in Su Chen's bowl. Perplexed, Su Chen wondered why Li's father was so engrossed in his bowl. Did he desire the bones? Mr. Li, would you like this chicken bone? There's still a bit of meat left on it. Su Chun suddenly blurted out. Li Xiong's expression darkened instantly. You rascal, are you itching for trouble, thinking of testing the waters with the wolves? Su Chun burst into laughter. Mr. Li, I was just joking, haha. Shen Xiaowan covered her mouth, chuckling as she chimed in. Xiao Chen still has such a knack for humor, with that sweet tongue of yours. You must have deceived quite a few girls at school, haven't you? Though her tone was playful, her gentle eyes carried a hint of seriousness. As those words hung in the air, Su Chun felt the weight of several gazes upon him, apart from Li's father, who was preoccupied with his meal. The atmosphere turned inexplicably tense, reminiscent of a courtroom trial, and he was suddenly overwhelmed with pressure. The scrutinizing stares from the three women felt like cold, sharp blades. Su Chen straightened his back, sitting up properly, and replied, Mrs. Li, you misunderstand me. I hardly speak to any girls at school. I'm just a homebody, spending all my time gaming in my dorm. I can hardly recall any of the girls' names in my class. Upon uttering this, it was as though the proverbial code had been cracked, and the ominous stares finally diverted from him. Su Chen could finally breathe again. At that moment, Li Xiong curiously remarked, Xiao Chun, you're not bad-looking, yet how is it that you don't have a girlfriend? By your age, I was already crawling on the ground with my son. Su Chen fell silent, then awkwardly replied, Mr. Li, I don't have a crush on anyone at school. Relationships are all about fate. Li Xiong, however, saw through his facade, saying, you're just being timid. Why not let your sister Ruobing introduce you to a girl? She must know many beautiful young ladies. Li Xiong then turned to Li Ruobing, clearly pleased with his suggestion. Sweetheart, how about you set this silly boy up with a girlfriend? It would be quite embarrassing if he heads to university without ever having dated. Li Ruobing's expression turned icy as she snatched the bowl from her father's hands, filling it to the brim with white rice. Dad, focus on your meal. Li Xiong, though already full, felt compelled to eat the rice served by his beloved daughter. He fell silent, continuing to eat earnestly. Next, Li Ruobing turned to Su Chun, adopting a sisterly tone, her voice soft and kind. Our little Chen has grown up. Indeed, it's time to consider dating. Do you need your sister to introduce you to someone? A palpable tension filled the air, foreboding danger. Su Chun smiled bashfully. Sister Ruobing, You certainly know how to make a joke. The dinner, fraught with pressure, finally came to an end. After the meal, both families lounged together on the living room sofa, watching a television drama and engaging in light chatter, creating a warm atmosphere. The show featured a couple who, after only a brief acquaintance, secretly wed without informing their parents. In essence, it was a melodramatic romance. Su-yin chuckled as she watched, commenting, "The youth of today are so romantic. They skip the dating phase and the parental meetups, heading straight to the marriage license. In our day, that would have been unthinkable." Chen Xiaowan agreed. "Absolutely, it's so romantic. It seems to be quite the trend among young people. What do they call it? Flash marriage?" Despite its cliché nature, the drama captivated the women, providing a pleasant distraction. Li Xiong, however, expressed a contrasting opinion, scowling, "Romantic? That male lead is a scoundrel. He hasn't even met the girl as parents and just whisked her away. If I were her father, I'd break his legs." Seated on the sofa and engrossed in his phone, Su Chun felt an inexplicable chill at those words. He glanced at his legs. Still intact. Shin Xiaowan shot Li Xiong a disapproving glare, exclaiming, "Humph, you're just narrow-minded. That male lead is undeniably handsome." Li Xiong chuckled ingratiatingly, "Darling, that's your perspective as a woman. We men think differently." He sought solidarity from his fellow comrades. "Xiao Chen, what do you think? Isn't the act of sneaking off to marry without parental consent utterly irresponsible? Shouldn't that scoundrel be punished?" As Li Xiong spoke, he winked exaggeratedly at Su Chun. "The message clear. If you don't side with me, you'll regret it." Su Chun, feeling cornered, mustered the courage to assert, "I agree with Mr. Li. Such behavior is reprehensible and incredibly irresponsible, akin to human trafficking." Li Xiong pressed further, "Xiao Chun, do you believe that scoundrel who abducts a girl to marry her deserves to have his legs broken?" Su Chun gritted his teeth, "Absolutely. That is utterly despicable." Li Xiong gazed at Su Chun with satisfaction, grateful to have him as an ally, both ideologically and in spirit. The script was absurdly melodramatic. One could only wonder how the writers conceived such nonsense, rendering the works of that writer as mere rubbish in comparison. Su Chun muttered his disdain and quietly switched the channel. Just then, Su Yan, as if struck by a thought, exclaimed excitedly, "Silly boy, don't change the channel. Their essay segment about robbing on Orange Channel tonight. It's a hot random interview with passersby. I want to see how they praise our darling robbing." Su Chun, suddenly reminded of something unpleasant, maintained his composure, replying calmly, "Mom, what is so interesting about the interview? Those segments are just staged. They're all prearranged plants." Su Yin seized the remote with determination, insisting, "What do you know? Even if they are plants, I still relish hearing them praise our robbing." Su Chun exchanged a glance with Li Xiong, sharing an understanding that only comrades could grasp, and in each other's eyes, they sensed a flicker of unease. Instinctively, Su Chun turned to Li Ruobing, only to find her gazing back at him, her countenance radiant and enchanting, like a noble and elegant saint. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a chill creeping down his spine. Did Sister Ruobing find out? This shouldn't be possible. The haters are always so quick to panic at the slightest hint, especially when the subject is right beside them, and she was so forceful. After a brief interlude of advertisements, the interview program commenced in earnest. As has been customary in past episodes, the pedestrians interviewed were predominantly ardent fans of Li Ruobing, enthusiastically extolling her virtues before the camera. They lauded her beauty and praised her acting prowess. Indeed, these onlookers possessed remarkable discernment. They recognized that our beloved Bingbing is not only stunning but also exceptionally talented. After all, she is the youngest recipient of the Best Actress Award. Su Yin and Shin Xiaowan spoke with an air of pride, their hearts swelling with joy as they listened to the accolades directed at their daughter and daughter-in-law. Anyone who dared to criticize her must surely be blind or mentally unhinged. Su Yin and Shin Xiaowan were undoubtedly Li Ruobing's staunch supporters. Su Chun maintained a quiet demeanor. The interview segment, though brief at 5 minutes, took an unexpected turn. Just as the audience anticipated the conclusion of the show, the reporter's eyes sparkled with excitement as he sprinted towards a vehicle. "Excuse me, sir, we are from Orange Television. May we have a moment of your time for an interview?" "No, just a few minutes, please." "All right then. What are your thoughts on the currently trending Li Ruobing?" "Li Ruobing? She's merely a pretty face, nothing more. Her acting is utterly dreadful. I suspect she won that Best Actress award by bribing the judges. Actors like her, devoid of talent and skill, ought to be expelled from the entertainment industry. I call upon everyone to unite and defend the sanctity of the entertainment realm, driving out talentless individuals like Li Ruobing." Despite the man's voice being altered, his fervor was unmistakable, as if he were engaged in a noble crusade to eradicate Li Ruobing from the industry. His face was obscured, revealing only that he was a young man. In the Su family's villa, silence enveloped the room following the conclusion of the program. Clearly, no one anticipated that the show would feature an outspoken detractor, particularly one so vehemently opposed to Li Ruobing. After a brief pause, a melodious voice broke the stillness. "What on earth? Is this person mentally ill? How dare he label our Bingbing a mere pretty face? Lacking talent? He could donate his eyes to those in need." This individual is utterly clueless. How dare he malign our Bingbing in such a manner? Such a person can only voice their opinions online. In reality, I would not hesitate to knock his head off and use it as a soccer ball. Su Yan, once a formidable figure in the military, remained fiercely spirited despite her years of marriage. Her talent for verbal assault was as sharp as ever. Indeed, such a troll deserves to be condemned. How dare he speak ill of my daughter? Even the typically gentle Chen Xiuan could not suppress her indignation at this moment. Su Chen, feeling the tension, subtly twisted his neck, relishing the sensation of still having his head attached. Ahem, I need to visit the restroom. He abruptly stood, sensing the need to excuse himself. Li Ruobing's gaze lingered on him, adorned with a sweet smile. Yet, Su Chen, perhaps burdened by a guilty conscience, felt a chill run down his spine under her watchful gaze. Li Xiong, nearby, was equally incensed, exclaiming, "You're absolutely right, dear. Such a troll deserves to be dealt with harshly." After washing his face in the restroom, Su Chen felt grateful he had not recognized himself. Otherwise, survival might have been questionable. Upon returning to the living room, he pulled out his phone to scroll through Weibo. As expected, the interview segment had skyrocketed to the top of the trending topics. The program had garnered significant viewership, bolstered by Li Ruobing's recent popularity, attracting numerous viewers. Historically, the show had focused on promoting certain stars, with interviewees providing overwhelmingly positive responses, filtering out any negativity. This established an unspoken agreement among viewers, as fans relished watching their idols receive praise, engendering a profound sense of pride. Conversely, those who did not favor the star would naturally avoid a program dedicated to extolling them. Thus, when the show unexpectedly featured a vehement detractor, it caused a sensational uproar, akin to a small fish plummeting into a den of cats. Li Ruobing's fans erupted in outrage, rallying on Weibo, eager to identify and confront this troll. Wishing to exact their vengeance, the fans began investigating, determined to uncover the identity of the black-hearted critic. Observing this, Su Chen felt undeterred. After all, he was cloaked in anonymity and feared nothing. He discreetly switched to his troll account on Weibo, retweeting the segment with the message, "Well done. Please, have some self-awareness and exit the entertainment industry, you pretty face." His audacious move instantly attracted the attention of countless fans of Li Ruobing, who were incensed. This troll is simply seeking attention. How dare he insult our idol? We will unmask you and ensure you face the consequences. Li Ruobing boasted a staggering 70 million followers on Weibo, while Su Chen's account, masquerading as the troll, had amassed 5 million followers. All of them were die-hard fans of Li Ruobing, eagerly awaiting the downfall of this critic. At that moment, Li Ruobing was also perusing her phone, catching sight of the viral Weibo post and the troll's comments, which incensed her. This critic had been a thorn in her side since her debut, relentlessly tarnishing her reputation and rallying fellow detractors, causing her considerable distress. If only she could reach through the screen, she vowed to make this troll regret their words. Casting a glance at Su Chen, she pondered, could this troll be him? Surely not. Though he had spoken ill of her during the interview, it was likely a rebellious moment. Deep down, he still held affection for her. He was different from the relentless critic. Under Li Ruobing's intense scrutiny, Su Chen feigned calmness as he engaged with his phone, swiftly switching to a gaming interface with practiced ease. When Li Ruobing sat beside him and casually glanced at his screen, she confirmed that he was indeed engrossed in a game, dispelling her earlier suspicions. She had overthought the situation. Her Navi brother could never bring himself to disparage her so harshly. In the living room, Li Ruobing rose to head to the restroom. Su Yan observed her retreating figure, then shifted her gaze to Su Chen, who was still focused on his game. Her eyes flickered with fiery frustration, wishing he would rise to the occasion. The foolish lad. Just now, with the stunning beauty, Sister Bingbing, seated beside you. How could you still find the inclination to play games? Are you prepared to forfeit your wife? You might as well drive her to her wit's end. Su Yan's eyes glimmered with mischief as she suddenly proclaimed, "I just saw someone in the group mention that the park nearby is hosting a lantern festival. Quite a lively affair. Su Chen, why not take your Sister Bingbing out for a stroll? After all, it must be terribly dull for you both at home." At that moment, Su Chen, deeply engrossed in his game of Honor of Kings, was being mercilessly slaughtered by a child. His character now reduced to a mere shadow of defeat. He was currently engaged in a one-on-one duel with a primary school student, the score standing at a dismal 0-11. Previously, at the restaurant, he had carelessly left the child in a lurch during a chaotic match, and upon his return, the child had berated him incessantly. Despite his apologies, the young gamer continued to hurl insults, branding him a noob. Refusing to back down, Su Chen retaliated with a taunt of his own, calling the child a scrub. The child then issued a challenge to a duel. Upon reviewing the opponent's profile, Su Chen discerned that he was indeed a student, a mere bronze player. As a self-proclaimed gaming maestro, he saw no reason to decline the challenge. Eagerly, he accepted, ready to demonstrate the harsh realities of adulthood to this youngling. Little did he know that this gaming prodigy would be bested by a bronze-level schoolboy. Thus, upon hearing Su Yan's words, he retorted without a second thought, "Mom, it's blistering hot outside. Why would I want to go out? Besides, I've been to that lantern festival before. it's quite tedious. Su Chen, a quintessential slacker, had no desire to venture out into the sweltering heat, pondering the futility of viewing lanterns when he could be indulging in his beloved games at home. Su Yan was nearly apoplectic with rage. Su Chen, you will go because I say so? If you refuse, believe me, I will smack you with my slipper. As she bent down to retrieve her footwear, Su Chen sprang from the sofa, exclaiming, all right, Mom, I'll go right now. At this juncture, Li Ruobing emerged from the restroom. Approaching her, Su Chen inquired, Sister Bingbing, would you like to join me for the Lantern Festival? Surely, she wouldn't wish to go, having attended numerous times before. It had indeed lost its charm. Li Ruobing gazed at him, her enchanting eyes shimmering with an alluring light. Leaning closer, she whispered in a voice meant solely for his ears, Little Chen, are you inviting me out on a date? A date? Completely absorbed in his game, Su Chen felt as though he had been jolted awake. He froze, suddenly aware of the implication. Anxiety coursed through him as he swallowed hard and asked, Sister Bingbing, if it were a date, would you agree to go? Chapter 57, A Date and Handholding. Nervously, Su Chen observed Li Ruobing, his heart racing as he realized this was his first invitation to a girl for a date. The words had slipped out in a rush of bravado, but now, the gravity of the moment sunk in, leaving him apprehensive. The wait for her response was agonizing, especially as he anxiously anticipated her answer, his heart fluttering with trepidation. Though nervous, Su Chen maintained his gaze upon her, admiring her exquisite features, her porcelain skin, and her alluring figure, every aspect of her radiating perfection, a veritable goddess. In a previous life, he would never have dared to dream of such a girl. As he anxiously awaited her reply, Li Ruobing revealed a delicate smile, two charming dimples appearing on her fair cheeks, captivating his heart. I'm sorry, but I must decline. Her smile was sweet, her ethereal voice enchanting. Yet, her response caused Su Chen's expression to shift dramatically. The gleam of hope in his eyes was abruptly extinguished by disappointment. His heart plummeted, and his mind went blank, as if struck with a hammer, leaving him in a daze. The pang of rejection washed over him, a sensation so bitter it was almost unbearable. Having invited a girl out for the first time, only to be turned down, he had expected a more favorable outcome. Striving to regain his composure, he attempted to mask his emotions and replied to Li Ruobing, very well, then I shall return to my game. Just as he turned to leave, a slender, alabaster arm grasped the hem of his shirt. Confused, Su Chen looked back at her, only to be met with a mesmerizingly sweet smile, laced with a hint of playful mischief. In that moment, the typically aloof Li Ruobing resembled a youthful girl of 18, exuding an infectious energy. Leaning in closer, she whispered softly into his ear, silly brother, I was just teasing you. I would be delighted to accept your invitation for a date. With that, Li Ruobing stepped away, leaving Su Chen in a state of stunned disbelief. He was left reeling, still feeling the warmth of her breath against his ear, a lingering fragrance enveloping him. The despair that had consumed him moments before was instantaneously transformed into elation. She had accepted his invitation. This mischievous Sister Bingbing. Her earlier rejection had surely been a deliberate ploy to tease him. Was this what it meant to have an older sister? She was truly skilled at this. As Li Ruobing approached the door, Li Xiong gazed at her eagerly and exclaimed, my precious daughter, I'm feeling rather bored at home. Why don't I accompany you? Before Li Ruobing could protest, Shen Xiuan interjected, Li Daxiong, if you dare to go, you might as well not return home tonight. Instantly, Li Xiong's plans were dashed, and he turned to Shen Xiuan with a sheepish expression, dear wife, I'll stay home instead. There's no place more comfortable than watching television with you. As Li Ruobing exited the villa, Su Chen, after a brief moment of stupor, dashed after her. As he passed by Li Xiong, the latter fixed a sharp gaze upon Su Chen, advising, little Chen, take care not to let any unsavory men whisk our Bingbing away. She is far too beautiful, and every time she steps out, I worry she might be abducted by some ruffian. Su Chen saluted, his demeanor resolute as he assured, rest assured, I shall complete my mission. He would not allow another man to steal Sister Bingbing away. If anyone were to do so, it would be him. Su Chen hurried out to find Li Ruobing waiting at the entrance, as if anticipating his arrival. Upon seeing him, she said, wait here for a minute while I change. Her tone was calm and devoid of emotion, reverting to that cool, distant goddess persona. Su Chen's heart raced with excitement, his gaze fervently fixed upon her. Sure, Sister Bingbing. I'll wait right here. Li Ruobing glanced back at him, noting the sheen of perspiration on his handsome face. Did he truly feel such eagerness for their date? It was merely a first date. What was there to be so anxious about? He truly was a brother in every sense. Meanwhile, Su Chen continued to observe Li Ruobing, scrutinizing her expression, but found her remarkably composed. Was it typical for girls to remain so calm on a date? Truly, she was remarkable. With a nonchalant demeanor, Li Ruobing turned and walked towards her villa. As Li Ruobing fully entered her villa and closed the door behind her, the serene expression on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a charming blush. Just the thought of her upcoming date with her silly younger brother sent waves of excitement coursing through her heart. A joy that surpassed even the thrill of winning a multi-million lottery. She felt a tinge of nervousness. Breathe, remain calm. Leaning against the door, Li Ruobing took several deep breaths, gradually regaining her composure and adopting a hint of the aloof goddess demeanor. Ascending the staircase to her bedroom, she opened her expansive wardrobe. A treasure trove of exquisite garments. Li Ruobing began to select an outfit for the date. This white dress is quite nice, exuding an air of cool elegance. Surely her silly brother would appreciate it? She donned a white dress and twirled in front of the mirror, satisfaction radiating from her. She was indeed beautiful. However, this being her first date with her silly brother, she deemed it too aloof. A sweeter style would be preferable. So, she changed into a pink-hued dress, which accentuated her perfect curves and complemented her innocent face, embodying the essence of a national first love. But would it be too sweet? What if her silly brother didn't fancy such a sugary style? Li Ruobing was once again torn. Change again. After trying on approximately a dozen outfits, each stunning in its own right, she still felt something was amiss. She was typically quite relaxed about her attire, effortlessly looking good in whatever she wore due to her striking figure and beautiful face. Yet, this was the first time she felt such indecision. For this initial rendezvous, she wished to present her most exquisite self. Ultimately, she settled on the very first dress she had tried on, a soft-toned gown that gracefully fell just above her knees, adorned with delicate pearl flowers scattered across the fabric, exuding an air of refinement and grace. Truly beautiful. Li Ruobing admired her reflection, having applied a touch of light makeup to enhance her already lovely visage. Meanwhile, Chen had been waiting at the door, his gaze fixed upward at a lit room on the second floor of the villa. Just as he was about to step inside, the light in that room finally extinguished. Moments later, the villa door swung open, revealing an enchanting woman whose beauty was nothing short of breathtaking. With an ethereal and elegant aura, she seemed like a celestial being gracing the earthly realm. Chen was momentarily entranced. How beautiful! Li Ruobing was pleased to see Chen's astonished expression, and her typically impassive face was graced by a gentle smile. Holding her skirt, she twirled before him, the hem dancing with the breeze. Resembling a radiant butterfly amidst a floral bloom, a scene etched deeply in Chen's memory. After completing her spin, Li Ruobing turned to Chen, her fair and lovely face tinged with a hint of pink. Chen, do you think I look pretty? Her tone was devoid of playful teasing, genuinely seeking his opinion. Chen's eyes widened. The woman before him had clear, bright pupils, and her elegantly arched eyebrows seemed to tremble slightly with nervousness, reminiscent of a butterfly fluttering its wings. Her flawless skin bore a delicate blush, and her soft lips resembled rose petals, captivating beyond compare. His heart raced as he swallowed hard. Sister Bingbing, you look stunning, he exclaimed, his expression dazed. Li Ruobing smiled sweetly, her smile as delightful as honey. You're so flattering. With that, she stepped forward, her cheeks reddening further. Chen, momentarily stunned, quickly followed, calling out, Sister Bingbing, wait for me. He soon caught up, walking alongside her. As they strolled, listening to their footsteps and inhaling the fragrance that surrounded her, Chen felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Upon exiting the neighborhood, the crowd began to swell, prompting Li Ruobing to don a mask to avoid unwanted attention. Chen, however, did not feel the need, as he had only recently gained a bit of online fame and was not yet widely recognized. Although night had fallen, the park was aglow with colorful lights, creating a picturesque scene. Yet, Chen found no inclination to appreciate the Lantern Festival. His focus remained solely on Li Ruobing. Though this was not his first time visiting the festival with her, it was the first under the guise of a date, and it imbued the experience with a refreshing novelty. The festival was bustling with people, predominantly young couples, hand in hand, clearly a favored spot for romantic outings. As Chen and Li Ruobing walked side by side, they exchanged few words, the atmosphere tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Clearly, it was their first formal date, leaving them uncertain about what to do next. Observing the couples around them, Chen noticed that most were holding hands. His heart raced as he glanced at Li Ruobing's petite hand, feeling an urge to reach out. Should he take her hand? But since this was only their first date, wouldn't that be moving too quickly? Moreover, knowing how sensitive Li Ruobing was, would she react with a swift and dramatic throw if he dared to touch her hand? Chen was embroiled in a conflict of emotions, while Li Ruobing experienced her own turmoil, enviously observing the couples holding hands and feeling a flicker of annoyance. Why didn't this silly brother hold her hand? Chen's deep-set eyes grew increasingly fervent. Enough of this. If he was going to risk it, then so be it. Sister Bingbing, let us go check out that lantern over there. It looks quite lovely, he suggested, moving forward as if to lead the way, then casually grasped her small hand. His heart raced as he felt the softness of her palm. He had successfully taken her hand. Li Ruobing followed his lead, her gaze fixed on their intertwined fingers, and her previous gloom vanished, replaced by delight. Meanwhile, Chen was exceedingly anxious, acutely aware of Li Ruobing's gaze upon him. Yet he dared not look back. Would Sister Bingbing be upset? At that moment, Li Ruobing made a subtle movement. What began as a simple hand-holding transformed as she entwined her fingers with his, their palms pressed together, fingers interlocked. Chen was momentarily stunned, halting in his tracks, gazing at Li Ruobing with wide eyes. With a rosy blush adorning her cheeks, she shot him a playful glare. Silly brother, what are you staring at? Let us get moving. Her tone was slightly exasperated, her ears flushed crimson. Thus, hand in hand, they wandered through the illuminated park, much like the couples around them. This lantern is quite lovely, she remarked. This is quite acceptable. This is also rather good. Su-Chun feigned calmness, striving to relax, treating this date as an ordinary event, especially since it was not the first time he held hands with Bingbing. With this thought, Su-Chen's previously restless heart finally began to settle. However, in the next moment, his palm was gently tickled, a mere itch that sent delightful shivers through him. The relaxed mood he had cultivated was stirred once more, and the tranquil waters of his heart were again set into turmoil. He halted, turning to the stunning woman beside him, and somewhat dazedly inquired, Bingbing, what are you doing? The once proud Li Ruobing, upon hearing Su-Chen's words, looked at him with an innocent expression. I haven't done anything, she said, her sparkling eyes radiating a charmingly harmless demeanor, reminiscent of a pure and playful girl, completely devoid of any high and aloof goddess air. Su-Chen realized she was teasing him. Though a flutter of excitement coursed through him, he maintained an outward composure. Yet, her hand felt so soft, smooth to the touch. Continuing forward, just a few steps later, his palm was tickled again. He stopped once more. Bingbing you. Meeting Su-Chen's gaze, Li Ruobing smiled mischievously and unabashedly confessed, hee, I haven't done anything. Just wanted to tease a pure little boy. Su-Chen thought to himself. She was like a little sprite, exceptionally adept at flirting. Even as she tickled his palm, his heart raced with a delightful unease, which he found rather vexing. As a young man, he should not be blushing and flustered due to a girl's playful antics. He needed to turn the tables. With this determination, Su-Chen fixed his gaze on Li Ruobing and warned, Bingbing, if you keep teasing me like this, be careful, or I might just tease you back. Li Ruobing, however, dismissed his threat without a second thought, her beautiful eyes locking onto his with unwavering focus. Little Chen, how would you tease me? She asked playfully. Like this? Suddenly, she rose onto her tiptoes and, through the barrier of her mask, planted a kiss on his cheek. Su-Chun was momentarily stunned. The words he had prepared in his mind caught in his throat, leaving him utterly speechless. Even with the mask in place, he could feel the softness of her lips and the warmth of her breath. He instinctively averted his gaze, acutely aware of his racing heartbeat, and stubbornly declared, forget it. You're my sister, I won't hold it against you. He knew he couldn't outplay her. Li Ruobing looked on with satisfaction as she noticed the flush creeping up Su-Chen's ears, her heart swelling with sweetness. He was simply adorable. The two strolled through the park, where the Lantern Festival was not particularly captivating, yet Su-Chen found joy in the moment. Holding hands with Bingbing, even a simple walk felt like a delightful indulgence. After wandering around, they passed a bubble tea shop. Bingbing, would you like some bubble tea? He asked. Knowing that girls typically enjoyed it, even someone as cool as Li Ruobing. She nodded, noticing the long queue at the popular tea shop. Su-Chun turned to Li Ruobing and said, Bingbing, you wait here for me. I'll go queue up and be back shortly. As he instinctively began to release their tightly clasped hands, he found Li Ruobing holding on firmly, unable to let go. He looked at her quizzically. Bingbing, why won't you let go? I can't go get the tea like this. Li Ruobing gazed at him, her eyes flickering slightly. I'll accompany you. Standing here alone is rather boring. She wasn't reluctant to let go at all. All right then, he replied, his eyes drawn to her charmingly flushed face, causing his heart to skip a beat. She really knew how to flirt. Hand in hand, they joined the queue outside the bubble tea shop. The majority of the boys in line were glancing at Li Ruobing, hidden behind her mask, then at Su-Chun, filled with envy. What a fortunate guy to have such a girlfriend. After a few minutes, it was finally their turn. What flavor of bubble tea would you like, handsome? The female staff member exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at Su-Chen's striking appearance. 2 cups of lemon tea, with ice, please, he replied politely. The staff member blinked, momentarily taken aback, then blushed as she responded, sure. She turned to prepare their order. Just then, Su-Chun felt a sharp pinch in his palm as Li Ruobing squeezed it tightly. Bingbing, what's wrong? He asked, perplexed. Li Ruobing shot him a cold, yet oddly gentle glare. Don't smile at other girls. Su-Chun was taken aback for a moment. But then he realized this was the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. After being playfully tormented all evening, it was time to reclaim his ground. So, he fixed his gaze on Li Ruobing and asked meaningfully, Bingbing, why can't I smile at other girls? Yes, this was the playful banter he had been waiting for. In response to Su-Chen's smug expression, Li Ruobing calmly replied, close your eyes, and I'll tell you. Close my eyes. Su-Chun's smile faltered, his mind racing with curiosity. What was she up to? Was she going to hit him or kiss him? With so many eyes upon them, he leaned towards the former. To avoid a potential hit, he awkwardly chuckled, Bingbing, I won't ask anymore. Let us just forget this question ever came up. Seeing him retreat, Li Ruobing muttered, did you really think I wanted you to close your eyes to hit you? A triumphant smile spread across Su-Chen's face, as if to say, I knew it. I wasn't fooled. However, Li Ruobing continued, if you had closed your eyes just now, I would have tiptoed and kissed you. Su-Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt as though he had missed out on an incredible opportunity. Bingbing, is it too late for me to close my eyes now? He exclaimed. Go ahead and die if you want. Nevertheless, Chen still closed his eyes. He harbored no ulterior motives. He simply wished to take a leap of faith. As he did so, the laughter in Ruobing's eyes was impossible to conceal. She rose onto her tiptoes and, before the gaze of onlookers, kissed Chen right then and there. The crowd gasped. Even buying bubble tea turns into a public display of affection, though separated by a mask. It only added a touch of unique charm to the kiss. It was achingly pure. Wow, is it really necessary to flaunt their romance so openly? Spectators marveled at the couple, who had boldly shared a kiss in broad daylight. What a lucky boy he was to have such an affectionate girlfriend, unlike mine, who demands gifts and coaxing just for a peck. Ah, if only you possessed even half the charm of that young gentleman. I can assure you that your girlfriend would be clinging to you for kisses every single day, utterly captivated. Indeed, that young man is exceptionally handsome, more so than any celebrity. His long legs are reminiscent of a male model's physique. How extraordinarily attractive. The tender kiss shared between the two drew the attention of nearby girls, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at Chen. Even those already in relationships found no hindrance in admiring a handsome man. Hey, have you noticed how familiar this young man looks? Yes, I was just thinking the same. Isn't he the best boyfriend trending on Douyin these past few days? I believe his name is Chen. Oh my, it truly is him. Wow, he looks even more striking in person than in the videos. That girl must be the leading lady from those videos. How enviably fortunate she is. The sweetness captured in that Douyin clip has likely rendered countless hearts swoon. Who would have thought that these two were so affectionate and private as well? And look at how beautiful she is. Her figure is exquisite, her skin flawless, and with a face that must be breathtakingly lovely beneath that mask. Indeed, this couple's attractiveness is simply off the charts. Chen, I am your fan. And I ship you too. Yes, me too. It's simply delightful. Once someone recognized Chen, it spread like wildfire, and soon a throng of admirers gathered around. Chen observed the crowd encircling him and Ruobing, realizing he had underestimated the current popularity of Douyin. Although being recognized didn't bother him. He was primarily concerned about Ruobing also being identified, which would undoubtedly make headlines the following day. He gently lifted the mask on Ruobing's face to obscure her features as much as possible. Then, he took her hand and guided her behind him. At this moment, Ruobing became aware that her earlier actions had caused a stir, so she obediently stood behind Chen, appearing demure and gentle. Wow. Chen's girlfriend is so well-behaved. I, as a girl, am utterly enamored. Right? She is simply too sweet. The sight of them together is truly a match made in heaven. I'm so curious to see what his girlfriend looks like. She must be a stunning beauty. Could it be Ruobing? Just look at their figures. They really do resemble each other. Indeed, their physiques are not merely similar. They're practically identical. However, someone like Ruobing, a major star, would likely date discreetly even if she had a boyfriend, rather than kissing in public like this, right? But it does seem quite plausible. Could this girl really be the famous star Ruobing? Is the top star Ruobing here? Where? I'm her fan. The crowd continued to swell. Seeing this commotion, Chen furrowed his brow in concern. He needed to say something before the situation spiraled out of control. Everyone, please calm down. I have a few words to share. As Chen spoke, the excited crowd noticeably quieted, their attention fixated on him. He remained composed, even as many raised their phones to capture his image, showing no sign of fear. Hello everyone, I'm Chen. A few days ago, a video of my date with my girlfriend was inadvertently shared online, garnering much attention. I am truly honored by your affection. Pausing for a moment, he continued. However, I have noticed the trending gossip online suggesting that my girlfriend is the star Ruobing. I would like to clarify that while my girlfriend bears a striking resemblance to Ruobing, she is not her. I kindly ask that you refrain from spreading such misconceptions, as my girlfriend can become quite jealous. Chen's voice was calm yet firm, possessing an inexplicable power that commanded silence and attention, instilling trust in his words. Such is the allure of personal charisma, ethereal yet palpably real. Wow, what a handsome young man. He truly exudes charm. This eloquence and demeanor are far more captivating than those effeminate young heartthrobs. Moreover, he is undeniably devoted to his girlfriend. Could we possibly see what your girlfriend looks like? Yes, we are quite curious. The crowd erupted in playful banter. Chen resolutely shook his head. No? Why not? He smiled politely. Because my girlfriend is far too beautiful, and I wish to savor her beauty all for myself. The onlookers were left speechless. Wow, he is publicly displaying affection. At that moment, a trembling staff member handed over the prepared lemon juice. Here you go, sir. Thank you. Chen paid with a quick scan on his phone. Please make way. The crowd gradually parted, allowing Chen to hold the bag of lemon juice in one hand while clasping Ruobing's delicate hand with the other as he attempted to leave. Yet, just as he was about to move, he noticed Ruobing standing still. Turning around, he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" In a soft, slightly pitiful tone, she replied, "My feet hurt. I can't walk." Chen glanced down at her slender legs, elegantly clad in high heels, and frowned. Who told you to wear high heels? Don't you know they can hurt your feet? Though his words were stern, he gently scooped Li Ruobing into his arms, executing the perfect princess carry. The crowd watched in awe as Su Chen cradled his girlfriend, their reactions bursting forth. Especially the young women, overwhelmed with envy. Wow. Su Chen is so affectionate towards his girlfriend. How romantic. Is this not akin to a scene from a drama? Her girlfriend is truly fortunate. He is indeed the best boyfriend. This couple has captured my heart. The abundance of affection is overwhelming. People resumed filming short videos, pairing them with heartwarming romantic music, eager to share the high-quality affection across Douyin. Such delightful moments are too substantial for one person to consume alone. They must be enjoyed collectively. At the entrance of the tea shop. Hello. Please, I must have a cup of lemon tea. Yes, I want some lemon too. Bring me a cup as well. As a result of the first person's enthusiasm, others joined in, clamoring for lemon juice. Before long, all lemon-flavored drinks in the tea shop were sold out, a testament to the bustling business. The shop owner was left bewildered. Do people truly adore lemons this much? Thinking back on the public display of affection outside the tea shop, he too felt a pang of envy. Meanwhile, Su Chen returned, still cradling Li Ruobing. She nestled comfortably in his embrace, feeling soft, light, and fragrant. Throughout their journey, many cast envious glances at Su Chen, marveling at how sweet this couple was. Li Ruobing, feeling shy, buried her face in Su Chen's chest, appearing even more obedient and delicate. Su Chen had never imagined that the previously aloof and unapproachable Bingbing Jia would exhibit such a soft and endearing side when sober, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor when intoxicated. It rendered him utterly defenseless. It was at this moment he realized that he did not dislike adorable girls. Rather, he simply held a special fondness for Bingbing Jia alone. Typically, the short stroll from the park to his home took merely 3 to 5 minutes. However, this evening, he felt as though lead had been poured into his feet. As he ambled towards the entrance of the community, taking over 20 minutes to arrive. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Chen gazed reluctantly at Li Ruobing, who was cradled in his arms. Before speaking, Bingbing Jia, we have arrived at the community gate. Would you like to get down and walk? The security guard at the entrance recognized both him and Bingbing Jia, and if they were to be seen, it could potentially incite gossip. Hearing Su Chen's words, Li Ruobing slowly raised her head for a fleeting glance before burying it once more in his embrace, resembling a clingy little kitten unwilling to depart from her owner's warm grasp. Su Chen, puzzled, inquired, Bingbing Jia? Her voice was muffled against his chest, soft and melodic, sending shivers through him. I don't want to get down. Why not? He asked, bewildered. No reason, I just don't want to. It's none of your business. Li Ruobing's head nestled deeper into his embrace, exuding a particularly proud air. This display of affection was utterly adorable, almost causing Su Chen to swoon. Where's the medic? With no other option, he steeled himself and continued to carry Li Ruobing towards the community gate, using his face to swipe the access code. Just then, the previously drowsy security guard suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp and bright. Xiao Chen, have you brought home a girlfriend? Su Chen chuckled, Uncle Fu. This is my Bingbing Jia, not a girlfriend. Her leg is bothering her, so I had to carry her home. He had no choice but to be honest. Claiming she was his girlfriend would only lead to complications, as the news would inevitably reach his parents by morning. After all, it was quite normal for a brother to carry his sister, right? Uncle Fu scrutinized Su Chen, then glanced at the girl nestled in his arms, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Xiao Chen, you young people sure know how to have fun, haha. Feigning ignorance, Su Chen maintained his composure and polite demeanor. Ahem, Uncle Fu, I'll be on my way now. Just make sure to keep a close eye on your Bingbing Jia, otherwise, she might be whisked away by another man. And you won't have her to hold anymore. Uncle Fu's teasing voice trailed behind him. Su Chen halted momentarily, retorting stubbornly, it's really just a sibling relationship. After his declaration, he continued towards his villa. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing, who had been snuggled in his arms as if asleep, began to chuckle softly. Initially, she seemed to stifle her laughter, but it soon grew louder and more unrestrained. Ha ha. The sound reverberated through him, sending delightful tremors across his body. Su Chen paused. Bingbing Jia, what are you laughing at? Li Ruobing lifted her head, having removed her mask to reveal her exquisitely beautiful face. The previously cool expression now radiated an uncontainable joy. Her beauty was breathtaking, evoking an undeniable flutter in his heart. Xiao Chen, I'm laughing because you're just too adorable. How can my Xiao Chen be so cute? Her eyes sparkled like luminous stars against the backdrop of the ocean. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, then averted his gaze awkwardly, feeling his ears flush with warmth. Bingbing Jia, it's not appropriate to describe a boy as cute. He felt compelled to correct her. Li Ruobing gazed at him with her enchanting eyes. Xiao Chen, why can't I call you cute? What should I say instead? Handsome? Dashing? Under her unwavering gaze, Su Chen felt an inexplicable vulnerability, as if her eyes could devour him whole. He realized he could not allow her to continue teasing him so freely. He mustered his courage and met her captivating gaze. Yes, I am indeed dashing and handsome. Not cute. In short, You cannot describe me as cute. Seeing his flustered reaction, Li Ruobing found him even more endearing. Her laughter was a delightful melody, vibrant and alluring. Xiao Chen, if you forbid me from calling you cute, how should I describe you? Masculine? Robust? She playfully elongated her words, exuding an enticing charm. But right now, you don't seem very robust at all. As she spoke, her delicate fingers traced small circles on his chest, an act utterly provocative. Su Chun's body stiffened entirely. This little enchantress. Gritting his teeth, he felt a surge of frustration. Bingbing Jia, do you even realize what you're doing? With a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth, Li Ruobing feigned innocence, her sweet and pure face juxtaposed against her alluring demeanor. Xiao Chen, you are my little brother. What could this sister possibly do to her brother? Her innocent facade belied an unmistakable allure, leaving him to wonder if she was a reincarnated spirit of seduction. Let us go home. Defeated in their exchange, Su Chun felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Haha. Li Ruobing's laughter rang out, bright and enchanting, further fueling his frustration. Bingbing Jia, you should probably get down now. We've arrived home. Pausing at the sight of the two villas ahead, Su Chun could no longer carry Li Ruobing, realizing they were now within the territory of her father. If he were to be spotted, it could result in dire consequences. Yet, Li Ruobing clung to him, refusing to budge. Xiao Chun, my feet hurt. I can't take another step. Will you carry me back to the bedroom? Faced with her pleading, Su Chun felt not enjoyment, but rather a chill run down his spine. If her father were to catch them like this, he might very well face dire repercussions. With a firm stance, he declared, Bingbing Jia, you need to get down. Li Ruobing, dissatisfied, rubbed against him, clearly unwilling to relinquish the warm embrace of her silly brother. No, I'm tired. As she spoke, she deliberately wrapped her arms around his waist, holding on tightly. Su Chun felt an immediate headache. Was she truly trying to provoke him? Sensing her softness against him, he fought to maintain his composure. Bingbing Jia, please don't do this. Let us be good. Shall we? However, Li Ruobing looked up at him, her face a picture of innocence, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Xiao Chen, you're being so mean. Her soft, pitiful voice made Su Chen question whether he had committed some grievous offense. Just then, the door to his villa swung open, and Li Xiong stepped out, puzzled. Why hasn't my little Bingbing returned yet? Su Chen, that mischievous rascal, wouldn't he actually let anyone abduct my daughter, would he? No. I must go and search for her. Li Xiong exited the courtyard and made his way along the winding path. The community boasted splendid greenery, with verdant trees lining both sides of the walkway. At this moment, Su Chun was cradling Li Ruobing, standing at the edge of the wooded area along the path. Spotting Li Xiong approaching, Su Chen's heart raced and a chill ran down his spine. As Li Xiong drew nearer, Su Chen's anxiety escalated. What should he do? Should he slip into the thicket right now? Yet, Li Xiong was already nearing, and ducking into the woods would only draw his attention. The spot where he stood was dimly lit, and Li Xiong likely had not yet recognized him. Tension was evident on Su Chen's face. Meanwhile, in his arms, Li Ruobing noticed her father approaching but remained completely unperturbed, instead gazing at Su Chun with a teasing smile, as if relishing the unfolding drama. Xiao Chen, my dad is coming this way. If he sees you holding his daughter like this, he might just kill you. Su Chen was taken aback. How could she still find time to tease him at a moment like this? This was clearly a matter between the two of them. Yet her attitude suggested it was of no concern to her. What a wicked woman. Observing Su Chen's speechless expression, Li Ruobing was greatly amused, continuing to jest, rest assured. If you meet your demise, I shall frequently visit your grave. Su Chun, his face darkened, gritted his teeth. Bingbing Jia, could you please say a little less? She truly had a knack for stirring trouble. Li Ruobing, with a provocative gaze, persisted in her playful banter. If you have the ability, make me shut up then? Li Xiong was getting closer, and as he was about to pass by, Su Chun, in a moment of desperation fueled by both Li Ruobing's taunts and his own anger, resorted to a clitch often seen in dramas. He leaned down and pressed his lips against Li Ruobing's slightly parted, rosy mouth, effectively silencing her. Caught off guard by the kiss, Li Ruobing widened her eyes in disbelief, clearly not expecting Su Chen to dare to kiss her so boldly. The calmness in her beautiful eyes vanished, replaced by panic and shyness. As Su Chen held Li Ruobing close, standing by the roadside, anyone passing by could only see a couple passionately kissing, their faces obscured from view. Li Xiong walked past and noticed the scene, his heart racing. He hastily continued on, muttering to himself, goodness, today's youth are becoming increasingly daring. If you're going to kiss, at least do it in the woods. Li Xiong sped away, completely oblivious to any impropriety from the kissing couple. As he saw Li Xiong moving further away, Su Chun felt a weight lift off his chest. He had been thoroughly terrified moments before. This tension felt akin to that of a thief stealing something precious right under the owner's nose. Even though Li Xiong had departed, Su Chun remained bent low, sealing Li Ruobing's soft, rosy lips with his own. The tender contact was moist and warm, akin to indulging in a piece of soft candy, sweet, soft, and utterly addictive, making it difficult to pull away. Li Ruobing's lovely face flushed a deep crimson. Seeing this, Su Chun's heart raced with desire. Well then, since he had already kissed her, If he was to be reprimanded by Bingbing Jia later, he might as well prolong the kiss. After all, he had to get his money's worth. With this thought, a fierce determination gleamed in his eyes, and he kissed her more fervently. His kiss was rather rough, evidently lacking in finesse, driven solely by his primal instincts, akin to a boy devouring candy in a haphazard manner. Yet, it was undeniably sweet. Hey, silly brother, be a little gentler. Su Chen was indeed too clumsy, behaving like a reckless youth with no sense of technique, only knowing to charge ahead. Li Ruobing, bewildered by his fervor, despite claiming to dislike it, made no effort to push him away. Instead, her dazed eyes reflected a hint of enjoyment and intoxication. After an eternity, Su Chen finally pulled away, reluctant to part. Ahem. Bingbing Jia, let us head home. He glanced at Li Ruobing's flushed face, observing how she resembled someone who had been wronged. Particularly, her tender lips appeared slightly swollen, inducing a wave of guilt within him. He instinctively averted his gaze, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Li Ruobing, equally dazed from the kiss, remained silent, feeling too shy to even meet Su Chen's eyes. She buried her little head deeper into his embrace, exposing her delicate, flushed ear. Su Chen looked down, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction as he carried Li Ruobing towards the villa. With Li Xiong absent, Su Chen felt considerably less anxious. And given that Li Ruobing's family villa was likely empty, they could enter quietly. Arriving at the entrance of the villa, Su Chen, with both hands occupied holding the petite figure in his arms, struggled to operate the door. He turned to Li Ruobing, his voice soft. Bingbing Jia? Could you unlock the door? Okay. Li Ruobing, still hiding her face in his embrace, mumbled a response before extending one arm to feel her way to the password screen. Ding. The villa's door swung open, just as Su Chen stepped inside with Li Ruobing. He was taken aback to find Su Yin and Shen Xiaowan seated in the living room, engrossed in a discussion about a television drama. Upon hearing the door open, they both turned in surprise. Su Chen stood frozen. They shouldn't be here, should they? Stay calm, steady yourself, I can manage this. As a younger brother, it was quite normal to carry his sister like this, especially with Li Xiong absent. In the living room, Su Yin and Shen Xiaowan exchanged glances before nonchalantly averting their eyes, as if they hadn't seen a thing. Su Yin pointed at the television screen, laughing. Xiaowan, look at this drama, it's so kitsch. And this female lead? She is nothing compared to our Bingbing. Shen Xiaowan chimed in. Right, this drama is utterly ridiculous. The two continued their spirited discussion about the drama, seemingly oblivious to Su Chen and the girl in his arms. Su Chen, feeling a sense of urgency, noticed Li Ruobing shifting slightly, burying her head even deeper into his chest, amplifying her shyness. While they could ignore him, he could not afford to ignore them. Maintaining his composure, he explained to the two, Ahem, Bingbing Jia's feet hurt from wearing high heels, so I'm carrying her back. Please don't think too much of it. Su Yin and Shen Xiaowan merely nodded in response. Feeling a bit more at ease, Su Chen ascended the stairs, still holding Li Ruobing close. Previously, he and Sister Bingbing exhibited a closeness in their demeanor that went unnoticed at the time, marked by an air of transparency and straightforwardness. Yet, in this moment, he felt as if he were a thief, plagued by a sense of guilt, coupled with the thrill of indulging in forbidden fruit. As Su Chen's figure, cradling Li Ruobing, vanished at the staircase, the two sisters, who had been feigning nonchalance in the living room below, could no longer contain themselves, erupting into excited and joyous laughter. Wow, what did I just witness? That foolish boy of mine has finally embraced his sister Bingbing. Did you notice how obedient Bingbing was in his arms? Like a little kitten. I saw it too. They are truly a perfect match. My pig has finally learned to root for cabbage. What a feat. So sweet. Indeed, too sweet. I wish I could hold my future grandchildren right now. They chattered enthusiastically, akin to fervent fans online, completely engrossed in shipping their favorite couple. Su Chen carried Li Ruobing into her room. Standing by the bed, he looked down at her and said, Sister Bingbing, we've arrived at your room. You should get down now. Only then did Li Ruobing quietly lift her small head, glance around, and respond, Xiao Chencheng, place me on the bed. Su Chen surveyed her bed, cluttered with clothes in disarray, confirming the notion of a beautiful woman in a chaotic room. All right. He bent down, cautiously laying Li Ruobing on her bed. The moment she left his arms, a sense of emptiness enveloped him, leaving an uncomfortable void. After placing Li Ruobing down, Su Chen felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Alone with her, he found himself at a loss for words. It was Li Ruobing who broke the silence first. Take off my shoes. She sat at the edge of the bed, lifting her slender, delicate leg, brushing against his. Su Chen stiffened and awkwardly rubbed his nose before kneeling down to unfasten her crystal high heels. Her feet were pale and tender, her calves perfectly straight and slender, exuding an air of perfection. Realizing his thoughts were straying, Su Chen quickly stood up, addressing Li Ruobing. Sister Bingbing, it's done. Li Ruobing, seated at the edge of the bed, swayed her alluringly fair legs, captivating his attention. Su Chen wished to look, but felt it inappropriate. Caught in a conflict, he stared at the ceiling, occasionally stealing glances. Li Ruobing noticed his furtive actions and couldn't help but chuckle. This silly younger brother was truly innocent. which only endeared him to her more. Consequently, Li Ruobing extended a beautiful leg, teasingly brushing against Su Chen's waist, her lovely face adorned with a mischievous smile. Xiao Chen, were you just stealing glances at your sister's lovely legs? Su Chen felt a jolt of surprise. Had he been discovered? He believed he had been discreet. Having merely cast a fleeting look, he met Li Ruobing's gaze, his eyes betraying his discomfort, yet he maintained an air of righteousness, declaring, Sister Bingbing, I did not sneak a peek. You know I'm not that kind of person. He couldn't afford to tarnish his image in her eyes. Really? Li Ruobing's leg brushed against his toned waist, her voice growing increasingly seductive. Su Chen's body tensed. No, I absolutely did not. He stubbornly denied it. Seeing his flushed face, Li Ruobing was emboldened further. Xiao Chen, are you truly not? Su Chen resolutely shook his head, insisting, no. Li Ruobing withdrew her playful leg, rising to her feet. She tiptoed closer, whispering in his ear, why not steal a glance? Is my leg not beautiful enough? Her voice, soft and teasing, felt less like an inquiry and more like a provocation. Su Chen felt a tickling sensation in his ears, his heart racing. He swallowed hard, responding, Sister Bingbing, I genuinely did not sneak a peek. He couldn't risk ruining his image. What if she perceived him as a lecher? Li Ruobing continued, Xiao Chen, I am asking whether my legs are beautiful, not whether you peeped. At that moment, her long legs were obscured by her dress, leaving only her delicate, pink-tinted feet visible. Faced with this question, Su Chen, reveling in the moment, replied, Sister Bingbing, I cannot see them, thus I cannot judge. Feigning ignorance, are we? Li Ruobing's impatience grew as she furrowed her brow. You can't see, can you? How about now? In front of him, she lifted her skirt slightly, revealing her slender, exquisitely shaped legs, a sight that was utterly captivating. The half-hidden view was a striking assault on his senses. Su Chen realized there was no escape. He could only speak the truth. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Li Ruobing's face flushed as well, but having come this far, she felt compelled to continue the playful banter. She asked, So, Xiao Chen, do you like your sister's lovely legs? Su Chen could only respond truthfully, I do. Li Ruobing's smile grew more alluring, evidently pleased with his answer. And do you wish to touch them? Is that permissible? Su Chen felt as though he was teetering on the edge of an abyss. You may give it a try. Sister Bingbing, this was your suggestion, don't blame me. With that, Su Chen reached out, boldly caressing her snow-white legs. The sensation was exquisitely smooth. Cough, cough. Sister Bingbing, my mother is calling me home for dinner. I must take my leave. Seizing the moment before Li Ruobing could react, Su Chen bolted from the room. Inside, Li Ruobing stood there, utterly stunned, her face flushed. What a little wolf. Su Chen fled, hastily opening the door, only to find his mother and Li's mother waiting in the hallway. As he emerged, a fleeting look of panic crossed their faces, quickly masked by feigned composure. Su Yan stared at the floor, nonchalantly stating, Ahem, Xiaowan, this floor looks quite nice. Shin Xiaowan, fixated on the ceiling, added, Sister Yan, our ceiling is quite appealing as well. Su Chen thought to himself, could you be more serious in your performance? In the room, after a moment of dazed silence, Li Ruobing lifted her skirt to glance at her long, fair legs, noticing a red mark on her smooth skin, evidently from Su Chen's earlier touch. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she gently bit her lip, looking quite reproachful. What a brother. He truly lacks restraint. How will I endure this henceforth? Lost in her thoughts, an array of peculiar ideas crossed her mind, causing her exquisite face to redden further, as if it might bleed. Hearing commotion outside, Li Ruobing snapped back to reality, glancing at her reflection in the mirror, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness. How embarrassing. Upon exiting her room, she donned a calm facade, as though nothing had transpired. Mama, Su Mama, what brings you here? She feigned ignorance. Su Yan and Shin Xiaowan exchanged glances, each recognizing the awkwardness reflected in the other's eyes. Bingbing, your mother and I are admiring the scenery. It is truly captivating here. Indeed, the vistas are extraordinarily beautiful, and there is a sweetness to this landscape. The two of them feigned a sense of confusion. Li Ruobing chose not to speak, instead gazing intently at Shin Xiaowan. At that moment, a voice filled with curiosity emerged from the downstairs living room. Oh, where has everyone gone? Shin Xiaowan, not particularly skilled in the art of deception, felt a pang of guilt under her daughter's piercing gaze. Upon hearing her husband's voice, her eyes lit up as if she had discovered a lifeline. Li Daxiong, we are right here. Shin Xiaowan hurriedly descended the staircase, followed closely by Li Ruobing. Su Yan and Su Chen trailed behind them. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, Su Yan grasped his clothing, causing him to halt and turn around, his expression bewildered. Mom, what's the matter? Su Yan, observing her son's dazed demeanor, inquired, did you and your sister Bingbing do anything inappropriate while alone together in the room? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they had been overheard outside? That seemed unlikely, given the villa's excellent soundproofing. Maintaining his composure, he calmly shook his head, adopting an innocent demeanor. Mom, what are you talking about? What could I possibly do with Bingbing? She is my sister. Indeed. Upon hearing Su Chen's response, Su Yan realized her suspicions were not unfounded. Her foolish son had shared a space with her, but had taken no action. With a mix of exasperation and disappointment, she gazed at Su Chen. You silly boy. I just saw you embracing Bingbing in such an intimate and ambiguous manner. I thought you had finally come to your senses and would start pursuing girls. She continued earnestly. Could you not be so oblivious? If your sister Bingbing allows you to hold her and enter her private room, it signifies that you may engage in a bit of intimacy with her. You could even kiss her. It's infuriating. With your emotional intelligence, when can I expect grandchildren? Su Yin chastised Su Chen fervently. Su Chen was left utterly perplexed. He had assumed his mother was about to reprimand him regarding the incident. To his surprise, upon seeing his silence, Su Yin added, Silly boy, the tender little cabbage is right there. You must take the initiative, do you understand? Su Chen, undoubtedly bewildered by his mother's words, followed her down the stairs into the living room. At that moment, Li Xiong, perspiring profusely, looked at Su Chen and Li Ruobing with a perplexed expression. My precious daughter, when did you return? He had just searched the park in vain and had received no answer to his phone calls. Su Chen, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt, replied, Uncle Li. We just got back not long ago. Li Xiong inquired further, why didn't anyone answer the phone? Su Chen glanced at his phone and, as if struck by a revelation, exclaimed, Uncle Li, I had my phone on silent. I was so mesmerized by the Lantern Festival that I completely forgot to check my phone. After hearing Su Chen's explanation, Li Xiong chose not to press further. Perfect timing. I bought a watermelon. Please cut it up. Li Xiong's muscular arms carried a large watermelon. Su Chen approached, took the watermelon, and proceeded to cut it into pieces in the kitchen. The two families sat down to enjoy the watermelon. Su Chen found himself seated beside Li Ruobing, feeling an odd sensation in his heart. Would she be upset with him for taking such liberties earlier? And what about that kiss? He was certain that Bingbing liked him. Otherwise, she would not have allowed such closeness. Yet, to what extent did her affection run? Could he dare to think that even after kissing her or touching her, she would not be angered? Su Chen was unsure. Even couples who were officially dating would likely take time to reach that level of intimacy. He and Bingbing were not even at the stage of being boyfriend and girlfriend. Thus, he had a long way to go. He discreetly glanced at her. Noticing her expression was rather cold, seemingly displeased, Su Chen continued to munch on watermelon in silence. Li Xiong picked up a piece of watermelon. Looking at Li Ruobing with an endearing expression, my precious daughter, would you like some watermelon? Li Ruobing declined, stating, I don't like watermelon. Instead, she continued to fix her gaze on Su Chen, her expression filled with deep sorrow. Su Chen felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Awkwardly, he extended a piece of watermelon towards Li Ruobing, Sister Bingbing. Would you like some watermelon? Rather than refuse, Li Ruobing accepted it and took a hearty bite. Li Xiong was left dumbfounded. He felt a pang of sadness as he looked at the solitary piece of watermelon he had offered. My precious daughter, didn't you just say you didn't like watermelon? Li Ruobing did not even glance at Li Xiong, responding, that was then, this is now. Li Xiong felt wounded. My little cotton-padded jacket, how cold you are. With a look of disappointment, he directed an accusatory gaze at Su Chen. Was this wretched boy betraying the cause? Su Chen felt his scalp tingle under Li Xiong's stare. He had merely made a casual inquiry, never anticipating she would actually eat it. She must have done it on purpose. Under Li Xiong's gaze, Su Chen felt a surge of panic, yet outwardly he remained composed, raising his arm triumphantly. Uncle Li. Long live the revolution. Long live revolutionary friendship. Long live our noble cause. Li Xiong, perhaps had misjudged the situation. This boy did possess some awareness. Shen Xiuan, perplexed, asked, Xiao Chen, what exactly is the noble cause you and your father are engaged in? Over the past 2 years, the two had often spoken in cryptic terms that left others bewildered, as if they were involved in some clandestine operation. My dear, our cause is one of saving the world. We must vanquish the evil overlords and liberate them from places they do not belong. Upon hearing Li Xiong's explanation, Shen Xiuan looked at him with disdain, retorting, Li Daxiong, how old are you this year? Still acting so juvenile. Li Xiong was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a charming smile, he replied, Wife, I may not know my age, but I do know that you will forever be 18. Burp. Although Su Chen had only eaten a piece of watermelon, he felt somewhat full. He nearly forgot that Uncle Li was also a master of courtship. Perhaps he could consult him on how to woo a girl? Cough, cough. Would that be a bit too much?